Please do not host these chapters elsewhere without permission. The Battle of Yu Clan Castle shook the whole world. The previous Yu Chu was powerful beyond compare. Some people had suspected that he was fake, but this and that was different matter. They didn't see the real Yu Clan third young master in good favor. It was a battle between a lone innate ranker against a team of several innate rankers after all. Furthermore, anyone with eyes could see that Yu Chu was supported by Xia Jin Kingdom, Thousand Goblins Sect, Green Summit Sect and even the Lion Pagoda Sect. Everyone believed that Yue Yang would fail, and the fake Yu Chu would take over the Yu Clan. The action of Yue Yang bringing his sister and coming to the Yu Clan castle the second time was perceived as the most foolhardy action that he had ever done by many people. He was a genius young man, the future hope of the Yu Clan. But due to the impetuousness of a young heart, unable to endure silently, he had walked to his own death. He would be gone forever. That was how everyone in the world had thought. Beyond their expectations, the final result of the battle had made countless people pop their eyes out in shock. The fake Yu Chu, who possessed the power and support of many organizations, even the Demon Abyss, had actually been defeated miserably. The fake third young master had also been eaten alive by the real third young master's beast. Several innate rankers who had helped the fake Yu Chu, such as Yao Guang, Kai Yang and Tian Xuan from the Seven Great Bears had all fallen dead on the mountainous road towards the Yu Clan castle. They had all been slaughtered by the Yu Clan third young master, whose abnormality was simply beyond everyone's imagination. Even the demon innate ranker Qi Liao, the Ziyijin Heavenly Imperial Guardians Ma Shang and Niu Guo, and the chief official of Ziyijin Kingdom Luo Wei were all defeated with the help of the ascetic practice saint and the scholar's help. The Green Summit sect who attacked the Yu Clan with all their head were completely annihilated. None of the experts within the sect was spared. Firstly, the vice sect leader Makai Su Ling had been killed by the Yu Clan third young master in the battlefield of death, with the latter not suffering any kind of injuries at all. The sect leader, Duan Mu Longcheng, who was a famous innate ranker in Tongtian Tower, suffered a crushing defeat and tried to escape, but the Yu Clan third young master succeeded in persuading him to the demon abyss and killed him off. Even the extremely powerful great emperor of Zi Wei, Shun Tian, who had been a respected senior since 900 years ago, regarded as the great emperor of Zi Wei in Tongtian Tower level 7, had retreated with tails between his legs in the end. Everyone really couldn't imagine the strength of the Yu Clan third young master, who managed to defeat so many strong opponents. The maddest thing was that brat was only 20 years old. If other people became an elder at 20 years old, everyone would regard him as a genius who only appear once in hundreds of years. Compared to him, they were not even worthy to carry his shoes. The Yu Clan third young master could actually kill the level 6 innate ranker, Green Summit sect leader Duan Mu Longcheng, when he was only 20 years old. Furthermore, he had even managed to return after going to the demon abyss. Such a prosperous thing was definitely unprecedented in mankind's history. As their two heavenly imperial guardians had died in battle, the Ziyijin Kingdom who had planned to attack Xia Kingdom with their army decided to recall their 200,000 men army back. They changed their attacking tactic to defensive one, stationing their army at the border between the two kingdoms for fear of the Xia Kingdom attack. The previously high and mighty Ziyijin ambassador who asked the Xia crown prince to surrender his royal sister Princess Xian to become the prince of Ziyijin's concubine, were immediately kicked out of the Xia Kingdom by the crown prince as soon as the Yu Clan castle battle ended. The second prince was more knowledgeable. He ordered some generals to capture this fellow, and after beating the hell out of him, stripped him of his clothes and hanged him on top of the Xia palace walls, publicly displaying him to the citizens. Although the Xia crown prince had no authority to issue the order of declaring war against Ziyijin Kingdom, the crown prince, second prince and other princes who were fighting for the throne all started to announce that Ziyijin Kingdom had tarnished their royal sister's reputation, hence Xia would not stop attacking Ziyijin until they were completely annihilated, in order to avenge the shame they brought to their royal sister. Following that, the Ziyijin Kingdom sent another envoy to beg for mercy and forgiveness. However, once again, the princes announced that the envoy had colluded with the demon abyss, and that he was not sent by the Ziyijin Kingdom's emperor. He was sent in order to drive a wedge between the two kingdoms. The crown prince of Xia and several other princes didn't accept Ziyijin Kingdom's envoy's explanation at all, proclaiming that they would pursue the matter to the end. Before Junwu you come back and take charge of the whole situation, the crown prince who had not ascended the throne and the other princes didn't have any authority to move their troops. Furthermore, there were several uprising and rebellion in the Xia Kingdom, bandits and robbers ran rampant. They had suffered a lot of civil unrest that needed to be put down urgently. It was completely impossible for Xia Kingdom to send their troops for war. However, even blind people could see that Xia and Ziyijin would sooner or later broke into war. Other than sending their subordinates to congratulate Yue Yang on his victory, the Xia crown prince and several other princes had also sent him a large amount of reward to show their appreciation. There was an intense competition between them. Even the crown prince of Xia had personally led several generals and troops to kill bandits, putting down rebellions and pacifying city masters, relying on the influence of Yue Yang's victory in the Yu Clan castle. As for the rest of the great clans, they had also come to congratulate Yue Yang. The one who welcomed their visit was Yue Ling, Yue Yang's second uncle, who was also the new Yue clan substitute clan master. Hence, the only two elders that were still alive were willing to allow Yue Ling to assume the position of substitute clan master until clan master Yue Hai returned. Yue Ling would never imagine even in his dreams that the position that he had always hoped for, the clan master, would finally fall onto his hands. Previously, there were the strong Yu Chu and his elder brother Yu Shan before him, then there was also Yu Ting who were cultivated to be the next clan master. His father was old but in good health, his brother was still at his prime and his nephew was still growing. Yue Ling thought that he would never be able to be a substitute clan master in his life. Furthermore, Yue Yang, who possessed such an extraordinary talent, had appeared afterwards. Forget about his own father, the clan master Yue Hai, even the whole of Yue clan saw him as their future hope, their future clan master. As long as Yue Yang agree, no one would oppose him to be their clan master. Unexpectedly, he had yielded the position of substitute clan master to him. He had done that even though Yue Ling had not supported him previously. Second uncle Yue Ling felt both guilty and touched in his heart. When Yue Yang tried to find him to ask if he wanted to become the substitute clan master and lead his clansmen to re-establish their home, Yue Ling was speechless for quite a while. He almost thought that he had heard wrongly. However, he didn't decline the offer, immediately accepting it without hesitation. Yue Ling was determined to be a good substitute clan master and lead his clansmen until his father returned from the eastern goblin tribe's clutches. He would rebuild the Yue clan castle from its ruins. Yue Yang, this nephew of his, was already an innate. His future would be in Tongtian Tower, so he wouldn't cherish the clan master position. That was completely normal. Even if Yue Yang didn't have any governance ability, every night, second uncle Yue Ling would give him a report on the progress of their work. Even though Yue Yang didn't have the time to meet him, he would summarize the report to a few points and report it to Yu Yu and Yu Bing, asking for their help to pass it on to their brother. After this battle, there was an undeniable change between the Yue clan members. They had become more united. The clansmen from the branch families or those with different surnames were not regarded as if they were lower in status like last time. Under the leadership of Lin Miao and Lin Lei, the newly promoted clan general, they had become more spontaneous in participating in rebuilding their home. Yue clan possessed a lot of reserves from the beginning. Furthermore, the great clans, the Xia Crown Prince and several other princes had given them several precious items and sent over a lot of workers to help with the rebuilding. This was in the hope that the Yue clan castle would be reconstructed more quickly. Although it was still under construction, with this kind of momentum and energy, it wouldn't be long before the newly constructed Yue clan castle, more glorious and majestic than ever, was done. Kylin girl, take a look at this pill, is it refined in the right way? Yue Yang was an extremely good student right now, eager to learn. Stupid, you can't use Nirvana Flame right now. Nirvana Flame is too pure, the medicinal properties would be changed. Your purple flames is enough to refine it, it would be best if you can use life water to adjust it a little, but I never tried it before. The airhead Kylin girl was usually airhead, but with regards to refining pills, not even 100 of Yue Yang could compare to one of her finger. Previously, Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia had been discussing about making the martial arts pill and martial god pill. The Kylin girl who was passing by while on her way out to play looked down at them when she heard their words. She had unintentionally blurted out that making the martial arts pill was equivalent to making candies. Only the immortal pill that she refined was the real deal. When she said that, Yue Yang immediately grabbed her. Yue Yang threatened to give her a beating on her butt and kick her out of the castle if she didn't teach him how to refine pills. After threatening the lost little girl with no place to call home, he finally succeeded in learning the skill. Just like that, Yue Yang managed to acquire a free teacher who was more knowledgeable than any other sages in the whole world. The only disadvantage was that this teacher had no patience when she was teaching her disciple. The Kylin girl really liked the naughty clothes that Yue Yang had invented, for example like lace stocking, lace bra, and so on. She even wanted to try wearing the naughtier clothing such as see-through, revealing clothes, fishnets and so on. It was those kind of undergarments that would make a girl blush the moment they see them, but make perverts drool when they see them. Most regretfully, due to the Kylin mommy's super protection, the Kylin girl was unable to change her clothings. This was because Kylin mommy had put on the legendary Kylin armor on her precious daughter's body. Forget about others, even the Kylin girl herself was unable to take it off her body in her human form. Yue Yang was very busy. Although his wish of making sexy undergarments was a great ambition, he was unable to pursue it at the moment. He could only draw it on paper to entice the Kylin girl at the most. There was the task of refining the martial arts pill waiting for Yue Yang. He needed to create them to help improve the abilities of the girls, Yekong, Fatty Hai, and the others, so that they can become innates. He also had to research on heaven runes and ancient runes, it was the preparation he needed to do in order to search the gods' ruins in the future. There was also the mission given to him by the Night Empress, to acquire the Black Turtle Pearl from the Wounded Dragon Turtle in the Despair Abyss. Then, he would need to gather the Azure Dragon Pearl, the White Tiger Pearl, the Vermilion Bird Pearl and the Black Turtle Pearl too. Of course, there was also the World Tree quest which he need to complete in order to obtain Wisdom Fruit and Luminous Branch, that would help in preparing Yu Bing's 1000-year-old Treant General to level up into 10,000 years old Treant King. At the same time, he would be able to fulfill his agreement with Xia of offering her a Wisdom Fruit every year. Shiro, about Night Empress, see chapter 165, he also need to explore the Death Canyon. The Death Canyon was the outskirts of the God's ruins. Yue Yang had acquired a secret treasure map in the Ares temple before. There was definitely some kind of secret inside the secret treasure map. Of course, there was also the hidden treasure that the Bloody Queen had mentioned. It was a place where even a Gold King beast would level up when it entered the place, an extremely high-quality place. The Bloody Queen's mother had managed to rise to the 4th level of Tongtian Tower or even higher realms because she had gone to that place. Yue Yang suddenly wanted to see it for himself. If it could even make a Gold King beast evolve, then there would be hope for Yekong's King Kong Demon Ape and the Li brothers soldier ants to level up and evolve. He also wanted to enter the puppet shrine, and look through the precious legacy that the ghost genius Yu Gong had left behind. Yue Yang wanted to study them and then design a whole new puppet beast. He also needed to cure Grandma Wu Teng's injury and help her to recover, then help the old fox to become innate. There was also the matter of exploring the mysterious heaven stairway. Chapter 192, and how to enter the world inside the grimoire. Find out how to truly reveal every beast's abilities and dig out their hidden potential and skills. Train his own abilities so that he would be strong enough to fight against the great emperor of Ziwei Shuntian, 1000 Goblins sect leader and the great demon kings and lich kings. Things like that and so on and so forth. There were so many things waiting for Yue Yang to do, so many that he wouldn't be able to complete them even if he was divided into 10. If it wasn't for the fact that the Yu clan needed him here to keep up their spirits, he would have ran back to the little flower garden and enjoy the services of the sickly beauty. Yue Yang was the Yu clan's only hope right now. Everyone was afraid that the third young master would abandon them. They need to see this brave, courageous third young master strolling on their premises every day in order to feel reassured. Only then would they be able to give it their all to work. Hence, Yue Yang was forced to stay at the moment. Other than getting himself busy with his own matters, he also encouraged his clansmen who were rebuilding their home every day. They didn't need Yue Yang to do anything. As long as he stayed, they would be satisfied. In the situation where he was unable to leave, knowing that the Kailing girl knew how to refine pills, Yue Yang decided to learn it from her. He should forget about creating immortal pills right now. Even if he knew how to make it, he wouldn't have the material for it. Currently, Yue Yang wanted to create the martial arts pill that every warrior could ever wish for. Although this was more or less like making sweets to the Kailan girl, this pill was filled completely with Yue Yang's hard work. Kailan girl, what do you think of the quality of this pill? If I add more God's Dew, would it be better? Yue Yang was definitely a serious student when asking other people to teach him. Whatever, that precious God's Dew of yours is not even as good as the well water in my house. If I were you, I would add a little bit more. Why are you economizing so much? Economizing materials wouldn't give you a good pill as a result. Oh right, why aren't you calling me by my name? The Kailan girl was bewildered. You have a name? Yue Yang had really not asked her about her name yet. Of course I do, the Kailan girl blinked her big eyes and looked at Yue Yang cutely. Don't you know that we, the immortal tribe, have our own unique, one and only name? Immortal tribe people have names? Then what's yours? Yue Yang was extremely curious about the Eastern Immortal Tribe. He had always thought that the old Daoist Priest that had kicked him to the Soaring Dragon Continent might just be a respectable figure amongst the Immortal Tribe. If the old Daoist Priest was too powerful, it would be difficult if he wanted to take revenge of him. However, if he really had granddaughters, Yue Yang thought kidnapping one of them would suffice as compensation for him. Mommy said that my throat is too delicate, it's not good for me to speak too much, the Kailan girl lowered her head as she replied Yue Yang. She wanted to enter the world inside the divine grimoire, but she didn't control her strength too well. She accidentally knocked Yue Yang onto the ground before she turned into a rainbow light and floated inside him. Yue Yang really suspected that the Kailan girl was doing it on purpose. When he thought about it again, the Kailan girl was a natural airhead. To her, knocking him to the ground might be the same as knocking her head into some pole when she walked. Shui Wuxia had been quietly watching Yue Yang refining the pill. She had also been quietly listening to his conversation with the Kailan girl, not disturbing them. When Yue Yang needed her, she would bring him the herbs he needed without him asking. She would help him pour the God's Dew or life water. In any case, whenever Yue Yang needed her, she would appear. She would disappear when Yue Yang was studying. She would definitely not disturb the exchange between him and the Kailan girl. Amongst the girls, only she was able to do that. Yue Yang saw that the concoction that he had not finished creating on the table had spilled a little when the airhead Kailan girl knocked him over just now. He sighed aloud, and was about to make a new one. However, Shui Wuxia stopped him. She pointed at the concoction that had already started to glow slowly. Don't. Look, you have succeeded. This. Impossible, am I that lucky? Yue Yang was pleasantly surprised when he saw it. The pill that he had been concocting for so long was finally done. He had succeeded just by mixing them up like that. Furthermore, he could sense that the pill's power was even better than what had been recorded under the medicine encyclopedia. It was almost at the level of martial god pill. Why didn't you suspect that the Kailan girl had the intention of helping us? Shui Wuxiao looked at Yue Yang. Accurately speaking, the thing that he had managed to create was not the martial arts pill, it was martial arts pill concoction. Although Yue Yang had acquired the hard-shelled dragon fruit from mercenary Zhonghao in the ant hole previously, which was a compulsory ingredient needed for the creation of martial arts pill, he was still lacking of one kind of herb, which is the snow lotus herb. Without the snow lotus herb, the last step of making the martial arts pill concoction into a pill would not be realized. For warriors, the pill must be hard and slow to break down, so that they would be able to slowly absorb its strength in their stomach. This would help their bodies to adjust and improve themselves slowly. If they take the martial arts pill concoction just like that, it would be absorbed very quickly that their bodies wouldn't be able to endure the influx of power. Another point is that the power from the martial arts pill concoction would disappear quickly. Even if a warrior managed to assimilate the pill without exploding, he wouldn't be able to absorb the precious pill completely, causing a huge loss in effectiveness. In conclusion, taking the concoction on its own was not only dangerous, it was also a waste. However, hard-shelled dragon fruits and snow lotus roots were all extremely rare. Yue Yang managed to get the hard-shelled dragon fruit last time, and with Grandma Kai's help, he managed to steal a little hard-shelled dragon fruit juice. So that ingredient had been acquired without problems. But he still lacked the snow lotus root. It was said that the Western Lion Pagoda had cultivated it, but Yue Yang had become enemies with the Western Lion Pagoda. He would obviously not ask for the ingredient from them. As for the 10 overherbs and ingredients needed for the martial arts pill, Yue Yang managed to gather them through various people. The Prince of Tianluo had brought some from the Tianluo Palace. Xue Tanlang had also represented the Xue clan to present some materials as a contribution to the Yue clan. The Crown Prince of Xia and various other princes had also brought some precious herbs and ingredients to him. Lastly, there were also the hidden materials that the Yue clan possessed, which the two elders give to Yue Yang for his use. When second uncle Yue Ling found out that Yue Yang managed to finish a martial arts pill, he had awkwardly asked him if he could spare a failed product for Yu Tian. The fact that Yue Ling had begged Yue Yang to give the martial arts pill to Yu Tian instead of his other son Yu Yan shocked Yue Yang a little. He realized that his second uncle was serious, he wasn't trying to test him. Yue Yang felt that after this second uncle assumed the position of the substitute clan master, he had changed and prioritized the benefits of his clan first. Letting him be the substitute clan master seemed to be the right choice. Yu Tian and Yue Yang had bullied the pitiful guy a lot last time. As someone who had assumed the identity of the pitiful guy, Yue Yang definitely bore a grudge towards them. If he didn't go through this war, even if he had to feed the martial arts pill to dogs, he would never give it to Yu Tian or the others. However, when Yue Yang thought about it again, he had become an innate ranker now, why would he pick a fight with level 6 elders, who were as weak as ants to him? At least they didn't betray the Yu clan even when oppressed by the fake Yu Qiu. Other than Yu Bao, that greedy fellow, Yu Tian and Yu Yan didn't rely on the fake Yu Qiu. So they actually had backbones. Yu Tian and Yu Yan were bound not to be very successful in the future. They would probably not be able to leave Soaring Dragon Continent their whole life. Since it's that way, Yue Yang made a decision. If I had some extra, I will consider it. At this moment of time, I don't have any consideration of doing so. Let's wait and see. Yue Yang didn't reject him immediately, but he also didn't give it to him immediately. If he managed to make too many martial arts pill to eat, Yue Yang would consider giving 2 pills to Yue Ling. Of course, Yue Yang thought that such a situation would probably not happen. But Yue Ling was completely overjoyed. He also knew that Yue Yang would never give the martial arts pill to Yu Tian first, he was already grateful that Yue Yang didn't kill Yu Yan and Yu Tian. Yue Ling's thoughts were similar to Yue Yang's. If Yue Yang made too many martial arts pill and couldn't finish them, then he could spare him too so that Yu Tian and Yu Yan could have a brighter future. Although it was highly unlikely that Yue Yang made too many martial arts pill, at least there was still hope. Without the snow lotus root ingredient for his pill creation, Yue Yang was actually at a loss. However, he still had his super awesome teacher, the Kailan girl. Kailan girl had never seen a snow lotus root before, but she immediately understood the moment she read the medicine encyclopedia. She felt that the snow lotus root could be substituted with life water, hoarfrost truffle, purple-red grindstone fruit and 3 coxcomb flowers leaves. When Yue Yang tried the prescription, he discovered that the medicinal properties were slightly suppressed and it became harder to absorb, so he took the initiative and added 1/10 of a drop of God's dew into the concoction. Shui Wuxiao secretly admired Yue Yang's bold approach. It was a pity that Yue Yang didn't have a good control on the fire he used to refine the pills. He had always been unable to make it into a pill. Then, the Kylan girl knocked onto the mixture accidentally and mixed it up more, hence increasing the chances of success. The pill concoction glowed brightly. The martial arts pill concoction slowly evaporated and condensed, becoming a pill. Yue Yang quickly used his smallest nirvana flame to refine the semi-manufactured product. After refining it 3 more times, he finally had a successful result. The whole room was filled with an exotic-smelling odor that was extremely refreshing. Simply by smelling the aroma of the pill, one would feel some kind of strength in their body. If one ate it and absorbed its energy, they would definitely gain enough energy to overcome their limits and reach higher levels. The 3 martial arts pill that he had just created was simply high-quality goods. If normal pharmacist creates a martial arts pill, they wouldn't use life water and God's dew. Especially the finishing touch of refining it with nirvana flame in the end. All of these small changes helped Yue Yang to create an extremely high-quality martial arts pill. According to the evaluation written on the medicine encyclopedia, the martial arts pill was a medicine of the 6th rank. A 6th-ranked medicine was already a miracle medicine that every warrior would dream about. Furthermore, 7th-ranked medicine was already the limit of what a normal warrior's body could take. If a normal warrior eat a higher-ranked medicine such as 8th-ranked medicine, their body would probably explode. It was only something an innate ranker could take in. Right now, Yue Yang added life water, God's dew, and even used Nirvana's flame to create these martial arts pill. Hence, it had surpassed 6th rank, even the 7th rank, almost the same as 8th rank. Yue Yang didn't doubt that these 3 pills would help with increasing someone's strength, he was just afraid that their body wouldn't be able to take it. Smells nice. Have you finished the pills? Luohua City Mistress, Princess Xian and the others immediately burst in when they smelled the nice smell. They looked at the surrounding curiously and saw the 3 round, red-colored pills that Yue Yang had placed on the jade bowl in front of him. They couldn't take their eyes off the pills, looking completely eager to eat it. The Bloody Queen Red and Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman could still control themselves, but the Thorny Flower Demoness had completely lost her control, her saliva dripping all the way to the floor. If it wasn't for the fact that she was afraid Yue Yang would get angry with her, she would have already grabbed the pills immediately and shoved it into her mouth. Hui Tai Lang worked really hard to pretend that it was an obedient dog. It knew if it behaved itself well, its master would definitely reward it. Although these 3 pills didn't have as much power as the innate ranker's Dan, its body longed for the power inside those pills. Hence, Hui Tai Lang desperately wanted those pills. Yue Yang actually wanted to give one each to Luohua City Mistress, Princess Xian and the others to boost their power and help them reach innate level. Especially Luohua City Mistress, who needed it the most. As for Shui Wuxia, she didn't really need it. This little bookworm might actually possess the strength equivalent to innate level 1 already. With her great sense of perception and wisdom, coupled with Yue Yang's body fusion training and fusing of their yin and yang abilities, she would definitely be able to break through the realm of innates soon. The thing he was most concerned about was that the quality of the martial arts pill was too high. The medicine was too effective, Princess Xian and Luohua City Mistress might not be able to take it. Princess Xian looked at Yue Yang, then looked at Shui Wuxia. Suddenly she shook her head, I won't eat it, give it to Yu instead. You need this pill more than me. Yu hurriedly shook her hands and rejected her, no, don't waste it. The martial arts pill will be useless if I am the one who eat it. I still have a long way to be an innate. I will rather do it slowly and build a strong foundation. In the future we will definitely be able to make martial arts pill again, so we can talk about it again then. I don't need it now, give it to Bing Er instead. When Yu Bing heard it, her face blushed as she gave out a sweet smile, no need, with brother helping me to train, I believe I will become an innate soon. I'm improving very quickly nowadays, I haven't reached my limits yet, so I don't exactly need it. I think big sister Yinan would need it more, or vice principal and grandma Wu Teng. Let's give the pills to people who needed it the most. Luohua City Mistress also agreed. Her situation was more or less like Yu Bing's. Her powers had been improving very quickly with Yue Yang's help nowadays, she had not reached her limit or bottleneck to her powers. So he didn't really need the pill. Furthermore, Yue Yang would definitely not stop at making 3 martial arts pills. In the future, if she had reached her limits and was unable to improve any further, she could still ask him for them. Although Yinan had leveled up from the great battle, she had encountered some kind of bottleneck when she was training. She felt that her cultivation speed was slower than the other girls. Most importantly, Yinan was gravely dissatisfied with her own combat power. She felt that Princess Xian and Luohua City Mistress were all useful to Yue Yang, able to help him with their strength. Only she was a burden to him. Sister Wu Hen could help him research runes while Sister Wu Xia was his best partner in combat, their harmony was incomparable to anyone else. They were practically a perfect match made in heaven. Compared to the other girls, Yinan felt that she, his fiancée, was extremely useless. If she could lend him her strength like Luohua City Mistress and the others if she eat the martial arts pill, why wouldn't she do it? It's just that everyone had refused it, it was very awkward for her to say since she was the only one who wanted it. Yue Yang lightly patted Yinan's head and said gently, let's decide it that way then. I will help you to control the power of the pill. I was too busy last time, so much that I forgot to help you improve your strength. I can make up for it now. Yinan, you'll be the first one. Unn. Seeing that Yue Yang was patting her head in front of the other girls, Yinan was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to bury herself inside. Her face felt like fire as she blushed red, all the way to her ears. Especially when she remembered how she lied to him about wanting to betroth her sister to him. She was actually betrothing herself to him, and she had brazenly gave him the jade pendant necklace, warning him not to have a tragic ending like Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai. She had also repeatedly told him to find her. Yinan felt all the more embarrassed when she remembered these past memories. Fortunately the other girls didn't laugh at her. Fourth Mother had even praised her saying that she was brave and smart, and that she would be a good daughter-in-law. Afterwards, her identity was revealed, and Yinan didn't dare to meet Yue Yang anymore, afraid that he would make fun of her trying to betroth herself to him. Remembering the past, Yinan felt an urge of wanting to laugh. Yue Yang was extremely hilarious in the past, he was unable to tell that she was a girl. He told her various heartfelt things, saying something like, Brother Yinan, let's go and pick up some girls. Brother Yinan, I'll introduce you to some big-breasted girls. He had even said something about in front of my bed, there are 2 pairs of shoes. Taking off my clothes, I left them on the floor. Shiro, the 2 shoes is a pun from China's most famous classical poem, Quiet Night thought, if he knew that she was a girl at that time, he would definitely not do that. He would definitely pretend that he was an honorable guy. However, that ordinary, yet impressionable poem that he recited to her, the Quiet Night thought, really resonated with her, leaving her with a homesick aftertaste. Shiro, https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/quiet_night_thought, in front of my bed, there's bright moonlight. Could it be frost on the ground instead? Lifting my head, I gaze at the bright moon. Then lower it, thinking of my home. If he had not said this poem that time, she wouldn't have bothered with him. She had always thought that he was a skirt chaser, a happy-go-lucky guy that liked to make trouble. Unexpectedly he was full of secrets that he wouldn't say out no matter what. He would only reveal it if he had no other way. Yinan couldn't help but think of him. When she accidentally met him at the mercenary guild, this brat had purposely teased her, saying that he couldn't write his name and told her that his name was Titan. He had even said that Titan was the name of a dwarf. When she asked her aunt later on, she had explained that Titan was the name of the biggest giant in the outer realms, who could even defeat giant dragons. Of course, the thing that she was most suspicious about was that she had managed to fool him. Strictly speaking, not counting Shui Wuxia who was his past fiancé, she should be the first girl that he met, right? Since she had given him her jade pendant, she was also the first girl who gave him a betrothal gift, right? By any chance, could he still be carrying the jade pendant that she had given him? Yinan shyly looked up, gazing at Yue Yang. But she suddenly realized that the surrounding people had all left without her knowing, there were only the 2 of them in that room. She immediately panicked. Turning around, she prepared to leave, but Yue Yang grabbed her hand instead. Yinan's heart rate shot up as she protested with a small voice, "Release me. If I release a beauty's hand that I managed to grab onto, wouldn't I be a big fool?" Not only did Yue Yang refuse to let her go, he even reached out and pulled Yinan to his embrace. Yinan was embarrassed to death. With regards to his perverted move, she tried to avoid him with her weak body, her fists beating against his hand, asking him to release her. Her face was completely red, even her snow-white neck was blushing red too. "Stop it, if you have something to say, just say it." Yinan avoided Yue Yang's hug and succeeded in struggling free from his arms. She realized that he still held on to her hand, so she didn't reject him and allowed him to continue holding her hand. The feeling of letting him holding her hand felt so mysterious, comfortable and warm, yet chest-tightening at the same time. It was so strange. Yue Yang knew that he had to be patient, haste would just ruin everything. The little lamb was always his all along, he could eat her up slowly, there's no need to hurry. Pulling Yinan's hand, he sat down, purposely looking at her who had refused to look at him. "Brother Yinan, it's been a long time since we chat. Do you want to discuss about big-breasted girls?" When Yinan heard him, she immediately punched him, unable to bear her shame. "You still dare to say it? You liar! Say, you have already realized I was a girl back then, right?" Yue Yang laughed as brightly as the sun, and replied back, "If I really didn't know back then, what would you say? Then you are really an idiot." Yinan laughed out. When she thought about how he had called her brother Yinan before, she couldn't hold her laughter. "What if I pretended not to know?" Yue Yang asked again. "Then you are a liar, a big liar." Yinan pouted at him. She felt that he might have realized it afterwards, but didn't say it, and even plotted to tell her about the story of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai. He must have said that to hint that she was a fool. When she thought about it again, when she was nervously putting on the jade pendant necklace onto his neck, he must have been laughing at her in secret 100 times over. What a hateful liar! Yinan was so angry that she wanted to punch him, but when she looked up and saw his smiling face, the strength in her punch became as weak as an ant's. Do you like fools or liars more? Yue Yang inched closer to her, almost touching her nose. Who would like the likes of you? That was my aunt's deciding without my permission. Yinan felt that this scoundrel was going to kiss her, and she felt extremely nervous. She felt her lips tightening and parched, and she was completely unprepared. He was going to kiss her, what should she do? Yinan wanted to lick her lips and relax her tensed expression first, but she was afraid that Yue Yang would see through her nervousness. She was more afraid of him misunderstanding that she longed to be kissed by him. Yue Yang's lips were only 1 cm apart from Yinan's, it was as if their lips would touch if one of them speaks. The hot breath coming out of their mouths make her feel dizzy. Yinan was so nervous that her heartbeat increased like crazy. As her heart continued to thump wildly, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to avoid him, but she was afraid that he would be angry with her. Moreover, she also kind of want to be kissed. She didn't dare to kiss him first, but she was willing to wait. She knew that this scoundrel would definitely kiss her, but he was teasing her, trying to make her kiss him first. That is impossible. She would definitely not let this scoundrel get his way. He had fooled her to betroth herself to him last time, making her give the jade pendant to him. Now he even wanted her to kiss him first, that is definitely impossible. Do you want to hear another story? I can tell you the story about Su Xian and Madame White. Wanna hear it? Yue Yang slowly blew onto her small, delicate lips, making her blush even redder. Shiro, https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/legend_of_the_white_snake, Yinan was both embarrassed and furious. What kind of story was he going to say at this kind of time? If he wanted to kiss her, then he should kiss her. She couldn't last any longer. Can't he just tell her the story later on? Do you want to hear the story? Yue Yang leaned in even closer to her, almost touching her red lips, so close that she could almost feel the heat coming from his lips. I'll bite you to death. Yinan shouted out in frustration. If this brat did not kiss her right then, she would really be angry with him. His hot lips felt like electricity tingling on hers as the room was filled with the sound of her short breaths and the thumping of her heart that couldn't be stifled. Yinan felt like she was in a dream. It was beautiful, yet indistinct. It didn't seem real. When she remembered the kiss again, she still couldn't believe that she just had her first kiss. It feels like that scoundrel had stolen her first kiss before she even managed to realize what was happening. The memory that she was left with was as hazy as a dream, it was indistinct and unclear. She could remember the feeling yet she couldn't remember the process. She couldn't remember when he started kissing her, and she couldn't remember how she had reacted. Her whole memory was only filled with his gentle, yet domineering kiss. At first he was extremely gentle, his lips only touching hers lightly, gently, and softly marking her lips with his. When she felt the friction between their lips, it felt like a jolt of lightning was coursing through her body. Then, his kiss turned bolder, as he spread her lips and entered her mouth, sucking onto her tongue and refusing to let her go. Yinan felt like she was extremely clumsy compared to him. On the other hand, he was extremely well practiced and skillful, kissing her to the point that she was unable to breathe. She was intoxicated the whole time. Yinan could only remember feeling extremely good during the kiss. She felt an unexplainable wonderful feeling. As for whence Yue Yang had pulled her into his embrace, she couldn't remember at all. Greedy bastard! Yinan thought about how he had continued to kiss her for a long time, not giving her time to rest at all. Even when her lips had become swollen, he still continued to kiss her while his naughty hands touched her body brazenly. If it weren't for the fact that the vice principal had come and Yu Bing warning them with heart telepathy from outside, he would probably still be holding her and refuse to let go. When she thought about how he had demanded a mile after getting an inch, she really wanted to bite him. That greedy fellow, if she had not stopped him, he would have sneaked his hands inside her clothes. How does it feel to be kissed? When Luohua city mistress saw that Yinan had been staring blankly ever since she returned to her room, looking extremely smitten, as if her soul had flown to 9th clouds and above, she became a little curious. Do kissing really felt that good? We didn't kiss. Yinan refuted immediately. Really? Luohua city mistress saw that Yinan's lips were obviously swollen. She secretly felt that it was really funny. Looks like Yue Yang had kissed her too hard, otherwise her lips wouldn't become like that. Of course, she wouldn't expose Yinan. She would rather not embarrass Yinan, who had proposed to betroth herself to Yue Yang, further. Yinan shyly shook her head, as she looked down, not daring to look at the other girls. When she remembered the intoxicated feeling that she felt when she was kissed just now, Her heart immediately felt sweet and warm. He finally kissed her. Although she didn't do that with him, at least she could be sure now that she was in his heart. She had always been in her heart. In another house, Yue Yang and the old fox were discussing secretly. They didn't want the contents of their conversation to be known by the girls, so that they wouldn't be worried. How's the Feng clan now? Yue Yang asked about fourth uncle's matter. Before Yue Yang went to the Yue clan castle, they had heard news about the kidnapping of fourth uncle and Miss Feng. The kidnapper was extremely quick. The Feng clan did not manage to react at all. They didn't even see the figure of the kidnapper. Yue Yang thought that this was the Thousand Goblins sect's doing, because the Thousand Goblins sect wanted to rescue the Thousand Goblins king that was sealed inside the Heaven Stairway. Fourth Mother was the key to opening the Heaven Stairway, and the only one that could be used to threaten her was fourth uncle and Miss Feng, who was pregnant with their child. The reason for the Thousand Goblins sect kidnapping fourth uncle was definitely because they wanted to force the secret of unlocking the Heaven Stairway out from fourth mother. The old fox had gone to the Feng clan to see the situation. He sighed. The Feng clan didn't lose anything. It's just that the clan master was extremely saddened. He didn't have any other wish, he only wanted you to give your best and save his grandchild inside Miss Feng's belly. If Yue Yang had enough time, he would probably be able to heal the poison affecting fourth uncle and Miss Feng. Especially now that the Kailan girl could teach him about it. However, fourth uncle and Miss Feng had been kidnapped by the enemies. He thought that fourth uncle and Miss Feng's lives were in danger, even the baby inside Miss Feng's belly was also in danger. If the Thousand Goblins sect was unable to acquire the secret to the Heaven Stairway, there was a high chance that they would kill their hostages. Of course, even if they managed to get the secret to the Heaven Stairway, there would still be the possibility that they would kill their hostages. They had no other way other than finding the enemy's hidden lair and rescue the hostages before the enemies could react. If the poison in fourth uncle's body was not treated, even though they managed to rescue him out, it would be hard to save his life. Yue Yang really did not dare to pass the news to Yue Bing. He chose to hide it from her at this moment. He would explain it to her at the right time. What about fourth mother? Yue Yang asked about fourth mother's situation. Before the Night Empress went to explore the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower, she had sent someone to fetch fourth mother. Right now, your fourth mother and little Shuang is inside the Mirage. They are very safe. She has heard about fourth uncle's situation, and is greatly saddened. However, she said that you should just concentrate protecting your sister. She told you not to be impulsive, be careful so that you will not fall into the enemy's trap. The old fox patted Yue Yang's shoulders and nodded. I also think that way. Don't worry, I know what to do. Yue Yang felt that he would fight with the Thousand Goblins sect sooner or later. He definitely shouldn't avoid this battle. Seems like there's some kind of medicine smell. The old fox smelled the martial arts pill smell the moment he finished relaying the important news. Seems like the 8th innate in this Xia kingdom will be born soon. Yue Yang gave a jade bottle containing the martial arts pill to the old fox. When the old fox heard him, his hands trembled a little as he received the bottle. Pulling the cork and smelling the smell inside, he smelled something that reverberated straight to his soul. His old face immediately turned emotional, his eyes turning red. He carefully held the jade bottle, afraid that the precious object in his hands would shatter. After observing the pill for a while, the old fox suppressed his emotions and nervously asked, "Have you successfully created it? This pill's power seemed to be very condensed. Aren't you lacking the snow lotus root? How did you manage to finish creating it?" Yue Yang smiled secretively, "You don't need to know. I have finished making the pill, and it's also 7th rank." The old fox looked at Yue Yang with unbelieving eyes, asking him in surprise, 7th rank? Can martial arts pill be 7th rank? Yue Yang spread his hands, trying to indicate that this was merely child's play to him. He looked arrogant like hell. If it was in normal times, the old fox would definitely knock his walking stick on his head. But this time he actually nodded, full of joy, feeling that his arrogant demeanor was cute and justified. He nodded and smiled from ear to ear, "Good boy, look at your wonderful accomplishment. Is it really a 7th rank martial arts pill? It's so precious, I don't even know if I would be able to take it. Seems like I have to prepare myself well. To a brat like you, I'm not going to say thanks. This martial art pill, I will gladly accept it." Grandma Wu Tang was not present, otherwise Yue Yang would give the last pill to her, to cure the grave disease that she had been enduring for many years. Princess Xian called the ascetic practice saint so that he could help the old fox reach the innate realm. Although Yue Yang was also an innate, he was an exceptional case. His experience of becoming an innate would not be of help to the old fox. Furthermore, Yue Yang couldn't let anyone know about his innate invisible sword chi. The unique innate skill belonged to him alone. The ascetic practice saint and the scholar, the two heavenly imperial guardian, arrived. They first selflessly taught the old fox about their own experience, then used their own holy beasts to guide the old fox and help him absorb the martial arts pill, so that he may overcome his bottleneck and reach the innate realm. Yue Yang, Shui Wuxia, Princess Xian, Luo Hua City Mistress and the others all listened to the two seniors' experience, especially Xuetan Lang, Prince of Tianluo, Yekong, Fatty Hai and the others. They were extremely focused listening to the ascetic practice saint and the scholar's experiences, because to them, becoming an innate was a wish that they had longed for since forever. Shui Wuxia, Princess Xian and the others could use body fusion with Yue Yang and receive his teachings. Improving together as a group, there would be no problem for them to be innates. However, Yekong, Fatty Hai and the others had no such possibility. They would have to depend on their own cultivation to break through the innate realm. Right now, the ascetic practice saint and the scholar's teachings were still very early for them, but at least, they would possess some theoretical knowledge about this. After eating the martial arts pill, the ascetic practice saint and the scholar assisted the old fox together with their holy beasts. Little by little, they helped to absorb the power inside the martial arts pill. After meditating for one whole day and night, the old fox finally managed to absorb all the power inside the pill. Slowly breaking it down, he pushed it to all parts of his body and break through the innate realm. With two holy beasts assisting him, together with the gold rank level 7 guardian beast space dimension that he owned himself, the old fox finally managed to reach a whole new level. His inner power burst out. The ascetic practice saint and the scholar pulled out their power and retreated 10 meters back, leaving the rest of the process to the old fox. As long as he could break through the bottleneck, he would step into the innate realm and leveled up to become an innate. If he failed, then he might not be able to become an innate anymore in his life. The power in the old fox's body exploded, dispersing like a hurricane. The wind from the shockwave almost blew Yekong and Fatty Hai away. The old fox's body glowed with a golden light as his power burst out to the maximum. However, even after quite a while, the old fox was still unable to break through. The ascetic practice saint and the scholar were nervous for him. If the old fox failed to open the door to the innate realm and reach a breakthrough in his cultivation during this maximum outburst of his power, he would not be able to become an innate. But they were unable to help him at all at this stage, otherwise they might affect his mental health and hasten his failure. The old fox's face was shining in gold, his hair and his beard floated in the air as his clothes waved with the wind. Drops of golden light started to appear on his guardian beast and his summoning grimoire. However, he still had not reached a breakthrough yet. He was about to fall back to the ground. Yue Yang couldn't bear it anymore and decided to help him. He didn't care about the consequences anymore. He was going to fail anyway, he should just try to help him in this last moment. According to the situation that he saw with his level 5 divine vision, Yue Yang condensed innate qi in his hands and channeled it into the old fox's blood channel a cup ointment on his back. Yue Yang's innate qi linked the flow of qi in the old fox's back that was obstructed previously. Yue Yang then pressed onto the old fox's Bai point on his forehead and channeled innate qi there too, helping the old fox who was about to lose control of his mind to recover. When the old fox's mind finally focused back, the aftermath of his obstruction struck his body and he vomited a mouthful of blood. His body swayed as if he was about to collapse to the ground. The old fox had lost control of the energy flow in his body, but Yue Yang had managed to link them up again easily, with a skill that was much better than the old fox's. He finally managed to break through the innate realm. Kaboom! A loud explosion resounded. Yue Yang was completely blown away, thrown into the air. Golden light started pouring out of the old fox's forehead, his summoning grimoire and his guardian beast. Interweaving together with each other, they formed a huge light pillar, rising up 20 meters high to the sky. For a long time, the light didn't dissipate. This phenomenon was indeed the sign of a warrior breaking through the innate realm. As for the light pillar, it signified the potential of the innate ranker that had just leveled up. Everyone was different. Normal innate rankers would only emit a light pillar that was 10 meters tall. Warriors who don't possess true innate strength, and leveled up because they were power leveled by someone else, such as Tu Cheng and Kuangzhan from the Thousand Goblins sect, Kai Yang, Tian Chuan and Yao Guang from the Seven Great Bears, their light pillar would only be around 5 meters high. They would definitely not go over 10 meters. Since the old fox's light pillar was 20 meters high, he would definitely be a very strong innate ranker with an outstanding potential. Of course, no one would ever be able to compare to Yue Yang, the abnormal guy. Nobody knows how high Yue Yang's light pillar was when he became an innate. It had soared up beyond the clouds, no one could see the ends of it even hundreds of kilometers away. It was so high that no one could estimate the height. If not for the fact that Yue Yang had so much potential, he wouldn't have shocked the whole world. Fortunately nobody had seen it, otherwise Yue Yang wouldn't be able to level up more before troubles come knocking at his door. Not bad, you have unexpectedly emitted a 20-meter tall light pillar when you become an innate. This potential means that there is a high chance that you will be able to reach innate level 5. Seems like the kingdom of Xia will be able to gain another heavenly imperial guardian. The scholar and the ascetic practice saint was extremely happy. Not all innates could become a heavenly imperial guardian. Only an innate ranker who had reached innate level 5 could become a heavenly imperial guardian. Only then would his abilities be powerful enough to protect the country. The thing that made me happiest is that little Yue Yang seemed to understand how to guide the flow of power at the dangerous point at the end, helping his teacher to reach innate. The ascetic practice saint was very happy. He was not the only who could see that, even Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others all could see this point. Even though the old fox had almost failed when his body floated into the air. It was Yue Yang who had pulled him back to the right path, guiding him to release his power once again and break through the innate realm. Although Yue Yang only helped him for a few seconds, the quality and the help that he provided was much more meaningful than the ascetic practice saint and the scholar who tried to help the old fox initially for one whole day and night. With Yue Yang's help, looks like the chances of the others failing to break through the innate realm would be low. The old fox looked to the sky and roared as the guardian beast space dimension beside his body turned into shards of transparent glass, revolving around the old fox body as it shot out countless mysterious lights. Seems like it had also leveled up. As the old fox's roar died down, the shards of space dimension condensed into a ball and returned back to the grimoire. At this moment, the old fox had finally finished breaking through the innate realm. The old fox who was floating in the air slowly descended down. He looked at Yue Yang with tear-stained eyes, then hugged him tightly, the student who had time and time again performed miracles for him. With his help, he had finally managed to bid goodbye from his status as an ordinary warrior and stepped into the innate realm, becoming a true innate ranker. Congrats, teacher! This was the first time Yue Yang called the old fox teacher. Yes, yes. The old fox patted Yue Yang's shoulders. He was so emotional that he couldn't say anything else. Ascetic practice saint and the scholar also congratulated the old fox for becoming an innate. Although the old fox was only innate level 1, with his potential, his power would definitely be on par with the two of them in the future. Furthermore, the old fox's inherent skill was the extremely rare space dimension. They believed that their teleportation technology would improve greatly with the old fox's help. Looking at Ye Kong, Fatty Hai, Li brothers, Shui Tianlang and Prince of Tianluo's envious eyes, Yue Yang smiled slightly, train hard, I believe you guys can also become innate rankers soon. With one sentence, Ye Kong and the others immediately became fired up with fighting spirit. The innate realm was right before them, how far could it be? With martial arts pill and Yue Yang's advice, coupled with the ascetic practice saint and the scholar's assistance, how far could it be before they become an innate ranker? Look at the real-life example, the old fox. The only thing they need was just one thing, their hard work and training. In this way, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others convinced themselves that they still had a chance. Shui Wuxia and Princess Xian looked at each other. They didn't say anything, but they knew that the two of them would be the 9th and 10th innate in Xia in the future. After witnessing the old fox leveling up to innate, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others trained hard day and night. Even the ice cube guy Shui Tianlang who always trained alone stayed back and trained with them. Normally, other than training, they had also challenged Hui Tai Lang, Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman, Thorny Flower Demoness and the others to a fight. It was definitely worth of praise, but they were practically asking for trouble. Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were beaten black and blue by Hui Tai Lang, to the point that all of their bones were completely broken. Fortunately Hui Tai Lang and Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman were the types of beasts that would only give their all during real battles, they wouldn't show 100% of their strength during training. Otherwise, Ye Kong and the others would suffer an even more crushing defeat. The old fox also stayed back to coach them. The ascetic practice saint would visit at times. The ascetic practice saint mostly coached Shui Tianlang, who was the best student there, while the scholar coached the Prince of Tianluo. Ye Kong and Fatty Hai thought that they would be severely disadvantaged this way, so they looked for Yue Yang to ask for coaching. Yue Yang had created a new skill from combining Yu Chu's, the royal families, Makai Su Ling's domain of power, Duan Mu Longcheng's, Marquis of Zi Jin's, the Eastern Goblin Tribe 9-headed Goblin Marshal's transformation and even Demon Marshal Durand's summon darkness. The name of the skill was. This was some kind of shameless team battle skill. The more people using the skill, the greater its power would be. The Great Totem Pole battle technique was some kind of rune circle. Yue Yang had also refined the King of Black Light's body to create metal crow obsidian and iron essence of the meteorite. With these two materials, Yue Yang created a totem pole. Combining them with heaven runes, Yue Yang used the knowledge of totems that he had learnt from games in his previous life to create a special area of effect from the totem pole rune circle. Since Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others still couldn't use domain of power yet, they could produce some kind of domain of power with the totem pole. Carving the heaven runes onto the totem pole, an effect similar to the domain of power would appear within a specific area. This was Yue Yang's copycat creativity. Although this creation was copied, the power and effects of the totem pole was extremely good. The ascetic practice saint and the scholar greatly praised him. Great totem pole battle technique was finally born through Yue Yang's shameless plagiarizing and copying. He had created 4 totem poles for the first batch. Other than giving 1 totem pole to Ye Kong as a weapon, he had also given 1 each to Fatty Hai and Li brothers. Before going to battle, they would need to stick the heavy pressure, weaken, and darkness totem poles on the battlefield. Then, they could start attacking their enemies the moment they activate the area of effect. The more totem poles that they stuck, the greater the power they would have when they team up together. The area of effect would also be greater. As for battle techniques, they would need to depend mostly on Armageddon Slash as their main skill, and Emperor's Sword Chi as the complementary skill. They would also utilize the special effect from teleportation and transformation. That was the Ye Kong, and Fatty Hai would focus on transformation. Fatty Hai, in particular, would definitely have no problem, since he had mastered transforming to behemoth last time. Xue Tanlang and Prince of Tianluo would focus on teleportation. Yue Yang thought that if he didn't teach them, they would probably try to learn it secretly anyway, hence he decided to be magnanimous and teach all of them. As for the Li brothers, other than assisting as support, they were also responsible to protect the totem poles. If it weren't due to the lack of materials, Yue Yang had wanted to give Xue Tanlang and Prince of Tianluo a totem pole each too. In any case, the that Yue Yang created was a cheat-like group skill. A single person alone wouldn't be able to show much power, the more people in the group ganging up on their enemies would produce greater power. On the testing phase, forget about normal warriors, even the old fox who had just leveled up to innate almost suffered a great defeat. This was only the beginning. Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others had not even showed their true strength. They had only started to learn the technique, and had not completely mastered it. They had also not perfected their group harmony and synchronization yet. When Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others mastered the skill perfectly and were able to bring out 100% of the power of the technique, they wouldn't have a problem fighting against enemies like Yao Guang and Tian Xuan from the Seven Great Bears, those kind of second-rate innates. Jun Wuyu, Elder Hai and the others had not returned yet. The Yu clan castle reconstruction had proceeded smoothly due to second uncle Yue Ling's passionate management and the fact that the enemies had vanished without a trace. The Yu clan castle was completely peaceful, there were no attacks from the enemy at all. Yue Yang decided to stop producing pills or totem poles due to lack of materials, and busied himself with other things. He left Hui Tai Lang to spar with Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others, to torture them. Together with Shui Wuxia and the others, he then went to the little flower garden. In the morning, he would practice body fusion with the girls and improve their abilities together. At night, he could enjoy his blissful sexual life as much as he liked. The sickly beauty had become more and more like a wise wife. More accurately speaking, Yue Yang's talent for teaching was too great. There were a lot of shameful things that the sickly beauty didn't know and was not willing to do before that Yue Yang had slowly enticed her to do on him. This had made Yue Yang's life for this period of time so blissful and happy, as if he was in heaven. Although Princess Xian and Luo Hua City Mistress room was quite far away, they could hear the sickly beauty's unique gasps and moans every night, especially when Yue Yang was doing his naughty tricks, making her unable to stop her cries. Her cries were especially loud and clear. Princess Xian, who had the 6 records inherent skill, was more troubled. Seems like having a sharper sense might not always be a good thing. However, the most troubled one was not her. It was Yu. She knew the exercises that husband and wife do on the bed. This was normal. She had even hoped that the sickly beauty could bore Yue Yang a beautiful son so that he could continue his 3rd and 4th branch line. However, when she accidentally heard these sounds, she would feel very awkward. Her status was his older sister after all. There were not many rooms in the little flower garden. Furthermore, Yu had been improving quickly for the past few days, honing her senses and making her vision and hearing much sharper. At night when she was trying to sleep, she could still hear the faint sounds no matter how she tried to cover her ears with her pillow or blanket. The most frustrating thing for Yu was that although she had steeled herself to refuse listening to these sounds, she would often find herself straining her ears to hear the faint sounds by reflex. It was as if she really wanted to listen to these kind of shameful voices. Her heartbeat would quicken at the sound of the sickly beauty's gasps. At the beginning, she really couldn't get used to this kind of life. However, she saw how Shui Wuxia, Princess Xian and Luo Hua City Mistress acted like nothing had happened, so she didn't feel right to discuss about this. After a few days, she realized that she had gotten used to hearing her younger brother and sister-in-law's happy voices at night. It was to the point that she would feel that something was not right if she didn't hear them at night. The happiest one was Yu Bing. She always felt tired from training during the day, so she slept like a log at night. Furthermore, Yue Yang would always enjoy his night activities after tucking her to sleep. As for Yinan, her relationship with Yue Yang had also developed rapidly. The reason was because Yue Yang would tell stories to her every day. The butterfly lovers, Madame Whitesnake, Romeo and Juliet. Every day was different. If Yinan wanted to laugh, Yue Yang would tell her about how Hua Mulan had disguised herself as a guy, like her, to join the army. If Yinan wanted to listen to sad stories, he would tell her the story about Du Xiniang. There was also another sadder story about Li Qingzhao who married a liar and was imprisoned, and the most tragic one, about Lu Rushi, one of the 8 beauties of Qinghuai, who had committed suicide following her husband's death. Shiro, those who are curious, there. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/butterfly_lovers https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/legend_of_the_white_snake https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/hua_mulan https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/do_Xianyang https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/li_king_zao https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/lu_rushi. There were also romantic, everlasting love stories such as Lady Mengjong and Farewell My Concubine. Shiro, https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/lady_meng_jong https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/farewell_my_concubine_film. Yue Yang had even abandoned his studies and proceeded to reenact the sad and beautiful story of Liu and his cousin Tang Wan, vividly. The girls in the whole house couldn't help but cry when they heard about Liu's Phoenix Hairpin poem. Shiro, https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/lu_u, your pink tender hands. Give me golden bottle wine. Green willows are confined by the palace walls. Eastern wind was cruel. Happy times were short. A cup of grief. You have been separated from me for many years. It was wrong, wrong, wrong. Spring comes again. But you are skinny in vain. Silk scarf is full of scarlet tears stains. Peach blossoms are falling. The garden seems empty without us. Even if keeping our promise. But love letter can't be sent. No. 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 Shiro, copied from http://history.cultural/en/59h520h119499.html. Story about a guy called Liu and his cousin Tang Wan. They love each other and got married, but Liu's mom forced them to divorce because Tang Wan was childless after several years. The poem is written by Liu when Liu and Tang Wan met again after 10 years, but both had already remarried. In order to flirt with girls, Yue Yang had memorized Liu's Phoenix Hairpin poem. Of course, this was also related to the fact that his memories had enhanced greatly after mastering innate invisible sword chi. When he wanted to remember whatever he had learned in the past, he would remember them all very clearly, recalling them with just a thought. If he had this kind of ability last time, he wouldn't need to revise before exams to get a good result. When he recited the Phoenix Hairpin poem, even Shui Wuxia, who was usually not easily moved, begged him to write down the Phoenix Hairpin poem that Liu had written for his cousin Tang Wan. In the end, Yue Yang could. The world is fickle. Its people are cruel. Twilight shower bids fragile blossoms adieu. Dawn wind dries. Though tear marks remain. Wishing to scribe my thoughts. I ruminate aloud against the leaning balustrade. It's so hard, hard, hard. To each their own. Yesterday is no more. My ill soul quivers like the swinging rope. Piercingly frigid sound of horns. The night is waning away. Fearing people's questions. I swallow the tears and feign happiness. Hide, hide, hide. Shiro, in response to Liu's poem, Tang Wan wrote this poem for him. Now, no one doubted Yue Yang's ability as a poet. At the beginning, Shui Wuxia had even thought that Yue Yang was simply making stories to flirt with Yinan. She only laughed at whatever nonsense he said about Romeo and Juliet. However, when she continued to listen afterwards, she realized that he was even singing when reenacting the story of Madame Whitesnake. The song in Farewell My Concubine was so tragic. Although Yue Yang's voice couldn't bring out the sadness in the song, Shui Wuxia could hear the tragedy within the lyrics. It was so sad that it hits her deep in her heart, making her soul tremble. If a girl sung the song instead, it would definitely be even sadder. That brat might be making things up with regards to the songs, but with regards to poems, that would be impossible. Innate talent is required for poetry. Could it be that Yue Yang had a knack for writing poems? Shui Wuxia had suspected that he had read some kind of ancient book and plagiarized the poem in front of my bed. There are 2 pairs of shoes. Taking off my clothes, I left them on the floor, turning it into such a trashy poem. Afterwards, Yue Yang had told even more stories to Yinan, making her happy. This made Shui Wuxia, Princess Qian, Luo Hua City Mistress Yu, and the others felt doubtful. Was there really an ancient book that had written so many stories and poems? They were stories and poems that could make everyone gasp in amazement too. Even Shui Wuxia, who had read many books, had never read the poems and love stories that Yue Yang had told. The sickly beauty who was fervently researching ancient runes and other runes had also been enraptured by the stories. Everyone guessed that there were only 2 possibilities. First, that Yue Yang brat had some kind of godlike ability to dream about things that no one knew about when he slept. Second, this brat was really an abnormal genius. Not only in martial arts, he could also author stories and poems. Although there were really not much use for that. He could only use the stories to flirt with girls. After a heated discussion, the girls thought that both possibilities were probable. The reason was that Yue Yang had the ability to train during his sleep, so maybe there was some kind of god in his dreams who would coach him in his dreams. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to improve his abilities just by sleeping. Sometimes, when Yue Yang encountered setbacks or problems in his training, he would go to sleep and solve the problem very quickly afterwards. This brat was definitely hiding something, it's just that everyone didn't know about it. This was for the first possibility. With regards to the second possibility, the girls didn't doubt that Yue Yang was a genius. This brat could even create such a cheat-like, abnormal skill like the. He could also compose stories to flirt with Yinan easily, and he had previous criminal records too. When he first met with Yinan, he had pretended to be illiterate and asked her to write his fake name, Titan, onto the adventurer sign-up form. For Yue Yang, who had never heard of Titan or the Outer Realms, how could he mention this kind of name? He could even state an ironic remark, saying that Titan was a dwarf. This meant that he not only knew about, but was extremely familiar with the matters in Outer Realm. The fact that Yue Yang could compose poems should be related to the matter of his mother passing down her knowledge to him. Maybe Liu and Tang Wan were ancient people from the past. Although their story wasn't passed on, Yue Yang's mother had passed the story on to Yue Yang through the ancient runes. That's why Yue Yang knew about so many stories that others never knew about. Yue Yang, study hard. Make a more powerful poem next time. Shui Wuxia patted Yue Yang's shoulders, and before the girls could react, she immediately took the 2 phoenix hairpin poems written on the paper in front of Yue Yang away. Write a poem for me too. It must be an extraordinary poem of the highest quality. Princess Xian glared at Yue Yang with her tigress eyes. Yeah, write a few more. I like poems and songs. If you can sing for me while I plant flowers and water them, I would be really happy. Luohua city mistress smiled sweetly, but if Yue Yang dared to deny her request, she would definitely pull his ears off. Did you think making poems is as easy as making children? I don't have any. Forget it, what's so difficult with that? Yue Yang decided to be a full-fledged plagiarizer. Why would he be afraid of not being able to compose poems? He could just read the 300 Tang dynasty poems again. If he couldn't compose poems, he could steal them. It would only be reciting poems at the most. As long as he could make these girls happy, what's so difficult about reciting poems? He still had the poems from the Song dynasty, if he finished reciting the poems from the Tang dynasty. If there were no more Chinese poems to be recited, he could recite English ones. There were quite a few of them, right? Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, Heinrich Heine, George Byron. He would use them all. This was a great weapon for flirting with girls, so he must be bold and thick-skinned. If he could flirt with girls, plagiarizing was merely a drop of water in the ocean. Brother, you are so cool. This time, Yu Bing respected her brother even more. As for Yinan, she decided to ask Yue Yang to stay the night and watch butterflies with him. There's no butterflies at night? Well, she could simply use her hallucination butterfly then. Shiro, hallucination butterfly is Yinan's guardian beast. The iron essence of the meteorite that was refined from the King of Black Light's corpse were mostly used by Yue Yang to create the totem pole. The rest of them were used to reforge the crescent blade. The bronze-ranked crescent blade was unable to withstand Yue Yang's strength as an innate. Even the Huijin magic blade that had leveled up and reached gold rank had to be leveled up even more or Yue Yang would fall into the awkward situation of not having any weapon to use in battle. Of course he would be able to use the dragon-slaying dagger, but the bloody Queen Red who uses assassination techniques to fight would need that piece of good dagger more than him. Yue Yang had mastered a lot more heaven runes now. Coupled with good materials and his Nirvana's flame ability, he was more than able to forge a weapon that best suit his needs himself. After adding the metal crow obsidian and iron essence of the meteorite and reforging the crescent blade, its quality rose to become silver rank. The crescent blade's appearance looked like Huijin magic blade. However, it was bigger and heavier. Yue Yang had also poured several gold-ranked magic crystals into the new crescent blade. Furthermore, he had also used his Nirvana's flame to meticulously carve the ancient rune permanent hardening and heaven rune frost, sharp. After working hard to carve them for 3 days and night, the new crescent blade's quality rose up another rank again, to gold rank. Now, it had the ability to withstand Yue Yang's innate level attack or defense. Since the new crescent blade had leveled up in quality, Yue Yang decided to give it a name, Crescent Moon. With regards to Huijin magic blade, Yue Yang didn't need to modify it too much. There were already the Flame Lord's Molten Core and Demon Dragon's Crystal inside, it would continue to level up as long as it could absorb flame and darkness power. After countless battles, the 2 cores had absorbed a lot of power. Yue Yang had let the Huijin magic blade absorb the Magma Wyvern's magic crystal and the Demon General's Demon's Heart, making it evolve even further. Yue Yang had even wanted to let it absorb the Demon Pearl that he acquired after killing the Dark Golden Spectre. The demon pearl that contained an extremely destructive power would definitely increase the rank of the Huijin magic blade further after it was absorbed into it. It's a pity that the Flame Lord's molten core and Demon Dragon's crystal were afraid of this demon pearl. Even until now, the two cores were still resisting the demon pearl. Yue Yang was worried that the Flame Lord's molten core and Demon Dragon's crystal, these two low-leveled cores that had awareness, would be destroyed the moment he put the demon pearl in. He even suspected that the Dark Golden Spectre didn't truly die, and was hiding inside the demon pearl. Hence, Yue Yang could only put the matter of combining the demon pearl on hold. Yue Yang had long leveling the Huijin magic blade's grade long before he turned the crescent blade into crescent moon. At first, Yue Yang didn't dare to expose the Huijin magic blade to his nirvana flame directly. Having the ability to burn everything in the world, the Huijin magic blade would definitely not be able to withstand the nirvana flame. He chose to use the kind of fake nirvana's flame that was burning on the stone element Medusa's head instead. After the Flame Lord's molten core adapted to the heat of the fake nirvana's flame, it turned into Flame Lord's blazing core. Its flame ability became much purer, but as the Demon Dragon's crystal didn't become stronger along with the Flame Lord's blazing core, the Huijin magic blade was still gold rank, unable to rise to platinum rank. When Yue Yang pursued Duan Mu Longcheng, he had teleported to the Demon Palace. When he was destroying the gigantic Demon King statue, Yue Yang had acquired a huge magic crystal. This magic crystal might be a high-quality demon core that was refined for hundreds of years, used to safeguard the Demon King statue. Although Yue Yang was surrounded by 3 great Demon Kings and 2 Lich Kings at that time, he didn't forget to greedily steal the magic crystal and brought it back home. With the power from the huge magic crystal, the Demon Dragon's crystal finally managed to receive enough power up. When the Huijin magic blade leveled up to platinum rank, Yue Yang carefully used his nirvana flame to purify the Flame Lord's blazing core again. In the end, the evil awareness inside the Flame Lord's blazing core had almost been destroyed completely, but because Yue Yang tried to control the evil awareness, half of it was preserved. The Flame Lord's blazing core was almost destroyed, but it had leveled up to become Flame Lord's true flame core, which had the ability to produce flames like the nirvana flame. The Huijin magic blade was now even more powerful than the dragon-slaying dagger, which had absorbed a huge amount of darkness energy and Demon King's evil intention. Yue Yang carved a few heaven runes on the Huijin magic blade that had already leveled up, including Blood Absorb and Ability Absorb. As for ancient runes, Yue Yang felt that the Huijin magic blade would probably still be able to level up higher to diamond rank, so he decided to not use permanent hardening on it first. Moreover, maybe there would be a better ancient rune than permanent hardening in the future. Yue Yang didn't want to fix the direction of Huijin magic blade's growth. The platinum-ranked Huijin possessed 2 great spirits remnants. In the world, it was definitely amongst the ranks of the holy weapons, an extraordinary existence. Moreover, it was unique and unmatched, only Yue Yang was able to use it. If it were another person, they would be engulfed by the 2 spirits remnants inside the Huijin magic blade. The 2 heaven runes Blood Absorb and Ability Absorbed might be used against the person holding the blade instead. Only Yue Yang could use it. And only Yue Yang could truly bring out the terrifying power within the weapon. What a terrifying demonic blade! It couldn't be called a holy weapon, it's more suited to be called a demonic weapon. Princess Xian evaluated the powered-up Huijin magic blade this way. This Huijin should be able to level up to diamond rank in the future. At that time, you could add the iron essence of the meteorite and obsidian emperor heart from the King of Black Light's body, and carve an ancient rune, or even an immemorial rune. I think it could become a mythical weapon in the future. Shui Wuxia also thought that the Huijin magic blade still had a huge growth potential. The crescent moon didn't have any spirit remnant, and it was also unable to absorb energy. Seems like no matter how hard Yue Yang tried to reforge it again, it wouldn't be able to be upgraded much. Platinum rank was the limit for the crescent moon. But Huijin was different. Its potential was equivalent to beasts like Hui Tai Lang, it was unlimited. Hui Tai Lang had continuously absorbed flame, metal, and darkness energies. In particular, Demon Race's Demon's Heart had given it endless source of energy. It could get energy from demon soldiers, demon generals, demon commanders, demon marshals and even demon kings. If Hui Tai Lang continued to eat this way, it would continue to evolve. Its potential became even more unlimited. If Yue Yang could kill more Eastern Goblin tribesmen in the future, the Eastern Goblin tribesmen's Dan would become a great tonic for Hui Tai Lang compared to Hui Tai Lang, who could fight its own battles, devour magic crystals and evolve. Huijin magic blade wouldn't be able to move much, hence its evolution speed would definitely be much slower. Most importantly, although there were 2 spirit remnants inside the blade, the 2 spirits were merely remaining consciousness, and the 2 spirits were still faintly fighting against each other. Furthermore, no matter how aware Huijin magic blade was, it wouldn't be as smart as Hui Tai Lang. Huijin would definitely be incomparable to Hui Tai Lang and other beasts. It could only be the big boss of weapons, but that was only if it didn't need to fight it out with Shui Wuxia's ancient book that also contained spirits remnant and could also continue to level up. After Yue Yang finished forging his weapons, he planned to bring Yue Bing and Yinan to Despair Abyss to look for the injured dragon turtle that the Night Empress told him. He needed to find the Black Turtle Pearl, one of the 4 pearls that the Night Empress required him to find. Before that, Yue Yang decided to kidnap a certain smoky flame girl. She was obviously his guardian spirit beast, yet she always hid herself inside the dimension of dual. This shouldn't continue. The spirit of flame and smoke was originally a big-breasted tavern girl. After losing her life, she had also lost her memories. Only a tiny remnant of her awareness remains. Yue Yang had brought Yue Bing and the others to meet her for a few times, but he realized that she only recognized him at the most. She couldn't remember anything from the past at all. Maybe because she had turned into a beast, she didn't have her person's thoughts anymore. After not meeting her for a period of time, the spirit of flame and smoke had actually leveled up from silver ranked level 1 to silver ranked level 3. Seems like Tu Cheng and Kuangzhan's hidden volcanoes and magmas had become a good source of nourishment for her. Her smoke was thicker right now, and the temperature of her fire had become hotter. When she transformed, her appearance had also looked more human-like. At first, she didn't show any kind of reaction to Yue Yang's arrival, however, after she tried to sense him carefully, she realized that it was Yue Yang, and immediately became overjoyed. Her smoky body, in literal sense, floated over in the air, creating a long plume of smoke. Huffing flames everywhere, she rushed towards Yue Yang. I have a magic crystal that you will definitely like. Yue Yang took out a sand beast's magic crystal that had been refined by his Nirvana's flame. The sand beast was a gold-ranked level 8 Storm King. Shiro, Sand Beast Storm King Makai Su Ling's Beast, Chapter 282, the spirit of flame and smoke looked at the magic crystal as if she was a little kid looking at candy. As long as she absorbed this gold-ranked level 8 magic crystal that had been refined by Nirvana's flame, the spirit of flame and smoke would definitely be able to evolve to gold rank. It might evolve to platinum ranked. This magic crystal, forget about the spirit of flame and smoke, even the Blood Queen Red wanted it badly. However, Yue Yang felt that it would be better for the spirit of flame and smoke to absorb it. In the end, he chose to give this pure, element-type beast core to the spirit of flame and smoke. Yue Yang didn't mention it on the surface, but he was thankful for the tavern girl's help previously. He was especially touched by the fact that she and her friends had sacrificed their lives to help Fourth Mother. Although he couldn't save the tavern girl and make her return to her original appearance, Yue Yang still hoped that she would evolve into a holy beast. She could then lead a new life with new wisdom. The spirit of flame and smoke was extremely excited when it saw the magic crystal, wanting to swallow it whole immediately. It didn't have any human reservations, she was only reacting by her instincts. Do you want it? Yue Yang enticed the spirit of flame and smoke evilly, just like how a pedophile would kidnap little girls. He raised the Storm King's core and dangled it in front of the spirit of flame and smoke, whispering, "Follow me, do you understand?" Yue Yang summoned took out his silver grimoire which had leveled up to advanced silver grimoire after so many battles. He signaled to the spirit of flame and smoke to accept his summon. After his grimoire leveled up from the battle, Yue Yang's inherent skills had also leveled up. Actually, what Yue Yang hoped for the most was Thorny Flower Demoness becoming his guardian spirit beast too. Or a new skill for Barbarian Cow Shadow, Bloody Queen, and the others. It was a pity that Yue Yang's wishes were unrealized, only his inherent skills, Counterfeit and Gemini leveled up. His level 5 Divine Vision didn't even level up. With the level up of his Gemini inherent skill, Yue Yang acquired a Spirit Pacifier ability. Currently, he could only use it on his own beasts. Through Spirit Pacifier, he could free his beasts from a negative mental state. Right now, Yue Yang was using the Spirit Pacifier. He tried his best to bring the spirit of flame and smoke's guard against him down, erasing her feelings of hostility. It's not known whether it was due to the enticement of the Storm King's core or the usage of Spirit Pacifier. When the spirit of flame and smoke received the Storm King's core, she also accepted Yue Yang's recall. Turning into a plume of smoke, she returned into the grimoire. This was the first time she listened to Yue Yang's orders. Seeing that Yue Yang succeeded in recalling the spirit of flame and smoke, Yue Bing and Yinan, who had been keeping quiet, afraid to alarm the spirit of flame and smoke, immediately burst out in cheers. As long as the spirit of flame and smoke managed to absorb the Storm King's core, it might become a gold-ranked smoky flame girl the next time it was summoned. Yue Yang didn't have any element-type beast, so the smoky flame girl fits the vacancy perfectly. After getting the smoky flame girl, Yue Yang took Yue Bing and Yinan to Despair Abyss, returning to the camp which was besieged by the demonic palace at that time. Yue Yang planned to make this place their base before they go deeper into the Despair Abyss to search for the injured dragon turtle. The second time they came to Despair Abyss, not only Yue Yang, Yue Bing had also greatly improved. The three people didn't care about the other adventurers' curious gazes, they only cared about moving forward. Shiro, in case you guys didn't read the TLN last chapter, I decide to change mercenaries to adventurers. Yue Bing summoned her treant and sat on the treant's shoulders with her brother as they advanced deeper towards the center of the Despair Abyss. Yinan didn't summon her flying Pegasus as per normal, but sat beside Yue Yang instead, her arms twining around Yue Yang's like Yue Bing. She sat there as she chatted with Yue Bing. Yinan and Yue Yang's relationship had advanced greatly, but Yinan was still a little shy in front of Shui Wuxia, Princess Xian and the others. However, in front of Yue Bing, she had already assumed the status of becoming her sister-in-law. Silver ranked level 5 Treant General. An adventurer platoon leader who knows his stuff stared at the gigantic treant that thudded away as it walked, completely stupefied. Mount, Yue Yang had been thinking of mounts all the way. The Kylan girl definitely would not be willing to become his mount, otherwise everything would be perfect. How should he persuade that lost little girl with no home to return to? This was really a problem. Last time, it was extremely exhausting for Yue Bing to explore the Despair Abyss. The endless waves of spiders, various snake monsters, demon eagles, giant bats, fire ants, goblin wasps, and so on and so forth made Yue Bing suffered a lot. After bravely challenging the 12 Zodiac Temples quest and the 100 Schools Elite competition, rescuing her mother, returning to the Yue Clan Castle and experiencing several great battles continuously, Yue Bing had grown up. Due to Yue Yang's meticulous teaching and rewards from the 12 Zodiac Temples, Yue Bing's power had already surpassed Yekong, Fatty Hai, and even the 3 great killing stars. Xue Tanlang, who possessed beasts that were Yue Bing's beast's natural nemesis, might be slightly more powerful than her, but with regards to the other members like Feng Qixia and Yan Po Jun, they had completely lost their advantage when Yue Bing's Treant evolved to 1,000-years-old Treant General. With regards to combat skills, other than Yue Yang's coaching, Shui Wuxia, Princess Xian and the other girls had also taught her their experiences. Yue Bing's abilities improved greatly day by day. Yue Yang, the competent brother, had even thought of a good combat skill that best suited his sister. After reflecting on the 100 Schools Elite Tournament and several other battles afterwards, it was obvious that Yue Bing's strength was in agility and attack power. Her Treant's coiling roots, tree thorns and intense poison were also very effective. Her only flaw was in the lack of defense. Yue Yang debated on whether to give her an extremely high-quality armor, just like the armor that the Kylan girl was wearing. It was a pity that the Kylan girl was still wary towards Yue Yang, she didn't allow him to touch her clothes. Otherwise Yue Yang would really love to study her heavenly clothes. With Yue Yang beside her and Yinan supporting her with mental skills, Yue Bing ordered the 2,000-years-old Treant generals to trash around in all direction, stomping deeper into the abyss unstoppably. The Bloody Queen Red didn't need to attack at all, she was only responsible for collecting the magic crystals and loot left behind. As for the Thorny Flower Demoness, she was trying to quickly evolve into Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. She was in deep sleep right now, hence the corpses could only go to waste. The Reaper Mantis flew around in the air, scaring away monsters that could fly. Although it wasn't as strong as its mother, the current Reaper Mantis was still a Gold King beast. The Reaper Mantis, who had just evolved into Gold ranked level 4, still didn't know how to conceal its chi like the Bloody Queen Red. Its Gold King beast's chi spread around the surrounding, scaring away the low-leveled flying monsters in the Despair Abyss. Those monsters immediately scurried away the moment they saw the Reaper Mantis. On the ground, there were also different kinds of monsters that ran away the moment they saw the 1,000-years-old Treant General. Only strong monsters that were bronze ranked level 6 and above, Gold King beasts, a colony of starved beasts or beasts like the fire red ants that lacked intelligence dared to attack the Treant General. Boom! Several horned pythons that were as thick as water jars fell under the 2,000-years-old Treant General's attack. Their cause of death was Yue Bing's intense poison inherent skill and anti-aeris ability. The horned python's flesh was extremely thick and its scales was as hard as steel. Several of them attacked all at once. With just the abilities of the Treant Generals, although they would win in the end, they would need to spend a lot of effort for a long time. Seeing that the Treants were having a difficult time, Yue Yang secretly added 2 of his giant phantom shadows onto the 2 Treants. With the power up from Yue Yang's giant phantom shadows, although the Treant Generals weren't be able to power up as much as Yue Yang did when he used the giant phantom shadows, their abilities had increased tenfold at least. With a series of strong punches, the horned pythons were immediately pummeled into meat paste. Yue Bing had also activated her intense poison inherent skill at the same time. With the activation of her anti-aeris ability, the battle very quickly come to an end. Entering into the center of Despair Abyss, the party encountered strong beasts everywhere. In swamps and marshes, there were swamp crocodiles, horned pythons, dog-headed fish monsters and water spiders. In the skies, there were giant bats, demon eagles, and flying goblin jackals. Furthermore, there were marsh-spitting monsters everywhere disguised as puddles of water. There were even the poisonous water scorpions and quicksand dogs that were hard to deal with hiding between rock slits. These quicksand dogs looked like spiders, but they had dog heads. They could neither make spider nets nor produce spider threads. They also swayed a lot when they walked, they had a very slow speed. However, they could drill into sand very quickly. They were experts in creating flawless quicksand traps. The moment their prey fall onto their trap, they would immediately drill out of the quicksand and suffocate their prey inside the quicksand. Before their preys enter their traps, they could even imitate an injured dog's howl to attract them. This type of quicksand dogs were cunning monsters. With his level 5 divine vision, Yue Yang could see that the quicksand dogs were actually a variant of a bat. It was actually neither a spider nor a dog. Their wings had degenerated. Unable to fly, the wings' bones had evolved into drills. Their previously 4 claws also evolved and split into 8, hence they looked like spiders on the surface. The level of these quicksand dogs were low, most of them were normal ranked. A handful of them were bronze ranked, but Yue Yang had never seen a silver ranked one before. However, Yue Yang felt that their magic crystal had special attributes. Yue Yang thought that these kind of magic crystals from monsters that had strange abilities would be useful to Hui Tai Lang, Smoky Flame Girl and Barbarian Cow Shadow. The reason was because these magic crystals held the power of earth attribute inside. More accurately, it was the power of transforming earth into quicksand. If Ye Kong and Fatty Hai made use of these crystals, they might be able to improve their body transformation. Yue Yang had even wanted to analyze these crystals and make some kind of transformation pill. Due to his desire and goal to study these crystals, Yue Yang and the 2 girls killed more than hundreds of quicksand dogs and collected a huge amount of magic crystals. The central area of the Despair Abyss was humongous. Without a map, Yue Yang could only explore it step by step. The deeper they explored, the lower lying the ground became. Most of the ground were covered by big bodies of water. The water pooled into a lake, and fall like a waterfall from the steep cliff in front. The bottom of the cliff couldn't be seen at all. As the 3 people reached at the edge of the cliff, the treant generals were unable to continue. A waterfall-like wall covered the edge of the cliff all the way to the bottom. Countless drops of water splashed down through the air. If one didn't have flying-type beasts, one might not even be able to reach the bottom after walking for a fortnight through the wall of water. However, Yue Yang, who had reached Innate, didn't have to toil with his legs at all. Releasing some of his innate strength, he carried Yu Bing and Yinan and floated down to the bottom leisurely. The Bloody Queen and Reaper Mantis led them in front, trying to find a path that would reduce the distance Yue Yang needed to fly, hence saving his innate chi. Previously, they could still see a slit of sky above, but it completely disappeared now. Going several miles downwards, that slit of sky had completely disappeared, and the abyss turned extremely dark. As they went deeper, it became pitch black. Countless monsters hid their killing intent in the darkness. Some of them could produce light to attract their preys. The moment preys who approached their light appeared, they would open their big mouth and swallow them whole. Of course, this kind of situation wouldn't happen to Yue Yang. The moment an innate appeared, all the monsters became scared stiff and kept quiet out of fear. There were a few monsters who didn't manage to hide in time and tried to fight, risking their lives, but they were easily killed by the Bloody Queen Red and the Reaper Mantis. Yue Yang carried Yu Bing and Yinan and traversed down the gigantic waterfall 20 kilometers deep. At the end, he realized that the pitch-black bottom of the abyss was actually an abyss ocean. Yu Bing and Yinan didn't have Yue Yang's night vision, hence they were unable to see anything. They were only able to use the night pearl that Princess Xian gave them and see a limited area of their surrounding. When they saw that there were ocean waves beating against the shores at the bottom, they were extremely shocked. They never thought that the center of the Despair Abyss was actually this kind of place. In the sky, a strike of lightning flashed and heavy rainfall started to rain down. Very faintly, the 2 girls could see that there was a gigantic monster on the surface of the ocean which was extending its long neck and twisting it around. If there was only one, they would think that that monster was the dragon turtle. However, there were more than a dozen of gigantic monsters extended their long necks, shocking them so much that they immediately asked Yue Yang to leave this place and find another place without monsters to land. When Yue Yang killed the 10,000 years old giant crab in the Cancer Temple before, he had acquired the tidal pearl from its body. The tidal pearl could create a gigantic bubble that would protect its user to dive underwater, nullifying the effects of water pressure. At the same time, a skill called Breathe Underwater could also be activated 3 times daily by the tidal pearl. If one could endure the water pressure under the water, one could use the skill and swim around underwater like a fish. The Bloody Queen and the Reaper Mantis were kings of the sky, but their fighting abilities were severely reduced underwater. They could even be easily killed by a bronze-ranked fish monsters underwater. This was the power of beasts that were their natural nemesis. It was the same logic similar to the situation when the extremely strong Flame Lord met the Storm Mermaid. It met its tragic end very quickly. If magma giants or magma wyverns were to go underwater instead, they wouldn't even need enemies to kill them, it would be instant suicide. Hence, the Bloody Queen Red and Reaper Mantis were recalled back into the grimoire. Yue Yang then summoned Xia Wen Li, who entered the water and dispersed the surrounding monsters. Then, she summoned Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid and Thunder Naga. As for the strongest Ice Serpent Demon, she didn't summon it. Maybe Xia Wen Li thought that there were no use for her to summon the Ice Serpent Demon now. The Stone Element Medusa could also summon beasts, hence, she summoned the Gold Tiger Shark which had just eaten the remains of the gold-ranked level 8 fishing net spider and was about to level up. She then ordered it to work hard and open the path in front. The moment these 3 beasts, who were overlord level underwater, appeared. Countless starved ocean monsters immediately scurried off. Even the gold tiger shark was also a powerful existence in the ocean. Brother, do you think that the dragon turtle is inside this ocean? Yue Bing thought that with an ocean this vast, how are they going to find the dragon turtle? It should be. We should go this way. Wait, let's go that way. Yue Yang knew that searching a dragon turtle in the ocean was like looking for a needle in a haystack. If it was before, he would definitely not do something so strenuous. However, after reaching the 5th level of innate invisible sword chi, he could faintly sense the life force of the strongest existence here. It might not be 100% accurate, but he felt that he could roughly determine the direction of the dragon turtle. Yue Yang used breathe underwater skill on himself and stayed outside of the water bubble, while Yue Bing and Yinan hid themselves inside the water bubble. Stone Element Medusa and Thunder Naga protected them in front while Storm Mermaid controlled the water flow to slowly move the water bubble, following closely behind Yue Yang. Yue Yang rode on top of the gold tiger shark, advancing forward following the sense he felt from his heart. The injured dragon turtle should be sleeping right in front. Seems like it was different from the Kylan girl. If it was the Kylan girl, she would definitely sense him coming from afar. She could even send him a thought wave asking for help when she was sealed. Seems like this dragon turtle still couldn't be compared to the Kylan girl. However, since it possessed the black turtle pearl, its original strength must be quite strong. The deeper they went, the more powerful, ugly-looking ocean monsters appeared. There were even some that were gold-ranked. When they saw Yue Yang, they didn't immediately attack like usual. Instead, they sensed danger and escaped far away. Yue Yang was anxious to look for the injured dragon turtle, so he didn't pursue to kill them. Otherwise, he could have acquired a lot of gold-ranked magic crystals. After swimming quickly underwater for a long time, they still couldn't find anything. Yue Yang was also a little tired from trying to sense for a long time, hence he stopped to rest for a while. He felt that he didn't sense wrongly, but he just couldn't find the place. The two girls were also a little bored inside the water bubble, hence they swam to the surface to take a breather and eat some snacks. Yue Yang then thought to give something a try and summoned the water-attributed quintet golden puppet mice, trying his luck. Yue Yang felt that although this inner ocean was not a real ocean, it was as big as a real one. Ordering a little mouse to find an injured dragon turtle in this big ocean might be quite a tall order. He just wanted to try, so he didn't hope too much. Unexpectedly, after half an hour, when Yue Yang and the two girls finished resting and was about to continue their search, Yue Yang's grimoire suddenly flipped open on its own. The water-attributed little puppet mouse had found something. The words "Discovered Water Temple, Ancient Structure" appeared on the grimoire page. This can't be, Yue Yang sweated profusely. He had searched for more than half a day, yet he was actually unable to compare to a little mouse. Had he known earlier, he would have ordered the mouse to search for the dragon turtle, then he wouldn't need to spend so much effort. The ghost genius Yu Gong was indeed an extraordinarily awesome person. How many more secrets could Yue Yang dig out from the quintet golden puppet mice that he created? The water palace was an extremely strange place. When Yue Yang entered it the first time, he realized that the space inside was actually filled with air. There was a water dome on top of the palace, separating the ocean water and the temple. Entering inside, Yue Yang felt some kind of strong, invisible power that separated the ocean water, forming a distinct space. This place was completely different from above ground. The gravity was weaker, hence a person could easily float into the air inside. They could swim around like fish and walk on thin air. At times, some monster fish would accidentally barge in, but they would leave immediately. No matter what kind of strong sea monster it was, they seemed to be extremely wary of this unique place. Yue Yang took in a few breaths and realized that the air inside was as clean and fresh as the air in a forest. Although there was no wind, the place didn't feel hot or stuffy at all. As Yue Yang waddled downwards, he saw some strange plants that could actually give out light. It looked both like a mushroom and a tree, and there were several vines dangling from it. Yue Yang had never seen this kind of plant before in the Soaring Dragon Continent. He suddenly thought of something, as if there was some kind of relevant information with regards to the plant in his head. Using his super memory, he racked his brain and searched for the information. Was it recorded inside the medicine encyclopedia? Yue Yang, Yue Bing, and Yinan made their way down and compared the plant with the similar-looking illustration in the medicine encyclopedia. Yue Yang realized that he had actually managed to find the relevant piece of information. This was a Daughter Silk Sphere fruit tree, which originated from the outer realms in Tongtian Tower. In Soaring Dragon Continent, only the Ming Kingdom, which had been destroyed last time, cultivated it. However, as the Ming Kingdom's territory became engulfed in the flames of war, the Daughter Silk Sphere fruit tree had since become extinct for a few hundred years. Unexpectedly, it still grew here. The medicine encyclopedia recorded that the Daughter Silk Sphere fruit tree could produce an effect to slightly reduce darkness energy. If one suffered a wound from demon monsters, one could use the fruit's juice to heal the wound. However, the thing that people seek the most wasn't the healing properties of this plant. It was its aphrodisiac properties. The Daughter Silk Sphere fruit tree had the same aphrodisiac properties like the horny goat weed. However, the Daughter Silk Sphere fruit tree's effects were slower and its side effects were weaker. Shiro, horny goat weed http://www.webmd.com/vitamins-supplements/ingredient mono-699-horny %sign 20 goat %sign 20 weed.aspx ? Activing redying tid =699 ampersand right parenthesis. The horny goat weed, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. Its effects were quick, but it produced very strong side effects. One would experience a very strong sex drive and wouldn't get tired even after a long time. The herb was extremely favored by a lot of old nobilities. Of course, its side effects were strong, even to the point that it harms the user's body. Prolonged usage would risk one's life. Forget about others. 2 generations of emperors ago, it was said that the previous emperor of the Xia Jin kingdom, the Golden Wolf Emperor Chu Chongqi, who was a mighty level 7 overlord, due to prolonged and frequent usage of the horny goat weed, pleasing over 10 women every night, died from exhaustion in the end. A great level 7 overlord like him didn't actually die in the hands of his strong enemies, he died from exhaustion on top of his favorite concubine instead. He had since become a big joke in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Different from the horny goat weed, in comparison, the fruit juice of the Daughter Silk Sphere tree were more gentle and mild on the user's blood. It wasn't as explosive as the horny goat weed. Unless it was used by an extremely weak person, it wouldn't harm the user's body at all. In the medicine encyclopedia, the horny goat weed was rated a grade 3 poison while the Daughter Silk Sphere fruit tree was rated as grade 4 herb. As the Daughter Silk Sphere fruit tree had vanished in the Ming kingdom, those who possessed it were few. It was extremely rare, hence only influential nobles could possess such a precious herb. In the palace, it was even nicknamed dragon sleeping with concubines or sun-bearing daughter. The reason was because if a concubine possessed the herb, she would receive the emperor's favor and would even acquire the son that she hoped for. Hundreds of years passed and the Daughter Silk Sphere fruit tree slowly disappeared from the earth, going into extinction. Otherwise, Chu Chongqi, the Golden Wolf Emperor, would not meet the tragic end of dying due to overdosage of horny goat weed. Yue Yang never thought that the Daughter Silk Sphere fruit tree actually exists in the depths of the inner ocean in the despair abyss. Looking at it closely, these Daughter Silk fruit trees were all grown, big trees. The largest one was so thick that 10 people wouldn't be able to put their arms around it. It was obvious that it had existed for at least thousands of years. Yue Yang had one other superpower that was as abnormal as his martial arts talent. The sickly beauty alone couldn't satisfy him at all. Despite this, Yue Yang still wanted to collect these Daughter Silk Sphere fruit trees. The tree sap of the Daughter Silk Sphere fruit tree had darkness-dispelling properties and its fruit juice had aphrodisiac properties. Other than these, Yue Yang knew a secret property of the tree that no one knew. It was not even recorded in the medicine encyclopedia. Yue Yang had found a secret prescription within the memories that the tragic guy's mother had passed down to him. Rebirth pill. One of the variable ingredients needed to make rebirth pill was the Daughter Silk Sphere fruit. If one mixed the Daughter Silk Sphere fruit juice and the sap of the lustrous tree branch and used it as the variable ingredient, the effects of the rebirth pill would be much stronger. Yue Yang already had the goddess tears and god's dew right now, he was about to start making the rebirth pill. With this Daughter Silk Sphere fruit juice in front of him, it was like giving a pillow to someone who had consumed sleeping medicine. He obviously wouldn't mind it at all. Furthermore, there was a special kind of fruit in the Tongtian Tower, called the youthful fruit. It allows a normal person to recover some of their youth, and if an innate consumed it, his lifespan would be extended. However, this youthful fruit contains strong poison, it couldn't be easily consumed straight away. One would first need to consume the heart protection pill that had antibody properties to fight against the poison. Only then would one be able to fully absorb the medicinal properties of the youthful fruit. One of the important ingredient needed to create the heart protection pill was the Daughter Silk Sphere fruit juice. If one reached the innate realm, even if one didn't consume any kind of godly medicines, a real innate would live a long life of more than 1,000 years. Of course, this was with the exception of innates like Yao Guang and Tian Xuan who became innates quickly through someone else power leveling them. Yue Yang never worried about himself or Shui Wuxia and the others, but Fourth Mother didn't know martial arts at all. She would definitely not be able to remain youthful, hence he wanted to create the rebirth pill or gave her the youthful fruit so that she would live a long life and maintain her youthfulness. Although Yue Yang never said it before, this had been his wish all along. What is this? Yu Bing and Yinan didn't have Yue Yang's knowledge or the knowledge he inherited from the tragic guy's mom. They only thought that the trees looked kind of weird. Medicinal herbs. Yue Yang didn't explain in detail as the two girls had no interests in medicinal herbs. If it were Yu instead, she would definitely ask for a full, thorough in-depth explanation of the tree from him. This water palace contained several other plants other than the Daughter Silk Sphere fruit tree. Yue Yang gathered a lot of other medicinal herbs, recognizing them through his hyper memory and the knowledge inheritance from the tragic guy's mom. All the plants here were species that didn't exist in Soaring Dragon Continent. It was a pity that Yue Yang couldn't find the snow lotus herb here, otherwise he could have created another martial arts pill. When Elder Yu Hai and Jun Wu Yu returned, he could give them one each as a surprise present. Elder Yu Hai, Jun Wu Yu and the others were stuck in their level for many years, unable to level up. If they consumed the martial arts pill, even though they didn't become innate in the end, they would still acquire a huge boost in power. Once their powers increased, they would have the power to protect themselves. Yue Yang would worry less about them when he go to the Tongtian Tower in the future. After walking forward for more than 2 kilometers, Yue Yang suddenly felt a mysterious kind of energy in front. By passing the thickets, he discovered a huge stone pillars. From the outside, it looked very similar to the crystal pillar that the Kylan girl was sealed in. It's just that it was not made of crystals, and there weren't many pillars, there was only one mysterious-looking, gigantic stone pillar. On top of the 10 meters tall giant pillar, there was a statue of a creature that looked very much like a demon king. There were rows of inscriptions on the pillar, but Yue Yang could only recognize some of them. These inscriptions were in ancient language. Although Yue Yang had the knowledge inheritance, he still had difficulties in reading them. Seems like it was the description and introduction of the Demon King statue. At the bottom of the pillar, there was a row of heaven runes inscription. There was also an ancient rune that represents surpass. What is this now? Yu Bing and Yinan felt unwell the moment they saw the pillar, as if there was something evil hiding inside it. In the ancient times, human warriors had defeated the fallen warriors and sealed them here. Seems like this is the graveyard for fallen warriors. This pillar is not the only one. Yu Yang led Yu Bing and Yinan and walked forward, discovering a similar-looking pillar nearby. As they walked forward further, they discovered more giant pillars representing the sealed fallen warriors. After tallying in the end, Yu Yang felt that there were at least 100 over fallen warriors trapped here. Although they might be sealed on different years, they had been sealed here for a very long time. Those that had been sealed since the ancient times didn't emit any evil energy at all. The stone pillars were also worn out from wind erosion. Seems like the fallen warrior trapped inside had completely vanished. There were some pillars that were more intact, and they exude so much evil aura. There were some extremely potent evil auras that seemed to be able to break the stone pillar seal at any moment. At the center of this disarrayed arrangement of sealed fallen warriors' stone pillar seals, there was a huge hall. Yue Yang led Yu Bing and Yinan as they entered the palace hall together. They discovered that the palace was extremely big. There was a staircase that seemed to have thousands over steps leading towards the hall. When they reached the huge palace hall, they discovered that it was as big as a football field. The palace hall looked like it had seen glorious days before, but after several years, the splendorous paint had faded. Other than some statues that had eroded away, the palace hall was completely empty. Looking around the palace hall, they discovered that the building majestic and awe-inspiring. Going down a few hundred steps and walking forward for 1 kilometer, they arrived at a 100-meter tall building made of white stone. The tower that was covered in dust stood tall before them, as if it were a giant looking down on people. To the left, there were a few houses of different sizes. To the right, at a far distance, there was a small hill and a pond on the foot of the hill. Walking nearer to it, Yue Yang and the others realized that the ponds were actually quite big, ranging around 100 meters in length. And inside the pond, there was some kind of gigantic shadow. It seemed to be sleeping inside the water. It's the dragon turtle, dragon turtle. We finally found the dragon turtle. Yu Bing cheered out happily. Its body is too big. Yinan thought that lightning mammoths and Herculean rhinoceros beetles were already considered huge. The 30-meter tall king of black light was the largest existence she had ever seen, no other beast could compare to it. However, comparing the gigantic shadow inside the pond with the king of black light, it was simply insignificant in comparison, not even worthy of mention. Looking at the dark shadow that seemed to fill up the whole pond sleeping, Yinan even felt that the pond was too cramped for it. Yue Yang had wanted to throw a stone inside to wake the slumbering dragon turtle. However, before he managed to throw a stone, the pond water slowly began to tremble and overflow. In the end, water splashed everywhere and a whirlpool appeared suddenly as the dark shadow wiggled and moved the huge body of water. Its head that was several meters long burst forth from the water, almost drenching Yue Yang completely. The ground shook violently. Along with an extremely loud howl, the dark figure started to surface, creating raging waves all over the pond. A huge head and a hard shell surfaced from the water. Yue Yang saw it very clearly. It was indeed the dragon turtle. It had a dragon head and a body of turtle. It looked like it was platinum ranked level 6, but to his surprise, Yue Yang realized that the dragon turtle was injured to the point that it was on the verge of death. If it was allowed to recover its maximum strength, wouldn't it be the end for them? It was so strong even though it was on the verge of death. If it fully recovered, would there be anyone in the Soaring Dragon Continent who would be able to stop it? Of course, this dragon turtle was originally from the higher floors of Tongtian Tower. It only escaped here to nurse itself because it was injured. If it wasn't injured so seriously, this dragon turtle wouldn't even come to the Soaring Dragon Continent, the newbie village. Old turtle, I have received the mission to heal you. But allow me to speak rudely. Other than the black turtle pearl, do you have any other rewards? No matter what, you should give me some tip reward for running this errand, right? It was so difficult for me to reach this place. If it wasn't for the Night Empress, I wouldn't even come to such a desolated place. Yue Yang purposely spoke out the Night Empress name, trying to see the old turtle's reactions. Is the little Missy Night Empress the one who sent you? What proof do you have? Yue Yang had guessed correctly. The huge dragon turtle could speak indeed. That fellow's voice sounded very old, sounding as if it was over 10,000 years old. Yue Yang secretly sweated when he heard the dragon turtle. The Night Empress was actually a little missy to this old turtle. I have no proof. Yue Yang cried out, spreading out his hands. Had I known you wanted proof, I would have asked for proof from Night Empress no matter what. Every year, there will always be people coming here to disturb my sweet slumber. Sometimes human warriors, sometimes demons, the dragon turtle let out a long sigh with its ancient voice. If you cannot prove your identity or ability, I won't believe in you easily. I think you'd better leave. My brother definitely came here by the orders of the Night Empress. He wouldn't lie to you. Yue Bing hurriedly spoke on Yue Yang's behalf when she saw the dragon turtle rejecting her brother. He is also Xizun's disciple. Yinan thought that they would have better credibility if Xizun's name was mentioned. Really? Then have you learned any of Xizun's ultimate skills? Looks like the dragon turtle knew Xizun too, and it seemed like it was quite familiar with her. Yue Yang was speechless. Although Xizun was Yue Yang's introducer, she had never taught Yue Yang any ultimate skills before. Other than giving him a crystal card at Shangwu Camp and chatting with him for a while at the Heaven's Line Cave on top of the Cloud Peak Lake, she never cared about Yue Yang at all usually, much less teaching him some kind of ultimate skills. Xizun had indeed admitted that she was Yue Yang's introducer, but she had failed a little as his introducer. According to Xizun's words, she wanted to give Yue Yang unlimited freedom to learn his own skills. She didn't want to restrict Yue Yang like she did with her younger sister years ago. In reality, Yue Yang really hoped to have a sexy and beautiful teacher to take care of him. Wouldn't it be cool to see big boobs bouncing in front of him every day? It's a pity that because of her bad experience with her younger sister, Xizun was not willing to take care of Yue Yang anymore. In the end, because of this unlimited freedom, Yue Yang didn't get any treasures or mythical beasts. He didn't even know the beautiful Xizun's ultimate skills. Yue Yang had no way of answering the dragon turtle's question. Forget about learning her skills, Yue Yang had never even heard of them before. Yue Bing also find things rather difficult to explain, but she still tried to answer truthfully. Dragon turtle grandpa, although Xizun didn't pass on her ultimate skills to brother, she was indeed her introducer. If you want to see brother's abilities, why not ask brother to release his innate strength and show it to you here? The dragon turtle shook its huge dragon head. There's no need to. My eyes are not blind, I can see through his strength with a glance. I can see that the little boy have the powers of an innate level 3. He has quite a bit of potential, I have never seen such a young innate like him before. It's a pity that he is still very young. As for you and the other little girl, you have the strength of a level 7 beginner overlord and the other a level 6 advanced elder, you are slightly stronger than that girl who are good with mental skills. Let me just break it down for you. With your current abilities, even if I give you the mission of going to the Prison Emperor Divine Palace to help me acquire the Prison Emperor's Divine Staff and Seal, you won't even last half an hour inside. Aren't we supposed to find herbs to heal your wounds? Yinan knew that her powers were lacking, but she never imagined the dragon turtle saying that even Yue Yang would be killed if he went to the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. She was very clear about what kind of person Yue Yang was. Yue Yang had managed to pursue the Green Summit sect leader Duan Mu Longchang who escaped to the Demon Abyss, and returned back safely after killing him. Yet this old dragon turtle said that Yue Yang was not qualified to enter the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. Isn't this too much? My soul is injured. Right now, my body is like a water jar with a hole, I can't retain my qi. It will be useless for me to eat any kind of medicine. Even if I can recover, I will only be able to recover my strength to platinum ranked level 10. I don't think I can recover my original strength even after 1,000 years. In that case, wouldn't medicine be completely useless? The dragon turtle sighed deeply. Are you in a hurry? Yue Yang thought that the dragon turtle sounded a little strange. Maybe the dragon turtle had given him a higher ranked mission when it saw his abilities. Previously, the Night Empress didn't even mention anything with regards to the Prison Emperor Divine Palace to him. If he wouldn't even last half an hour with his current abilities, why would the Night Empress give him such a dangerous quest? Furthermore, the Night Empress would probably not be able to predict that he would grow stronger so quickly. It was something that he had not predicted himself. This dragon turtle looked skeptical on the outside, but in reality, it looked like it had the intention to give the mission to him. Otherwise, why would it talk so much nonsense? It could have just submerged itself back into the pond and continue to sleep. It's just that, wasn't the level of its mission raised too high? Originally, the quest of healing the dragon turtle was probably B-ranked quest, and the reward item was the black turtle pearl. Right now, this dragon turtle had suddenly raised the quest rank, and it looked like it was at least an S-ranked, or even SS-ranked quest. If he wouldn't last half an hour inside the prison Emperor God Palace, Yu Bing and Yinan wouldn't even need to be mentioned. As for acquiring the prison Emperor's divine staff and seal, what kind of things are those? Holy ranked equipment? Mythical ranked equipment? The dragon turtle mumbled to itself for a long time, and finally sighed and answered with its ancient voice, at the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower, there is a door that leads to the heaven realm. It will only open once in 100 years. If I don't acquire the prison Emperor's divine staff and seal this year, I wouldn't be able to recover my original strength. If I don't recover my original strength, I wouldn't be able to kill that traitor, the prison Emperor Divine General. If the prison Emperor Divine General managed to enter the heaven realm, I'm afraid he would be able to get away from his crimes. It was a pity that Xia and Night Empress, due to the restrictions of their innate alliance contract, were unable to kill anyone with the qualifications to enter the heaven realm. After this year, the door to heaven realm will be closed. You are all kids with high potentials, it's a pity that I couldn't wait until you guys are stronger. I don't have much time left. What's inside the prison Emperor's divine palace? Yue Yang was thinking whether he should receive the mission or not. It would definitely be dangerous if he did, but it would be a waste if he didn't. 6,000 years ago, I was still 2,000 years old and my status was the prison Emperor's heavenly imperial guardian beast. I was very young at that time, I was the youngest of all the heavenly imperial guardian beasts, but I received the prison Emperor's trust. No matter if it was an expedition to the demon abyss or heaven realm, I would always accompany the prison Emperor as his right-hand man. Prison Emperor was a human warrior with powers that couldn't be imagined by the warriors of today. He was completely unrivaled, even warriors from the heaven realm would tremble at the sound of his name. However, afterwards, afraid that the prison Emperor would pose as a threat to heaven realm, the three big shots of heaven realm went against the rules of ancient code and forced themselves out of heaven realm into the world below. They led an army of heaven realm warriors to attack the prison Emperor. That battle destroyed the whole heaven and earth, so much that even some continents had sunk underwater. Two of the three big shots of the heaven realm had fallen for eternity, just like how gods have fallen in the ancient times. They were sealed inside the prison Emperor's divine palace by the prison Emperor and would not be able to return to the heaven realm for all eternity. The remaining big shot escaped to the heaven realm and abandoned 100 over heaven realm warriors, fleeing alone. The prison Emperor allied with the human warriors of that time and killed the heaven realm warriors one by one. In the end, they managed to seal everyone in the prison Emperor's divine palace. Prison Emperors used his own life as the price for sealing his enemies. After sealing everyone, he was seriously injured, hence he was unable to leave the prison Emperor's divine palace and was sealed inside too. Afterwards, the Soaring Dragon Continent that had lost the prison Emperor fell into chaos. At this time, the prison Emperor Divine General, that traitor, had seized the opportunity and caused further chaos. In the end, the stability and peace of the Soaring Dragon Continent crumbled completely. The Soaring Dragon Continent fell into decline slowly, unable to regain its original glory. All the strong warriors had died during the battle with the Heaven Realm. My comrades had also died one by one during the battle, and in the end, I was the only one who survived. Inside the prison Emperor's divine palace, there were sealed souls of Heaven Realm warriors. Although they didn't have flesh and blood, even their souls were not something that you can easily defeat. The dragon turtle's ancient voice was imbued with indescribable sorrow as it recounted the past. Only then did Yue Yang know that humans were extremely strong last time, they could actually win a war against the Heaven Realm. Think about it. Right now, the human warriors in Soaring Dragon Continent couldn't even enter the Heaven Realm. What a huge difference between 6,000 years ago and 6,000 years later. Yue Yang tried to match Empress Fei Wen Li's words. Empress Fei Wen Li was a ranker from the Demon Abyss 10,000 years ago. Although she was so strong, she was actually sealed by human warriors inside the black hole dimension. From this, one can infer that the human race had really fallen drastically. If mankind lost Xizun or Night Empress, those super strong warriors, and allowed the great emperor of Ziwei, Shuntian or the Thousand Goblins sect to stir up havoc in Soaring Dragon Continent again, mankind might not even be able to contract a beast after a few hundred years. At that time, mankind would completely fall under Demon Abyss control and become their slaves or food. The current Soaring Dragon Continent was like a boat full of holes, leaking water everywhere. If it was not repaired quickly, forget about continuing to sail, it might even sink into the ocean tomorrow, unable to recover for eternity. Do we have to fight against those sealed spirits? Can we steal the things out instead? Yinan offered an advice. The spirits inside will definitely interfere with theft. Furthermore, the moment the seal and staff were taken away from the seal, the sealed spirits will obtain more freedom and regain back their strength. Even if they wouldn't be able to leave the prison Emperor Divine Palace, their powers would become at least 10 times stronger. At that time, it would be difficult for you guys to leave. The dragon turtle obviously didn't think too highly of Yue Yang and the two girls, because in its eyes, Yue Yang was simply too young. Even though he was a super genius, a 20-year-old Innate was simply too young. Dragon turtle grandpa, can we rescue the prison emperor out? Yue Bing felt that the prison emperor might already be dead, but she still hoped for a miracle. If they revived the prison emperor, who was such a strong figure, even if they could only save his soul, things would become much easier. The prison emperor has already passed away. His divine staff and divine seal still stored some of his powers, but it's a pity that you guys are not the descendants of the prison emperor. Otherwise you can use them and inherit the prison emperor's power. With the prison emperor's divine staff and divine seal, I believe you guys would be able to kill the prison emperor divine general, that traitor. At that time, if he had not become the receiver of the 3 big shots of the Heaven Realm, the warriors in Heaven Realm would not be able to descend onto the Soaring Dragon Continent so easily. The dragon turtle had carried the grudge for 6,000 years, determined to kill the prison emperor divine general no matter what. So you need the prison emperor divine staff and seal. Yue Yang felt that other than Xia, not even Night Empress could gauge his true strength. Although this dragon turtle was very powerful, after getting injured, it shouldn't be able to see through his true strength. Could this old dragon turtle really see through his counterfeit skill? With his Nirvana Flame, World Exterminating Wheel, Star Explosion, Devour Domain of Power and most importantly, his innate invisible sword Qi, who could stand a chance against him? Amongst his beast, he had Xia Wen Li, Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman and the others to support him in battle. If he really can't, he still had the Kylan girl and the twin Phoenix girls. If they were not willing to come out and help, then he could hide inside Empress Fei Wen Li's black hole dimension and think about a way to release Empress Fei Wen Li out. She was an extremely powerful figure 10,000 years ago. If it wasn't because of her injuries and the seal, the prison emperor and the 3 big shots of Heaven Realms might just be buzzing flies to her. Yue Bing and Yinan had still wanted to ask about the situation, but Yue Yang shook his hand, showing them there was no need to. He recorded the location in front of the dragon turtle in 10 teleportation scrolls, then nodded at the dragon turtle. I might be able to try breaking into the prison emperor divine palace on your behalf, but I need to make some preparations first. The dragon turtle seemed to understand that Yue Yang had made up his mind, but it still delivered the final advice. Little boy, I appreciate your good intentions. However, the prison emperor divine palace was a special kind of sealed dimension. Without the prison emperor's divine staff and divine seal, you won't be able to exit it. The problem was that the divine staff and divine seal were used to seal the 2 big shots of Heaven Realm. Even if they only had 1/100th of their strength left, they were still beyond your level. You are not me, how do you know if I can't do it? Yue Yang rolled his eyes. He secretly thought, he could even enter and exit the black hole dimension as and when he pleased. How could the prison emperor divine palace defeat him? He planned to return back and discuss it with Shui Wuxia and the Tigress first, and he would also negotiate for a higher reward. Otherwise, he would have been taken advantage of in this quest. The reward was much too low for the effort he had to give. He should at least receive a mythical equipment from this dragon turtle or something. If he couldn't get the prison emperor's divine staff or divine seal, he didn't mind getting the prison emperor's divine armor, divine helmet or whatever else. Yue Yang brought Yue Bing and Yinan and teleport back to the little flower garden. Attacking the prison emperor's divine palace should be much more difficult than attacking the 12 zodiac temples. Yue Yang felt that he should discuss it with the girls first and listen to their opinions. Maybe they would be able to think of a good idea. Princess Xian and Shui Wuxia were training on the surface of a lake 10 kilometers away. Luohua city mistress was planting flowers in the small garden outside their house, while inside the house, the sickly beauty was copying some heaven runes. When Yu saw that Yue Yang and the others had returned, she happily welcomed them and said, "Have you found the dragon turtle?" "Yep." Yue Bing nodded cheerfully. "What do you need to heal it? Can healing water be used?" Yu thought that it was finally her turn to be useful. Although she couldn't fight, she could heal, no problem. Yinan shook her head, saying that it was not that simple. Yu was astonished. Luohua city mistress who heard the commotion from the garden abandoned her flower planting and ran back to the house. The 3-tailed snow fox followed her, running even more quickly than her. As Yue Bing explained the situation to Yu, Yinan hurried to inform Princess Xian and Shui Wuxia to return. On the other side, Luohua city mistress was performing a body search on Yue Yang. She knew that if he found any strange-looking plants on his journey, he would definitely keep some for her. Of course, this was only her excuse to check if he had any unseen injuries. Yue Yang hurriedly said that he was uninjured, and passed her the seed for the Daughter Silk Sphere fruit tree. What is this? Seeing the Daughter Silk Sphere fruit tree seed that had disappeared for a few centuries, Luohua city mistress was surprised. There were actually seeds that she couldn't recognize? It's Daughter Silk Sphere fruit tree. It's useful to disperse dark energy. Yue Yang explained to her. Wow, hasn't it gone extinct in Soaring Dragon Continent for a few hundred years? What a nice timing, I happen to lack plants that can glow at night in my garden. Luohua City Mistress was insanely happy as she hugged Yue Yang's arm and tiptoed to give him a sweet kiss. Luohua City Mistress was too ecstatic. In reality, her relationship with Yue Yang had not progressed to the point that she could casually kiss him. Yu Bing didn't mind at all, but Yu blushed a little. As the Daughter Silk Sphere fruit tree had the similar ability of dispersing dark energy like her own abilities, Yu knew about the herb. When they were studying about it in Shangjing Academy before, there were even several perverts in her class who started calling her by the nickname of Daughter Silk Water Moonlight. The nickname Daughter Silk Water Moonlight was referring to her skin that was white and smooth like flowing water in her sexy body. If her spirit spring inherent skill leveled up until the final evolution, according to their teacher, Yu's spirit chi would be like moonlight. It would feel warm and comfortable on others' skin, and when Yu release a huge amount of spirit chi, it could even disperse evil demon chi and other negative effects. If she had not been born in the Yu clan and had a fiancé of her own, Yu's suitors would probably be lining up into a queue that was 1,000 meters long. Xiao San was already so powerful, if he drinks the Daughter Silk Sphere fruit juice which had the effect of boosting male potency, how could Sister Wu Hen withstand him? When Yu thought about this, her face became even redder. However, seeing Princess Qian and Shui Wuxia who was running back at a far distance, she calmed down. There were still Qian and the others, why would she be worried about him? There are no negative side effects from consuming the Daughter Silk Sphere fruit tree, maybe he brought it back here to grow it for fun. Yu hurriedly switched her attention to other things, and caught Yu Bing saying Prison Emperor Divine Palace by chance. Prison Emperor Divine Palace? She had never heard about that place before. When Princess Qian and Shui Wuxia returned, Yue Yang told them about the situation. The girls started frowning their brows. With regards to the great battle with Heaven Realm that happened 6,000 years ago, there are no records about it at all. However, according to Dragon Turtle's story, we cannot let our guard down. After all, mankind still cannot go to the Heaven Realm even until now. As for the Prison Emperor's Divine Palace, if there are really the two big shots of Heaven Realm spirits sealed inside, then it is really not a place that we can easily break into. Shui Wuxia was aware that this quest was even harder than their plan of exploring the God's Ruins in the future. Other than Yue Yang's mom, no one managed to enter the inner layer of God's Ruins before. It would definitely be a big challenge. However, this two spirits of big shots from the Heaven Realm that had already been trapped for 6,000 years in Prison Emperor Divine Palace was also not that simple. Princess Qian would never beg others at normal times, but she suddenly suggested to Yue Yang, why don't you ask that big-breasted lady? She must know a few things. Furthermore, hasn't she been trying to come up with ways to approach you? Why don't you give her a chance? The big-breasted lady that she was referring to was the Phoenix Fairy Beauty, Tianfa. If it was the previous Phoenix Fairy Beauty, Princess Qian would definitely be worried about her. However, after going through the fight at Yu Clan Castle together, seeing how Phoenix Fairy Beauty had risked her life to save Yue Yang and fought against the great Emperor of Xia until she fainted from her injuries, Princess Qian had changed her opinion towards her. Although Princess Qian didn't really like the seductive Phoenix Fairy Beauty who could seduce Yue Yang to bed any time, her logic told her that it wouldn't be enough if they only relied on their own strength, instead of asking for Tianfa's help, to explore the Prison Emperor's Divine Palace. She wouldn't be able to rest easy if she allowed Yue Yang to fight alone. And she wouldn't have the heart for it. The best method was to find a partner that wouldn't betray him even when they have the opportunity to do so. The person she chose was Tianfa. As Tianfa, one of the great leaders of Demonic Palace, she definitely had everything in her hands. She didn't lack anything, she only lacked a man that could accompany her and put an end to her lonely life. As long as Yue Yang secretly used his pretty boy's ways and sacrificed his body a little, Tianfa would definitely help him. For example, during the Yu Clan Castle battle, she had tirelessly fought against the great Emperor of Xia Shun Tian and even fought against 3 great demon kings and 2 lich kings in the demon abyss. She didn't abandon Yue Yang and escaped on her own. This proved that the big-breasted lady was a comrade that was worthy of their trust. I agree. I think it would be best if we can explore the Prison Emperor's Divine Palace together with Tianfa. I think we should give her a fixed reward. Luohua City Mistress would usually not care about managing matters, but she was actually very decisive. If she wasn't a girl, the Tianluo Kingdom's future emperor's seat would have been hers, not the Prince of Tianluo's. I think we should train with all our might. If we are not innates, even if we want to enter and help, we wouldn't be able to help much. Shui Wuxia slowly said. These words struck right into the girls' hearts. The underlying meaning of her words was that they were all useless, unable to be of a help to Yue Yang. In the face of a challenging situation, instead of them, they had to ask for Tianfa for help. Shui Wuxia didn't oppose to asking Tianfa's help, but she felt that the most logical thing to do was to raise their abilities too. After all, if you want to do something well, you should do it yourself. Even if they were successful in exploring the prison emperor's divine palace this time, what would happen if they went to the heaven realms in the future? The old dragon turtle said that the heaven realms gate only opened once in 100 years. This year happened to be the year it opened. If they missed it, they would have to wait another 100 years. If Yue Yang wanted to enter the heaven realm, it wouldn't be difficult for him if he partnered with Tianfa and the others. But the girls didn't have that kind of ability at all. Then wouldn't they be unable to see Yue Yang for 100 years? At that time, Tianfa and Yue Yang would probably be carrying their grandchildren and have no business with them whatsoever anymore. Princess Xian clenched her fist and gritted her teeth as she resolutely proclaimed, 1 month, let's rush to be an innate. However, it would be quite impossible for her to be an innate by training on her own for a month. No matter how talented she was, she wouldn't be able to compare to Yue Yang, the abnormal guy. However, if she abandoned all reservations and practiced body fusion with Yue Yang like lovers or even married couples, then nothing would be impossible. As long as she could become an innate, she wouldn't be abandoned. Although she was extremely fierce towards Yue Yang on the outside and had even helplessly suggested joining hands with Tianfa just now, she felt extremely grieved in her heart. Her actions was equivalent to giving him up to another person on a silver platter. Princess Xian could imagine how Yue Yang's abilities would greatly improve once again after battling in the prison emperor's divine palace. At that time, there would be the possibility to explore the god's ruins or even go to the heaven realm. If he went to the heaven realm, 100 years later, would he still call her tiger girl like today? Forget about Tianfa, Night Empress, and Xia. There would definitely be a lot of outstanding beauties in the heaven realm. It's hard to say that he wouldn't meet some of them. At that time, they would probably took over her place. Anything could happen in 100 years' time. Under such a threat, Princess Xian decided to forget everything and simply focus to be an innate. If she wanted to be by his side forever, she shouldn't be like those other weak, worldly girls who relied on their men. She must change herself and become stronger, so that she could be an irreplaceable existence to him. I will also train. Yu Bing's willpower soared. Let's work hard. Influenced by Yu Bing's zeal and the sudden leap of progress in relationship between her and Yue Yang, Yinan wasn't as against body fusion as last time. Luohua City Mistress and Shui Wuxia glanced at each other for a moment. They had decided to train and become an innate too, without speaking it aloud. Shui Wuxia thought that she would reach innate more quickly than Princess Qian, because she had been practicing body fusion with Yue Yang regularly. She only need to train a little bit more. Luohua City Mistress might be slightly slower. Seems like if she trained with all her might, she would also be able to become innate in at least a month, at most 2 months' time. The sickly beauties was already quite powerful, it's just that she was not an expert in battles. She has low attack power. When she became Yue Yang's wife, all of her blood channels had been linked. However, she didn't mention it so as to not shock the others. If it was needed, she could become an innate anytime. Princess Qian and the others had known of this fact a long time ago. The most flustered one was Yu. She wasn't comfortable with practicing body fusion with Yue Yang. Even if they really did practice together, she wouldn't be able to completely accept him like Princess Qian, because her status was Yue Yang's sister. Unless her father was really an imposter, and was actually a demon, it was impossible for her to marry Yue Yang. Yu didn't want her father to be a demon and also wasn't willing to have a drop of demon blood in her veins, but her status as Yue Yang's sister really made her feel depressed. The person who always protected her every time, why has it to be Xiao San? He was her brother. If he wasn't, it would have been much better. Brothers and sisters have no future together. Yu sighed. She wasn't like Yu Bing, who could proclaim that she would become an innate so confidently. Yu Bing was still young and didn't understand much about relationships between men and women. When she grew up a little more, she would naturally understand it better. Sister Yu, let's all train to be innates and go to Heaven Realm together. We can bring the best things from Heaven Realm back and give it to Mother as souvenirs. Yu Bing hugged Yu cheerfully, as if they could already go to Heaven Realm tomorrow. To the little missy, the mysterious Heaven Realm that was only mentioned in legends was filled with dreams and hopes. It was inevitable that she looked forward to going there. Yes, yes. Yu promised her on the surface, but laughed bitterly in her heart. Become an innate? Practice body fusion with Xiao San? Is it even possible? As for Heaven Realms, would it be so easy to enter? Maybe the Heaven Realms was even harsher and crueler than the Soaring Dragon Continent, where the strong will prey on the weak. Of course, she didn't want to put down her younger sister Yu Bing's spirit, so she could only agree with her. Yu knew that her seventh sister would be more accomplished than her. She was not only a genius, she was also extremely focused. When she trained, she rapidly improved. Before she understood the relationship between men and women, she would definitely be able to reach higher realms with third brother's help. If it's possible, we should also ask Bing Yin about this matter. She would definitely have an idea. The sickly beauty suddenly quipped. Who is Bing Yin? Yue Yang was bewildered. He never heard of that name before. Could it be Night Empress or Zhizun's name? Who's calling me? The Kylan girl suddenly jumped out. As she had looked to the sickly beauty when jumping, she didn't see her front and knocked Yue Yang onto the ground accidentally, unable to stop her feet on time. Whether she did it on purpose or because she was naturally airhead, no one would ever know. Upon hearing about Prison Emperor's Divine Palace and Heaven Realm's Gate, the Kylan girl yawned and apathetically said, "Regarding this matter, let's talk about it in the future. I am just a girl and have no interest in fighting and killing. Furthermore, those two girls inside your house had just recently expanded the Phoenix Nirvana Flame Pillar again. I am preparing to temporarily borrow the Nirvana Flame Pillar, bathe in it and sleep for a while. Wait for me to level up to a golden Kylan and then I'll think about helping you." When Yue Yang heard it, he knew that this girl could not be counted on. She and the Phoenix sisters were all good and honest holy beasts that would not take the initiative to attack at all. Looks like they would only make a move when he was on death's door, he shouldn't even hope for their help at normal times. The sickly beauty, however, asked on her husband's behalf, "What is the Phoenix Nirvana Flame Pillar? Can you bring Yue Yang inside to have a look?" The Kylan girl cutely blinked her big eyes, and replied, "That's what I was confused about, why doesn't he live inside? Ah, my throat is very delicate. I cannot speak too much every day. Everybody good night." She turned into a rainbow light and floated inside Yue Yang's body. Seeing this, the girls sweated. This Kylan girl, once she has reached the crucial point in this important moment, she would act like this. There definitely must be a reason as to why she was not willing to say it. However, even if that was the case, she did not have to keep using this excuse. Yue Yang went outside to find the Thieves Guild and sent a message to Phoenix Fairy Beauty. The message was very simple and contained only 4 words, Prison Emperor's Divine Palace. However, because the message was being delivered to Tianfa, the Thieves Guild received no less than 100 gold coins from Yue Yang. Also, there was no guarantee that they would successfully deliver it. Yue Yang's heart ached for a while. What the hell, killing a bronze-ranked level 3 lightning leopard and harvesting its intact skin and magic crystal was only worth 5 gold coins after all. This message actually required 100 gold coins, it's simply no different than daylight robbery. Sending a message was equal to killing 20 lightning leopards? Even China Mobile was not that sinister. Shiro, https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/China_mobile, Yue Yang almost raised his new crescent blade crescent moon and cut down the vulgar old robber in front of him. Returning to the little flower garden, Xia proposed a suggestion to Yue Yang. "Your grimoire hasn't leveled up and your inherent skills haven't been promoted yet, why not take this opportunity to upgrade them, they should be quite useful for you. After clearing 12 zodiac temples, you must clear the 3 world shrines. Once you clear it, there would be no level restriction on whatever you do in the Tongtian Tower. Even being a level 3 hero would not matter now that everybody knows you're an innate, and raising your level would let you receive the Ancient Code's rewards. We should do this, who knows after receiving the rewards, we would acquire the assurance of being able to explore the Prison Emperor's Divine Prison." Her suggestion was very good. It's just that in the past, Yue Yang was not used to summoning out his grimoire and raise his protective shield in battles. Hence he was unable to level up or upgrade his grimoire. Xia Wen Li did not need to be summoned and she could also help to summon the Barbarian Cow Shadow and the Bloody Queen out. As a result, Yue Yang did not have to summon them out and continued to fight like this. No matter if it were big battles or small battles, Yue Yang did not use his grimoire often. It was like this even when he was blitzkrieging through the 12 zodiac temples. "Then I'll go and clear the 3 worlds shrine quest on Tongtian Tower level 2. Yue Yang remembered getting a mysterious pearl that he couldn't identify even with his Heaven Eye's divine vision after clearing the 12 zodiac temples. It was even more mysterious than the pearl that sealed the dark golden scepter. It felt like the black jade pendant necklace that was used to seal Empress Fei Wen Li. It looked normal and ordinary on the outside, he couldn't see any ripples of energy from it. However, in the dream realm, this mysterious pearl was the only thing that appeared, other than the black jade pendant necklace. When the big loli held it in her hands, she had observed it for a while before throwing it back to Yue Yang. That was the reward for clearing the whole 12 trials of 12 zodiac temples, so it couldn't be a trash item. Especially when it was the only thing that could enter the dream realm other than the black jade pendant necklace, it was definitely a treasure amongst treasures. The black jade pendant necklace sealed Empress Fei Wen Li. Even if there was no powerful being sealed in this mysterious pearl, it was definitely still a precious treasure. It's just that with Yue Yang's current Heaven Eye's divine vision, he wasn't able to identify the truth behind the pearl. He had acquired many rewards from the 12 zodiac temples. What about the 3 world shrines? The 3 world shrines had the same level of difficulty with the 12 zodiac temples. Of course, other than Yue Yang, the super abnormal strong innate ranker, there were no other warrior who managed to become innate when he was still a level 3 hero. The entry to 12 zodiac temples and the 3 world shrines, sky, earth, and human, were restricted to level 6 elder below. Other than Yue Yang who could clear the trials so easily, it was nothing short of impossible for other people to clear the 12 zodiac temples and the 3 world shrines when their levels were still below level 6 elder. It could be said that Yue Yang's bad habits of not summoning his grimoire during battle had led him to this opportunity. If Yue Yang had summoned his grimoire in every battle, he would have accumulated battle experience points and would probably reach level 6 elder very quickly. He wouldn't be able to enter the 12 zodiac temples and the 3 world shrines. I will stay behind and train with Sister Yinan. Brother, work hard. Yu Bing knew that if she tagged along, her brother would definitely give all the quest rewards to her. Stop talking around the bush, go and return quickly. Princess Xian reached out and bumped Yue Yang's shoulders with her fist. She looked fierce on the outside, but she was actually nervous in her heart. If she wanted to become an innate in a month, she would probably need to be more extreme in practicing body fusion, more than simply holding hands like they did last time, maybe even more than hugging and kissing like Shui Wuxia did. They were not yet married, and that brat was also not that passionate in pursuing her. Yet they have to lie together naked, and she had to allow him to see all the secrets of her body. It was really too demeaning. But there was no other way. If she didn't do this, how could she become an innate in a month? She could accept it if it was just lying together naked, but what if that brat wasn't able to restrain his passions and ate her up? She would really be regretful at that time. Could it be that when her old man come back from the Eastern Goblin tribe, she would have to say, "Congratulations, you have a new son-in-law. It's your brother Has grandson. If you don't mind hearing another good news, I would also like to tell you that you will have a grandchild to hold very soon." Looks like her old man would be so angry that he fell from his throne. No matter how angry her father was, it would pass. At the most, she would be scolded for a while. However, the real problem was that she was not prepared yet. Could it be that she would end up like Sister Wu Hen? Since the rice has turned into porridge, she ended up servicing that brat every night, being played with from night till dawn. Princess Xian was restless, but she obviously didn't talk about her worries to the others. Moreover, they wouldn't be able to comfort her. Forget about Wuxia, she would probably dismiss her worries nonchalantly. Sister Luohua had the same worries as her. As for Yu, she looks like she was even more worried about it than her. Seeing Yue Yang's retreating figure, Princess Xian sighed out inexplicably. Seems like her body would be given to that brat at a bargain price. How could this brat be so lucky? All of her sisters were extremely proud and arrogant, they wouldn't fall easily for guys no matter how excellent they were. In the end, none of them could escape from that brat's clutches. Could this be heaven's will? The sickly beauty seemed to be able to read Princess Xian's worries. She smiled gently. She wasn't pale anymore, the rosy red color was obvious on her snow-white skin. Her eyes that were as clear as spring water sparkled with a wise wife's gentleness. Xian, you think too much. Actually, that thing is not very scary. Moreover, Yue Yang is also not a big tiger that will eat people. Princess Xian was slightly scared when she heard that. She thought that Wu Hen was quite right. Even her, who had such a fragile body, could take it. The others should have no problem too. Moreover, they would usually be able to hear that naughty brat and her exercising for the whole night incessantly. But she had always felt alright the next day, she was even more spirited, as if her face was glowing. Could it be that girls were able to accommodate boys naturally? Does it really feel good doing that thing? From Sister Wu Hen's moans at night, seems like even her soul has melted. Princess Xian suddenly thought about Yue Yang's body, remembering that she had seen his thing for a few times before. She blushed immediately as her heart started to hammer in her chest. It's definitely impossible. His thing was so huge, if he forced his way in into such a delicate place, wouldn't it be extremely painful? Moreover, before her old man agreed to betroth her to him, she would definitely not meet him with a baby in her womb. She could be shameless, but he was an emperor, so she need to maintain her reputation. What kind of princess would have a child out of wedlock? At this time, Yue Yang didn't know what Princess Xian was thinking of, he was busy running to the Tongtian Tower. His journey was smooth sailing. He teleported to Tongtian Tower, then teleported to the second floor, making his way to the Three Worlds Shrine, which was located in the Great Void Realm. Similarly located in the Star Domain like the 12 Zodiac Temples, there was a restriction imposed by the ancient code on the Great Void Realm. Warriors were not able to use combat skills, they could only fight with their beasts. Of course, warriors who used beast fusion and beast strengthening were exceptions. Warriors with beast strengthening seemed to hold an advantage on the outside, but due to the limitations of the ancient code, they would be disadvantaged in the end. This was because as they fought with their own bodies, the moment they encountered danger, there's a high possibility that they would immediately die. Element type and fighting type beasts could still run away. As for special type beasts, they had been downgraded as recreation pets, they had been completely abandoned by normal warriors. Unless someone could get hold of Yue Yang's super abnormal special type guardian beast. Are you sure you want to challenge the Three Worlds Shrine? The gold-armored guard captain who watched over the trial was not the same person as the guard from the 12 zodiac temples. He didn't recognize Yue Yang at all, and Yue Yang's appearance right now was that of a little thief. Yes. Yue Yang was too lazy to explain, he paid the entrance fee straight away. May the odds be in your favor. The gold-armored guard captain received not less than 1,000 challengers every year. Every single one of them came filled with confidence, but left with their heads hung on their shoulders. He thought that this level 3 hero little thief wouldn't even last 10 minutes. He would probably be scrambling out as he escaped, or die inside, unable to leave for eternity. Yue Yang had learned his lesson this time. He didn't use the crystal card that attracted everyone's attentions. He had especially used his identity as Yue Yang and created a bronze card, accompanied by the old fox. The old fox helped to conceal his identity and became his introducer. Although normal warriors would only be able to make one card in his life, Yue Yang had several supporters behind him, so he could make another card secretly and became an exception. The old fox thought that Yue Yang would make a fake bronze card that couldn't be used for anything. Unexpectedly, he found out later on that the card was actually recognized by the ancient code. At that time, he was so shocked that his jaws dropped. In the end, he decided that Yue Yang himself was an extremely abnormal existence, so he shouldn't be surprised by him anymore. Yue Yang entered the human shrine. Shiro, the three worlds shrine consisted of 3 shrines, human shrine, sky shrine, earth shrine. This was the first out of the 3 worlds shrines, like the first Ares temple of the 12 zodiac temples. However, this human shrine, regardless of the place, building, monster defenders, or restrictions, was 10 times more than the Ares temple. There were 500 bronze-ranked level 5 puppet soldiers, 50 bronze-ranked level 6 puppet commanders, 5 bronze-ranked level 7 puppet generals, and 1 bronze-ranked level 8 puppet king. If the challenger wasn't Yue Yang and was another warrior instead, who could only be level 5 grandmaster at the most, he would probably started crying in shock the moment he saw the army of humanoid puppets. What could a normal level 5 grandmaster have? It would already be great if he possessed a bronze-ranked level 5 beast. Fighting against 500 enemies alone? Furthermore, there were 50 puppet commanders, 5 puppet generals and 1 puppet king to boot. This was definitely not something an ordinary warrior could challenge. If it were only a few hundreds humanoid puppets, it was still fine. In the sky, there were Eve fire ravens who could shoot long-range attacks. Flying-type beasts really caused despair. There were a few hundreds of bronze-ranked level 5 fire ravens in the sky. Along the meandering river in front, there were also wave giant who could shoot long-range attacks too, freezing water into shards of icicles. Similarly, they were bronze-ranked level 5 beasts. Who the heck can clear this 3 worlds shrines below level 6? What a crazy trial! Yue Yang knew that he was an exception. No one fought without summoning their grimoires like him. He had Xia Wen Li, Phantom Shadow, Hui Tai Lang, Innate Invisible Sword Qi, Nirvana Flame, World Exterminating Wheel and the others. He didn't need to summon his grimoire's protective shield to defend himself. Other people would definitely be unable to do it. Without his abilities, level 5 grandmasters who tried to clear this trial was equivalent to seeking death. There was no protected time in the human shrine. The enemies immediately charged towards Yue Yang. Battle starts. This time, Yue Yang changed his approach, summoning his advanced silver grimoire out. Xia Wen Li floated out and summoned the stone element Medusa and storm mermaid to kill the wave giants in the water. The Bloody Queen and Reaper Mantis killed the fire ravens in the sky, while the barbarian Cow Shadow and Thorny Flower Demoness fought against the humanoid puppets on land. Yue Yang sat relaxedly inside his protective shield, leisurely biting his apple as he watched Xia Wen Li fight against the gigantic puppet king. The battle ended in 10 minutes. A man who was strengthened with 2 giant phantom shadows smashed the puppet soldiers effortlessly to pieces like they were rice crackers. Quantity was not a problem for her, because the difference between their level, strength, and wisdom allowed her to massacre the whole puppet army easily. Thorny Flower Demoness also leisurely smashed the 5 puppet generals. She had even collected the mechanical puppet cores and brought it to Yue Yang. The fire ravens in the sky were scrambling in all direction, trying to escape. However, no matter how fast they flew, they were unable to avoid the Reaper Mantis sickles, let alone the Bloody Queen who was famous for her speed. With a scream of banshee scream, several fire ravens fell to the ground. Her gold dragon slaying dagger was an even sharper killing machine. The stone element Medusa and the storm mermaid were gods inside water. Forget about them, even the gold tiger shark that the stone element Medusa summoned was an unstoppable force in the water. This really wasn't because the monster defenders of the human shrine wasn't strong enough. It's just that Yue Yang's beasts were simply too abnormal. When Xia Wen Li frees the puppet king with her dual icicle blades and extract its puppet core, Yue Yang's grimoire finally leveled up. A golden-colored light pillar shone upon the gold grimoire as a unique circular ring of light wrapped itself around the grimoire. The ring of light seemed to look like a whole new domain, and also like a line of runes. With the grimoire in the center, the ring of light spreads out 10 meters wide. Yue Yang stared blankly for a while when he saw this. He never saw a ring of light on anyone's grimoire before. Wasn't his grimoire's ring of light acting too cocky and eye-catching? What's the use of the ring of light anyway? He didn't know it now, maybe there would be more information in the grimoire. When he looked at his grimoire, Yue Yang jumped in shock. There wasn't much difference with regards to his summoning grimoire's appearance when it was advanced silver ranked before, it was only covered with several runic circles. Right now, even a blind person could see that Yue Yang's summoning grimoire was a special grimoire. First of all, it was exceptionally big. Other people wouldn't even have a platinum grimoire that was as big as half of Yue Yang's gold grimoire. It was more than 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. As for the thickness, Yue Yang could see clearly, without even needing to count, that it had more than 30 pages. When his bronze grimoire ranked up to silver grimoire, he would only get 1-page addition every sub-rank up from beginner to intermediate, intermediate to advanced etc. Right now, the page additions soared to several dozen pages. Countless runic circles appeared on the surface of the grimoire, assembling into arrays continuously, as if they were trying to combine into a whole new array. But Yue Yang couldn't understand it at all. The amount of knowledge in ancient runes that he had was completely not enough. After waiting for a long time, the brilliant golden pillar of light finally dissipated. However, the ring of light still remained, there were even a few heaven runes flickering on the ring of light faintly. They looked extremely pure and holy, wonderful and marvelous. Yue Yang could recognize some of the heaven runes. They represented wind, fire, water, earth, these 4 attributes, respectively. What on earth does this mean? Opening his new gold grimoire to its first page, Yue Yang was immediately dumbstruck. The first page of the gold grimoire had changed a lot. Mysterious-looking runes had arranged themselves together to form a profound-looking pattern, faintly emitting a mystical kind of energy. The original divine vision and counterfeit illustration had also changed. There was an additional starlit background on the counterfeit illustration, and the silhouette in the illustration seemed to be moving forward very slowly. However, when Yue Yang tried to focus on it again, it seemed to not be moving at all. As for the divine vision, the background became darker while the eyes of the silhouette became even brighter, shining like a star. It gave Yue Yang the feeling of looking into a mirror. Yue Yang saw that his Gemini inherent skill had leveled up to level 4. The spiritual telepathy and vision exchange's area of effect had expanded, and Yue Yang could faintly feel a new kind of ability that he had not yet identified, but it was not recorded in the grimoire at all. The thing that surprised Yue Yang was that there was actually another new guardian beast below the special type Phantom Shadow. Other warriors would only have 1 guardian beast normally. But Yue Yang had actually acquired 2. World, special type, platinum ranked level 1. Formless body, has an area of domain. Guardian beast, eternally on the state of summoned. Abilities, chaotic beginning and domain elements. Could it be that this ring of light is actually a beast? What the heck? Yue Yang knew that he had received plenty of rewards in this level up, but he never thought that he would receive so much. Although this world has nothing to do with Soaring Dragon Continent or whatsoever and that it was only a special type beast, one could see how strong it was just by hearing its name. How could he raise this world? It wasn't an animal or plant, he couldn't feed it nor teach it. Moreover, this world wasn't even summoned by Yue Yang, it would always be on the state of summoned. As long as he summoned his grimoire, it would also be summoned. It was completely out of Yue Yang's control, and it would also not listen to Yue Yang's wishes. Just as Yue Yang was thinking about what to do, half of the magic crystals that the Thorny Flower Demoness brought back to him suddenly disappeared. When he observed carefully, he realized that the world which has an area of effect was absorbing the magic crystals continuously, with an extremely fast speed. When Yue Yang could finally react, he could only manage to save a few puppet generals' magic crystals and the puppet king's magic crystal. Over hundreds of the magic crystals from the puppet soldiers, fire ravens and wave giants were all absorbed by this world. They quickly shrinked in size and finally turned into ashes, disappearing into nothingness. The heaven runes that represented fire and water on Yue Yang's grimoire suddenly shined brightly, as if they just acquired an enormous energy. The grimoire flashed with a golden light as world, the special type beast, suddenly leveled up to platinum ranked level 2. The ring of light, world expanded outwards a little bit more, and there was an additional metal rune amongst the 4 heaven runes that were revolving around it. Seems like after absorbing 500 puppet soldiers' magic crystals, it had obtained the metal attribute. It's just that Yue Yang felt that the metal heaven rune was the weakest amongst the heaven runes, because it was glowing with the dimmest light. The bloody queen red shot down like an arrow to the ground. The moment she entered the area of effect of the world, she immediately disappeared. Yue Yang jumped in shock. This world. Don't tell him, had it also absorbed the bloody queen? After a moment, the bloody queen red suddenly flew out again, and excitedly told Yue Yang, beautiful. It's a new world. This is a door that connects to the world inside. After the bloody queen's excited explanation, although Yue Yang had not fully understood, he finally understood some things. Inside this gold grimoire, a new world had been created. It was very beautiful inside, suitable for the Bloody Queen and the others to live in. As for the world inside the Divine Grimoire, that was too high-leveled, the Bloody Queen and the others couldn't enter and exit it as and when they pleased. They could only enter or exit with Fei Wen Li's help. Furthermore, due to her lack of power, the Bloody Queen felt really inferior living inside such a high-leveled place. She would rather move back inside the Gold Grimoire. A spark of golden light flashed as the Gold Grimoire turned its pages on its own. The Bloody Queen Red had indeed moved back into the Gold Grimoire. The Reaper Mantis also looked very happy. It didn't have the qualifications to enter the world inside the Divine Grimoire. Right now, inside the Gold Grimoire, it was extremely satisfied. As for the Thorny Flower Demoness, she also moved back inside. Only Fei Wen Li didn't do anything. Seems like it was already contented living inside the world in the Divine Grimoire and was already used to it, so she didn't have any plans of moving into the new world. Why can't I go inside? Yue Yang was quite speechless. He was the owner yet he couldn't enter the world inside the grimoire. Isn't he pitiful? Forget about the Divine Grimoire, he couldn't even open it yet. But he could open his Gold Grimoire. When Yue Yang was mumbling his complaints aloud, saying that he also wanted to enter into the new world inside his grimoire, he suddenly felt that the ring of light, world resisting his will, as if it was trying to stop its master from entering. Could it be that he needed to ask for its permission to enter? This ring of light has awareness on its own? Yue Yang couldn't understand it at all. Advanced. It's fine if you level it up to advanced ranked, the world inside is still in construction, it's very chaotic inside. The Bloody Queen Red explained that the grimoire world was not suitable for Yue Yang to dwell in currently. UNN. Fei Wen Li also agreed and nodded. After the explanation, Yue Yang finally understood that the world inside was still not perfect yet. Maybe there was no air or the air was extremely thin, or maybe the world was still a mess. That was the reason why his entry was rejected by the world. This world was like the door leading to the world inside the Gold Grimoire, responsible for the entry and exit of the residents inside the world. It didn't have any awareness, but its existence was like some kind of law, anyone who did not qualify would not be able to enter. Even its master was not an exception. He just need to level up the Gold Grimoire to advanced ranked. Yue Yang was overjoyed when he heard it. He had gotten a new beast, leveled up his old skills and even acquired a new world that he could move into in a while. If people could live inside the Gold Grimoire world, he could invite the girls in the future. This way, he wouldn't need to separate from them, he could return anytime and stay with them. He could also ask for their opinions if he encountered problems anytime, unlike their current separated state now. Most importantly, they would be very safe inside the Gold Grimoire world. As long as he was alive, they would be safe. Yue Yang was only puzzled with one thing. Right now, the world outside the grimoire was his beast, could it be that the world inside the Gold Grimoire was his beast too? Are they one body or separate? Could the world outside be a representation of the world inside? Yue Yang really couldn't understand, and he was too lazy to think too much into it. He had lots of things that he couldn't understand anyway. He saw that his level had also changed. Level 4 Champion, Surpassing Hero, you have taken the next step to the path of the strong. However, you shouldn't be too conceited, because you have only taken the first step. This level description was no different than a normal level 4 Champion's. The only different thing was that Yue Yang had the word Innate behind his level 4 Champion title, written in dark golden words. Compared to last time, the dark golden Innate word seemed to be slightly different. The word was the same, the only different thing was the composition of the heaven rune inside the word. The heaven rune inside moved and formed endless arrangements. However, the appearance of the word Innate was still the same. If one did not look closely, they would only think that the word was merely flickering in dark golden light. In front of the human shrine teleportation gate, there was a giant king statue. This giant king statue was extremely huge and powerful. It wore a crown on its head and held a sword in one hand. His other hand stretched out, as if he was passing a judgment spiritedly. Yue Yang took out his crystal card and touched it to the giant king statue's hands. Yue Yang had only wanted to get the reward for clearing the trial. Unexpectedly, the moment he brushed it to the statue, the whole giant king statue suddenly shattered into pieces of rubbles. Yue Yang had to search through the rubbles for a long time before he finally found a black-colored pearl. Using his Heaven Eye's divine vision, he almost fainted. Human King's Pearl, fake the user would be able to use the Human King's power for 10 seconds upon use. Limited to one-time use only. He really wanted to puke blood. Not only was it a consumable item, it was described as fake too. He had worked hard passing the trial, but the only thing he got was actually a fake consumable item. Yue Yang was really speechless. Fortunately he had received a nice reward leveling up, or else he would be really depressed. If it were another person who cleared the trial after narrowly escaping death, it would be strange if they didn't cry out loud if the reward for clearing the trial was only a fake Human King's Pearl. No wonder there were not many challengers of the 3 world shrines. If the reward was so lacking, only masochists would come to challenge this trial. Had Yue Yang known earlier, he wouldn't have come for sure. Of course, acquiring the fake human king's pearl was not his goal. His main motive was to level up his grimoire and obtain the rewards from the ancient code. As long as he could level up his gold grimoire to advanced, he could enter into the new world. Yue Yang tossed the fake human king's pearl up and down as he teleported to the earth shrine. He initially thought that the human shrine's trial was already very abnormal. However, compared to the earth shrine, it was really not worth mentioning. In front of Yue Yang, there were 300 storm demon wolf, 300 lightning leopard and 300 flaming lion charging straight towards him. They had different sizes and abilities, but they were all silver ranked level 5. There were even 30 silver ranked level 8 wolf kings and 30 silver ranked level 8 grand lions. In the sky, giant eagles were circling him. At a faraway lake, lake crocodiles floated onto the surface. They were all silver ranked level 5. The earth shrine's monsters were not only higher leveled than the human shrine, they were also higher in numbers. Other than Yue Yang, no other warriors under level 6 elders could possibly handle this kind of situation. Other than being annihilated, there were no other kind of possibility. Different from human shrine, all warriors, regardless of whether they want to escape or had cleared the trial, everyone had to swim underwater the lake to exit the shrine. With 1,000 over monsters attacking him, even if a warrior managed to reach the lake, would he be able to avoid the lake crocodile's attack? Furthermore, the giant eagles in the sky would swoop down for attack at any given moment. Yue Yang cursed in his heart, who the heck created such a crazy quest? Forget about the fact that it has such a high difficulty and that the boss is super strong, even the reward is a cheapskate, fake human king pearl. I demand to lodge a complaint. Even with Xia Wen Li's and the others' help, it was difficult for him to clear the stage. The monsters weren't puppets. Puppets had no intelligence. Even if they had good defense, their agility, technical ability, and strength was nowhere near a beast's. Barbarian cow Shadow Aman fought until her body was covered in blood. The Reaper Mantis was so tired that its sickle were trembling. The Bloody Queen Red panted in exhaustion. Only the super strong Xia Wen Li remained calm. The Gold Tiger Shark was the first one to get injured. It had courageously killed dozens of lake crocodiles, but there were just too many of them. It was almost ganged killed. Fortunately its master, the stone element Medusa, rescued it in time. The Storm Mermaid summoned a storm and flooded the whole of Earth Shrine. The Thunder Naga summoned lightning and deep-fried the Wolf Kings and Grand Lions, defeating the group of wolves and lions. With the addition of giant phantom shadows, Aman trampled through the knee-high waters and massacred the group of wolves and lions that had lost their abilities to run away. The blood from the massacre dyed the flood water in red. When Aman killed the last storm demon wolf with her hands and returned to Yue Yang's gold grimoire leveled up. From beginner-ranked gold grimoire, it had leveled up to intermediate-ranked. The greatest profit he gained, however, was not the level up of his grimoire, but Yue Yang had finally realized his lifelong wish. After going through countless battles and absorbing countless enemies, the Thorny Flower Demoness finally leveled up and evolved into the golden crown Thorny Flower Queen that Yue Yang had longed for. Looking at her body that was enveloped in green light rising up to the sky, Yue Yang, who had been raising it single-handedly all this while, felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment. After a year of cultivation, he finally succeeded. A lush green light soared towards the sky. Vaguely, there were even rainbows in the corners as countless thorny flowers sprung up from the ground, raising their heads towards the Thorny Flower Demoness who was floating in the sky. The whole air was filled with an indescribable fragrance that was extremely refreshing, as if one would be immediately purified when one breathed it in. Flower petals fluttered in the air circling the Thorny Flower Demoness, as if they were alive. The rainbow on top of the green pillar of light hung down from the sky, forming a rainbow bridge. There were also firefly-like lights floating all around, like drops of stars. When the evolution reached the peak and the thorny flower floated down, a white light flashed out, illuminating the whole of Earth Shrine, making it look like daytime. After the burst of white light dissipated, darkness returned. An even more potent flower fragrance burst forth, and there seemed to be a heavenly music that resounded for a very long time. The voice resonated deep within Yue Yang's heart. Yue Yang felt a hot, cozy, fragrant, and soft female body in his arms. The skin that he felt with his touch was extremely smooth and flawless like jade. It was an indescribably wonderful feeling. On his face, warm lips as tender as flower petals kissed his cheeks at the same moment he was hugged. This smooth and fragrant body felt familiar yet unfamiliar to Yue Yang. Was it Thorny Flower Demoness? No, it should be the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen that had already evolved. When Yue Yang recovered his sight from the dazzling white light, he saw an extremely alluring, flawless female body. It was different from the other female bodies that he had seen before, but each had their own good points. Snow white, tender, and flawless skin could not even begin to describe the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen's beautiful skin. As for her looks, Yue Yang felt that this Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen looked a little like Shui Wuxia, Luohua City Mistress, Yu, and Princess Xian. She looked different from all of them, but her face was a mixture of their best features, resulting in her unique, unrivaled beautiful appearance. That face was so beautiful that Yue Yang felt short of breath, so beautiful that Yue Yang wanted to sigh. Lush, light green hair flowed from her head, decorated with a flower crown made of purple and green colored vines, emerald green leaves and pink flower buds. The flower crown glowed with a golden light, as if it was Holy Mother Mary's halo. However, the golden light was not circle-shaped, it simply radiated in all direction. Yue Yang dare say that this royal crown was the most beautiful, most natural, and simplest one that he had ever seen. Only her, the golden crown Thorny Flower Queen, could have such a fresh-looking flower crown. Below the beautiful flower crown, there was a heart-shaped, lovable face that was filled with smiles. Her face was definitely capable of bringing springtime to everyone. However, her sapphire-like eyes only gazed into Yue Yang's eyes alone. Her smile was only directed to him alone. I have now become smarter, the golden crown Thorny Flower Queen spoke with fluent human language, her voice pleasant to the ear. Have you evolved into Holy Beast? Yue Yang secretly gulped down his saliva. This golden crown Thorny Flower Queen wasn't wearing anything from head to toe, her body was simply too alluring. If it wasn't for the fact that Xia Wen Li read and a man looking at them, he would probably be unable to resist the temptation of pushing the Thorny Flower Queen down. Her perfect, beautiful swan-like neck and smooth and round shoulders made her look weak and delicate, making Yue Yang felt an impulse of pulling her into his embrace, wanting to protect and dote on her all his life. However, her womanly peaks below her shoulders did not look weak and delicate at all. The mountains rose up high. When Yue Yang saw her snowy mountains and cherry-red fruits, he felt like he was about to have a nosebleed from excitement. Her full, perfect mountains give shape to her deep cleavage. As she floated in front of Yue Yang, those bouncy, plump mountains also bobbed up and down. However, those women were nothing compared to the golden crown Thorny Flower Queen. Her beautiful small stomach and slender waistline developed into a shapely navel. The small patch of green grass below her abdomen semi-covered the secret garden in between her thighs that was soft and tender like pink flower petals. As the golden crown Thorny Flower Queen was floating right in front of Yue Yang, the sharp-eyed, perverted guy from another world had stolen a glance at it carelessly, memorizing the beautiful view and engraving it into his heart. She was too perfect. On the surface, of course Yue Yang pretended to be a good guy. The current golden crown Thorny Flower Queen wasn't like the 15 to 16-year-old young little girl last time, the current her had the body of an 18 to 19 years old young adult. She was no longer a flower bud, her crown had bloomed. She was a girl waiting for her flower to be plucked. Whatever things that girls needed to develop, she had developed them. And they were even more perfect, more enticing than most girls in the world. I'm currently a bronze-ranked level 1 golden crown Thorny Flower Queen. However, in another perspective, I am a rank 1 holy beast, or a 1-starred holy beast. I am different from the bloody queen, older sister read. If older sister Aman had a wisdom revelation too, she would also become like me. Golden crown Thorny Flower Queen suddenly floated into Yue Yang's arms, her unrivaled body hugging Yue Yang tightly, tears brimming in her eyes as she choked with emotion. My past memories had disappeared, but I will never forget how you have raised me up so sincerely. You are like a sun that gives me strength. I can't feel the love you have showered me last time, but right now, I can feel an unrivaled warmth from you. Cough cough, I think you should first wear some clothes. Yue Yang could feel a piercing stare of jealousy from the bloody queen. Xia Wen Li was completely jealous, she immediately patted the golden crown Thorny Flower Queen's back and took out one of Yue Bing's clothes. The golden crown Thorny Flower Queen's body flickered in a rainbow light. Large flower petals bloomed at her back and front, softly wrapping her chest and winding around her shoulders. The flower petals also wrapped her secret place and covered her whole body with an unmatched, beautiful flower robe, that only added to her charm and sex appeal. At her back, 2 rainbow-colored lights spread out and faintly unveiled a 2-meter-long wings, that looked similar to the bloody queen red's. They flapped slightly, making the golden crown Thorny Flower Queen look like a fairy descending on earth. She turned in a circle, sweetly smiling towards the starstruck Yue Yang. It's a pity that I am still bronze-ranked level 1 right now, so I can't maintain my full-grown appearance for long. As she finished her words, her body was enveloped in green light and slowly shrunk. In the end, she actually turned into a little loli of about 10 years old. Her appearance didn't change, but she regained the cuteness of a young, unripe little girl. The cute little loli received the clothes from Yue Yang's hands and wore Yue Bing's clothes over her body. The clothes, which was a few sizes bigger, made her look very cute. Yue Yang couldn't help but to reach out his hands and pinched her cheeks. After the golden crown Thorny Flower Queen finished wearing her clothes, she suddenly bowed an innate bow respectfully towards Xia Wen Li, as if she wanted to show her respect to Xia Wen Li. Xia Wen Li bowed back. When the golden crown Thorny Flower Queen bowed, the bloody Queen Red and barbarian Cow Shadow Aman didn't return the bow nonchalantly like Xia Wen Li did, they bowed quite seriously to show their mutual respect. Yue Yang didn't understand the meaning behind the bows, but he understood that this was perhaps a designated bow for holy beasts or innates. He remembered that Elder Nangong had bowed to him this way before. Please give me a drop of blood. In my hibernating state, I would like to imprint your blood into my life. I want to be like older sister Red, becoming your guardian beast. We will forever be together, the golden crowned thorny flower queen spoke out as she lightly bit at Yue Yang's finger and pricked a drop of blood, gently sucking it in. Her body glowed with a golden light. After which, she floated into the grimoire and continued to hibernate and evolve in the new world. Yue Yang was slightly surprised. He turned around and asked Xia Wen Li, can guardian beasts make a contract on its own? Xia Wen Li immediately shook her head, indicating no. The bloody queen Red muttered to herself a little as she said uncertainly, maybe your blood is an exception, that's why it's possible. There's an imprint of your blood on my soul. Maybe it's possible to complete soul blood contract with your blood. In legends, that's only something that gods can do. Shiro, changing spirit blood contract to soul blood contract. Mentioned in chapter 26 and 196, Yue Yang had heard Empress Fei Wen Li said soul blood contract before. He had also learnt from the tragic guy's mom's diary and knowledge inheritance that soul blood contract is the fifth kind of evolution path that a beast could take. He knew that his blood was special, maybe because he was a guy from another world or because he had practiced innate invisible sword chi. Or maybe the old Daoist Priest had given him this ability when he kicked him here. Or maybe because he was the descendant of the Han Chinese people. However, Yue Yang decided not to think about the reasons right now. He only wanted to know one thing. Gods, do they truly exist? The Tongtian Tower, was it built by a god? Where do gods live? In the heaven realm? Or in a much higher realm? Yue Yang asked Xia Wen Li, do God exist? Xia Wen Li shook her head. Yue Yang didn't know if she meant that she didn't know the answer or that God didn't exist. She suddenly flashed a smile towards Yue Yang. Although she didn't speak, she was connected to Yue Yang in her heart. Yue Yang understood what she meant. She was saying that no matter what, even if they were about to fight against gods, she would definitely accompany him in battle forever. Feeling touched, Yue Yang carried Xia Wen Li and hugged her in his arms, giving her a big peck on her cheeks. Red and Aman also approached Yue Yang and hugged him. Their expression were both gentle and reliant. Aman only needed a little more to unlock Holy Beast's wisdom revelation. Although she had high intelligence, her emotional capacity was still low. She wouldn't get jealous nor become resentful. She only followed the Bloody Queen Red and Xia Wen Li getting intimate with their master. Compared to Bloody Queen Red, she was a little more clumsy like a dull girl who didn't know anything. However, compared to the Reaper Mantis, Aman's intelligence was much higher. The Bloody Queen Red was completely different. She had already unlocked the Holy Beast's wisdom revelation. She was even smarter than the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen who had unlocked the Holy Beast's wisdom revelation just now. She was more aware of the relationship between man and woman. She had watched the intimate interactions between Yue Yang and the sickly beauty, and how he lived with the rest of the girls. Slowly, with her high intelligence, she understood quite a lot of emotions, and had evolved more and more like a human. Maybe she would never become a human girl in her life, but close enough, in terms of body, thoughts and emotions. When Yue Yang kissed Xia Wen Li, she had also secretly quickly kissed Yue Yang's cheek, her face blushing furiously. The feeling of like in her heart had slowly turned into love without her even noticing. She didn't speak out her inner thoughts like the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, but she also thought the same as her. She wanted to be together with him forever, no matter if it was during battles or normal lives. Beasts would never be able to turn into human beings. However, beasts could evolve endlessly to become like human beings, with the premise of the beast's master supporting them and giving them the opportunity to evolve. Let's continue to challenge the next shrine. Waking up from his happy bubble, Yue Yang realized that all of the magic crystals had been absorbed by the world. He couldn't help but sweat in speechlessness. There were over 1,000 magic crystals, and they were gone just like that. The world which had absorbed 1,000 magic crystals leveled up to platinum ranked level 3. Its ring of light had also expanded more than half a meter outwards. At the same time, the heaven runes revolving around it had also shone even more brightly and radiantly. It's just that it looks like it would be more difficult to evolve it to its ultimate form than fill the ocean with magic crystals. UNN, UNN. Xia Wen Li's face became rosy red after being kissed by Yue Yang. It seemed like the little lowly had sort of understood being shy. However, she still obediently listened to Yue Yang's words. After clearing the Earth Shrine, Yue Yang had acquired a groundbreaking pearl. However, it was still a fake imitation. Groundbreaking pearl, fake. The holder can cause a powerful earthquake within the range of 100 meters and destroy all constructions on the surface. Limited to one-time use only. After reading it, Yue Yang became speechless. After killing no less than 1,000 strong beasts, Yue Yang had only received a piece of rip-off groundbreaking pearl. Who set up these damned rewards? Even if it was fake, it was fine, however it could only be used once. What the hell is this, such a pain in the ass? If there was a phone, Yue Yang would definitely file a complaint. Yue Yang reckoned that once he reaches the Sky Shrine, the clearing reward was going to be something like a fake sky-splitting pearl. These 3 world shrines were not only unspeakably hard to challenge, their rewards were also too little. Compared to the 12 zodiac temples, this was simply a penny-pinching challenge. When Yue Yang was teleported to the 3rd trial, the Sky Shrine, he almost fell down head first. The Sky Shrine was not like the Earth Shrine and the Human Shrine that had 3 kinds of beasts, sky, earth, and water. In there were only 2 kinds. There were only beasts from the sky and from the demon abyss. The landscape was the same as the demon abyss, filled with swamps and blood pools. Within the blood pools, demonic swamp dragons were roaming about. Their forms were similar to pythons, their outward appearance were extremely similar to 9-headed hydras without limbs. They had fins on their backs and were extremely good at swimming. They did not have claws, they have thin bodies and a big head with green eyes. Their bloodied mouths were like snakes. Looking onwards, there were approximately 30 of them, and not a single one was not gold ranked level 5. Withered and fallen corrupted wyverns were occupying the strange rock protruding in the middle of the demon abyss blood pool. Their bodies were covered in black miasma, and there were 20 of them. Similarly they were also gold ranked level 5. On the far end of the blood pool, there were also huge and tall demons. Their height were approximately 5 meters, and they were carrying a blood scythe in their hands. They were similar to demon kings, but they were not the same. They were also gold ranked level 5 and there were 6 of them. Among them, a demon chief seems to have unlocked its wisdom and had reached gold ranked level 6. All these demons were only from the demon abyss-like ground. In the sky above, a different sight could be seen. The sky was filled with white clouds and brilliant rays of light, but behind the clouds, winged avians wearing white gowns and carrying a set of bow and arrows, scepters or swords on their hands hovered back and forth. Commanding them was a white-gowned avian carrying a silver harp. When it played the harp, a beautiful tinkling sound was heard, it was as if there were people singing in the background. However, Yue Yang could not understand what he was hearing. Besides having wings on their backs, these avians' faces were no different from humans. The only different thing was that all of them wore a green laurel wreath on their heads as ornaments. Towards their attire, Yue Yang did not dare to comment. Seeing these white-gowned avians wearing green hats, wearing them very professionally and wearing them very happily, Yue Yang felt cold sweat trickling behind his back. What the hell is going on here? Avians and demons were placed together, why are they not fighting each other? Shiro, in China, if a man wore a green hat means his wife is cheating on them. This phrase is derived from a customary law during the 13th to 18th century that required husbands with prostitutes as wives to wear a green hat. Just as Yue Yang became dumbstruck and responseless, the demon chief suddenly came over. He spoke some gibberish. Yue Yang knew that it was demonic language, but he could not understand it. Actually, Yue Yang was capable of understanding 3 different common languages of the demon abyss. He was also capable of recognizing 2 kinds of writings, and capable of writing 1 kind. These were the results from learning with his powerful memory. If only he was not limited by time, he would have learned more. However, he had never heard of this demon abyss language before. Fortunately he has Bloody Queen read and she was a very qualified translator. This demon says that they have been sealed within this space for a very long time, and are incapable of leaving this place. If we can help them leave this place, he would give us the treasure blood-sucking pearl as a reward. He also requests that we join hands together with him to fly to the skies, beat down every single avian and eliminate them all. If we choose to stay neutral and not join any side in the battle, he would let us go back to the teleportation circle and allow us to leave. In the sky, the white-gowned avian carrying the silver harp flew down majestically. Using Soaring Dragon Continent's language, he spoke in an incomparably arrogant manner, "Indecisive human warrior, I am warning you. You are falling towards an evil abyss. Young one, going near demons is not a good thing. Quickly wake up to reality and stay away from demons. Return under our banner of justice, your beasts, they seems to be holy beasts." Seeing that Yue Yang had holy beasts, the white-gowned avian's attitude became slightly better. However, he was still quite arrogant, looking at Yue Yang as if he was an upstart. It was as if he was a city noble looking at a rich countryside landlord. In short, he had a deep, aloof and remote kind of arrogance deep within his bones. If only our abilities were not sealed, we, noble and divine angels, who came down from the heaven realm, would absolutely not be confined in this dirty and small place. Human warrior, I shall bestow to you an opportunity for glory, a glory that would last through 18 generations of your sons and grandsons. Assist us in beheading these demons immediately and help us to remove the seals on our bodies. If we can recover our freedom and return to the heaven realm, I would grant you an opportunity to receive you as God's servant, and bring you to the heaven realm, where there is eternal happiness and unbounded blessings. After the white-gowned avian who was carrying a harp spoke, Yue Yang let out a smile. His smile was even more brilliant than the sun. Within the smile, an extremely cold killing intent was hidden. However, his face did not expose it at all. His level 5 counterfeit inherent skill displayed its maximum power in that instant. Forget about the white-gowned avian or the demon chief, even Yue Yang was slightly admiring himself. Best Actor awards or Oscars, they were all nothing much in the face of his all-powerful counterfeit smile. With a wide smile on his face, Yue Yang asked, "Before I make my decision, I wish to ask you both a question, why don't you fight between the both of you?" The white-gowned avian carrying a harp angrily berated Yue Yang, "Stupid human, actually putting us noble and divine angels in the same level as demons, this is the most ear-piercing, most unacceptable humiliation I have heard." On the contrary, the demon chief coldly laughed, "Stop acting pretentious like a prostitute, you disgusting dog shit. You have already been sealed here for a long time, as for which batch of avian you were from, I don't even remember. Over the last 1,000 years, I have already killed many idiotic avians like you. Despite killing one of you, another new one would pop out, however that disgusting face of yours made me unbearably want to kill you." The demon chief shot towards him and raised his blood scythe. He chopped down heavily. Seeing this, the white-gowned avian carrying a harp immediately flapped its wings and quickly dodged the attack, and flew towards the skies. He coldly laughed, "Dirty life form, you want to hit me? A single white feather on my body is 100-fold more precious than your entire body. If you have the skill, then fly up and fight with me. If I was not bound by the restrictions, you damn avian should not even think of escaping me." The demon chief stamped his foot on the ground hatefully, that even the blood pond far away shook. "I have understood more or less about the matters here. It means that no matter which side I join, as long as I defeat the opponent, then I would be able to receive that side's reward. The reward from the demon's side is the blood-sucking pearl, but from its name, it sounded like a worthless item. On the avian's side, I would be received as God's servant as the reward, but to be honest, I have no interest in becoming a slave." Yue Yang had not yet finished speaking when the white-gowned avian carrying the harp suddenly shrieked and roared angrily at Yue Yang, "What? Damned human, stupid as an ant, low life form, you have unexpectedly blabbered carelessly and humiliated us noble and divine angels. Let me tell you, you stupid human, you will receive the greatest punishment, the same as an awe-inspiring God's wrath. I command you, immediately crawl under my foot and prostrate yourself before me. Beg for forgiveness, or I would be furious and make use of the divine light to beat you into oblivion." "Okay, I had originally thought of letting you live a little bit longer." Yue Yang had wanted to understand more about the matters of the heaven realm, however, it seemed like that white-gowned avian would not shed tear if he didn't see a coffin before him. He even possessed holy beasts, how dare he act arrogantly towards him? Yue Yang truly didn't know if the avian was ignorant or a natural airhead. Bloody Queen Red had already wanted to kill the white-gowned avian since a while ago. This bastard actually dared to talk crap about her master? Forget about this avian who only had the strength of a gold-ranked level 6, even if he was platinum-ranked level 6 or diamond-ranked level 6, she would also kill him without delay. Bloody Queen Red had never seen someone that had the audacity to be this arrogant. He had actually dared to open his mouth to spout bullshit and attack her owner. An almighty, respectable innate ranker was actually demeaned as a lowly life form and scorned as a stupid ant. Hearing these curses truly made her unable to suppress the burning anger in her heart. Die! Bloody Queen Red was so angry that even her eyes were dyed scarlet red. She shot towards him, pulling out both of her gold dragon-slaying dagger and eye destroyer dagger. Summon, the white-gowned avian unhurriedly prepared to summon his grimoire. However, he was unable to move. Not knowing when it happened, Xia Wen Li had flashed behind him. Xia Wen Li, who had learned teleportation, used her binding inherent skill and launched a surprise attack on the enemy. Even the Emperor of Xiwei, Shun Tian, and the Blood Prison Great Demon King Baruth, those strong-leveled practitioners, could not let down their guard from Xia Wen Li, let alone the avian whose true strength had been sealed and was only gold-ranked level 6 currently. Dual icicle blades penetrated deep into the avian's back. Bloody Queen Red, who had been strengthened by the giant phantom shadow, shot towards the front of the white-gowned avian like a streak of lightning. Banshee scream echoed. A piece of meteor fell down the ground and sent endless waves of earthquake. Kill. A man raised Crescent Moon on her left hand and held the golden lion spear on the other as she jumped high into the air. Like thunder, Crescent Moon strongly beheaded the white-gowned avian's head. After hitting once and felt that it was not enough, she once again raised the golden lion spear and heavily pounded the white-gowned avian's spine. Even though the avian's strength had been sealed, their vitality still remained the same as before they were sealed. Using his level 5 divine vision, Yue Yang can see that before being sealed, this white-gowned avian should not be weaker than Makai Suling. It was also possible that it had already reached the strength of innate rank 5. However, after being sealed, the white-gowned avian did not even have 1,000th of its battle strength. Forget about fighting against the coalition between Xia Wen Li, Red, and Aman, even if he were to fight against Fatty Has Thunder Mammoth, Silver-Horned Rhinoceros and Little Hippopotamus, he would also not be able to win against them. Even though he still hadn't died, he had already received heavy injuries. If he was not immediately given assistance, he was bound to die. In the sky, seeing their leader suffer an attack and fell on the ground, those gold-ranked level 5 white-gowned avian were completely stunned. However, they immediately dived down one after the other, preparing to rescue him. Roar! The demon chief was also flabbergasted. He did not expect that Yue Yang would make a move against his mortal enemy. After his consciousness returned, he immediately loudly roared. In the middle of the blood pool, the demonic swamp dragon raised their heads one after the other and sprayed their venom toward the sky. The corrupted wyverns soared towards the skies, repelling those white-gowned avians that dived down. The other 5 demons also did everything they can and tossed out their black flying spears, which seemed to be especially created to deal with the white-gowned avians. Both sides fought vigorously, but Yue Yang did not care about them at all. The white-gowned avians that flew close were intercepted by the bloody Queen Red, who skewered their hearts and directly massacred towards the sky. One by one, the avians fell down to the ground. Any avian that encountered Xia Wen Li were much more pitiful. Xia Wen Li belonged to the type whose hands were like blades. Heads would fly to the sky whenever she slashed. Without a leader, the avians were utterly defeated. Despite the avian leader struggling with his all, he still could not get past Aman's endless power. Aman first kicked the gold-ranked harp, then seized the avian leader with her hands forcefully, tossing him in front of Yue Yang. Just as he fell into Yue Yang's world's area of effect, the avian leader miserably howled from the incomparable pain he felt. In this special area of effect inside the beast world, his energy was continuously being absorbed. He did not have the capability to struggle at all. In the sky, a sword-wielding avian thought of flying over to save him, however after seeing the situation, it immediately flew high and far to hide. There was an archer avian that aimed his bow towards Yue Yang. Without needing Yue Yang to step in, the bloody Queen Red had already brought out her flame whip, and whipped angrily at the back of the archer avian's back. When he fell to the ground, barbarian cow shadow Aman's fist exploded upon it. Suddenly, Aman's eyes flashed red. Doom's eye was triggered, killing the avian in an instant. After half an hour, the battle ended. Most of the avians that fell dead were killed by the bloody queen, Xia Wen Li, and the barbarian cow shadow, while that demon chief and his 5 other subordinates came second. The corrupted wyverns only killed a few. As for the demonic swamp dragons, they were only able to poison 2 injured avian to death. On the demon's side, only 8 to 9 demonic swamp dragons and 12 to 13 bruised corrupted wyverns were left. After the death of most of the avians, those 5 demons, even the demon chief had their seals removed and recovered their original strength. Turns out that those 5 demons were all originally lesser innate rankers. As for the demon chief who could speak, he was a level 5 innate ranker. He coldly watched Yue Yang for a while with a towering attitude. Finally, he opened his mouth. Because of the ancient code's limitations, human, I am willing to honor my promise this time. I can give you the blood-sucking pearl, however you must immediately bring all the corpses here. Young human, do not covet the materials that do not belong to you. I admit that you are a promising practitioner, who also possess strong beasts. However, our strength is not something you can face right now. After receiving the blood-sucking pearl and completing the Sky Shrine's trial, leave this place immediately. This place is no longer a place of challenge to you humans. Roar, roar. The rest of the 5 demons who have recovered their lesser innate ranker's strength all roared at Yue Yang, meaning that Yue Yang could get lost. In front of Yue Yang, a stack of more than 30 avian corpses was piled up. From them, Yue Yang had already dug out a white pearl from the avian leader's head and kept it in his lich ring. He had also taken the gold-ranked harp and stored it inside. As far as the demons were concerned, Yue Yang's actions were equivalent to embezzling their spoils of war. This was definitely an unforgivable action. If it was a while ago, the demons would still be gold-ranked level 5 and would have no other choice, but now they have recovered their lesser innate ranker's strength. Their demon chief had even recovered to a level 5 innate. This human male, even though he was strong, he was still inadequate. Due to the ancient code, they cannot go against the code and kill him. However, there was absolutely no problem in expelling him from this place. With regards to the demon chief warning and the 5 demons' intent to expel him, Yue Yang once again showed a smile. It was similar to the smile he showed the avian leader a while ago, deep with killing intent. Cold as ice. It's more meaningful like this, right? I do not hold any bit of interest towards the blood-sucking pearl, but I am definitely highly interested in your demon hearts. Yue Yang snapped his fingers and summoned the sleepy and drowsy golden-crowned Thorny Flower Queen. The lowly Empress was still slightly half asleep. Golden-crowned Thorny Flower Queen. Seeing this, the demon chief's pupils immediately shrunk. Very evidently, he was well aware of his own nemesis. Shiro's afterthoughts, to answer some of your questions. My mom don't really read the novels, but she likes to read the comments and chats. Which is why, LIBON23, I facepalm every time I see your do you anal greeting. Reading. Compared to the innate level 5 demon chief, those demons who were lesser innate rankers were way weaker. When the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen appeared, they couldn't even identify her at first. It was only when they heard their demon chief that they immediately jumped in fright and took their positions, prepared to defend themselves. The Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen had always been the nightmare of Demon Abyss. To the demons, her existence was not only of a stronger enemy, it was of a higher-ranked predator. Even though the snake could rampage on the ground unhindered, the moment an eagle preyed on it, it would only end up dead in the end. This was because the eagle was the snake's natural predator. The corrupted wyverns didn't dare to get closer to the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen at all. When they came back to their senses, they immediately flapped their wings and escaped far back. The demonic swamp dragons in the blood pool submerged themselves under one by one. If they had enough wisdom, they wouldn't do this. This was because hiding under the blood pool had no effects on the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen at all. She could straightaway drill into the blood pool and swallow them easily like a fish on water. Don't panic. It is only a bronze-ranked level 1 Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. The demon chief nervously gulped down his saliva and scolded his subordinates. Fortunately it was a queen that had only just evolved. Her appearance still looked like a little girl. If she had already matured and attained her maximum potential, they wouldn't even need to fight this battle. Some of the lesser innate ranker demons looked embarrassed when they came back to their senses. They roared out furiously. Although they were scared to death by the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen just now, they realized that she wasn't as frightening as the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen that they had heard in legends. They immediately looked stern and serious again. Of course, they would definitely run away if they were to face the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen alone. They wouldn't even need to fight, they knew that they were not the little Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen's match in a one-on-one battle. Roar, roar. The few demons roared out one by one, prepared to charge forward and surround the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. Where is this? Have I come to the demon abyss after a short sleep? It's not the blood prison demon king. Never mind, these demons are all good fertilizers too. The Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen was still half asleep. Seeing the demon innate ranker and lesser innate ranker demons, she even thought that Yue Yang had gone to the demon abyss. Human warrior. This battle, we would only ended up with heavy losses if we fought to the end. Why don't we separate the loot? You get the reward on your side, and we get the reward for our side. With regards to the things in the White Clouds fort in the sky, we can divide it 50 to 50. After which, you can complete the mission and leave. Before we leave the Sky Shrine, we will also give you the blood-sucking pearl as present to you. The level 5 innate demon chief took out a beautiful blood-red pearl and asked, full of sincerity as he suggested to share the loot. According to him, Yue Yang would even have a slight advantage, because Yue Yang had killed more avians than them. Good idea. Before the Bloody Queen Red could finish translating, Yue Yang nodded, gladly accepting the suggestion. Let's sign on a demon contract, so that we won't renege. The demon chief took out a piece of blood-red contract scroll and a pencil made from a demon's finger bone. It was also decorated with a little skull on its end. Of course, signing a contract is the best way to start a business relationship. Yue Yang suddenly smiled again. The demon chief felt that this brat's smile was even scarier than his own. Although this brat's smile was as radiant as the sun, he felt some kind of evil behind it. It was dark and cold, and he felt as if there was some kind of evil aura that runs through his spine all the way to his tailbone, freezing his heart. The demon chief first wrote his name on the demon contract, which he handed it over to Yue Yang afterwards. Yue Yang didn't even look through the details on the demon contract. He immediately signed his name carelessly. Titan. Right, this was the name he used to register in the Adventurers Guild. It was also the name he used to enter Tongtian Tower. Is this name important? Of course not, the most important thing was to sign the demon contract. Once the demon contract was signed, the two sides became allies. Since they were allies, they were not restricted to the Sky Shrine's ancient code limitations. Only the challenger could receive the ancient code's protection. Challengers had the authority to start the trial, and after winning, they would also have the ancient code's protection to leave the Sky Shrine without injuries. The demon chief thought that this brat only had a few slightly stronger beasts. On his own, he should only be a warrior from the Soaring Dragon Continent that was below level 6 Elder. In other words, he would be able to kill the human boy easily with a flick of a finger. When the demon contract that had been signed by both parties shone with light, the demon chief laughed sinisterly. Betraying allies was an extremely disdainful action. However, he was a demon originally. What's wrong with betraying allies? Demons are born evil by nature. The demon contract is dripping blood. Yue Yang saw that the demon contract was burning in the air and was dripping with fiery blood. According to the knowledge inheritance from the tragic guy's mom, Yue Yang understood what this meant perfectly. You have violated the terms in the demon contract on your side. Do you guys want to kill me? That's right. The demon chief did not even finish his sentence before he swung his blood scythe towards Yue Yang's neck. I like your honesty and your straightforward methods. Since that's the case, I'll leave your corpse intact as a reward. Yue Yang smiled indifferently. He raised his right hand and the golden beast on his wrist turned into a mysterious sword with mystical runes, blocking right in front of Yue Yang's neck. Under the restriction of the ancient code, he couldn't attack with his combat skills, but he could defend himself. The gold-ranked blood scythe was extremely sharp. It swung down mercilessly. However, that scythe only brushed across Yue Yang's nose, the wind from its swing blowing against Yue Yang's hair. Yue Yang's eyes glinted with a hint of ridicule. The latter half of the blood scythe had been cut off, strangely stopping right beside Yue Yang's neck. The front half dropped soundlessly, and finally thudded on the ground. The demon chief's expression changed greatly. He couldn't believe that his bloody scythe had been broken into 2 pieces. It was a gold-ranked item, indestructible. It had actually been broken by his enemy's sword in 1 slash. What's happening? He suddenly realized and pointed at the golden beast in Yue Yang's hand that had turned into a mysterious sword, crying out in alarm, Are you a Tongtian beast? Yue Yang leisurely yawned and answered, Yep, it's the one and only Tongtian beast. The golden-crowned Thorny Flower Queen tilted her head towards Yue Yang and said, This fellow is really dumb. Are all demons this dumb? How could he think of launching a surprise attack on you? Isn't it as ridiculous as trying to have an eating competition with me? Before she finished her sentence, 5 spears that were killing the avians just now shot towards her, each of them was thrown with a power that could pierce straight through her. What a boring sneak attack! The golden-crowned Thorny Flower Queen waved her hand. Over 100 bronze-ranked Thorny Flowers minions and Thorny Flower clusters rose to the sky. Their gigantic bodies were even bigger than the demonic swamp dragons hiding in the blood pool. The demons with spears charged forward angrily. However, their spears didn't seem to have any effects to the soft and slippery bodies of the thorny flowers. The Thorny Flower minions plucked out the demon spears nailed on their bodies easily and passed it to the golden-crowned Thorny Flower Queen. The process was extremely quick, it was executed in less than 2 seconds. They had even dispelled the demonic chi and miasma in the air at the same time. Shiro, seems like the spears are more like javelins/arrows that are used for long-ranged attacks. Before the 5 lesser innate demons could cast their spears the second time, more thorny flowers started appearing from the ground. The thorny flowers combined together, twining against each other and finally formed a thorny flower giant that was more than 30 meters tall. All the thorny flowers were bronze-ranked, they ranged from bronze-ranked level 1 to level 9. Mysteriously, the highest level of bronze-ranked level 10 was not present. Even so, the appearance of this 30 meters tall bronze-ranked thorny flower giant was enough to stupefy the 5 lesser innate demons. How were they supposed to fight such a big monster? The 5 demons had not even come back to their senses when suddenly, another 2 bronze-ranked thorny flower giants appeared from the ground. Fortunately, the other 2 thorny flower giants were slightly shorter. They were only 20 meters tall. However, the thorny flower giant's goal was not the 5 demons, it was the demonic swamp dragons hiding in the blood pool. They were also attacking the terrified corrupted wyverns that were scrambling everywhere in the sky. The demon chief felt an impulse of wailing on the ground in his heart. Who is this human boy actually? They had wanted to kill him at first and hoard all of the spoils of war here for themselves. He never imagined that his ability was something they could not fight against. Had he known earlier, he would have fled this sky shrine the moment their seal was unlocked. His greed had truly led him to his demise. It was fine when they signed the demon contract, but the moment they chose to betray the terms of the contract, according to Tongtian Tower's law, they would not be able to leave the battlefield before the other party. Isn't this equivalent to leading himself to his death? Let's stop fighting. If you are willing, I will give you all the treasures here as compensation. Moreover, we can agree on a place to meet in the 6th level of Tongtian Tower, I will compensate you with 100 sky crystal coins. We don't have to fight so hard, it would only result in heavy losses for both of our sides. If you are willing, I am willing to compensate you for my rude behavior just now. The demon chief had secretly schemed in his heart. He would definitely be at a disadvantage in this battle. It would be better for him to endure shame and compensate the human boy right now. He could call for reinforcements to kill this boy in the future after they leave this place. In order to acquire the Tongtian beast who could cut through a gold-ranked weapon, many strong rankers would definitely be interested in joining him. With regards to the demon chief's suggestion, Yue Yang shook his hand and smiled, Clever demon, do you think I will still trust your words? If I wasn't planning on trapping you guys here in this sky shrine, I would never have signed the demon contract with you. Alright, I won't criticize your clumsy schemes anymore, it's not something that you demons are an expert in anyway. Let's talk about how to kill you. How do you guys want to be killed? The demon chief felt like Yue Yang had punched him in the face when he heard his words. He staggered a few steps backwards. Right now, even if he was a fool, he finally understood the situation. This brat had been scheming from the start. This human boy was afraid that he would escape from the sky shrine at the first moment, hence he pretended to be weak and tricked him to think that it was safe for him to beat him down. He made him believe that he was forcing him to sign the demon contract. When he broke the terms on their side, he would be able to fight him even with their alliance status. He had hidden his true strength. He only revealed his Tongtian beast when he, Demon Chief, turned hostile against him. Do you think you can defeat me with just the likes of your Lamia, Bloody Queen, Barbarian Cow Shadow and a bronze-ranked level 1 Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen? The Demon Chief furiously roared, I'm an innate level 5 ranker, no matter how many beasts you have, they are all useless against me. I can totally defeat you even by standing still. Do you know what's my domain of power? My domain of power is Dark Shadow. As long as I don't show myself, you won't ever be able to find me in the darkness of my domain. You left out my Tongtian beast. Yue Yang smiled out. He loved watching the agitated looks of his enemies the most, because that would mean that they felt cornered. You won't be able to find me even with your Tongtian beast. The Demon Chief raised both of his hands to the sky, and his surrounding 20 meters radius immediately became complete darkness. His body slowly became a transparent shadow. If you enter here, I will immediately attack. You won't be able to find me here, and you won't be able to defeat me who is like a shadow. If you agree on my suggestion, stop your attacks immediately. I will even add another 100 sky crystal coins. What if I say that I still have the quintet golden puppet mice, who can traverse boundaries, traps, and domains? Yue Yang summoned the 5 puppet mice out. The Demon Chief was so angry that no words could flow out of his mouth. If you think it's still not enough, I can still summon more beasts until you are satisfied. Yue Yang summoned the Spirit of Flame and Smoke who had absorbed the gold-ranked level 8 Sandstorm Beast's magic crystal, Storm King's Core. She was currently a gold-ranked level 5 Spirit of Flame and Smoke. Its body was covered with blazing flames and thick smoke. The Storm King's Core revolved continuously on her forehead. There was a flicker of Nirvana flame burning on top of her head. That was her most important constitution, the ultimate flame. Just how many guardian beasts do you actually have? The Demon Chief was thoroughly frustrated. This Spirit of Flame and Smoke was the nemesis of his Dark Shadow domain of power. In his domain, he actually still existed physically. He was not a shadow nor an element. Would this trick work on a Spirit of Flames and Smoke that had a body of flames, storm, and smoke? That's impossible. The thing that made him despair the most was that the beasts that this brat summoned were all guardian beasts. What does this mean? That means they would never die nor betray him. Under this situation, how could he defeat his enemy? Forget about the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, the Holy Beast Bloody Queen and the Lesser Holy Beast Barbarian Cow Shadow. He even had a little Lamia girl whose strength was impossible for him to measure. In the Demon Chief's heart, this little Lamia was definitely not weaker than the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. Just now, the avian leader who was his enemy for hundreds of years had died because of her. Once again, Yue Yang summoned another beast, the Reaper Mantis, to kill those corrupted wyverns who were completely scared out of their wits, flying in chaos. At the same time, he revealed a radiant smile towards the Demon Chief who was in despair. However, his smile looked even more sinister than a demon king's. His elegant face then revealed an evil expression as he said, if you don't mind, I would like to call a few more reinforcements. When Xia Wen Li heard him, she lightly waved her hand and summoned her diamond grimoire. Raising her protective shield, she summoned Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon all out. When the Demon Chief saw this, his demon claws trembled as he asked, his voice shaking in terror, Diamond grimoire. Your beast has a diamond grimoire? Damn it! Who are you actually? How could someone below the level 6 elder possess a mythical beast that has her own grimoire? This is impossible, this is definitely impossible. You haven't even reached level 6 elder, how can you possess a mythical beast? Yue Yang smiled. His smile sent shivers down the 6 demons' spines. Why didn't you think that she is a transcending mythical beast that I have inherited? Transcending mythical beast? The Demon Chief suddenly had difficulty in breathing. The foolish him had actually started a fight against someone who possessed a transcending mythical beast. Moreover, this human warrior had actually possessed the Holy Beast ranked Bloody Queen and Lesser Holy Beast Barbarian Cow Shadow, a Reaper Mantis which was the natural predator of dragon race, puppet mice and Spirit of Flame and Smoke that could render his domain of power useless. He also possessed a Tongtian beast, and even the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen which was legendary for being the nemesis of the demon race. In this world, is there anyone who is more foolish, more arrogant, more greedy and more tragic than him? When he saw the gathering of the beasts surrounding him, the threat of death that he never felt for thousands of years suddenly surfaced from the bottom of his heart. This time, seems like it wouldn't be as simple as being sealed in the Sky Shrine. His end was approaching soon. No, no. The Demon Chief wailed out. His cries echoed through the Sky Shrine for a long time. After battling for 1 hour and 15 minutes, the Demon Chief who was covered with cuts and bruises tragically collapsed to death. With the power of innate level 5, he would be an unstoppable force even in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. However, he was actually defeated in the 2nd floor of Tongtian Tower. Of course, this was an exception that would not happen in 10,000 years. There would definitely no one in this world who would imagine that someone like Yue Yang exist in this world. The demon chief who died in Yue Yang's hands didn't die injusticely, because before him, there were Makai Su Ling and Duan Mu Longcheng who were much stronger than him who also met the same tragic end. We shouldn't waste the corpses, forget about the white-colored pearl from the avians' bodies. Yue Yang didn't even spare the feathers on their backs. He ordered his beasts to pluck every single one, then leave the leftovers to be swallowed by the golden-crowned Thorny Flower Queen. All parts of the avians' bodies were treasures. The white-colored pearl was of a higher quality than magic crystals. Their feathers could be made into arrows. Some of their weapons were even silver-ranked, and the worst were bronze-ranked. As for their corpses, they made quite a good fertilizer. The demon race was also the same. Yue Yang dug out the demon hearts of the 5 demons who were lesser innate rankers after releasing their seals as reward for Hui Tai Lang, who had contributed a lot in the previous battles. Although it didn't come along this time, Yue Yang would not forget about his watchdog. As for the magic crystals, after refining it using Nirvana's flame, Yue Yang distributed it to Red, Aman, Golden Beast, Spirit of Flame and Smoke and Reaper Mantis. Of course, their corpses ended up as fertilizer. After this battle, Reaper Mantis had leveled up from gold rank level 4 to level 5, while the Spirit of Flame and Smoke and Aman vaguely showed signs of leveling up. Seems like it won't be long before they can level up. The Bloody Queen Red was trying to reach 2 stars Holy Beast and had almost succeeded. However, it was still not yet shown in the summoning grimoire, seems like she still lacked a little. The Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen didn't level up, she was still bronze ranked level 1. However, the thorny flowers she summoned had all leveled up. Many of the thorny flowers had even ranked up to silver-ranked thorny flowers, especially the thorny flower minions that had swallowed the corrupted wyverns and demonic swamp dragons. Their evolution was obvious. Yue Yang didn't bother going to the forts of the avians and the demons and gather their treasures. He prepared to go into the world inside his grimoire and look around. After the great battle, the intermediate ranked gold grimoire had leveled up to advance ranked. A golden-colored pillar of light shone brightly for a long period of time. The special type beast world had expanded outwards a little more in the midst of the golden light. After absorbing the avians and the demons' energy, within the ring of light, other than wind, fire, water, earth, and metal, there were 2 other new heaven runes, light and darkness. The runes in the ring of light became richer, as it continued to slowly revolve around the grimoire. Its mysterious energy turned into some kind of special area of effect that increases the status of its master and his beasts. Moreover, it had a weakening effect on its master's enemies. Its area of effect wasn't very big right now, as its level was only platinum ranked level 3. In the future, if it could increase its level and expand its area of effect, it would definitely be a great force to behold. Of course, to raise such a bottomless pit, Yue Yang felt that no amount of magic crystals would be enough to satisfy it. Xia Wen Li pulled on Yue Yang's arms. Can we go into the grimoire world now? Yue Yang was overjoyed when he heard the news. As he gathered his thoughts, he realized that world was not resisting his entry anymore. Faintly, he even felt that it was guiding him in. However, he felt more guidance from Xia Wen Li who was holding onto his arms. A flash of golden light appeared on the grimoire and enveloped Yue Yang's body. In a flash, Yue Yang disappeared without a trace. When they were teleporting, Yue Yang felt Xia Wen Li leading him and flying quickly through an empty space. They seemed to have traversed 1,000 miles within the blink of an eye. His feet finally stepped onto ground after being suspended in the air for a while. After a burst of light, Yue Yang realized that there was a strange world in front of him. This grimoire world wasn't really big, it was only few kilometers wide. Yue Yang could see what may be the end of the grimoire world, a stretch of mountain range of different heights that surrounded the whole area. Above it, there was a dome-like sky. The sky was extremely bright, there were no stars, moon, or even clouds. It really looked dull, and it was probably only 1 kilometer high. Some of the higher mountains on the ground could even almost reach half of the height of the dome. The ground was mostly filled with water. A big part of the ground was covered with a big lake. There were small islands of different sizes in the middle of the lake. On the islands, there were only grasses and flowers, and a small number of vines. There were also a few short fig trees, there were not big trees at all. The water was extremely clear, there were no fish or prawns at all, only the clear, calm lake water. Accurately speaking, other than Yue Yang, Xia Wen Li, Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman and the other guardian beasts, there were no other living thing inside the grimoire world. It was merely a new world that had just been created. Let's work together to create our new home. Yue Yang was extremely pleased. With this grimoire world, even though it was rather crude and simple, as long as he managed it, it would become more and more perfect step by step. If there were no butterflies, birds, fish, prawns, it wouldn't be interesting. He would bring them in next time. If there were no flowers or trees, he would plant them continuously, until they grew abundantly. As for houses, they would be able to create it once they bring in the necessary materials. Unn. Xia Wen Li obediently nodded her head, showing her joy. Let's tear down the White Cloud's fort in the Sky Shrine and move it in. Also, the Demon's Fort. Those are quite good materials. Bloody Queen Red liked to live in high places, hence she was very interested in the White Cloud's fort that the Avians lived in. She would definitely create a Sky Pavilion later on. Shiro, changing Hanging Pavilion to Sky Pavilion, then, what are we waiting for? The moment Yue Yang mentioned his order, all his beasts started to move. The Demon's Fort were torn apart and the Barbarian Cow Shadow and Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen worked together to move the pieces of obsidian stones inside. Even the Reaper Mantis also helped. Only the Spirit of Flame and Smoke, who didn't understanding anything about living and could only fight, stared blankly with nothing to do for a while. Seeing that Yue Yang didn't have the time to pay attention to her, she continued to absorb the Storm King's core inside her body. The Bloody Queen Red and Yue Yang flew together to the floating buildings in the sky, and tore apart the White Cloud's fort that the Avians used to reside in piece by piece. They then moved them inside the grimoire world. Fortunately, the pieces of floating stones would automatically float the moment it entered the domain inside the Ring of Light. Otherwise, they would have been exhausted to death trying to move them piece by piece inside. Yue Yang's responsibilities were to tear apart the walls and collect the treasures. As for the things that he didn't need, he immediately destroyed them, so that future challengers wouldn't know what happened here. Yue Yang figured that after every certain period of time, a strong ranker from the Tongtian Tower would come and fill the three worlds shrines with more beasts. It would be replenished the moment it was consumed. Of course, those people would probably not care if the Avians and the Demon's Forts were destroyed. The Avian leaders and Demon Chief's storage bracelets were not suitable for Yue Yang's use. Hence, Yue Yang decided to find a time to refine these two items. Maybe he could fuse them together with his Lich Ring and increase its storage space. With his grimoire world, although item storage was no longer a problem, it was more convenient to use the Lich Ring. Especially during battles or times when it wasn't convenient for him to summon his grimoire. When Red, Aman, and the others were still moving stuff, Yue Yang and Xia Wen Li went to acquire the final reward for clearing the Sky Shrine. Yue Yang hoped there wouldn't be a time limit for clearing the quest, otherwise he would regret it to death if they were kicked out from the Sky Shrine before acquiring the final reward. When Yue Yang swiped his crystal card across the giant Sky King statue, it broke into pieces. The stone pieces of statue scattered all over the sky. As Yue Yang dispersed the dust with his innate chi, he saw a round green light in front of him. Beside the ball of green light, there was a pearl that was faintly emitting light. Sky-splitting pearl, fake the holder will be able to split the sky forcefully and open a door to an empty dimension. Limited to one-time usage only. Yue Yang break out in sweat. The reward for the Sky Shrine was indeed a fake item. Looking from its effects, this fake sky-splitting pearl could not even compare to the silver-ranked blood-sucking pearl. At least the blood-sucking pearl could suck blood when it was embedded into a weapon, thus increasing the weapon's power. If a beast swallowed the blood-sucking pearl, it could even impart its blood-sucking ability to the beast. However, the blood-sucking ability was rather dreadful, because it was a skill that depended on chance. It was similar to Doom's Eyes, but Doom's Eyes could instantly kill, whereas the blood-sucking pearl could only suck blood. However, even a mosquito's leg is meat. Yue Yang had never rejected treasures before, the more the better. Yue Yang had been severely disappointed with the Three Worlds Shrine's rewards, but this time, the Sky Shrine reward of a round ball of green light had completely changed his mind. 5 colors of divine light, green, one of the 5 colors of divine light. The holder of this light can rearrange all kind of poison. All plant-type beasts will receive 10 times boost in power. Those who receive the blessings of the light will acquire natural body temporarily. Yue Yang's Heaven Eyes divine vision could also see another piece of information, damaged divine light, 9 layers of seal. This also meant that this green divine light was already so powerful even when it was damaged and sealed in 9 layers of seal. Yue Yang couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of power it beholds if he undo the seals. Based on Yue Yang's previous life's experience, the 5 colors of divine light was the treasure that Kong Xian had created after working on it for 10,000 years. It was said that originally, when a drop of energy from primal chaos had enveloped Mahamayuri, it created 5 strands of peacock feathers. Afterwards, Mahamayuri ordered his disciples to create 5 legendary swords using the 5 1-meter-long peacock feathers. The refining process took 10,000 years. Although it was made from a peacock feather, the legendary swords were as heavy as a mountain. As for its power, when this 5 colors of divine light appeared, Huang Feihu, Chang Heihu, Li Jing and all others were immediately scared off. Even Zhang Ziaye, who wields the god-beating whip, couldn't hold a candle to it. Shiro, if one were to use a word to describe 5 colors of divine light, it's OP. Shiro, forgive me for using a slang due to lack of better words. Of course, this 5 colors of divine light might not be Kong Xian's peacock feathers, but since its name was 5 colors of divine light, it must not be any ordinary treasure. Could it be that Kong Xian's butt was also kicked by the old Daoist Priest, and one of his feathers had flown here? Yue Yang carelessly guessed, as he quickly grabbed and stored the precious items away. He actually acquired 5 colors of divine light as a reward for clearing the 3 world shrines. Yue Yang was so touched. It was a pity that he couldn't redo the trial again. Otherwise, Yue Yang would have collected all 5 colors of divine light. The moment Yue Yang acquired the sky-splitting pearl and one of the 5 colors of divine light, the green divine light, the sky shrine immediately started to crumble. It was similar to what happened in the 12 zodiac temples. The whole trial area would be shifted and rearranged after it was completed. Yue Yang saw that there weren't many things left to tidy up, so he quickly ordered his beasts to retreat. Who would know if this shift would attract the attention of some great gods inside the Tongtian Tower? Although he couldn't be sure, the cautious Yue Yang immediately abandoned moving the last pieces of obsidian stones. Those things were also available in the Demon Palace in the Demon Abyss. If he need more, he could just give the great Demon King Baruth a visit again at the most. Whatever harp, blood scythe and other kind of weapons available had already been collected. Red, Aman and the other girls also quickly returned into the grimoire world. Yue Yang slipped away from the rebels and rushed out from the teleportation gate, almost crashing into the gold-armored guard captain outside. You didn't die. The gold-armored guard captain was different from the gold-armored guard captain guarding the 12 zodiac temples, hence he didn't recognize Yue Yang. When he saw the little thief had actually came out alive, he was extremely surprised. You seem to have entered for a few hours. How are you still alive? There are too many monsters inside, so I hid myself and slept. In the end, when I saw that it was quiet and there was no movement from the monsters, I stealthily sneaked myself back out. It was so dangerous. Yue Yang pretended that he was a lucky chap who had just escaped death. When the golden armored guard captain heard this, he burst out in laughter and patted Yue Yang's shoulders. You are so lucky. I have never heard of a team with lesser than 50 members clearing the human shrine. 90% of the teams would be annihilated. It's already a miracle for you to be able to escape from the human shrine. Young boy, don't ever do things beyond your capabilities again. You will definitely not be able to clear the trials alone. I won't dare to do it again. Yue Yang pretended to be afraid and quickly escaped. Haha, this little thief escapes pretty fast. Seems like he had some kind of artifact that makes him invisible, otherwise he would definitely not be able to escape, the gold-armored guard captain mumbled to himself, but he dismissed these thoughts to the back of his head very quickly. Had he possessed a stronger sense of curiosity, entered the trial status display crystal pillar room and used his authority to check the trial clearance list, he would probably be shocked to death by the truth. This was because Yue Yang's 3 world shrines completion rate was more than 3000%. In other words, the kid had cleared the trials that exceeded 30 times of the normal difficulty. Yue Yang came out from the 2nd floor of Tongtian Tower. He wasn't in a hurry to return to the little flower garden, instead, he went to the Yue clan castle first. His second uncle Yue Ling reported the current status of the castle. Without Yue Yang overseeing the management, he didn't feel at peace as a substitute clan master. He had only realized how difficult becoming the clan master was after becoming one. It was extremely stressful. Fortunately there was Yue Yang, the super powerful nephew, overseeing him, hence the other clans had also given him some face. If the Yue clan was led by a mere level 6 junior elder, there would probably no other leaders weaker than him. I don't understand castle management at all. Just take care of them as you see fit, I feel assured leaving it to you. Yue Yang didn't have a major interest towards his clan. Other than the ghost genius Yu Gong's puppet palace, there were no other secrets that Yue Yang would want to uncover. Yue Ling and the 2 elders had also allowed Yue Yang access to the secret room that was initially only accessible to the core members of the family, allowing him to browse through the materials recorded there. Inside, there were many records and recollections about the 3 Renaissance heroes and clan geniuses over the generations. It was a magnificent library. Shiro, 3 Renaissance heroes reminder 3 geniuses that had lifted the Yue clan to glory during its difficult times. Ghost genius Yu Gong is one of them. The 3 Renaissance heroes complete secret combat skills manuals, method of raising beasts, battleground military strategies, art of social behaviors and so on were very useful for the normal Yue clan members. However, towards Yue Yang who had already possessed the knowledge inheritance from the tragic guy's mother, there really weren't much materials he could study in there. With regards to the battleground military strategies and art of social behaviors, since Yue Yang would never be a court official or a general, it was completely useless to him. He was an innate, so these things were not very useful to him. The 3 Renaissance heroes didn't write this book for innates, they wrote this book for their future generations, to teach them how to bring their clan onto greater heights and how to strengthen the position of the Yue clan amongst the 4 great clans in Soaring Dragon Continent. It can be said that the only thing that Yue Yang was interested in was the ghost genius Yu Gong's puppet palace. According to the records, the Yue clan's secrets since 1,000 years ago were kept inside. If Elder Yu Hai was here, Yue Yang would have asked to go there. It was a pity that old man Yu Hai was not here, and he, as the true clan master, was the only person who knew about the location of the puppet palace. The one located below the Yu clan castle was not the real puppet palace. It was merely a puppet factory. The ghost genius Yu Gong had built the puppet factory so that the future generations who were not geniuses could produce low-leveled puppets by learning the simple method. Feng Er has been expelled by the Floating Mist sect. Mr. Ku Ming sends his apologies, but he wasn't able to defy the sect leader's orders. Yue Ling's voice was slightly dejected. The current Yu clan younger generation was originally full of geniuses. Yu Tian and Yu Yan were once chosen as the world's top 10 young heroes. Yu Feng had contracted a grimoire at the age of 6. His talent was discovered at a young age, and the three great sects had all come to recruit him as a disciple. In the end, he became a Floating Mist sect disciple. Afterwards, Yue Yang arrived, pulling a horse carriage with his stepmother, fourth mistress and little sister. He turned the whole Yu clan castle upside down, shocking the whole world. The trash who couldn't do anything before had actually become such an abnormal genius. Even Yu Bing, who could only possess the weaker plant-type beasts, had shown her wonderful capabilities during the New Year tournament. At that time, there was no one in the world who didn't exclaim in admiration for the Yu clan's younger generation. However, today, the first son Yu Tian was ruined, the fourth son Yu Yan was disabled, the fifth son Yu Ting had gone missing, the sixth son Yu Bao was faced with judgment from the clan, while the ninth son Yu Feng was expelled by the Floating Mist sect, becoming a stray disciple. If it wasn't because of Yu Yang and Yu Bing, the Yu clan would have really gone downhill. Yu Yang understood the reason for Yu Feng's expulsion. He had defeated Bai Yunfei and forced him to kneel in front of the others during the 100 Schools Elite Tournament. It was an embarrassment that Bai Yunfei would not be able to forget his whole life. After the Floating Mist sect leader, Bai Yunfei's father, heard about this, it would be strange if the Floating Mist sect still continued to teach Yu Feng. Yu Yang felt that this matter would happen sooner or later. It was all within his calculation that Yu Feng was expelled. Since Yu Feng didn't have any master now, it's not a bad thing for him to teach Yu Feng and increase the Yu clan's strength. He would not be able to take care of the Yu clan and stay in the Soaring Dragon Continent forever after all. If he and the girls decided to go to the Heaven Realm and did not return for 100 years, it wouldn't do if there were no strong younger generations to support the Yu clan in the future. Yu Yang muttered to himself, and made a decision. I am busy now, I have to help Princess Qian and Luo Hua City Mistress to become innates. I don't have time now. Yu Yang's words made the second uncle Yu Ling look really dejected. It's okay, your matters are more important. Yu Ling had already guessed that Yu Yang would not care from the beginning. Unexpectedly, Yu Yang's next words made him question the functionality of his own ears. I haven't finished speaking, listen to me first. Second uncle, with regards to Yu Feng, I will teach him when I have the time. Actually, he is still young now, so laying down the basics is the most important. You don't have to be so anxious. That Floating Mist sect, so what if he is expelled from them? Do you think that our Yu clansmen wouldn't be able to become innates if we don't become the four great sects' disciples? Yu Yang would definitely not want to teach Yu Feng seriously, but he had no problems if he was asked to provide guidance to him once in a while. Ah, is that so? Then I shall thank you on Feng Er's behalf. Yu Ling was overjoyed at the unexpected news, immediately bowing to Yu Yang. Of course, he knew that the Floating Mist sect had become hostile to them because their junior sect leader was defeated by Yu Yang. But he could only keep the bitterness to himself. Neither Yu Yang nor the Floating Mist sect leader was someone that he could afford to offend. Furthermore, even if Yu Feng wasn't expelled, he would probably not be able to learn anything there, and would even be bullied by Bai Yunfei. Yu Ling mentioned it to Yu Yang because he hoped that Yu Yang would help Yu Feng to unlock any kind of bottleneck that would affect Yu Feng's growth in the future. He hoped that Yu Yang could give some pointers to Yu Feng, or give him a martial arts pill or spirit pill, so that Yu Feng wouldn't end up like Yu Tian and Yu Yan. He never thought that Yu Yang would actually be willing to teach his son. How could he not be touched? As an innate, even a few pointers from Yu Yang was worth more than studying in the Floating Mist sect. All the disciples of Floating Mist sect must be loyal to the sect, otherwise why would they spend money to cultivate their disciples? However, as a member of the Yu clan, how could Yu Feng pledge his loyalty to the Floating Mist sect? Furthermore, the teacher that was in charge of teaching Yu Feng was only a level 6 elder. Moreover, the teaching of basic foundations was left to 2 level 5 grandmasters. How could they be compared to Yu Yang, who was an innate ranker? Thinking about this, Yu Ling's eyes started to water. He forced down the emotions in his heart and breathed in a deep breath. He then cupped his hands together and bowed to Yu Yang, saying with a choked voice, Xiao San, second uncle was wrong last time, second uncle was ignorant. Please do not hold my thousands of wrongdoings to you in your heart. If it was him, Yu Ling thought that he wouldn't be so magnanimous like Yu Yang, letting bygones be bygones. If he had become an innate himself, with regards to his third brother Yu Qiu who always criticized him or his first brother Yu Xian who always bullied him in the past, would he be willing to give them a few pointers, or teach their sons? Would he be able to be like Yu Yang, his nephew, and be magnanimous in his heart? Obviously, he wouldn't. Yue Ling understood it now. His nephew Yue Yang, other than surpassing him so much in terms of strength, he was also far superior to him in terms of temperament and morals. Yue Ling, who was so touched that his heart was feeling all tingly, didn't know that the reason why Yue Yang agreed to teach Yue Feng was because he didn't want things to get complicated. Yue Yang didn't want Yue Ling to sigh and complain to him every time. Yue Yang's way of thinking was as such: if Elder Yue Hai returned, he would also suggest the same thing. At that time, it might not be possible for him to reject Elder Yue Hai anyway. Hence it would be better to agree to it right now, although Yue Feng was still young and didn't actually need to be taught much. Even Yue Ling was capable of teaching his own son the basics. Right now, you should first teach your son about the basics. Tall buildings come from strong foundations. The sturdier you lay out his foundation knowledge, the stronger he would grow in the future. Yue Yang took out a white pearl that came from the avian's body from his lich ring and gave it to Yue Ling to motivate him. I didn't bring anything because I was in a hurry. Give this gold ranked level 5 magic crystal to Yue Feng. If I'm not mistaken, his guardian beast was quite a good one. Tell him to raise it well. It's gold ranked level 5. Second uncle Yue Ling happily accepted it. The moment he saw it, he almost jumped in shock. Was it a light type magic crystal of gold ranked level 5? That's wrong. He had never seen that kind of magic crystal before. This didn't seem like a beast's magic crystal, a giant dragon's, nor the goblin race's inner den. What kind of creature had a magic core like this? It looked extremely clear and pure. It seemed like it would be very good for cultivating Yue Feng's guardian beast. It was not that Yue Ling had never seen a gold-ranked magic crystal before, but he was moved because Yue Yang had given him a gold-ranked magic core straight away. The magic core felt kind of heavy in his hands as he felt an inexplicable shame in his heart. Not only has his nephew forget about his wrongdoings and didn't take revenge on him, he had even supported him with all he could. Thinking about how he ignored his nephew before, even to the point of mocking and ridiculing him. How could he not feel guilty and ashamed of it all? If Yue Ling knew that all the avians that Yue Yang killed in the Sky Shrine were all gold-ranked, and that he had given him the worst one of all, he probably wouldn't feel so guilty anymore. I still have a few more of those stuff. When Yue Feng's guardian beast finished absorbing this one, I will give him another one. Yue Yang didn't explain much and immediately left. Did he get these things from the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower and above? Although Yue Ling couldn't recognize it, he knew that this was definitely good stuff. After admiring it for a long time, he suddenly remembered that his son Yue Feng was still in the library waiting for his good news, hence he hurriedly ran back. He simply couldn't wait to tell his son about the good news. Right now, Yue Ling's only hope was his younger son, Yue Feng. He didn't hope for Yue Feng to have an abnormal strength like Yue Yang or his unimaginable growth, he only hoped that his son could also become an innate in the future, rising amongst 10,000 over other practitioners. Even if Yue Feng had to cultivate for 200 years, it was fine if he could reach innate in the end. Yue Ling hoped that Yue Feng would fulfill his wish of becoming an innate that he couldn't realize. As for Yu Tian and Yu Yan, he should just forget about them. Let alone Yue Yang, even Yue Ling didn't think that they deserved forgiveness. In the Yu Clan Castle Plaza, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers were practicing their martial arts. They had not heard that Yue Yang had returned. Only Hui Tai Lang, whose nose was especially sharp, immediately skipped over with its tails wagging left and right to welcome its master, the moment it smelled its master's unique smell. Yue Yang waved his hands towards his excited clansmen, and immediately became like a superstar, surrounded by his clansmen all around. He was escorted by the clansmen crowd to the plaza. With regards to the clansmen, of course Yue Yang decided to praise and give them some monetary rewards. He knew they needed those. Clansmen like Lin Lei and Lin Miao, who had took the initiative to join his side at the beginning, was rewarded with a bronze-ranked weapon each. This made them so proud that their faces turned red. They were so excited that they prostrated themselves to show their appreciation. A bronze-ranked weapon was not worth their overreaction, but they were really thankful for Yue Yang's kind thoughts. Yue Yang smiled and threw a few pearls towards Fatty Hai, Ye Kong and Li brothers. When he received the gold-ranked level 5 pearl, Fatty Hai was like a pervert seeing a naked girl, the drool in his mouth flowed out like waterfall. Hui Tai Lang also surrounded Yue Yang and rubbed itself on him over and over again, looking extremely anxious. It knew that it definitely had its share, but its mouth was too impatient, wanting to eat. It was the same type as Fatty Hai. If they weren't man and wolf, they might even be mistaken for brothers. When a few demon hearts appeared, it didn't even bother to chew, swallowing them straight into its stomach. The lightning mammoth, King Kong demon ape, Herculean rhinoceros beetle and the others were almost jealous to death. It was a pity that even if there were extras for them, they wouldn't be able to endure the evil demonic chi in the demon hearts. Only Hui Tai Lang, the abnormal wolf, could consume those demon hearts. Don't look at me with those starving puppy eyes. Yue Yang couldn't stand the gazes of those beasts, hence he threw them some demon leopards, storm wolves and flaming lions magic cores, all silver ranked. The King Kong demon ape was so happy that it howled out loudly, drumming its chest in excitement to show its joy. I am ready. Where are we going to go next? Tongtian Tower? Demon Abyss? I will go wherever you want me to. Fatty Hai asked as he smiled. It's not that I don't have a destination, but anyone below Innate would be instantly killed over there. When Yue Yang said this, Fatty Hai was so scared that his heart almost exploded. Forget I asked. Fatty Hai shook his hands uselessly. Give us a little more time. Although it is a little arrogant for us to say this, sooner or later, we will definitely become Innates. Ye Kong clenched his fists resolutely. The current Ye Kong was no longer that Ye Kong who almost starved to death in the Tongtian Tower the other day. I will give you a year's time. No, 9 months. If you don't work hard, I will go to the Heaven Realm first. The gate to Heaven Realm only opens once in 100 years. See to it yourself. Yue Yang decided to pressurize Ye Kong and the others. They don't have much time, so if they don't put in 200% effort, they wouldn't be able to make it in time. Ye Kong and the others were dumbstruck when they heard him. However, they revealed an extremely resolute, serious expression afterwards. Yes, we will definitely make it. Ye Kong clenched his fists tight and gave Yue Yang his word. He then shouted out to Fatty Hai and the others, come, let's continue to practice. It won't do if I'm afraid of you. Fatty Hai howled out, shutting his eyes and roaring like an injured animal. He understood clearly the meaning of Yue Yang's deadline. It was the separation line between an ordinary person and a true warrior. If they didn't manage to enter the Heaven Realm before the Heaven Realm gate closes, they would be thrown away by Yue Yang. After 100 years, even if Yue Yang returned from the Heaven Realm, they would probably have already become a nobody, reaching their maximum capabilities and would not be able to improve anymore. How many more years can they live? If they didn't work hard during their younger years, when their bones and blood channels have matured as they grew older and their fighting spirit had all been burnt out, how much combat power can they give? Furthermore, if Yue Yang went to Heaven Realm, the difference in strength between them would be far too great. Yue Yang who cultivated in Heaven Realm for 100 years would definitely improve to a much higher realm. Even if he returned to the Soaring Dragon Continent, he would only visit his family. At that time, would Yue Yang still be someone they could look up to? At that time, he would definitely be an existence that they wouldn't hope to catch up to even in their dreams. Fatty Hai, Ye Kong, and the others were pressured by the urgency of time. Princess Xian and the others also felt anxious, maybe even more than Fatty Hai and the others. They had to follow him. Separated for 100 years was something that they would never accept. If they were only friends, they might not follow him to the end. They could still be friends after 100 years. However, he was their lover. If they couldn't be together, everything would be done for. More pressingly, Yue Yang was even preparing to attack the prison emperor's divine palace. This was the first step to enter the Heaven Realm. At the same time, this was also a test for Yue Yang. Through the prison emperor's test, Yue Yang had to be able to defeat the sealed Heaven Realm's warriors, in order to be able to survive in the Heaven Realm. When Yue Yang returned to the little flower garden, he started to tell the girls about how he managed to clear the Three Worlds Shrines quest. He had not even managed to bring them into the grimoire world to look around when Princess Xian suddenly grabbed his collar and glared at him with her tigress eyes. There's no more time, let's practice. Yue Yang had actually wanted to bathe with the sickly beauty first and enjoy his happy sexual life before he start to practice. He never thought that the tigress girl would be so anxious. Since it was rare that she took the initiative to request a practice session with him, Yue Yang agreed naturally. The sickly beauty giggled and pulled at Yu Bing and Yi Nan, then we shall go into the grimoire world and build a little house ourselves. There's nothing inside, right? We can take turns to build our new house. When Xian is tired, Luo Hua can go out and practice. Let's go, let's not disturb Princess Xian's practice. The let's not disturb Princess Xian's practice was of course an excuse. Usually, Princess Xian could practice her skills on her own. If she wanted to practice with Yue Yang, she obviously meant the body fusion cultivation. This was the way the sickly beauty tried to give privacy to Princess Xian and Yue Yang. If the girls weren't there, maybe Princess Xian could relax more. Seeing the sickly beauty and the others entering into the grimoire world one by one under Xia Wen Li's guidance, Princess Xian's face started to turn red. Go and bathe first, your body is covered in sweat, so smelly. Looking at her cute reaction, Yue Yang was moved and couldn't help but to reach out and forcefully hug the tigress girl who was pretending to be angry. Thoroughly enchanted, forgetting the situation, he forced a kiss on the beauty who was still struggling in his arms. Princess Xian was flustered and wanted to avoid him, but Yue Yang was extremely quick. Even though she tried to move her face, she was still kissed by him in the end. Princess Xian couldn't really feel the sensation of being kissed because she immediately struggled free forcefully. Are you asking for a beating? Princess Xian raised her fist and was about to beat him up, but she felt rather weak. If he hugged her again, she might just give in to him. This is bad. Would she really become a princess who became pregnant before marriage? Princess Xian was extremely flustered, Her heart was beating very quickly. With a red face, she pushed Yue Yang away and said, "Don't come near me, or I'll be really angry. Go and bathe. I've never really met such a rude brat like you, ha." Yue Yang knew that he wouldn't be able to take advantage of her if he was too impatient. This tigress would not be able to run away from him anyway, so he would just take it slow. Smiling smugly, he turned around and left. Princess Xian was both angry and flustered at the same time. She really wanted to kick him. However, she was afraid that the situation would become like that time in Cloud Peak Lake, where she got her leg caught by him when she was trying to kick him. Then he pushed her down and pressed his body on top of her. Princess Xian thought about how her pants had torn that day. Maybe that brat had even seen her secret place already. She immediately became even more embarrassed, that even her ears turned red. She only returned to her senses after a long time. Rubbing her lips, she remembered Yue Yang's sneak kiss just now. The feeling of being forcefully kissed was kind of strange. It was really an indescribable feeling. It's a pity that it was too fast, she couldn't feel it too clearly then. When Princess Xian thought about it again, her face immediately turned red again, as she secretly scolded herself. "Idiot, you let that brat took advantage of you, and you even thought it was a pity that you didn't feel it too clearly." Deciding to forget everything about the kiss, Princess Xian straightened her clothes, afraid that the girls would suddenly come out and found out something amiss about her. After that was done, she rubbed her butt a little. Just now when she was struggling fiercely, she felt some kind of hard thing on her butt. It's definitely that brat's thing. When Princess Xian remembered that she had seen his thing a few times before, her face immediately turned red again. That brat, he really had strong sexual urges and was bold enough to pursue them. Seems like she was really in danger. It's just that her old man had not returned yet, otherwise she would have forced Yue Yang to talk with him. They could at least marry secretly. If she didn't have any status, get eaten and become a knocked-up princess, wouldn't it be really embarrassing? The more Princess Xian think, the more worried she become. She really wanted to look for Yue Yang and check whether he had finished bathing, but she was afraid that he would misunderstand and thought that she was trying to peek at him. When Yue Yang returned from his bath, his body was covered with steam. But he didn't tease Princess Xian anymore, looking all like "I'm a perfect gentleman." Of course, the more Yue Yang behaved this way, the more worried Princess Xian became. He already kissed her anyway, why would holding hands matter now? Luo Hua, Wu Xia and the others were not here anyway, she would just be wasting her strength if she tried to compete with this shameless bastard. When they started cultivating, Princess Xian slowly calmed down and started to concentrate her mind to cultivation. Princess Xian, who didn't have any further reservations in her heart, also had an unspeakable harmony training with Yue Yang. Their compatibility were only slightly lesser than Yue Yang's compatibility with Shui Wuxia. Princess Xian realized that the reason she wasn't able to harmonize with Yue Yang before was because she still had reservations in her heart. Now that the girls were all gone and there were only the two of them here, she had become completely relaxed. Their practice session proceeded very smoothly, as if they were made of one body. Princess Xian was secretly happy when she found out that their compatibility was actually pretty good. If not for Shui Wuxia, she would probably be Yue Yang's best partner. Since their body fusion practice started off well, Princess Xian became even more accepting of Yue Yang. She focused her mind on him, allowing his innate qi to course through her body and unblock her blood channels. When her blood channels were unblocked, she felt some kind of pain. But Princess Xian actually liked the painful sensation. She didn't mind the pain, because she was extremely happy with Yue Yang's gentle soothing afterwards. That's right, it was indeed a wonderful feeling, just like the time when she was young. She had fallen on the ground during her sword practice and was injured, so she was crying. Then, her father who saw her slowly patted her head and wiped away her tears. It was that kind of gentleness that made her happy. This bastard was really similar to her father. Both of them would never speak words of love, they were both too proud for that. No matter how much they love her, they would never speak of them. She remembered that her father had said this to her before, although you have grown up, you still have not learned how to take care of yourself, let alone others. You have to find a boy who knows how to take care of you. He might be overpossessive of you, he might not know how to be warm to you and flatter you, but it's okay as long as he has you in his heart, and would always try to protect you secretly. That bastard Yue Yang might probably be the kind of man that her father had told her before. He couldn't say flowery words to flatter her, but she knew he had her in his heart, even though she was clumsy and didn't know how to react to him. Right now, he was even accompanying her by her side, just like how her father had accompanied her in the past. After she grew up, her father's loving figure had slowly disappeared. It was replaced by Yue Yang's figure instead. Yue Yang, the thread that she would never be able to cut through and the tangle that she wouldn't be able to undo for her whole life. When they were practicing, time flew by very quickly. In just a moment, 6 hours had already passed. Luo Hua city mistress and the others were starving, so they had come out from the grimoire world, led by Xia Wen Li. When Princess Xian saw how Luo Hua city mistress was looking at her with a weird smile, her face immediately blushed again. At first they had only agreed to practice for 3 hours and then it would be Luo Hua's turn, but she had completely forgotten the time. But Luo Hua city mistress didn't mind at all. Instead, she followed Yu to the kitchen to learn cooking from her. Luo Hua was determined to make a delicious dinner for Yue Yang. Amongst the girls, Yu's cooking was the best. Shui Wuxia, who could do everything under the sun, was also not bad. The third best was the sickly beauty. The sickly beauty's cooking skills were only so and so before she became a wife. However, the moment she became Yue Yang's wife, her cooking skills had grown by leaps and bounds inadvertently. Furthermore, she became more willing to cook. Last time, she would rather eat simple meals and spend more time to study runes. Now, it was the complete opposite. Luo Hua city mistress and Yinan could only cook simple meals. It could be eaten, but it was definitely far from sumptuous. As for Yu Bing, she couldn't cook at all, but she had no problem in helping with washing vegetables and so on. Amongst the girls, the only one who couldn't cook at all, couldn't even step into the kitchen and could only eat, was Princess Qian. Since young, Jun Wuyu had raised her strictly as if she was a guy. He even thought of raising her to be the next emperor. She had never had to worry about her meals. Even when she went out to train, Yu would always accompany her by her side, so she never had to cook for herself her whole life. I'll go and help out too. Princess Qian was feeling rather regretful. If the girls hadn't come out to make dinner because they were starving, she would have still continued to practice body fusion with Yue Yang. However, in order to show to the girls that she had no feelings whatsoever for Yue Yang at all, she decided to avoid him and go to the kitchen to help. Don't, people will get sick stomach from the food you made. Yue Yang was shocked when he heard her, hence he quickly stopped her. What did you say? Princess Qian exploded. Although she can't cook, her food would definitely not end up as poison. How dare he belittle her? Qian, don't be anxious if you want to learn. How about next time? Let me cook for you today. Yue Yang hurriedly helped her brother to mediate the situation while Luo Hua city mistress giggled in secret. She also couldn't cook really well, but she had no problem cooking an edible meal. Even though it was not really delicious, at least the people who ate it wouldn't get sick. Seeing the giggling Luo Hua city mistress, Princess Qian became very gloomy. Even though they were all girls. How could her cooking talent be so bad? It's not that she had not tried before, but her food always ended up burnt black or half-cooked. She didn't have the talent for it since young, and she didn't have any interest in it too. Princess Qian had already given up on improving her cooking skills from the beginning. However, she felt kind of annoyed when she heard Yue Yang's comment just now. A wise man once said that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. She shouldn't fail in this aspect. Princess Qian didn't insist on going to the kitchen to cook personally, but she had changed her perception towards cooking. She decided to work hard on her own in secret. Someday, she would definitely make something that would make Yue Yang unable to resist eating even though he's stuffed. After Yue Yang's return, the girls returned to their normal schedule. Everyone prioritized practicing with Yue Yang every day. If they have time, they would go into the grimoire world to continue building their house. Every day, Princess Qian and Luo Hua city mistress takes up most of Yue Yang's time, each of them taking up 5 hours. This was because the longer they practiced, the better their harmony and the better the effects of body fusion would be. This made their abilities improve greatly day by day, showing obvious results every single day. On the 5th day, Princess Qian's guardian beast, White Tiger, leveled up. It even faintly showed the potential of ranking up to diamond rank from its platinum rank. The moment Qian's White Tiger, which had a shared body with her, turned into a holy beast, she would also turn into an innate. Luo Hua city mistress was slightly slower. On the 9th day, Luo Hua city mistress guardian beast Light Spirit Aurora had also finally leveled up, with the help of Yue Yang's innate Qi, God's Dew, Water of Life, 5 colors of divine light, all these extremely rare treasures of the world. It leveled up from gold rank level 5 to platinum rank level 4. Luo Hua city mistress Aurora was different from Princess Qian's White Tiger, it would need at least a month before it could level up again. However, Luo Hua city mistress still had her 3-tailed snow fox, who managed to rank up to platinum rank level 3 with the help of Yue Yang's Nirvana's Flame, Heaven Rune and the avian leader's White Pearl. Although it had not attained wisdom yet, the 3-tailed snow fox had already possessed some kind of intelligence. Amongst all non-humanoid beasts, its intelligence might even be higher than Hui Tai Lang's. Will she really become a fox lady in the end? Yue Yang couldn't be sure, but he realized that the 3-tailed snow fox had a different evolution path than Hui Tai Lang. Hui Tai Lang was like its master, a strange exception that was always different from the others. Seems like it would not have a humanoid form even when it had already evolved to holy beast. The 3-tailed snow fox, on the other hand, was slowly evolving into a humanoid appearance. Yue Yang secretly sweated. This three-tailed snow fox wouldn't be like the seductive Daji who had destroyed the whole kingdom, right? Shiro, Daji is the name of a fox spirit famous in Chinese classics. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/Daji. After 10 days of body fusion cultivation, Yue Yang's compatibility with Luohua and Xian had greatly increased. With regards to feelings, they were also growing steadier by each passing day. Inadvertently, they had started to accept his hugs. Although they used the body fusion as a reason for hugging, sometimes when his thing that doesn't know restraint brushed across their thighs or butt, they would only be embarrassed, but they would not be angry. Mostly, they pretended that nothing happened. Sometimes, they were too exhausted from training that they decided to sleep in his embrace straight away, instead of returning back to their rooms. Although Yue Yang didn't take advantage of the situation and push them down, the two girls had already accepted their fate with this man that was their destined natural predator. They didn't resist him when he suddenly sneaked a kiss or tried to touch them in various places, but they still defended their last fort. Yue Yang wasn't anxious at all. Rather than forcing them, why not go with the flow? Someday, maybe not long in the future, there might be some kind of external factors that would enable him to overcome that last hurdle in their heart. Your big-booped lady has given you news. She invited you to meet at the Yu clan castle at 9 in the morning tomorrow. Princess Xian had left the little flower garden for 2 hours in order to ask around for his father's news. Unexpectedly, she didn't find any news about her father, but found the Phoenix Fairy Beauty, Tianfa's reply in the Thieves Guild instead. Really? Yue Yang was overjoyed when he heard her. It's been a long time since he saw the Phoenix Fairy Beauty, he actually missed her a little. Look at your happy face. Aren't you just thinking of looking at big boobs? Princess Xian's voice was filled with jealousy. She had almost said to Yue Yang, if you want to look at boobs, there's a pair right here, it's just that this princess doesn't dress in revealing clothings like that. Tianfa. When he met Phoenix Fairy Beauty again, Yue Yang realized that she was a little thin. Maybe it was because she had just recovered from her injuries, but her beauty was still as charming as ever. Of course, Yue Yang had charged straight towards her snow-white breasts, preparing to bury his head in it. Bad little boy, let's talk about serious matters, don't joke around. Yue Yang's forehead was stopped by one of the Phoenix Fairy Beauty's finger. Her ultimately beautiful face revealed a smile that would even blind the Sunday. The serious matter is actually quite simple, we'll attack the prison Emperor Divine Palace in 2 weeks. That's all. Hot babe, why don't we put the important matters aside and busy ourselves with our more personal matters? When Yue Yang stepped in to hug her, Phoenix Fairy Beauty quickly avoided him. Instead, she snuck behind Yue Yang and hugged him from the back. Her lips moved closer to Yue Yang's ear and lightly kissed it. Sorry, I think I won't be able to help you. Every person who has the right to enter the Heaven Realm have agreed to a peace treaty, so we can't kill one another due to personal grudges or revenge. Everything is decided by that right. If you want to kill Prison Emperor Divine General, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy. Although he has slept for 5,000 years, his strength has almost recovered to normal. If he fought with Xia, they would probably be equally matched. I think killing him will not be an easy feat. Furthermore, he has many helpers. We won't be able to defeat him with just the two of us. What if we have another old turtle? The sensation of having a pair of huge breasts pressed against his back was indescribably wonderful for Yue Yang. Immediately, a certain shameful part of him became hard. That old turtle only has high defense, its offense is lacking, so it's useless. Phoenix Fairy Beauty seemed to understand that Yue Yang's feelings had stirred. Her hands that were on his chest previously slowly descended downwards, rubbing his stomach. Then, she inched downwards a little more, making Yue Yang so aroused that he almost wanted to find a place nearby the Yu clan castle gate and push her down. My attack power is quite good. Yue Yang advertised blatantly. What kind of attack power are you talking about? Her cherry lips beside his ears seductively asked, as she panted heavily. Phoenix Fairy Beauty's hands seductively brushed across and accidentally bumped onto his excited and energetic thing. Yue Yang's heartbeat sped up 100 times. Gulping, Yue Yang pretended to be a gentleman and answered, all of my attack power is pretty good, do you want to try testing them? Where are we going to test it? Phoenix Fairy Beauty kissed Yue Yang's ears lightly, her breath heavy. Your house. Yue Yang decided to use the cheaper option. They could go to a hotel, but other than wasting their money for a room, they would also need to be alert in case the police raided the hotel. Why not go to your house instead? I want to test it out on your bed, it will be more exciting that way. Phoenix Fairy Beauty lifted her thigh slightly, slowly rubbing them across Yue Yang's thigh while her hand had probed inside his pants, as if she was trying to grab an interesting object. Apologies, his bed already has someone on it. Shui Wuxia's voice suddenly came out from the back. With a book in her hands, she walked past the two people. Acting as if Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty were not there, she added, please continue, I'm only passing by. Yue Yang sweated. Indeed, this girl was worried about him. Phoenix Fairy Beauty giggled out as she pinched Yue Yang's cheeks after letting go of her hand from Yue Yang's front. Bad little boy, next time, if you want to have an affair, remember to find a deserted place. Don't let your wife catch you red-handed, you'll really be pitiful then. Do you need to kneel and grovel yourself to seek forgiveness later at home? Don't tell me you are a submissive husband. Yue Yang had a very rebellious heart, so he also pinched Phoenix Fairy Beauty's smooth cheeks. Hot babe, I think I was caught red-handed because you were seducing me just now, isn't that right? Phoenix Fairy Beauty shrugged her shoulders elegantly when she heard him. Her ample breasts bounced because of this action. Are we still going to my house? Phoenix Fairy Beauty blew at Yue Yang's ears. Yes. Yue Yang thought that anyone who refused her offer was Dongfang Bulletin Bai. Shiro, some character in a famous novel who castrated himself in order to learn a martial art skill. His name literally meant undefeated from east to west. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/dongfang_bubai. My bed is very big, soft, and comfortable. Phoenix Fairy Beauty smiled with a smile that could topple a whole kingdom. Yue Yang thought that the phrase enchantress won't compensate loss has perfectly described this girl. No wonder King of Zhou could be seduced by the fox spirit until he was confused. Turns out that seductress who could seduce men completely in body and soul truly existed. They were enchantress that could slowly choke these men with gentleness. Really? Yue Yang's eyes lit up when he heard her. His blissful sexual life was beckoning right at him. Why, isn't this our little Yue Yang? Shui Wuxia, who had disappeared just now, suddenly reappeared in front of Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty. She held her ancient book in her hand and asked Yue Yang curiously, I seem to have heard about you planning to go somewhere. I'm going to her house. Her clear eyes that was staring straight at him made Yue Yang become slightly flustered. What are you going to do in her house? Shui Wuxia's smile was as bright as the sun, completely without any clouds, hail, thunder, lightning, rain, or storm. I'm going to test if her bed was really big and soft and comfortable. Yue Yang replied, stating his clear motives and logical reason. You need tools to measure her bed, have you brought your tools? Shui Wuxia continued to smile, her expression was filled with gentleness as she reached out and straightened Yue Yang's clothes. She even took out her handkerchief and wiped Yue Yang's face, as if she was a virtuous wife sending her husband out to work. I have the tools on my body. Yue Yang sweated. He definitely wouldn't leave his tool at home, otherwise he would really become Dongfang Bulletin Bai. That's good then. Please work hard, I will be waiting for you at home. Shui Wuxia's smile was like morning dawn. In the end, she had even gave Yue Yang a fleeting kiss on his lips, just like how a wife would when she sent her husband off to work. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was very jealous when she saw this. Her eyes flickered a little when she suddenly realized that she had met a strong opponent. It's not strong opponent in terms of strength, but a strong opponent in terms of love. Originally, she was only a little interested in Yue Yang. However, afterwards, she went through a life or death situation with Yue Yang. She started to feel that this boy was actually quite to her liking. Although she hadn't decided to be with him forever, she couldn't help but to want to tease him. She felt really happy, especially when he was drooling over her charm. She felt a great satisfaction to her vanity as a woman. She knew that she looked good and sexy, but other men's perverted gaze actually made her feel disgusted. They looked at her as if they wanted to possess, violate, and insult her body. This boy's gaze, however, was completely different. He was more of appreciating her beauty and gazing at her in admiration. Although he was also lustful, it wasn't his main feeling towards her. He liked her charm more than her body, more than the two large pieces of flesh on her chest. Yue Yang's gaze made her felt pleased. She was pleased with his appreciation, his admiration, and his feelings. Seducing him gave her a sense of accomplishment. However, even though Phoenix Fairy Beauty thought that her charm was unrivaled, she realized that even with her seduction, she wouldn't be able to occupy the number one position in his heart. Although his lust was on fire, his gaze was never lost, especially when this girl who was holding a book appeared. He had immediately changed from a frivolous, perverted boy to an obedient boy. Maybe he was only pretending to be an obedient boy. However, at least he respected this book-holding girl, that's why he did that. He pretended to be a gentleman for Shui Wuxia, but acted frivolously with her. This was the difference. This was the difference in treatment because of her position in his heart was lower than that girl's. If he regarded her as the first one in his heart, he would also treat her the same way. The Phoenix Fairy Beauty looked at Shui Wuxia and realized that this girl who was always carrying a book was giving her an extremely dangerous feeling. This kind of dangerous feeling was really hard to describe. The Phoenix Fairy Beauty definitely felt it, but she couldn't understand the reason. Nobody had ever given her such a dangerous feeling before. Nobody. This was not the difference between their strength, but their charms. As one of the three heads of Demonic Palace, the Great Tianfa, Phoenix Fairy Beauty never thought that a 20-year-old young lady could actually defeat her. Shui Wuxia could even defeat her completely. Possessing both charms and talents, it was the first time that she felt defeat in terms of attractiveness to another girl. This was the first time it happened for 1,000 years. Other than her sister, could there really be a girl that was better than her? Phoenix Fairy Beauty started to carefully observe Shui Wuxia, who was smiling brightly like the sun that thawed the cold snow. She realized that Shui Wuxia was indeed a strong opponent. May I ask who is this? Shui Wuxia pretended to have just noticed Phoenix Fairy Beauty. She is the customer whose bed I want to check. Yue Yang introduced her as such. Do you want to bring her home to test the bed at home? It's bigger, softer, and more comfortable. There are a lot of girls too, and there's definitely space for her to sleep on the bed. Why do you have to go to her house and trouble her? Just bring her home. Although her chest is slightly big, she won't take up too much space. Shui Wuxia's words made Phoenix Fairy Beauty felt like she had just been slapped hard on the cheek. You're really confident. Aren't you afraid that you're inviting a wolf into the house? Phoenix Fairy Beauty glared at Shui Wuxia. Shiro, inviting wolf into the house idiom for asking for trouble. In my eyes, a female wolf is actually the same as a female goat, because they are both females. Shui Wuxia calmly met Phoenix Fairy Beauty's gaze, then smiled slightly. My confidence depends on whether that female customer would like our Yue Yang's bed. If she doesn't like it, then my confidence will grow bigger. If she likes it, then my confidence will be like my chest, that couldn't grow bigger even though I want them to. Interesting young lady. Since it's that way, I should really test out the bed at your house and see whether I like it or not. Phoenix Fairy Beauty actually didn't want to bother about the Prison Emperor Divine General at first, because she felt that it would be very difficult for Yue Yang to kill the Prison Emperor Divine General. Prison Emperor Divine General had stayed alive for 6,000 years. Although his powers had greatly decreased from last time, after sleeping for a few thousand years, he had recovered most of them. He was not in the level of Thousand Goblins sect leader nor Shun Tian. Yue Yang wanted to kill the Prison Emperor Divine General. It's not impossible, but at least, it's impossible right now. Because no matter how fast this talented abnormal improve, he wouldn't be able to reach the strength of an immortal who stayed alive for thousands of years. In comparison, the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian, had only lived for 900 years. Compared to the Prison Emperor Divine General who had lived for more than 6,000 years, he was practically heavens apart. Fortunately the Prison Emperor Divine General had been sleeping for thousands of years in order to recover his injuries. Otherwise, no one amongst the younger generations could be his match. Right now, after being incited by Shui Wuxia, she kind of have the thought of seeing this through to the end. Although she was actually only following Yue Yang to play, to see how he was going to defeat the Prison Emperor Divine General. Of course, more importantly, she intended to seduce this boy to come under her pomegranate-dyed skirt, and become the lord over her. Then, she intended to defeat this 20-year-old young lady who could actually threaten her. This young lady, if she grew up in the future, she would definitely be a person like her older sister. Phoenix Fairy Beauty realized that she had really belittled her last time. Seeing her improvement speed, other than Yue Yang, no other people could come close to her. She was even improving faster than her when she was younger. Very good, since it's that way, I shall represent our Yue Yang's bed and welcome you. Shui Wuxia smiled lightly, pulling onto Yue Yang's arms, as naturally as a newlywed wife holding his husband's arms. She also took out a group teleportation golden-colored teleportation gate. When Yue Yang turned around and looked at Phoenix Fairy Beauty, Shui Wuxia immediately punished him like a wife punishing her husband, giving him a hard pinch on his butt. You still dare to look? Your eyeballs are about to drop to the ground. Phoenix Fairy Beauty knew that she had been tricked, but in the end she decided to follow through. She didn't want the man at all, but since there were people to fight him over with, she shall play with them. The saying of unclaimed lands can be fought over also explained this logic. No matter what, she must defeat this young lady who can make her feel jealous. She would definitely not let this girl, who was like a second older sister, surpass her. No matter in terms of strength or beauty, she would definitely not allow it. Furthermore, Yue Yang was quite an interesting boy. He wasn't like other men that were annoying. As for handling this perverted, frivolous, and bold little scoundrel, it seemed like she had to protect her last defense. She would definitely not let him push her for more and be eaten up by him. Phoenix Fairy Beauty watched Shui Wuxia and Yue Yang backs as they disappeared through the teleportation gate. She then looked up to the sky, and a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Elder sister, I must have that man. I will definitely snatch him away, do you mind? Oh so mighty Zhizun, what would you say when you see your younger sister snatching the boy that you treasure? Your expression, it would definitely be very interesting, right? Shiro's afterthoughts, sorry for the late post. It's research on Ariana Grande and the Chainsmokers this time hehe. The arrival of Phoenix Fairy Beauty increased the girl's competitiveness. Only the sickly beauty had welcomed her. Forget about Luohua City Mistress and Princess Qian, even Yu Bing had treated her as an enemy, as if her brother was about to be snatched away by this great sky demoness. However, her arrival also had benefits, and that was to provoke the girls into cultivating harder. Because of the disparity in strength and also the threat of a rival in love, Princess Xian and Luohua City Mistress would stay with Yue Yang whenever he had free time. On one hand it was to keep watch of Phoenix Fairy Beauty and prevent her from seducing Yue Yang, on the other hand it was also to show their own charms so that Yue Yang would not forget about them because of a new person. As for Shui Wuxia who had invited Phoenix Fairy Beauty, she appeared to still be the same as before, completely not caring about her. Other than practicing body fusion with Yue Yang, she would normally read a book. From the very beginning, Phoenix Fairy Beauty had never placed these girls in her eyes. In her eyes, even if these young ladies cultivated for another 200 years they would still not reach half her own strength. She felt that her only opponent is the usually quiet Shui Wuxia. However, before 2 days had even passed, Phoenix Fairy Beauty greatly changed her point of view. These young ladies' cultivation speed was very fast. Forget about comparing them to normal people, their speed was even faster than exceptional geniuses by 100 times. In those days, even under her sister's careful guidance, she had not reached this kind of speed. If they continued at this kind of speed, forget about 200 years, maybe 20 years would be enough for them to overtake her. Above all, Yue Yang's body fusion simply made her gasp in amazement. In the past she had never seen this kind of cultivation method before. This brat Yue Yang, not only could improve himself, he could also improve together with his sweethearts. Also, the more people this brat cultivated with, the more his cultivation speed increased. What kind of ability was this? This wasn't the first time Phoenix Fairy Beauty had seen the ability where two people cultivate together, but it required the two people to either be twin brothers and twin sisters who have a deep understanding of each other. How could there be an ability where you pull a random young lady and start cultivating together? If a person could randomly find someone and cultivate together, would the words recoil of madness still exist? Forget about normal warriors, even innate rankers, when they recklessly cultivate together, would suffer recoil of madness and in the end be reduced to a cripple. The strangest thing was when Phoenix Fairy Beauty saw Yue Yang use nirvana flames to purify the girls' bodies, yet they were not burned to death. Even her body would not be able to withstand the nirvana's flame. How was he capable of controlling it and using it to purify their bodies? Also, what kind of ability could have produced the pure energy circulating inside these girls? Furthermore, not only could this brat actually understand ancient runes, he seemed to have mastered more ancient runes than her. As for heaven runes, Phoenix Fairy Beauty noticed that the girl called Yu Bing was able to recite 10 of them. On the 5th day, Phoenix Fairy Beauty was extremely surprised. She saw that Yue Yang had helped Princess Xian to level up to the realm of lesser innates. For normal warriors, becoming a lesser innate would require at least 50 years of cultivation, even for geniuses it would take at least 10 years. However, under this brat's assistance, Princess Xian had only used 5 days to reach what others would need 50 years to achieve. This speed was simply too hard to believe. However, Princess Xian was not the only person who leveled up within these 5 days. Luohua City Mistress, Yinan, and Yu Bing had also received a level up. Because of Phoenix Fairy Beauty's arrival, Yu stopped practicing body fusion with Yue Yang and gave her time with him to Yinan and Yu Bing. Phoenix Fairy Beauty believes that if they continuously cultivated at this kind of speed, these young ladies would only need 3 years to catch up to her, they would even surpass her if they cultivated for 5 years. She now understood why Yue Yang could fight against Shan Tian, the Thousand Goblins sect and Great Demon King Baruth at the age of 20. The reason was because this brat was able to grasp cultivating methods that no one in the world could use. Under this kind of cultivating speed, forget about Holy Beast's guidance, being well prepared, accumulating spirit chi or eating spirit pills. In Yue Yang's words, those are all fleeting clouds. Phoenix Fairy Beauty mumbled, the reason sister treats him favorably must be because she saw his capabilities, right? Otherwise, based on her disregard towards men generally due to her arrogant temperament, how could she have become his introducer? It's also not surprising that Shui Wuxia would openly challenge her. The answer had already shown itself, and it was because she was his fiancée. As they cultivated together every day, it would be hard for her to not level up even if she wanted to. Another 2 days went by and Luohua City Mistress Three-Tailed Snow Fox had leveled up from Platinum ranked level 4 to Platinum ranked level 5. Yue Yang also begun to think of how to make it rank up. Once the rank up succeeds, the Three-Tailed Snow Fox would unlock its intelligence and truly become a holy beast. Seeing this, Phoenix Fairy Beauty could not bear it anymore. I also want to train body fusion with him. Also, we can exchange and share the mysteries of the ancient runes and the heaven runes. Phoenix Fairy Beauty stated her request. She could not bear her own turtle-paced cultivation speed. Before she saw the girl's improvements, she felt that her cultivation speed was not slow. Other than Sister Zhizun, no one could surpass her, not even the great emperor of Ziwei, Shan Tian, nor the Thousand Goblins sect leader. However, after coming to the little flower garden, within 7 days, she felt that she urgently needed to change her thoughts. With regards to sharing heaven runes and ancient runes, we can exchange them 1-to-1. As for training in body fusion, I do not oppose to it, but if you wish to listen to each of our experiences, you need to exchange it with yours. Shui Wuxia had already discussed this with the others and had also predicted that Phoenix Fairy Beauty would suggest to practice body fusion. Also, when you cultivate with him, we must also be present. You cannot privately cultivate with Yue Yang. Princess Xian added a condition. She was afraid that as Phoenix Fairy Beauty cultivated, she would end up doing that certain thing with Yue Yang. Although Phoenix Fairy Beauty was currently an ally, there was no guarantee that it would be the same in the future. Princess Xian felt that Yue Yang had best not be too intimate with her. Regarding Shui Wuxia and Princess Xian's conditions, Phoenix Fairy Beauty smiled and did not immediately answer. Instead, she asked Luohua City Mistress, "How about you? Is there anything you wish to add?" Luohua City Mistress shrugged her shoulder, "Of course I do. You cannot enjoy any privileges, and only 2 hours every day." Yue Yang had just returned from linking up Yu Bing and Yinan's blood channels and only heard the last sentence, "What are you talking about? What 2 hours?" He was a little curious. Originally, this Phoenix Fairy Beauty could not see eye to eye with the girls. How could she have a secret discussion with them today? Seeing that Yue Yang had returned, Phoenix Fairy Beauty immediately used her charm inherent skill. Her voice became sweet like honey as she sweetly smiled, "I also want your that." Yue Yang was slightly startled, but immediately reacted. This girl apparently wants to practice body fusion with him. However, he immediately refused, "No." Why? His response truly made Phoenix Fairy Beauty astonished. How could he refuse her? Forget about her, even the other girls did not imagine it would become like this. Cough, think for a moment, you and me, we are not in any kind of relationship. You are not my fiancé nor my sibling. You are still a woman, having an intimate body contact with men is harmful to your pure reputation. Yue Yang did not dare say that he was afraid that Phoenix Fairy Beauty would see through his skills and stealthily learn his innate invisible sword chi. Without the innate invisible sword chi as a foundation, no matter how miraculous body fusion was, it would not result in leveling up after just a few days of training. Everything was because Yue Yang possessed the innate invisible sword chi. Yue Yang himself was aware that the most special thing he had was the sword goddess in his dreams, teaching him the innate invisible sword chi. Without this, no matter how much effort he put, he would only be on par with Xue Tanlang and the Prince of Tianluo. He would not be able to become an innate at the age of 20 and would still be a weak newbie. Without the innate invisible sword chi, Yue Yang would not be able to link up the girls' blood channels, nor would he be able to help them break through to innate rank. Body fusion was only the best bridge. But, in the end, the most important thing was still the innate invisible sword chi. Yue Yang did not know what special skills Phoenix Fairy Beauty had. If by any chance she had a mind-reading skill that would allow her to slowly explore his secrets, wouldn't he be done for then? I have already killed 10,000s of people, how could I be pure? Furthermore, always paying attention to reputation is too tiring. Phoenix Fairy Beauty smiled. Who do you want to fool? You are obviously a virgin, let alone killing 10,000 people, even 8-year-olds will not believe you. In the course of these few days of interaction, Yue Yang had already made preparation. This Phoenix Fairy Beauty's body would produce an peculiar smell just like the other girls. He believed that that kind of smell was the smell of a virgin. Originally the sickly beauty's body also had it, however it had already changed into an extremely fragrant smell, which was more soft and more fragrant. The faintly distinctive smell of unripeness disappeared. How did you know? Phoenix Fairy Beauty was slightly dumbstruck. She had deeply concealed her odor, other than her sister who possessed divine eyes, she would never have guessed that this brat could actually see through it. How was he able to see through it? That can't be, you were actually a virgin. Princess Xian and the others were also stupefied, only Shui Wuxia and the sickly beauty remained unperturbed. Ah! The sickly beauty and Shui Wuxia had already compared their bodies because originally their bodies were almost similar. However, they now discovered that there were many different changes between their bodies. The sickly beauty's body and skin had become more moisturized. Her breasts, waist, butt, both legs and other parts of the body all had slight changes. These were all the mature characteristics of someone who had become a wife and was different from a virgin like Shui Wuxia. As for Phoenix Fairy Beauty, although she had dressed up like a lustful sky demon, her young eyebrows still remained, her pelvis had not opened, her waist remained soft, her butt was still raised not smooth and round, her skin was still glossy not glowing with the radiance of spring. Compared to the sickly beauty, she still had a lot of differences. The only enviable thing was her breasts which were towering tall and straight. She was still a virgin yet had these kind of breasts, if she became a wife, wouldn't it become more exaggerated? I guessed it. Yue Yang had accidentally leaked it. You had already done it with me, and already broke my important thing. You must take responsibility. Only you had touched me, and also injured my place. If you do not take responsibility, I will fight with you desperately, you heartless thief. Once Phoenix Fairy Beauty finished, Luohua city mistress sprayed out the water she was drinking. Where were you injured? Yue Yang curiously asked. It was that delicate place, very soft and very thin, Phoenix Fairy Beauty had prepared to explain to Yue Yang in detail. Yue Yang quickly waved his hand. That's baseless accusation, I can guarantee that I did not do such a thing. Phoenix Fairy Beauty did not stop, you had even made it bleed, how could you say there is none? If you say there is none then I will cry to death in front of you. When Yue Yang heard it, he patted his chest to express fear and cried for help from the girls, at that time you were also there, if there was or not you should at least say it. If not why don't you inspect if I had penetrated it? She is still a virgin, tell me am I wronged or not? Shui Wuxia slightly smiled, bouncing boobs lady, whether he had broken it or not, I am not too clear about it. However, I can assure that once you train body fusion with him, it will definitely break. You must think about it clearly. We are all his fiancé, that step will sooner or later happen. If you are an outsider, then you would have suffered losses. Our Xiao-san is very skillful in unfaithfulness. We do not dare guarantee that he is well behaved, carefully consider this for a bit. Phoenix Fairy Beauty muttered to herself and thought for a bit. In the end, she smiled, don't try to scare me off. Even his sisters could all cultivate too, it should not matter even if I am not the fiancé. I will cultivate in what Yu Bing and Yinan are cultivating in, little thief, if you have the ability then come and try it, maybe you could even gain something from this. Yue Yang did not answer and only secretly gulp on his saliva. If he said that he was not tempted to practice body fusion with him, he would be lying. Princess Qian mumbled quietly, who would push over who, it can't be said for sure. In the beginning, Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty did not dare use their innate qi in practicing body fusion. They only drew support from the 5 colors of divine light and nirvana flames, giving the great sky demoness increased control and purified her body. Yu, who knew what could happen, dragged Yu Bing and Yinan inside the grimoire world to build Yue Yang's new house. The other girls resisted blushing and remained to monitor Phoenix Fairy Beauty, afraid that this great sky demoness would push Yue Yang down. At the same time, there is still the sickly beauty, just in case Yue Yang could not hold back being in heat. The sickly beauty, who was already Yue Yang's wife, could wait upon him and vent off the excess heat inside him. However, the moment they started cultivated, Yue Yang gradually focused into his mind. In the end, he used his instincts to make full use of body fusion, completely forgetting to be on guard. Of course his vigilance was a bit excessive, because Phoenix Fairy Beauty did not have that kind of thief master ability. Even if there was, she had never thought about prying his secrets open. The most important thing that Yue Yang did not know was that, if the sword goddess did not pour the sword qi, nobody could learn the innate invisible sword qi. Even if Yue Yang had transcribed it from his memories, complied them into a book, and distributed it to everyone to learn, this innate skill would not be any better than ordinary adventurer's skill steel chopping or the crushing stone hammer technique. Without sword qi, nobody could learn the true innate skill, let alone be like Yue Yang, who could release his sword qi through his fingers or any part of his body where his blood channels had already been linked. Oh my god, I am dying. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was being burned and purified under the nirvana flames. She felt both pain and pleasure, as her mouth continued to moan endlessly. So noisy. Yue Yang could not resist the charm inherent skill she naturally exuded. In the end, his rationality gradually disappeared. He pushed Phoenix Fairy Beauty down and looked at her face. Then, he sealed her moaning lips with his. Limitless amount of innate qi flowed into Phoenix Fairy Beauty, who was being burned and purified by the nirvana flames. Being attacked from 2 sides by the nirvana flames and Yue Yang's body on top of her, Phoenix Fairy Beauty's body shuddered. She was still clearly conscious and even felt an indescribable pain, but she could not refuse the process of the nirvana rebirth. If she could persevere to the last moment, her body would be successfully purified. She would shed her feathers and become the new great sky demoness. Originally she stagnated at innate rank 9, and it was extremely probable that she would make a breakthrough. Actually her body had already been purified once when she was at the demon's palace. However, that kind of purification ritual was too short and only lasted for 10 seconds. Based on her innate rank 9 strength, she would quickly recover from it. But, with the nirvana flame she would be burned continuously. She might need to burn continuously for an hour, or maybe a few hours or longer. If it were not for the pure energy inside her body providing moisture and recovering from the damage of opening her blood channels, Phoenix Fairy Beauty would have already fainted from the pain. Inside her body, her blood channels slowly become unobstructed and became wider. Even the blood channels that she did not knew she had were linking up, becoming a new channel. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was in extreme pain, and originally thought of struggling. However she knew it was the process of nirvana rebirth, a miraculous process that she might not have a chance to go through even in 1,000 years. It was something others would yearn for in their dreams but would never be able to obtain. She strengthened her resolve to endure, and did not resist Yue Yang's innate qi invasion. No matter where his 2 hands burning with nirvana flame touched, she could only endure with great effort. Her clothes had already disappeared, beads of sweat continuously evaporated. Her smooth skin was burned away and was continuously renewed. The pain from that kind of process was simply too hard to imagine. Phoenix Fairy Beauty knew there were impurities in her energy, unlike the other girls which were extremely pure. As a result, the pain she needed to endure was more than them and the purification time is longer as well. If I die, then I die. Phoenix Fairy Beauty opened her jade-like arms and firmly hugged Yue Yang. This was the only method she could do in order to endure, not to struggle and escape. In the middle of the Nirvana flame, countless runes came out from Yue Yang's body and merged with the runes on Phoenix Fairy Beauty's body, forming a new pattern. Heaven runes, ancient runes continuously merged and shone on Phoenix Fairy Beauty's skin. The runes on their bodies continued to exchange as if they had life. In the end, the runes drifted on the sky, forming a Milky Way-like starry sky made of runes. When the runes touched Shui Wuxia, Princess Xian and Luo City Mistress, the runes in their bodies were also roused. As a result, their runes also joined the small ocean of runes. The Nirvana flame pillar soared to the sky. Shui Wuxia, Princess Xian and Luo Hua City Mistress were different from Phoenix Fairy Beauty. They had already went through many purifications and did not feel any pain from the Nirvana flames anymore. On the contrary, they felt pleasure from being bathed in the flames of rebirth, just like Xia Wen Li, Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman and the sleepy Thorny Flower Demoness. They were also capable of standing in the Nirvana flame pillar and bathe together in Nirvana flames. Those that could not bear the flames could only remain on the edge of the ocean of runes, but they could still enjoy the evolution process of the runes merging into their bodies. This process was very long, and could last for more than an hour. When the Nirvana flames disappeared, the ocean of runes gradually dulled, and one by one returned to Yue Yang's body. Phoenix Fairy Beauty's diamond grimoire suddenly floated out. It automatically opened to the page where the inherent skill and guardian beast was located. Afterwards, a golden light pillar rose to the sky as the charm inherent skill, the guardian beast and even Phoenix Fairy Beauty herself leveled up in an instant. Phoenix Fairy Beauty, who was red all over, floated towards the sky about 100 meters high, from under Yue Yang's body. Her chi exploded like a gigantic tsunami, sending strong shock waves everywhere. Her body unified with the guardian beast. Purple-colored wings quickly appeared on her back, extending more than 10 meters. A thorn tail appeared on her snow-white butt. Small and cute demonic horns appeared on her head. Her 10 fingernails gradually became longer, and turned into purple-colored demonic claws. The most obvious of all was her eyes that became purple as if a demon king's eyes. A perfect yet beautiful light disc made of deep purple, red purple, and light purple light revolved around Phoenix Fairy Beauty's body. These unique signs shows that Phoenix Fairy Beauty's guardian beast, the charmed demon, had leveled up to platinum ranked level 10, which was at the level of a great demon king. Phoenix Fairy Beauty let out a shriek that caused the whole ground to shake. Her energy spun crazily around her body as if it was a tornado. Even the golden light pillar from the grimoire seems to have been distorted. Phoenix Fairy Beauty had been stuck in this bottleneck for 100 years, incapable of breaking through innate level 10. But now, in an instant she had successfully broken through and steadily stepped on a new realm. After she leveled up to innate level 10, Phoenix Fairy Beauty's attitude changed a lot. Right now, Phoenix Fairy Beauty, who was initially at odds with the girls, would give a welcoming smile to Princess Xian even when her face was as stiff as a wooden plank. Every day, she would either study heaven runes with the sickly beauty or talk about the body fusion experience with Shui Wuxia. Otherwise, she would coach Yu and Yinan on behalf of Yue Yang. Of course, she treated Yue Yang the best. She would call him with her special nickname for him, Little Thief, with her uniquely clear voice, enhanced with her charm inherent skill and a honeyed tone. She was so sweet that even Yu Bing, who didn't know anything about the relationship between men and women, felt goosebumps when she heard Phoenix Fairy Beauty's voice. Phoenix Fairy Beauty, who was originally a little lazy, only eating or sleeping every day, suddenly became very diligent now. She cultivated as if she was obsessed. As long as Yue Yang was free, she would immediately drag him to practice body fusion. She, who had now broken through her bottleneck and leveled up to innate level 10, had a new goal now. And that was to become an innate elder. According to Phoenix Fairy Beauty, innate elder was another kind of innate realm. It was higher than innate realm and was similarly separated to 10 levels. Of course, innate level 10 was equivalent to innate elder level 1. With this new starting point, Phoenix Fairy Beauty would obviously not give up the opportunity to catch up to her elder sister. Phoenix Fairy Beauty didn't tell Yue Yang what was Xizun's innate elder level, and she also did not mention that she was Xizun's younger sister. However, Yue Yang had already suspected it long ago. This was because Phoenix Fairy Beauty looked a lot like Xizun, especially those bouncing boobs of hers that were as high as mountain peaks. Other than these pair of sisters, Yue Yang had never seen anyone else with such beautiful breasts. Furthermore, the two people had similar histories. Xizun ever told Yue Yang that she had a rebellious younger sister, which resulted in her giving Yue Yang unlimited freedom. Of course, the bouncing boobs lady did not say anything. Yue Yang and the other girls also did not mention anything. Every day, Yue Yang would channel some innate chi to Phoenix Fairy Beauty to purify the energy in her body. He would also use Nirvana Flame sometimes. However, the focus on body fusion cultivation was not on Phoenix Fairy Beauty, who had leveled up to innate level 10. It was on Princess Xian, who was preparing to break into the innate realm. With Yue Yang's assistance and the influence from her love rival, Princess Xian had improved by leaps and bounds these few days. She had originally needed a month to become an innate, but she was thinking of breaking through the innate realm in 22 days now. If not for Yue Yang who advised her to wait 2 more days in case overhastiness led to unnecessary injuries, Princess Xian had even wanted to break through the innate realm 2 days ago. In the end, under Yue Yang's assistance, Princess Xian decided to break through the innate realm on the 25th day. Just as she was filled with confidence and was thinking of fulfilling her dreams, something suddenly happened and messed up her whole plan. The old fox had suddenly arrived into the little flower garden, bringing along a happy yet surprising news. Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai, as well as other rankers from Xia and Tian Luo had been released by the Dragon Emperor of the Eastern Goblin tribe. They were escorted by 2 heavenly imperial guardians, and had entered one of the ancient passage of God's ruins because the fallen warriors and Eastern Goblin tribe rebel army had suddenly ambushed them. The State Grand Master of Xia was forced to open an emergency teleportation portal to send Jun Wuyu and the others into another ancient passage that no one had stepped on for a long time. In the end, when the heavenly imperial guardians could finally push the enemies back, they realized that they couldn't enter into the teleportation gate leading to the ancient passage as an innate ranker, due to the restrictions imposed by the place. The old fox had also leveled up to an innate, hence he was powerless. The only idea he had was to come here and see if the abnormal boy Yue Yang had a great idea to share. Maybe Yue Yang, the abnormal innate, could enter. His level was still recorded as a level 4 champion in his grimoire after all. He was not even a level 5 grandmaster. If Yue Yang could not enter the ancient passage, then the old fox wanted Princess Xian and Shui Wuxia to try entering and rescue Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the others out. Can we enter into the grimoire world and sneak inside the ancient passage? Phoenix Fairy Beauty was a little unwilling to part with Yue Yang, who could help her purify the energy in her body every day. No, some of the heavenly imperial guardians have tried that. Innates are restricted from entering. The old fox shook his head and sighed. Then I shall return first and prepare. Yue Yang, let's meet here again 3 days later. Right now, Phoenix Fairy Beauty didn't object to attacking the prison Emperor Divine Palace anymore. After leveling up to innate level 10, her confidence had greatly increased. Since Yue Yang was not be able to bring her along and enter the ancient passage, she decided to first return to the demonic palace and prepare for the battle. The prison Emperor Divine Palace was not an easy place after all, she must be adequately prepared. Then let's go. Princess Xian was extremely relieved. Fortunately she had not leveled up to an innate yet. Otherwise she might not be able to enter and rescue her father. Yes. Luohua City Mistress was also thinking the same thing. Brother, Yu Bing was afraid that Yue Yang would not be able to enter. In that case, she wouldn't be able to fight together with her brother and rescue grandfather together. It's okay, let's set off. Yue Yang brought the sickly beauty, Yu Yu and Yinan into the grimoire world, as he carried Yu Bing on his back. Then, together with Princess Xian, Luohua City Mistress and Shui Wuxia, they followed the old fox towards the ancient passage in God's ruins. This ancient passage was completely different from the one they passed through when they chased after the Eastern Goblin tribe. It was similarly grand and humongous, but the passage was extremely damp. Drops of water continued to drip from the cracks in the ceiling. Some parts of the ground had even turned into a river. The ground was mostly covered with water. In front of a teleportation circle, Xia, Tian Luo Heavenly Imperial Guardians were pacing back and forth helplessly. No one had imagined that there would actually be restrictions that restricted them from going inside and rescue Jun Wuyu and the others. The thing that worried them the most was that the teleportation circle had never been opened by anyone before. No one had ever set foot on it before. They had no way of knowing how dangerous it was inside. Meanwhile, the fallen warriors and the Eastern Goblin tribe rebel army would definitely not give up, there might even be a second wave of attack anytime. The Heavenly Imperial Guardians were unable to leave. Before they managed to save the victims, they had to protect the teleportation circle, so as to prevent fallen warriors and the rebel army from destroying it. They hoped that Yue Yang would be able to perform a miracle, or at least, they hoped that Princess Xian could go inside and check the situation, so that they may rescue Jun Wuyu and the 2 other important figures out. Try it out, maybe you can do it. The ascetic practice saint actually didn't dare to hope for much. Everyone also thought the same way, they thought that the restriction would not be an exception to Yue Yang. They only hoped that he could try it out first. Don't worry, I will definitely rescue everyone. Yue Yang was afraid that they would be ambushed the moment he entered, hence he also asked Luohua City Mistress and Yu Bing to enter the grimoire world too. Holding Princess Xian's hand and Shui Wuxia's hand on his right and left hand respectively, under the watch of several heavenly imperial guardians, state grandmaster, and the old fox, he took a big step forward and entered the teleportation circle. The state grandmaster quickly started the teleportation process, and with a bright, blinding light, Yue Yang, Princess Xian and Shui Wuxia's figure all disappeared from their sight. Ah! That boy is really an abnormality. The ascetic practice saint and the others were all dumbstruck. The restriction restricted anyone above the innate rank from entering, but against all odds, Yue Yang was still an exception. Maybe it was because that boy was still a level 4 champion but had already attained innate, unlike other innates who would have already reached level 9 saint. The laws here might be restricting level 9 saint and above, not innates. Of course, nobody would ever know the truth. Anything could happen in God's ruins, and since Yue Yang could enter, that was the best case scenario. The ascetic practice saint was extremely happy. Coming out from the teleportation circle, Yue Yang realized that he had fallen into a body of water. Fortunately he had held Xian and Wuxia in his hands. Otherwise, it would be terrible if he lost them. This had also proved one point. The people who entered would not be scattered away and would be teleported into the same place. Right now, he could simply look for traces and track down Jun Wuyu and the others. Xia Wen Li quietly floated out and secretly summoned the stone element Medusa and storm mermaid. In the water, the two beasts' power would increase by multiple times. Stone element Medusa had also summoned her golden tiger shark and ordered it to find Jun Wuyu and the others' tracks. The tiger shark had an extremely sharp nose to smell fresh blood. If one of them had been injured, it would definitely be able to sniff them out. Look around the surrounding. This should be a karst cave. Shui Wuxia floated onto the water surface and observed the surrounding for a while. Afterwards, when Yue Yang, who was looking for tracks underwater, surfaced, she told him her thoughts. It's so big. Princess Xian rubbed the water on her face. She realized that there were countless stalactites hanging above her head. The larger ones were as big as a house, over dozens of meters in length. The smaller ones were around 10 meters long, looking like a pike. The ceiling of the karst cafe was extremely tall. Countless drops of water dripped down to the ground, forming a stormy rain. Yue Yang rode on top of the golden tiger shark's back and shouted out, "Is there anyone here?" His voice echoed for a long time in the cave, but even after waiting for a long while, there was no answer at all. Seems like Jun Wuyu and the others had already walked far. The two girls stayed by Yue Yang's side, hugging his arms on both sides. The golden tiger shark swam forward, following a weak, remaining scent that would not last very long. Actually, it couldn't identify the exact direction either. This forward direction was mainly decided by Yue Yang and Xia Wen Li's intuition, especially Xia Wen Li, who possess a much sharper sense than Yue Yang, Shui Wuxia and Luo Hua City Mistress. After swimming for a while, the golden tiger shark suddenly became excited. This was because it had smelled blood, a fresh one at that, as if people had just battled here. Was this the blood of Jun Wuyu and the other two warriors? Without a strong enemy, how could they be injured when they were all strong experts? Could it be that there was a terrifying monster inside this cave? Yue Yang frowned his brows when he thought about this. The stone element Medusa and storm mermaid both pointed to one direction, indicating that there was a strong existence in front. Was it Jun Wuyu and the others, or was it the guardian of this cave? After thinking for a while, Yue Yang decided to check it out. After swimming for a few kilometers in front, an underground, lake-like environment suddenly appeared. There were many strange fish and countless different types of water plants. A plant that looked like a man-eating vine floated on the surface, capturing fishes that swam near to it. The golden tiger shark was also almost eaten. Fortunately, it was considered a great force in water, hence it managed to struggle free and escape on its own without needing Yue Yang's help. On the shores of the lake at the bottom of the cave, there was a sandy, muddy beach that was emitting a strange, unpleasant smell. The storm mermaid scrunched her face in disgust. The stone element Medusa had already pulled out her bow and arrow. Seemed like she had noticed an enemy. Ancient giant crab? No, this should be a corrosive ghost-faced crab. Yue Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision could see that a cunning enemy was hiding beneath the sandy and muddy beach. It was extremely big, as big as the hill-sized ancient giant crab that he met in Cancer Temple. Furthermore, this fellow's level was also a high gold rank level 6. I'll fight it. Princess Xian thought that Yue Yang didn't need to step in for this ghost-faced crab. She could finish it on her own. Careful, this crab is not easy to deal with. Furthermore, crabs usually live in groups, I don't think there's only one. Shui Wuxia thought that there would at least be a male and female crab. Yes, there's not only one crab, there's a whole nest of it. Yue Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision had seen that deeper inside the sandy beach, there were deep underground tunnels where a few more crabs were hiding. There might even be more corrosive ghost-faced crab even deeper underground. The most terrible thing was that there seemed to be a few human footprints near the entrance into the tunnel that they were hiding in. Those footprints were most likely left behind by Jun Wuyu and the others. Why don't we fly to the sky? It will be hard engaging all of them, it is more important for us to find the missing people. Shui Wuxia felt that it would be troublesome to fight all the crabs. Not only were these ghost-faced crabs high in level, their shells were also hard and they could drill into mud. It would be very difficult to fight them in mud. Boom! Before Shui Wuxia could finish speaking, 2 corrosive ghost-faced crabs suddenly drilled out to the surface from the mud, revealing its hill-sized body. Although they looked slow and clumsy, their speed was actually very fast. Aggressively, they charged towards Yue Yang and the others. Please do not host these chapters elsewhere without permission. How could there suddenly be gold-ranked level 6 corrosive ghost-faced crabs surfacing here? This kind of situation would never be seen in Soaring Dragon Continent. In Soaring Dragon Continent or lower levels of Tongtian Tower, the moment a gold-ranked beast appeared, it would usually be a king beast. However, Yue Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision could see that neither of these corrosive ghost-faced crabs were king beasts. Only their levels were high. In other words, they were merely useless troops, yet they were already so powerful. If a demon king beast suddenly appeared here, Yue Yang might not have a problem dealing with it, but Jun Wuyu and the others would probably have a hard time fighting it. Ha! Princess Xian brandished her great sword and released her white tiger's ability as she slashed right at the corrosive ghost-faced crab's eyes. Usually, crabs' weakness would be their eyes. Warriors would usually aim and damage this part heavily, cutting it deep with a sharp blade. The moment their blades caused damages to the giant crab's eyes, it would be destined on a path of defeat. Of course, not only giant crabs, almost all beasts' weakness would be their eyes. The only exception was those scary-looking insects which possessed hundreds of eyes on their face. With regards to the hard shell of the giant crabs, it would be useless to attack the crab's back or its 2 claws. They would only make scratches. A warrior should first attack their eyes and remove their sense of sight. This was the most effort-saving method. Princess Xian unleashed her combo attack, enforced with her white tiger ability and Emperor's sword, attacking the corrosive ghost-faced crab incessantly. However, with its quick reaction, strong outer shell and shrinking ability, it could easily shrink its eyes to its socket, rendering Princess Xian's attack useless. The corrosive ghost-faced crab's eyes was different from other beasts. Its eyes looked like a snail's, but they were not soft. Even the stem of their eyes were enforced with strong armor, making it look like a long hammer. It could shrink its eyes inside its shell and protrude it outwards. Its eye sockets were also covered by eyelids that made it very difficult for warriors to cut its only weakness with a sword. If Princess Xian's blow wasn't that strong, it would not even pull its eyes back into its sockets. Be more careful. Yue Yang couldn't help but to warn her. This darkness-type corrosive ghost-faced crab beast was a little cunning, one shouldn't assume anything when fighting it. I know. Princess Xian was fully confident, she felt that she would have no problem at all defeating the crab alone. The current Princess Xian was no longer the Princess Xian that Yue Yang had first met. On the water surface on the other side, Shui Wuxia, Storm Mermaid and Stone Element Medusa were fighting against 2 crabs. Shui Wuxia and the others had adopted a different strategy than Princess Xian. They didn't attack often, but when they did, they would unleash a deadly surprise attack, a combination of thunder and ice. The moment they attacked, their enemies would be heavily injured and die on the spot. The Stone Element Medusa were also waiting for the right opportunity. The moment the giant crab opened its mouth, it would shoot a fiery arrow that had petrification effect into its mouth. Storm Mermaid was taunting the crabs in front, it could swim 10 times faster than the crabs. If needed, she could summon a whirlpool that could throw the crabs into the sky or sink them to the bottom of the water at any time. Other than being responsible for providing support in case of emergency, Yue Yang was also secretly monitoring the movements of the rest of the corrosive ghost-faced crabs. This was a battle opportunity that was hard to come by, so he decided to let Princess Xian fight on her own as a warm-up practice before entering the prison Emperor Divine Palace. He had already flown to the place where there were human-like footprints the moment Princess Xian waved her sword. When he observed them closely, he realized that those weren't Jun Wuyu and the others' tracks. It was actually holes made from emission of methane gas. It looked like human footprints from the outside. Of course, these holes might also be the masterpiece left by the corrosive ghost-faced crab's bubbles. Yue Yang didn't feel any human presence at all, and he decided not to explore the corrosive ghost-faced crab's underground tunnel to see if there were any treasures hidden inside. At this moment, rescuing Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the others were their most important priority. When he saw the rest of the corrosive ghost-faced crabs all coming out of their tunnel, intending to surround him, he immediately took out his new crescent moon blade and ignited it with his purple flames, creating a fiery dragon with his Yang ability. Fire was the best method to deal with beasts. Of course, with the exception of fire-type monsters. Those few ghost-faced crabs immediately spouted out a wave of disgusting mud, in an attempt to stop the fiery dragon. They were extremely quick. 2 crabs immediately moved to the sides, while the other one drilled into the sand and came out from the water, slashing its giant claws as it ruthlessly attacked Yue Yang. If these giant crabs' claws managed to capture its enemy, it looked like it could even break a giant mammoth's leg. However, the enemy it had met was Yue Yang. Amongst the younger generation, Yue Yang was definitely worthy of the nickname Gold-Ranked Beasts Killer. The number gold-ranked monsters that had fallen under Yue Yang's hands was uncountable. I'll give you a taste of fire and ice. Yue Yang waved his blade and activated his yin ability. In an instant, the surrounding air around him turned freezing cold. The giant crab had been frozen to ice before it could manage to reach Yue Yang's body. Its movements became extremely slow. The corrosive ghost-faced crab that was trying to attack Yue Yang immediately tried to escape, afraid of the purple flames that was coming down at it from the sky. Yue Yang took out his Huijin magic blade with his other hand and ruthlessly cut through the frozen giant crab. Flames crackled as the giant crab's body was immediately burnt by Yue Yang's fire. As its body was enveloped in ice, its claws that were covered with hairs were also burning. The ghost-faced crab immediately tried to open its mouth to spout mud to put out the fire in its claws, but Yue Yang shot the fiery dragon into its mouth when it opened it. It was like that ghost-faced crab had fallen into a pot of boiling water. It struggled with all its might. I'll let you die coolly. He activated his yin ability on his crescent moon blade and ruthlessly slashed at the crab's mouth, which was burning in flames. In an instant, the ghost-faced crab's mouth became frozen. Even its eyes were also frozen. Within 10 seconds, the collision between Yue Yang's fire and ice ability had caused a great explosion within the ghost-faced crab's mouth. All of its innards, meat, and other things exploded all over the ground. Seeing its comrade die tragically, the two other ghost-faced crab reacted quickly and immediately drilled into the mud with their claws, running far away from Yue Yang, their nemesis. On the other side, Shui Wuxia had already frozen the corrosive ghost-faced crab in front of her. Although that ghost-faced crab wasn't dead yet, it would definitely not be able to escape into the mud alive. Meanwhile, with the other ghost-faced crab, the stone element Medusa shot her gold arrow to its eyes. It started to change in color into grey, slowly turning into stone. The ghost-faced crab wanted to escape underwater, but the storm mermaid was a master controller of water underwater. A gigantic water pillar shot the ghost-faced crab huge body up to the water surface, and Shui Wuxia finished it with a thunder attack. In an instant, that gold-ranked level 6 ghost-faced crab had become a completely charred roasted crab. However, this ghost-faced crab was actually still alive. Its vitality was extremely strong, it was simply out of Shui Wuxia's imagination. The stone element Medusa possessed the fake Nirvana flame in her snake hair that Yue Yang gave her in the Gemini Temple. Although it couldn't compare to the real Nirvana flame, its power was still something that a normal monster could never defend against. The stone element Medusa's snake hair opened their mouths, and fiery arrows were shot out towards the frozen ghost-faced crab's mouth and eyes. This was a little different from the fire and ice collision that Yue Yang had created, but the effect was close. The energy between ice and fire collided and created a huge explosion. The explosion caused a huge wave, splashing water to the sky. The ghost-faced crab's jaw and eyes exploded into far distance. The ghost-faced crab was still not dead yet, but the ghost-faced crab, which was on the verge of death, had no more strength to struggle. Its body and claws crumbled to the ground. Storm Mermaid summoned a wave to push it back to the shores, breaking its two claws in the process. Seeing that Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia had both defeated their opponents, Princess Xian was anxious. She had completely mutilated the corrosive ghost-faced crab in front of her, but she was still unable to give it the finishing blow. Of course, it wasn't because her strength was lacking. It was because the great sword in her hands was not a good weapon, it was just a bronze-ranked heavy sword. Previously, her great sword had broken countless times, and in the end it was even destroyed when the fake Yu-Chu demon had spouted his deadly light attack on her. She had no weapon to call her own. Even though the Xia Kingdom treasury possess a lot of high-leveled weapons, they don't have great swords, which she was used to using. Yue Yang had wanted to make her a great sword before, however, these few days, she had been forcing him to train with her so that she could become an innate quickly. He didn't have time to make the sword for her. A mere bronze-ranked weapon wouldn't be able to fully showcase Princess Xian's power. Hit! Seeing that the ghost-faced crab was trying to escape, Princess Xian immediately pursued it, leaping high up to the ground. When her body landed to the ground, she activated her Emperor's Sword Qi on her bronze-ranked greatsword again and unleashed her White Tiger ability, shooting right into the crab's mouth. Her greatsword, which was almost 2 meters long, pierced all the way into the crab until its handle. Just as Princess Xian thought that she had defeated her enemy, that ghost-faced crab, whose vitality was extremely strong, suddenly sprouted a black-colored corrosive substance from its injured mouth. Princess Xian protected her face with her arms, retreating quickly. Her whole body was covered with silver-ranked heavy armor, hence a normal corrosive substance wouldn't be able to injure her body. However, this corrosive substance had actually corroded her silver armor away, producing a crackling sound as it melted her armor into green liquid. Yue Yang was extremely shocked and quickly teleported to her side. He quickly slashed his crescent moon blade and cut away her heavy armor piece by piece. He also recklessly removed the corroded armor with his right hand, so as to avoid her body getting corroded away. In less than 2 seconds, Yue Yang had stripped away Princess Qian's armor and turned her into a freshly shaven sheep. Careful! Shui Wuxia warned loudly. Whoosh, whoosh, the stems of the eyes of the ghost-faced crab suddenly exploded, shooting 2 green-colored water arrows towards Yue Yang and Princess Qian. Princess Qian didn't care about herself, her natural reaction was to hug Yue Yang tight and jump to the back. She held Yue Yang as they avoided the 2 water arrows' ambush. When she finally returned to her senses, she realized that their current position was extremely misleading. As she had hugged Yue Yang's head in her chest, Yue Yang's face was buried between her breast, which was completely bare. Princess Qian was extremely embarrassed. She had wanted to say something, but Yue Yang pretended that he did not see anything. He simply examined Princess Qian's body from head to toe closely, and finally sighed a breath of relief when he saw that there were no injuries on her body. It was completely flawless and did not have any traces of corrosion at all. Princess Qian covered her breasts with one hand and punched Yue Yang with her other hand as she shouted, "What are you doing?" Yue Yang finally came back to his senses. He understood that the tigress girl was embarrassed. Actually, her clothes would be destroyed whenever they practiced body fusion. It was not like she had never seen her snow-white breasts before, he just pretended not to see anything. Of course, the tigress girl still cared about her reputation, so he laughed out awkwardly, "I thought you were injured just now. Fortunately you are not injured at all." Princess Qian felt both embarrassed and touched. She glared at him and said, "You are the one who will get injured. You don't even know how to avoid water arrow when it was shot towards you. Fool! Blockhead! I have 5 colors of divine light. Furthermore, it was only a little poisonous water arrow, it won't have any effect on me." Yue Yang laughed out. "Annoying! You are an idiot." Princess Qian had just remembered that he possessed the 5 colors of divine light, all kinds of poison was like tonic to him. She was simply too anxious just now, her natural reflex was to protect him. Then, had she actually allowed him to take advantage of her? When she thought about it that way, her face immediately blushed red. She saw the clothes that Yue Yang had brought to her was actually hers, not Yue Bing's. She felt a sweet taste in her heart. However, her mouth still blamed him. "Who asks you to take off other people's clothes so casually? What? You even have my underwear? You pervert!" She was completely embarrassed when she saw that Yue Yang had even kept her panties and bras. She immediately raised her hands and swore to never forgive him. Shui Wuxia pretended not to see anything. As for Stone Element Medusa and Storm Mermaid, they watched the show very interestedly. At the same time, they learnt different types of human behaviors. To them, these kind of intimate human interactions and feelings were something that they lacked in their lives. If they wanted to become a holy beast, they would first need to learn from their master. Putting on her clothes in lightning speed, Princess Qian continued to bombard Yue Yang's chest with punches because she simply couldn't bear the shame. At the same time, this would stop that brat from looking at her with pervy eyes. After they dug the crab's magic crystals, Yue Yang didn't continue to pursue the remaining corrosive ghost-faced crabs in the underground tunnel. As for the corpses of the ghost-faced crabs, he only took a few of their giant pincers. He gave up the crab shell and other parts. Originally, those would make a very good armor material. However, their priority right now was to find the missing people, so they decided to let go of shells and whatsoever. They went back to their path just now and continued to follow the flow. The reason why they couldn't find any trace of them in the water could only be because Jun Wuyu and the other warriors had followed down the stream, hence the water flow had washed their smell away. Their remaining smell was extremely faint, and it was also mixed with the smell of the monsters in the water. Even the golden tiger shark, who had a very sensitive sense of smell, couldn't differentiate them. Following the stream, they met various different weird-looking water monsters. They were at least bronze-ranked, but were mostly silver-ranked. A small number of gold-ranked beasts could also be seen from time to time. In this ancient passage, the monsters were at least at the level of Tongtian Tower 5th floor. Princess Qian was a little anxious, afraid that something had happened to her father. It wasn't easy for them to be released by the Eastern Goblin tribe, yet now they had to go through so many twists and turns. There seemed to be new leads. It's blood traces. The golden tiger shark suddenly smelled a fresh scent of blood and started swimming as fast as an arrow. When it arrived to the place, Yue Yang realized that there were some blood traces on a rock surface in front of them. The blood had not congealed yet, hence proving that the injured person had not left that place for very long. The appearance of the blood trace made Princess Qian really worried that her father and the other warriors had met with a strong monster. She was afraid that their lives were in danger. Her heart was beating very quickly. Yue Yang comforted her as they continued to search forward. In front, the river suddenly turned into a cliff with a gigantic waterfall. The golden tiger shark, which was swimming at full speed, wasn't able to stop in time, hence it jumped down the waterfall with Yue Yang and the others on its back. The bottom of the waterfall couldn't be seen. Princess Qian and Shui Wuxia held Yue Yang tightly as they felt the excitement of falling from a high place, screaming their lungs out. Before falling into the water below, Yue Yang held the two girls as he resisted air with his innate qi. They floated in the air and descended slowly. However, the golden tiger shark was left to shoot into the water below like an artillery shell, inciting a 10-meter tall water splash. Xia Wen Li reappeared with a rainbow light and pointed at the direction in front. She finally sensed an accurate location. There were people in front. Yue Yang couldn't wait for the disoriented golden tiger shark to get his bearings and swim forward. He carried the two girls as they traversed the water, flying forward. The more they advanced, the thicker the smell of blood was. In the end, even Princess Xian and Shui Wuxia could feel it too. After advancing for a few kilometers, there was another gigantic sandy beach. Yue Yang, Princess Xian and Shui Wuxia saw Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the other warriors fighting desperately against a huge monster. That monster looked grotesque, but it was extremely strong. It didn't even mind being surrounded, instead, it was pushing the warriors back. The younger generations, Yan Po-jun and Feng Qi-sha, had fainted due to their injuries. Even the eagle-eyed man who was quite strong, was covered with blood all over his body. Seems like the smell of blood that they smelled through the way was his. When Yue Yang saw the critical situation, he didn't even bother to greet Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai anymore. He immediately shouted out and took out his Crescent Moon and Huijin magic blade. Activating his Yin and Yang abilities, he shot forward and slashed at the gigantic monster. It's fine now, that boy finally come. When Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai saw Yue Yang shooting towards them like a meteor with fire and ice in his two blades, they finally let out a sigh of relief. Please do not host these chapters elsewhere without permission. The monster that Yue Yang was attacking looked extremely grotesque. It looked like a fish with horns and a worm with claws. The monster had 10 octopus tentacles-like limbs that were filled with thorns and suction pads of different sizes. The tentacles also had a big bloody mouth on its ends, which was equipped with pike-like venomous stings. Its body was as huge as a mountain, and it had the ability to change its shape. It could split its skin anytime and reveal a terrifying mouth with shark's teeth, like an amoeba. Its eyes were at the top of its head, buried within its flesh. There were countless of eyes on both of its sides. The monster had horns on its head. It had dozens of sharp horns covering the whole top part of its head. Seems like it wasn't only a mean to protect itself, it was also an attacking weapon. Yue Yang's fire and ice ability smashed down to the ground. If it were the corrosive ghost-faced crab, it would have definitely exploded and died. However, this strange monster had become berserked instead when it received Yue Yang's fire and ice ability. It wasn't injured very seriously. Strictly speaking, it had only received the sharp cut of Yue Yang's Crescent Moon Blade and Huijin Magic Blade. The fire and ice ability didn't have a huge effect on it. Its smooth skin seemed to have a resistance to fire and ice. Yue Yang saw that even though its skin caught fire, it would very quickly be put out. As for ice, it would only freeze its body a little and slow down its movements, but the effects would be greatly reduced after a while and it recovered completely. Yue Yang was extremely surprised with this result. It was actually resistant towards fire and ice? What kind of monster is this actually? There were a lot of monsters with resistance to fire, but there were very few monsters with resistance to both fire and ice, two colliding elements. Careful, this fellow is resistant to fire and physical attacks, it's extremely hard to deal with. Feng Kuang, Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao, Yan Qianzhong, Eastern Sky King, Western Sky King and the others were initially fighting the monster, but they immediately retreated when they saw Yue Yang, leaving the battle to the innate rancor. Feng Kuang shouted to Yue Yang to warn him, it can heal itself, so it's resistant to cuts and wounds. You have to think of another way. Of course Yue Yang had a way to deal with this monster. Even if it was resistant to fire, Nirvana's flame would definitely burn it to death. As long as it wasn't a pure life form, Nirvana flame would definitely burn every life forms and objects. Even souls and spirit would not be able to defend against its purifying ability. If it was powerful and had a strong will, the purifying process would take a long time, but it would still be effective. There was no existence in the world that could resist the Nirvana's flame. Even Phoenix Fairy Beauty was burnt to the point that she wanted to die. If it weren't for Yue Yang, she wouldn't be able to withstand the power of Nirvana's flame pillar on her own. Because Nirvana's flame was an existence that was completely pure, it could destroy anything in the world that had even a little of impurity in it. However, it also had the special ability of rebirth, which was why people revered it as the #1 flame in the world. There was no competition for this first place, because no other flames or willpower could affect the Nirvana flame. The Nirvana flame could burn and purify everything, even fire. Yue Yang might be the only warrior in history who had full control of Nirvana's flame. Of course this had something to do with the two phoenixes. Other than Nirvana's flame, Yue Yang also had the World Exterminating Wheel. He had the World Exterminating Wheel which was imbued with immemorial, ancient and heaven runes. This also made him an existence that had never existed before. If Yue Yang used this ability, even Shun Tian, the extremely strong rancor would also have a hard time dealing with it. The reason that Yue Yang wasn't able to fully showcase the world-exterminating wheel's power was not because he didn't have enough power, it was because Yue Yang wasn't able to fully control its movements yet. Other than these two skills, Yue Yang still had a lot of ultimate moves to kill his enemies. Forget about the innate invisible sword chi, even the fire bow and ice arrow that Yue Yang created was extremely formidable. However, Yue Yang didn't use all these. Instead, he started condensing his star explosion quietly. Just as the grotesque and greedy monster was about to swallow Yue Yang whole with its huge bloody mouth, Yue Yang threw his star explosion into its mouth and quickly teleported away. However, the monster didn't seem to be affected by this kind of attack. Seems like its internal organs also had high defensive power. It can also swallow shock waves. Master Golden Blade warned Yue Yang loudly. He had also used the opportunity to unleash his sword/wave when the monster was opening its mouth, but unexpectedly, it was completely uninjured. Shiro, Master Golden Blade is from Chapter 38, the building owner of the inn that was destroyed because of Demon King Haxin. Boom! Yue Yang clenched his fist. This was him trying to activate his domain of power. His domain of power, the star explosion, which was as small as a ball right now suddenly exploded within the ugly monster's stomach. The ugly monster could indeed swallow shock waves and energy. But it also depends on what kind of energy. For example, an ant had the ability to move a grain of rice. This was within its range of power. To the ant, easily lifting a grain of rice was already a big deal, but if it was asked to move a boulder instead, no matter how strong the little ant was, it wouldn't be able to move the boulder at all. If Master Golden Blade's sword shock wave was as big as a grain of rice, then Yue Yang's condensed domain of power star explosion was like a 5,000 kilograms boulder. A big, bloodied hole immediately burst open in that greedy ugly monster's stomach. Its tentacle-like limbs, the sharp horns on its head, its ugly eyes and internal organs all exploded out like a fountain. With Yue Yang's Heaven Eyes divine vision, he had even seen a black-colored pearly flying out of its body at. That must be a good item. Yue Yang quietly took it and stored it inside the lich ring. He then looked back at the monster whose body had already been halfway destroyed. That monster was actually still alive. Jun Wuyu and the others were they had fought against that monster for more than half a day, but not only were they not able to kill this ugly and greedy monster, they were even almost killed by it. However, Yue Yang destroyed half of its body with just one attack. Seems like innate rankers were really different. Feng Kuang and Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao and the others could only look at each other and smiled bitterly. They all thought that Yue Yang, whom they had not seen for a few months, had become even stronger than before. Right now, he even had a domain. This kind of improvement was practically lightning fast. It was a pity that Feng Qixia and Yan Pojun, who were at the same generation as him, was still a level 6 elder, even after having gone through so much, almost dying by the hands of the Eastern Goblin tribe. Level 7 Overlord was like a huge mountain that was blocking the way of these two genius youngsters. How could they be compared to Yue Yang, whom had not only reached innate, but even mastered his domain of power, which only an innate of at least level 5 and above could possess? It was really frustrating to compare themselves to another person. Yue Yang realized that the monster whose half-body had already been destroyed would slowly recover from its injuries. Although its body had already been mostly destroyed, new flesh and skin had actually grew again. Within 5 minutes, it had returned back to its original condition. Of course, its power was greatly reduced. It looked a little different from its aggressive appearance just now. Other than requiring a lot of energy to recover its destroyed body, Yue Yang thought that the reason for this monster's weakening must be because it had lost the pearl that he had already stored inside his lich ring. Seems like there was some kind of hidden power inside that black-colored pearl. Shui Wuxia and Princess Qian talked a few words with Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the others. The moment they saw that the monster had recovered, they immediately came over to Yue Yang to help. Seeing that her daughter had thrown her father aside and chased after her lover, Jun Wuyu couldn't help but to look at Elder Yu Hai, smiling bitterly and shaking his head. Seems like he couldn't run away from this ill-fated relationship anymore. In the future, titles and seniority must be separated, otherwise it would become a mess. If he pretended not to care, it would be selfish of him. They definitely hoped to get the approval from both families before they could get married happily. It's just that the moment he approved, the seniority between their families would become awkward. Jun Wuyu had seen a lot of things after returning from the Eastern Goblin tribe. He thought that his daughter wouldn't be at a disadvantage with Yue Yang. No matter what, he was still an innate son-in-law after all. If it were another person, they might even fought each other to marry their daughters off to Yue Yang. For example, that coarse Eastern Sky King. He didn't even think about his reputation or anything else, he had straight away visit Yue Yang and immediately helped his daughter to attain her lifetime happiness. That fellow was truly a qualified father. Shui Wuxia held Yue Yang's hand and started to condense her ice ability. The temperature of the whole area suddenly plunged. With Yue Yang's innate ki help, how terrifying would the blizzard created from Yue Yang's and Shui Wuxia's combined yin ability be, given that they had the most compatibility for their body fusion? The answer could be seen on Jun Wuyu's and the others' faces. Jun Wuyu and the others realized that 10 seconds ago, the temperature was still normal. However, the breaths that they breathed out had suddenly turned into fog. The lake surface was turbulent due to the shock waves from the battles. However, the lake was very quickly freezing into ice with a speed that can be seen with naked eyes. Snow floated down to the ground as the ice on the lake surface continued to thicken. In the end, even when the Whitestone City Master's beast stepped onto the ice surface, it was able to bear its weight, which was more than a ton, and did not even crack. When Feng Kuang and the others saw this, they were overwhelmed with shock. Turns out not only Yue Yang was the abnormal one, Shui Wuxia was also terrifying. She might not be an innate yet, but she was really close. As long as she improved a little more, she would definitely become an innate. The eagle-eyed man thought that even the vice principal, the old fox, had never made him felt so much pressure when he unleashed his energy before. Is there going to be another 20-year-old innate? Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai looked at each other, showing happiness and excitement. They knew that she was definitely helped by Yue Yang. Otherwise, no matter how talented Shui Wuxia was, she wouldn't be able to become an inmate at 20 years old. They didn't care about those little couple or lovers things, they only knew that Xia Kingdom would have a new innate ranker soon. The two people, who hoped that Xia could last thousands of years and surviving many generations, was of course happy that a new innate would appear and help to protect the younger generations. Ha! Yue Yang suddenly pointed his 10 fingers towards Princess Xian, who was standing on Yue Yang's right, as she shouted loudly. Her chi, which was like a gust of hurricane, released from her body. The impact from shock wave that was released almost unbalanced Yan Zhong, Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao and the other strong warriors. The eagle-eyed man had almost fell down from the gust of wind. As for Yan Pojun and Feng Qishe, who was unconscious, they were almost blown 10 meters away. Fortunately, the Whitestone City Master and Master Golden Blade had caught them in time. With regards to Princess Xian's explosion of power, the senior generations had received another shock. She was also a lesser innate? Since when did becoming an innate become so easy? Jun Wuyu's eyes became unbelievably big. He didn't even dare to recognize his own daughter now. Good job. Elder Yu Hai stroked his beard happily. Isn't this a good thing? He had gained another lesser innate daughter-in-law. Yue Yang was simply too capable. He not only had a lot of wives, every one of them was also competing with each other. He didn't see Luo Hua and Yinan, so he didn't know, but Qian and Shui Wuxia were already lesser innates. If all of them joined the Yu household, wouldn't the Yu clan have 3 innates then? Yue Yang led Shui Wuxia and Princess Qian as they flew in the sky. Shui Wuxia was charging her yin ability and was preparing to completely freeze the monster, which was initially moving very slowly into an ice statue. Yue Yang carried Princess Qian forward. In the sky, there seemed to be a white tiger's roar. A sword chi that was a few meters long extended out from Princess Qian's sword. As Princess Qian waved her sword, the sword chi cut through the air and quickly slashed through the monster, which had been frozen into an ice statue. Through the process of swinging the sword, Princess Qian's left hand had held Yue Yang's right hand tightly all the while. With the help of his innate chi and her white tiger's ability, her Emperor's sword chi released a slash that was more than 10 meters long. That slashes seemed to have the power to split the sky and the earth. With one slash, the ice statue was cut to half. Tiger attack! Princess Qian's voice sent a shockwave through the ground the moment she shouted. This was the tiger's roar that Yue Yang had meticulously improved for her. At the sound of this roar, the ice statue that had been slashed into two crumbled. It suddenly broke into millions of ice blocks. Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and other senior generations were completely dumbstruck watching the scene before them. They simply couldn't believe what they had seen. This was still a gold-ranked level 8 king beast. Was it really killed by Yue Yang and the two girls with one move, just like that? Could an innate kill a gold-ranked level 8 monster in an instant? Isn't this quite impossible? Furthermore, Princess Qian and Shui Wuxia were still lesser innates. Yue Yang didn't care about their reaction. He was fully occupied with looking for the ugly monster's magic crystal. In his heart, what does a gold-ranked level 8 monster even matter? He had killed a lot of holy beasts and innate rankers anyway. Yue Yang kept the ugly monster's magic crystal. He was interested in studying the monster's pike-like poisonous thorns, strange-looking horns, and even its flesh and skin, which had automatic quick recovery power. Hence, he stuffed all of the monster's parts into his lich ring. The water pressure from the water flowing from the waterfall slowly break away the layer of ice. The frozen lake slowly disintegrated into pieces. Without the yin ability to maintain it, the ice slowly melted into water. The golden tiger shark was the happiest. There was another gold-ranked level 8 monster for it to feast upon. Furthermore, it wasn't small like the fishing net spider. Although this ugly monster had been exploded into pieces, there was enough meat for the golden tiger shark to eat until it almost burst. Not only it, Feng Xiaoyun's, Yan Qianzhong's and all the others' beasts were also feasting upon the pieces of the monster's meat. In order to improve their son's power, Yan Qianzhong and Feng Xiaoyun had even kept the hard horns that originally was on the monster's head for their son. They wanted to make a weapon from it for their sons. These horns were resistant to blades, fire, and ice, and was extremely hard. If they could turn it into a weapon, it would be a treasure for Feng Qixia and Yan Po Jun. Yue Yang was also preparing to give Yekong and Fatty Hai a few horns. Although Yekong and Fatty Hai were not used to using weapons made from these monsters' horns, at least, they would have a choice to use it. Maybe they would need it during some battles. There's nothing wrong in being well prepared. As for those poisonous thorns, Yue Yang had kept them all for himself. He could use them as poisonous spears to throw at a long distance in the future. He might not need it to attack the prison Emperor Divine Palace, because there were only souls there. However, attacking the level 6 of Tong Tian Tower with just his fire bow and ice arrow would not be enough. He wouldn't have enough ice arrow. Yue Yang heard from the Phoenix Fairy Beauty before that the monsters would come at them like tidal waves at Tong Tian Tower level 6 and above. They were endless even though they keep killing the monsters. These poisonous thorns can be turned into flying spears for long-ranged attack. Maybe it would be useful to push the enemies back. Son-in-law, where's my precious daughter? My little Luo Hua. The Eastern Sky King immediately asked Yue Yang when he returned. I left her in the world inside my grimoire. It's too dangerous here, and there are a lot of water. What if she got drenched in water and catch a cold? If you want to meet her, I can call her out. Yue Yang pretended to act like a good husband, as if he was very considerate towards Luo Hua city mistress. No, no need. Let her rest well. I have came out from that damned Eastern Goblin tribe's place anyway, I can meet her any time. It's not too late to meet her after we escape from this place. I have managed to come out of this alive. This time when I return, I have decided to pick a good day to marry you guys off. I don't want any regrets. The Eastern Sky King was a father that truly doted on his daughter. Although he missed his precious daughter, he immediately beamed with joy when he heard Yue Yang's words. He felt that he had found a good son-in-law. Although this boy was a little unfaithful, he was very considerate and protective to his daughter. Jun Wuyu strained his ears to eavesdrop, secretly thinking that this wasn't good. If the Eastern Sky King really married his daughter off in a grand way, everyone in the Soaring Dragon Continent would know about it. If little Luo Hua would become the official first wife, then wouldn't his daughter be a concubine? In this polygamy, his daughter would probably not get the first wife's position. It might not even be little Luo Hua. It would most probably be Shui Wuxia, who was originally Yue Yang's fiancé. There were Luo Hua and Yinan as rivals for the second wife's position. If he was too slow, the highly respected, beautiful Princess Qian of Xia Kingdom, who will become an Innate in the future, would end up becoming the Yu clan third young master's concubine. Although Jun Wuyu was relatives and bosom friends with the Eastern Sky King, he would definitely not let this happen. He was still a father after all. However, he had no authority to stop the Eastern Sky King's urgent will to marry her daughter off. Jun Wuyu became extremely anxious. Of course, Elder Yu Hai understood Jun Wuyu's thoughts. He chuckled, "We'll definitely hold the marriage ceremony. However, we have not escaped danger right now. Why don't we all talk about this when we get out of here, so that everything will be resolved well?" Jun Wuyu understood that Elder Yu Hai wanted to help him. Postponing this matter was good enough as a buffer time. He must not let Yue Yang agree to Eastern Sky King's suggestion immediately. Otherwise, his daughter would really become a concubine. He also knew that Yue Yang would not let her daughter down. Wuxia, Luo Hua and Yinan would also not make things difficult for her precious daughter. But in the normal people's eyes, his daughter's value would really drop. Qian was still a princess after all. As a highly respected Xia princess, even though she couldn't become an official wife, she must not become a concubine. When Jun Wuyu thought about this, he immediately decided. When they came out from this place, he must mention this matter to Yue Yang. He must not be careless anymore, otherwise his daughter would really lose her place. The warriors from the two countries all gathered together. Feng Kuang, Eagle-Eyed Man, Whitestone City Master, Master Golden Blade and the others all started to ask about the things that happened in the few months they left the Soaring Dragon Continent. When they heard about how the fake Yu Chu had joined together with the Goblin Tribe, Demon Abyss, Thousand Goblins Sect, Green Summit Sect, Zi Jin Kingdom, Seven Great Bears Alliance, Great Emperor of Zi Wei Shuntian and other great powers in order to take control of the Yu clan, topple Xia and destroy the whole Soaring Dragon Continent, they were extremely shocked. When Yue Yang told them how he had killed the Green Summit Sect leader Duan Mu Longcheng and the Vice Sect leader Makai Su Ling, and how the fake Yu Chu and Demon Innate ranker Qi Liao was killed by Princess Qian, Shui Wuxia and the others, everyone was completely dumbstruck. You can kill the Seven Great Bears Alliance in one move. Elder Yu Hai was exhilarated. This boy was really too powerful. That's because they are fake innates. They leveled up through quick methods, hence they were not that powerful. The current Wuxia and Qian could even kill them right now. Yue Yang nodded. Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao, Yan Qianzhong and the others felt kind of embarrassed. As a part of the older generation, they felt a big pressure from the younger generation. Although they were fake innates, they were definitely not a match for the Seven Great Bear Alliance. Even if the Four Clan Masters joined hands together to fight Yao Guang, they might not be able to defeat him. They never thought that Yue Yang could kill him instantly. Where's Dong Lu? Why isn't he here? Master Golden Blade, Whitestone City Master, Eastern Sky King and Western Sky King asked about the old fox, their old friend. They thought that it was weird not seeing him, who was a master in space manipulation. Shiro, finally the old fox has a name. Innates are prohibited from entering this space. He had already become an innate, hence he wasn't able to enter. When Yue Yang explained, the Eastern Sky King and the others started spurting their saliva and coughed non-stop. It was the first time Yue Yang heard the old fox's name. Turns out that his name was Shui Donglu. Shiro, name literally meant water that flows from the east, Shui Donglu? Could this name come from a river that flowed from the east? As to how Yue Yang, who was an innate, was able to enter the space, Eastern Sky King and the others were not wondering about it at all, because Yue Yang was an abnormality to begin with. However, the Eastern Sky King and the others were truly curious as to how the old fox who had encountered a bottleneck for decades and was unable to become an innate, had suddenly become an innate. When Princess Xian told them it was because of a martial spirit pill, they immediately understood. It was no wonder that the old fox had become an innate. Turns out that Yue Yang had created a martial spirit pill. I won't mind not becoming an innate, but you have to give me one martial spirit pill. Eastern Sky King patted Yue Yang's shoulders, son-in-law, let's count it as your betrothal gift. I don't have the materials right now. When I have the materials, I can give you one. Yue Yang was actually reminding these few important people from the Soaring Dragon Continent to own up if they have some good herbs inside their treasury. They could give them to him to create pills instead of letting them collect dust. To Yue Yang, the martial spirit pill wasn't difficult to make. The difficult one was martial god pill and rebirth pill. However, with the Kailan girl, Yue Yang felt that those pills wouldn't be a problem. The most difficult thing would be to gather the materials. Yue Yang's words immediately ignited the senior generation's ambitious hearts. Everyone's talents were limited. Amongst the four great clans and the two royal households like Feng Xiaoyun, Eastern Sky King and the others, were unable to level up to level 7 Overlord, getting stuck at their level 6 Advanced Elder. The only one who could level up was Jun Wuyu. The others could only store up their energy and continued to practice at level 6 Advanced Elder. Some people weren't able to improve even after practicing for decades, they had almost given up on their goals. Most of them turned towards raising their younger generations and manage their clan matters instead, working hard to raise a competent younger generation. For example, Yan Qianzhong and Feng Xiaoyun had already given up on leveling to level 7 Overlord. Instead, they put their hopes onto Yan Pojun and Feng Qisha. Right now, if they could eat a martial spirit pill, although they might not become an innate, there would be a possibility for them to level up and become a level 7 Overlord or a level 8 Emperor. They had enough strength, it's just that they didn't have the opportunity of breakthrough. Martial spirit pill was the key to breaking through their bottleneck. As long as it was not an adventurer with no talent at all, he would definitely be able to level up. We'll think of a way to gather the materials, but please make the martial spirit pill. As an emperor, Jun Wuyu was kidnapped by the Eastern Goblin tribe. Although he had returned safely, he still felt embarrassed. He knew that the prime time for him to improve had passed, he might not get a chance to be an innate, but he still needed to eat the martial spirit pill. He would definitely not be satisfied with level 7 Overlord, he must become stronger. In this Soaring Dragon Continent where the strong preys on the weak, the stronger the emperor was, the more confident the citizens would be. Furthermore, other countries would also be deterred to attack them. After the little gathering was over, they decided to continue swimming through the river in the cave and look for an exit. With Yue Yang, the abnormal expert as their bodyguard. No matter what kind of strong monster they met on the way, they wouldn't need to be afraid. Forget about the Eastern Sky King who loves to fight, even the elderly Elder Yu Hai and the Emperor Jun Wuyu would participate in the fight. The most excited ones would obviously be Feng Kuang and Eagle-Eyed Man. They were both older than Yue Yang by one generation, so the difference between their ages weren't that big. They still have potential in their career, hence they hoped to improve themselves even further. Hence, they were the most hard-working ones, taking these battles as if it was their training. Yan Pojun and Feng Qisha, who was unconscious due to their injuries, woke up after being healed by their fathers. They were not able to fight against a gold-ranked monster, they even had difficulties fighting against silver-ranked monsters. In this underground river in the ancient passage, there were only high-leveled monsters. There were not only gold-ranked level 6, there were even silver-ranked level 7, bronze-ranked level 8. Monsters below bronze-ranked level 6 was almost nowhere to be seen. The group of people continued swimming down the river. They avoided battles if they could and fight if they couldn't, killing all the monsters blocking their way. 3 days later, they finally found the teleportation exit. If Yue Yang, Princess Xian and Shui Wuxia were not there, they would not be able to leave this place unscathed with just their abilities alone. This was still the outskirts of God's Ruin. I think, right now, we are at the bottom of the Death Canyon. There were so many terrifying monsters in this sealed space, I really can't imagine what kind of strong monsters would there be inside the God's Ruins. The difficulty level of the God's Ruins inner area would probably be as difficult as the Heaven Realm. Jun Wuyu let out a sigh of relief when they finally found a way to leave. Yue Yang discovered many different teleportation points in front of the teleportation gate. He thought that other than the exit, this underground karst cave would probably lead to various other areas. For example, this karst cave was filled with water, so, there must be other passages that were filled with fire, earth, wind, and others. Furthermore, he had also not finished exploring the whole water karst cave. Yue Yang had avoided any areas that he sensed danger in, hence he had not truly explored the water karst cave. He had only entered from the entrance, followed the flow of water and found the exit. How big was the water karst cave exactly, what kind of secrets does it holds? Yue Yang and the others haven't got a clue. Furthermore, neither of the monsters they met along the way were king beasts. There was definitely a king beast in here. It's just that Yue Yang was in a hurry to rescue Jun Wuyu and the others out, hence he didn't have any time to explore the water karst cave and look for the gold king beast. He didn't have the time to look for the king of the area. Inside the water karst cave, would there be a secret treasure? Yue Yang thought that a treasure would definitely exist here, but he didn't have the time to look for it carefully. After finishing the prison Emperor Divine Palace, his new target was to enter the Death Canyon and search for the mysterious God's Ruins. Of course, when Princess Xian and the others had the ability to protect themselves, Yue Yang would also want to go to Tongtian Tower level 6 and look around. In order to get to the Heaven Realm, he should first try to fight in the front lines of level 6 Tongtian Tower. When they exited from the water karst cave, Yue Yang realized that they did not exit at the teleportation portal where the ascetic practice saint and the others were protecting. Of course, right now, it was not the time to worry about whether they can meet up again. Yue Yang was worried that the fallen warriors and Eastern Goblin tribe would ambush them, hence he decided to bring Jun Wuyu and the others to his Yu clan castle after teleporting out from the ancient passage. He then personally looked for the old fox and the ascetic practice saint, telling them the good news about how Jun Wuyu and the others had escaped danger. This was the correct move. Yue Yang's careful thoughts helped Jun Wuyu and the others escape danger. When Yue Yang returned to the ancient passage alone, he realized that a large amount of Eastern Goblin tribe rebel army was fighting against the ascetic practice saint and the others. The rebel army's power was not able to match up to the few heavenly imperial guardians, but they were superior in numbers. The ascetic practice saint and the others would definitely not be able to protect the safety of Jun Wuyu and the others if they were there. There were simply too many Eastern Goblin tribe soldiers. Go away! Yue Yang ignited Nirvana's flame in one hand and condensed a world exterminating wheel in the other, shooting them towards the Eastern Goblin tribe rebel army. With regards to Yue Yang's terrifying abilities, the 3 commanders of the Eastern Goblin tribe rebel army were rather worried. When they saw how Yue Yang had rescued Jun Wuyu and the others, rendering them unable to continue with their plan, they decided to give up surrounding them, retreating their whole forces. They decided to give up on their plans of kidnapping the Soaring Dragon Continent warriors. Originally, they thought that with the human warriors in their hands, they would be able to stop the humans from joining forces with Dragon Emperor. However, their chance to do that had disappeared. It was not worthwhile to fight to their deaths with these heavenly imperial guardians. Furthermore, there was also that strong enemy, Yue Yang. The 3 commanders of the rebel army looked at Yue Yang closely before they left, as if they were trying to memorize his appearance. In the end, they led their forces to leave the ancient passage and return to the outer realms. The only one that stayed behind was the Peepa Goblin general that Yue Yang had met before. She smiled towards Yue Yang and said, "You have improved once again. It has only been a few months since we last seen each other, but you have improved so much. I really envied the human race." The seductive girl walked away gracefully while playing a soft melody on her pipa. Slowly, she disappeared from Yue Yang's sight. Yue Yang breathed a sigh of relief. That Peepa Goblin general was definitely not a simple person. Although she wasn't famous in the Soaring Dragon Continent at all, she might be a terrifying existence like the Phoenix Fairy Beauty in the Outer Realms or within the Eastern Goblin tribesmen. Right now, it would not be easy to make an enemy out of her, because Yue Yang would still need to attack the prison Emperor Divine Palace in his top condition. He had to challenge the Heaven Realm warriors that had been sealed for thousands of years and might even need to fight with their 2 strongest warriors. Although they were only souls, they were once the 2 strongest warriors of the Heaven Realm. These 2 souls which had been sealed for 6,000 years would become the strongest enemies that Yue Yang had ever met. They were also his new targets in this short-term period. Yue Ling was not disappointed by Elder Yu Ha's return, on the contrary, he sighed a breath of relief. The pressure of being a substitute clan master was truly too huge. If it was not for Yue Yang's support, Yue Ling thought that he would have already collapsed. Now that his father had returned, the pressure was greatly lowered. For the first time in his entire life, his father's praise, more than anything, made him felt satisfied. It was not satisfaction from power, but satisfaction from familial affection that he hadn't felt in a long time. Under the pressure of his incomparably outstanding brothers Yu Xian and Yu Qiu, Yue Ling had never been valued and recognized by his father until today. Although elder Yu Hai had returned, he had brought back Yu Ting, whom he had hid in a secret place. However, the position of substitute clan master still remained with Yue Ling. Elder Yu Hai had even promised Yue Ling that if Yu Feng wished to become the clan master, he would give him an equal opportunity and educate him. Regarding this matter, Yue Ling became so moved that he cried. Because of Yu Ting's physique, beasts, and character, his father and the elders had chosen him to become the clan master. Yue Ling also knew that they had educated him to be a clan master ever since he was a child. He even knows that his own son Yu Feng was simply not suitable to become the clan master. However, this promise displayed his father's impartiality. Yu Feng was not clan master material, but at the very least, father will not neglect his education. Yu Feng would be valued by father. With Yue Yang's guidance in the future, in addition to the fact that his potential was not bad, Yue Ling believes that it would not be impossible for his son to be promoted to an innate ranker in 100 years. Xiao San, since you do not want to become the clan master and you are very busy, grandfather will not force you. Take this. The Yu clan has been hoping to produce an innate ranker, we have been hoping for hundreds of years. This thing was entrusted to the clan master for hundreds of years to be given to an innate ranker, but there was always no opportunity. Today, grandfather passes it to you. In front of everybody, elder Yu Hai passed a rune crystal to Yue Yang. This was the real key to the puppet palace. The puppet palace was constructed by ghost genius Yu Gong. The three Renaissance heroes hoped to produce an innate ranker in the younger generations, who will inherit the clan's biggest treasury. As a result, they had stored all the treasures from thousands of years ago inside the puppet palace. Originally, Yu Hai thought that his own son Yu Qiu had the biggest chance of inheriting the puppet palace's key. He did not expect him to have an untimely death, and instead, the one who inherited the puppet palace's key was his good-for-nothing grandson, Yue Yang, who had greatly exceeded his expectations. Elder Yu Hai had wanted to give Yue Yang this key to the puppet palace since long ago, but with this grandson's bad temper, he did not know if he would accept it or not. However, when his clan was almost destroyed by the hands of the fake Yu Qiu, he had stepped forward bravely and fought with all his might against the great emperor of Xia Wei, Shun Tian, beheading 2 sect elders from their arch-enemy, the Green Summit sect, and even killed the 7 Great Bears alliance. He had used his own strength to reverse the tides of battle, and even pulled strongly against the tide to strongly increase the clan's morale. This battle had really reassured elder Yu Hai of Yue Yang's loyalty. Although this grandson's temper was bad and his murderous intent was big, when all said and done, he was still his own grandson. The blood circulating inside his body was still the Yu family's blood. Besides, the disturbance he created in the past was simply because everyone placing him in contempt. In truth, everybody knows that this brat was extremely filial. That day when he and Bing Er had pulled the horse carriage together and turned the Yu clan castle upside down, it was all done in order to restore their fourth mother's name. Having this kind of grandson, what could you regret in life? If there is something that anybody can use, I will bring it back. Yue Yang did not act modestly towards him and immediately took the rune crystal. On elder Yu Hai's hand the rune crystal was like an ordinary crystal, and only had a few tiny heaven runes. However, once the rune crystal was placed on Yue Yang's hands, it immediately burst out into an extremely dazzling brilliance, bathing the entire study room with light. It only dissipated after a very long time. Could it be that this was the divine artifacts master selection spoken in legends? Elder Yu Hai and the others looked at the shining crystal astonishedly. Yue Yang was secretly laughing inside. This was not the divine artifacts master selection. This rune crystal only needed to be in contact with innate chi and it would slowly undo the seal. If it was a normal level 1 innate ranker, it would need at least 10 days before the seal was completely undone. However, Yue Yang, whose innate chi was clear and pure and also had an understanding of heaven runes, had only needed 1 minute to undo its seal. Yue Yang injected innate chi and made the heaven rune seal completely undone. This ghost genius Yu Gong created this rune crystal not only as a key but also an instrument to test an innate ranker's strength. Once the crystal confirmed that Yue Yang was an innate ranker, it would immediately emit bright rays of light and transmit the stored information of the palace map and the mechanical traps into Yue Yang's mind. With regards to this, Yue Yang discovered that this ghost genius Yu Gong was truly a strong person. He was not an innate ranker, yet he could create a device that could evaluate innate rankers. How many more treasures filled with the life and blood of the ghost genius Yu Gong that were similar to the quintet golden puppet mice and the rune crystal were inside the puppet palace? Now, Yue Yang's heart was filled with expectation. GP, I also want to know what kind of treasure our ancestors left behind. Elder Yu Hai gratifyingly smiled. In his eyes, the treasure passed down by their ancestors had recognized Yue Yang. This information not only shows that the secret treasures of their ancestors truly existed, but also shows that Yue Yang's identity was unquestionable. If this brat was not the Yue clan's offspring, how could he obtain their ancestors' remnant recognition? The fake Yu Chu had brought a few doubts inside Elder Yu Ha's heart. However, under the radiance emitted by the rune crystal, these doubts had completely disappeared from his heart. Elder Yu Hai and the others had firmly believed Yue Yang's identity, that he was not an adopted fake brought back by the fourth daughter-in-law, Xian. Those people who did not believe the relative that what was in front of them and instead believed a demon's instigations were idiots. The fake Yu Chu's appearance had also forced Yu Shan to leave, and now everybody felt that Yu Shan definitely had secrets. Otherwise, he would not have been suppressed by the fake Yu Chu, which resulted in him leaving home. If Yu Shan was a real demon, wouldn't it mean that he and the fake Yu Chu were allies? And it just so happened that they had joined hands to obtain the Yu clan. Since he wanted to escape, it proved that he had something else to hide. Coming out from the study room, Yue Yang saw Princess Xian waiting outside. That old man seems like he has something he wants to say to you. I'm warning you, don't talk about our situation in your conversation, otherwise I'll ignore you forever. Princess Xian was clever, she naturally knew that the conversation between Yue Yang and his father would definitely be about her marriage with him. Don't worry, if His Majesty mentions about marriage, I would tactfully decline. Yue Yang naturally knows that the tigress was shy and that she was actually willing to marry him, so he intentionally teased her. You. Princess Xian became angry, and ruthlessly punched Yue Yang. Looking at you right now, it's as if you are really afraid of not being able to get married. You are too pitiful. Tigress, don't be anxious, I will reluctantly agree to marry you. Once Yue Yang said this, Princess Xian was thoroughly embarrassed. She raised up the great sword behind her wanting to hack this brat to death, but Yue Yang had already scampered away, screaming out loud. When Yue Yang went to see Jun Wuyu, everybody waited outside. Each of them held their breaths and calmly waited for the good news. After a long time, seeing that there was not a single movement, everybody became slightly worried that with Yue Yang's bad temper, he had entered into a big argument with Jun Wuyu. Just as everybody became so nervous as if their throats were being choked, Yue Yang suddenly came out. Nobody knew what they spoke about, but seeing that Yue Yang was chuckling with a happy expression as if he had just struck gold, everybody knew that his and Princess Xian's matter was successful. Feng Kuang, Eagle-Eyed Man, Whitestone City Master, Master Golden Blade and the others congratulated Elder Yu Hai. Elder Yu Hai and the others did not mention about celebrating. Yue Yang made a slight greeting to them and returned inside his grimoire world. Although the construction had just started and was far from completion, the girls already used the white cloud floating stone and the demon abyss obsidian to create a few small rooms, and also brought in goods for daily life use. It was a bit simple and crude, but the people living inside did not have any objections. Regarding the construction of the house, Yue Yang did not have to help. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but because his tastes were completely in conflict with the girls. At the same time, Yue Yang's bad behavior of excessively wasting materials were denounced by the girls. With the help of Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen and the Reaper Mantis, the pace of the girls' construction was extremely fast. In addition, the constructed house were not the ugly square apartment house that Yue Yang was good at. Instead, it had the appearance of a miniature castle. If it wasn't because time was short, the girls had even thought of using the floating stones and the obsidians to make delicate engravings on the castle, decorating the house inside and out. The only result that they wanted was one thing and that was perfection. In constructing the house, Yue Yang only helped in inscribing heaven runes on the walls with his sword qi. Brother, did the emperor grant the marriage? Just as Yue Yang returned, Yu Bing was the first one to welcome him. She wanted to know if Princess Xian will become her sister-in-law or not. Look, this is the dowry. Yue Yang brought out a pearl, and delightedly introduced, behold, the white dragon pearl, the treasure of the Xia kingdom is now given to me. In your dreams. Who would actually marry you? Princess Xian's lovable face blushed as she snatched the pearl. I also received this demon-suppressing pagoda. It is said that it could confine a demon king. This was a treasure brought back from the heaven realm by the Jun family ancestor. However, nobody could use it, so it was given to me, ha ha ha. Yue Yang was joyfully satisfied. This demon-suppressing pagoda was stored inside the Jun family warehouse for 1,000 years gathering dust and no one could use it. Even though the ancestor had said that this object can only be passed on to the Jun family's children, Jun Wuyu felt that passing it to Yue Yang was not a problem. If Yue Yang married Xian, then he would be his son-in-law and would count as half family. Moreover, the demon-suppressing pagoda can indeed confine a demon king, but unfortunately the Jun family could not produce an innate rancor that could catch a demon king. Besides Yue Yang this abnormal brat, other people would say that this demon-suppressing pagoda is not worth much. Sparkling light flowed and swirled numerous times from the crystal-clear demon-suppressing pagoda placed in front of the girls. Seeing this, everybody sighed in admiration, especially when Yue Yang placed the white jade beetle and the mysterious pearl dropped by the dark golden scepter together. The demon-suppressing pagoda's light increased, however, the light was not dazzling. Instead, it was soft and magnificent. This light was like a halo and was exceptionally soft. Yue Yang noticed that the mysterious pearl on the demon-suppressing pagoda emitted a soft white light and a strange wave of thought. The wave of thought had died down immediately, but Yue Yang had sharply captured it in his head. That wave of thought might be fear or some other thoughts. However, Yue Yang was capable of determining it in a split second, that dark golden spectre definitely had not yet truly died. Possibly, its consciousness had already disappeared, but its survival instinct still remained. It believed it could revive again once it had sufficient energy. This was similar to some beast's death, where the owner can go to the Tongtian Tower summoning temple and revive their beasts again. This dark golden spectre must also be waiting for an opportunity to revive once again. Previously, why were the remnant consciousness of Flame Lord's molten core and Demon Dragon's crystal afraid of the mysterious pearl? The reason was extremely simple, it was because the dark golden spectre inside the mysterious pearl had not yet truly died. It was an extremely dangerous existence that frightened the Flame Lord's molten core and Demon Dragon's crystal. Wait until I have time and I would slowly refine you. After refining, I would install you onto the Huijin magic blade. Let's see if the blade would upgrade or not. Yue Yang had thrown the mysterious pearl inside a small space in the demon-suppressing pagoda. With the demon-suppressing pagoda on hand, Yue Yang now felt that if he attacked the prison emperor's divine palace, maybe he would receive huge gains. Yue Yang reckoned that the Heaven Realm warriors inside the prison emperor's divine palace were similar to the dark golden spectre. They would not truly die but would leave behind a mysterious item like the mysterious pearl. Now that he has the demon-suppressing pagoda, he did not fear those kind of things. He could just pick and wrap all of them up, and slowly study them later. Another thought flashed in Yue Yang's head. Could the prison emperor's divine palace actually be an enlarged demon-suppressing pagoda? Could it be a treasure that the prison emperor used to seal his enemies? Of course, simply thinking about these matter was useless. Yue Yang had decided that before he attacked the prison emperor's divine palace, it would be best if he first entered the puppet palace and take a look at what treasures the ghost genius Yu Gong had left behind. For every additional treasure he had, the assurance of successfully conquering the divine palace would increase by a fold. What kind of treasure would there be inside the puppet palace? Everyone was extremely curious. However, it was Yu Clan's secret. Shui Wuxia, Princess Xian and Luo Hua City Mistress and the others tampered down their curiosity and waited for Yue Yang inside the grimoire world quietly. Yu and Yu Bing had also stayed behind willingly. Especially Yu Bing, although she obviously wanted to go, she knew that she would just be a burden for her brother if she stayed by his side. Without her, it would be easier for her brother to move. The day that they had promised the old dragon turtle to come and attack the prison emperor's divine palace was coming soon, but neither Princess Xian nor Luo Hua City Mistress had become an innate. Yu Bing didn't dare to slow her brother down. With regards to the girl's thoughts of staying behind, Yue Yang didn't comment much. It was indeed easier for him to explore on his own without Yu Bing and the others, it would just be a little boring by himself. Shui Wuxia and the others could now exit and enter the current grimoire world on their own. It was so much more convenient than fighting alone on his own. With the teleportation scroll that Elder Yu Hai gave him, Yue Yang teleported to the mysterious puppet palace. When the teleportation was completed and Yue Yang landed on the ground, he realized that he had arrived at an extremely dark place, where he couldn't even see her 5 fingers. If it were another person, he would definitely be a blind person. However, to Yue Yang, who possessed the power of night vision, it wasn't a problem at all. Yue Yang summoned the 5 quintet puppet mice and ordered them to find a path. Although Yue Yang had understood about 80 to 90% of the traps en route to the puppet palace, and that he only didn't know about the location of the secret inner hall, Yue Yang still passed the job of exploring in front to the 5 quintet puppet mice. He wanted to search if there were any treasures along the way. The puppet palace was built underground. It was a little like ancient passage, the road was extremely wide. It's just that this road wasn't constructed by people, it was actually a cave. The ghost genius Yu Gong had ingeniously hidden the puppet palace inside. Because he already had the route map to move forward, Yue Yang purposely walked through various small passages that was like a maze, avoiding all kinds of traps and mechanisms. After walking for an hour, he finally arrived in front of a great door, the entrance to the puppet palace. The great door was built with metal. It was 10 meters tall and 5 meters wide. There was a monster-like head decoration in front of the door. This was also one of the door protection mechanisms for the puppet palace. Without the key, if someone touched this door carelessly, the monster head would spout flames. The door would also release poisonous arrows, causing the intruder to die on the spot. If the intruder had a puppet beast, the monster's eyes and the heaven runes lose control, devour, Persish and the others would join together to form a rune circle, making it very difficult for the Mr. Know-It-All intruder to escape. When Yue Yang saw all these, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration to ghost genius Yu Gong's design. This fellow, it was no wonder that he was the one and only ghost genius. He was simply too awesome. Yue Yang never thought that he would design a trap for puppet beasts with heaven runes. Ghost genius Yu Gong was definitely more than someone who was an expert with dwarf runes and puppet beasts. From the arrangement of these heaven runes rune circle, the ghost genius Yu Gong was at least a master in the knowledge of heaven runes. Yue Yang know quite a lot about heaven runes, but looking at the arrangement that Yu Gong had used, Yue Yang really never thought that it can be used that way. It can be said that this kind of arrangement gave Yue Yang a new enlightenment, immediately broadening Yue Yang's knowledge. Yue Yang didn't have any speciality, but he was passionate in learning new skills from others to improve himself. Yue Yang etched the anti-puppet rune circle arrangement deeply in his heart. He believed that this arrangement would be useful in the future. Yue Yang had already gained the anti-puppet rune circle just by coming to the entrance of the puppet palace, to his happy surprise. What awaits him inside? He wondered excitedly. Yue Yang couldn't wait, he really wanted to go inside and see. He took out the rune crystal key and carefully placed it inside the hole on the monster's head. The rune crystal and the hole in the monster's head combined together and released a click sound. Afterwards, everything proceeded naturally. As Yue Yang channeled a little innate chi into it, the whole rune crystal suddenly shone radiantly. The soft glow enveloped everything around it. The rune crystal's energy flowed out, triggering the gear inside the monster head statue. That gear moved the monster's eyes, and it instantly shone radiantly in green. The door produced a sound as if the gear mechanism inside was moving. It was extremely soft, but if one listens carefully, he would be able to sense a subtle yet intense sound. Yue Yang reached out and felt the changes in the door with his innate chi. He realized that if the monster had checked that the key was fake, the green light would not have lighted up. Instead, the color red, which was the color of death, would light up. It would spout out an attack that was similar to a dragon's breath and annihilate everything. The moment it was spouted out, the intruders that were targeted would definitely met their miserable end. However, with the real key, the great door would slowly open soundlessly, pulling back into the cave. This great metal door was a full meter thick. Between the door, there were empty spaces at every short distance, which was connected to the various different mechanisms underground. Yue Yang took note that the traps underground were joined seamlessly. It was even more high-tech than those movies that he had watched before in his previous world. Yue Yang couldn't help but to praise Yu Gong in admiration. He felt that making a big metal door wasn't a difficult thing to do, the difficult thing was to install the sensors on the door. Machines aren't living beings, no matter how accurate a machine was, it would never be able to compare to a human's brain. It was also not flexible. Yue Yang was really marveled at how the ghost genius was able to design a huge metal door that was still so sensitive and effective after hundreds of years. He reckoned that even if hundreds of years passed, this door would still be working fine. From this, one could see how great the ghost genius abilities were. Yue Yang entered the puppet palace. Walking through a long passageway, he suddenly found steep cliff. Yue Yang couldn't see the bottom of the cliff. The passageway was not below, instead, every 100 meters, there would be a special floating platform made from magical magnets that moved around. This kind of floating platform was called the floating bridge. Innate rankers who entered would have to step onto the footprints on the magical magnets in succession. Yue Yang must pass the magical magnets detection, only then would the door to the inner palace slowly open. If one forces his way and flew over using a flying beast, the invader would be bombarded with endless traps and mechanisms the moment he landed. Yue Yang relaxedly stepped onto the stone surface of the magical magnets. Every time he stepped on one, the magical magnet stone surface would shine, showing that he passed the verification as the new owner of the puppet palace, and would be allowed to continue advancing. After Yue Yang finished jumping across the magical magnet's floating stone, there was another big door made of metal that opened automatically. Inside, there was a long hallway. Crystal stones that gives out light had been illuminating the hallway for hundreds of years. Under the soft glow of light, 2 rows of mechanical beasts arranged from low-ranked to high-ranked, from low-leveled to high-leveled extended backwards, in order. The ones in front were normal ranked level 1, normal ranked level 2 iron-skinned monsters. Following that, there were stone goblins and stone giant. Behind them were bronze-ranked war-wolf and silver-ranked war leopards, war tigers and war eagles. There were rows and rows of dazzling line-up, so much that there were no war beasts that Yue Yang had ever seen before but not within the collection. Walking 2 kilometers forward, the number of monsters in ocean, land and air decreased gradually, while the number of humanoid monsters or puppet beasts increased. Similarly, they were also arranged by their ranks and levels, from low to high. Humanoid stone doll, iron-skinned man, chopping slaughterer, sawtooth killer, iron-clawed follower, every kind of beast was there. There was even a humanoid mechanical war doll that Yue Yang had never seen before. Looking at this magnificent collection, Yue Yang, who had seen many types of beast before, felt dizzy looking at them. Gold ranked level 5 Earth War Soldier, Gold ranked level 6 Earth War General, Gold ranked level 7 Earth War Marshal, Gold ranked level 8 Earth War Emperor. Yue Yang almost drooled looking at them. If it weren't for the fact that these puppets didn't have their core, hence unable to move at all, Yue Yang would have moved them all out. Were this ghost genius Yu Gong's masterpieces? No. Yue Yang felt that all these were merely the superficial knowledge that the ghost genius Yu Gong had displayed. It could be seen that these puppets were more or less faulty. Of course, only Yue Yang who had the Heaven Eye's divine vision could see it clearly. In the eyes of a normal warrior, these puppet beasts were perfections. Yue Yang suddenly thought something in his heart, why are they arranged in that way? Those puppet beasts, could they possibly be the ghost genius Yu Gong's puppet-making skill growth? At the beginning, the beasts that he created were rather low-leveled. The handwork, design, composition, and others were rather crude. However, along with the process of making puppets, the ghost genius Yu Gong's improvement could be clearly seen. The problems and weak points in the first few puppets disappeared. No matter if it was in terms of handwork, design, or composition, there were evidence of great improvements. Furthermore, these kind of improvements were separated to different layers. From the animal-type puppet beast to human-shaped puppet beasts, there was a huge leap of improvement. From human-shaped puppet beasts to humanoid puppet beasts, there was another huge leap of improvement. With regards to bronze, silver, and gold rank, Yu Gong's improvement could also be seen. Last but not least, the ghost genius Yu Gong could actually make a gold rank level 8 Earth War Emperor. Yu Gong's improvement, was it only up to this point? No. Yue Yang walked towards the gold rank level 8 Earth War Emperor and realized that on the manual of the puppet beast, Yu Gong had written a lot of assessment, and most of them were the weaknesses of the puppet beast. For example, there was a problem with allocating the power from the core to the rest of the body. Its combat skills were also unable to perform up to standard. Furthermore, the Earth War Emperor was unable to adapt to various land-terrain battles, it was difficult for it to fully show its power on certain topographies, and etc. Yue Yang was dumbstruck when he read all these. It was already incredible for the ghost genius Yu Gong to be able to create gold rank level 8 puppets, but he was still gravely dissatisfied. From this, it could be seen that he was definitely a perfectionist. I thought of a way to solve the problem of adapting to various topographies. The puppet must be able to transform. Being able to execute all of its combat skills would never be enough. The humanoid puppet must be able to transform and recombine itself, turning into some kind of beast that could fight in water, land, air, sand, ice, fire, and other kinds of special area. It has to have more accurate weapons and strong propelling force. Maybe I am going in the wrong way, but I think it is possible to use the heaven runes to create the propelling force. To humans, this is something new, but to the dwellers of the outer realms, this might have been something that has already been invented, something that is commonplace or household items. If I have 50 more years, no, 10 more years, I believe I can perfect this puppet. It's a pity that I have not much time left. Ghost genius Yu Gong recorded his analyses on his record book. Yue Yang became more shocked as he read on. He was completely shaken by Yu Gong's crazy idea. The ghost genius Yu Gong wrote in the end, puppet research has captivated me, and the more I research, the more I realized that I have gotten closer to uncovering the secrets of the puppet's core. In the last 1 year of my life, I have decided to research on things that requires to be solved immediately. If it is successful, I will be able to leave my descendant 3 hidden treasures. Before locking the puppet palace, I hope that an excellent Yu clan descendant would be able to come to the inner palace and receive the fruits of my studies. If I did not manage to finish and died first, please continue the research that I have laid foundation on my behalf. 3 hidden treasures? There were still 3 hidden treasures inside the inner palace? Yue Yang couldn't help but to be shocked. What kind of treasure would the 3 hidden treasures be? Entering the inner palace was not as easy as entering the outer palace. It required a proof that you were an innate ranker. Throughout the years, maybe some Yu clan ancestors had entered the outer palace before, but Yue Yang was certain that no one had entered the inner palace before him. The 3 hidden treasures had never appeared in the world before, no one even knew whether the ghost genius Yu Gong had completed making them. Yue Yang summoned his grimoire and channeled his innate chi into the heaven runes at the entrance of the inner palace. In an instant, a bright light flashed as the verification crystal succeeded in verifying the energy and immediately started the mechanisms to open the door to the inner palace. The passage into the inner palace was accessed by a magical floating stone platform. When Yue Yang gently stepped onto the platform, the magical stone platform slowly descended. After descending around 100 meters, a new palace hall appeared before Yue Yang. There were various types of equipments and apparatus scattered all over the hall. In the middle, there was a crystal pillar that looked familiar to Yue Yang. It was 10 meters tall and filled with energy. The heaven rune seal on top of the pillar slowly emanated a glowing white light. This crystal pillar was similar to the teleportation crystal pillar that Yue Yang saw at Tongtian Tower. It was also similar to the crystal pillar that sealed the Kailan girl in the demonic palace. However, this crystal pillar was neither of the two. Yue Yang realized that the energy in this crystal pillar was neither teleportation nor sealing, instead, it had a similar energy to a magic crystal cores. The thing that bewildered Yue Yang the most was that this crystal pillar was lacking a significant piece, as if someone had cut it using some kind of weapon. Could it be that the ghost genius Yu Gong had used a piece of this crystal as the puppet's crystal core? Yue Yang, who had fought in the Demon Palace before, knew how strong a crystal pillar was. Even the Demon King's light rays attack or the Kylan girl's explosive power as she struggled to break free could not damage it at all. How did the ghost genius Yu Gong cut this crystal pillar? Furthermore, puppets did not need additional moving power to move. As long as one could arrange dwarf runes accurately in the correct combination, one could create a low-leveled stone puppet easily. The fact that Yu Gong needed to use a piece of the crystal pillar for additional moving power, what kind of machinery would that be? Suddenly, the quintet golden puppet mice ran past Yue Yang and towards the crystal pillar. The pages on Yue Yang's grimoire suddenly turned on its own. On the quintet puppet mice's page, a line of words appeared, power source found, filling the energy reserves. The quintet golden puppet mice all moved closer to the hole in the crystal pillar. They joined their tails on the heaven rune inscription at the base of the crystal pillar. Bright light of energy shone out and flowed into their tails, entering their bodies wave by wave. At this time, the ordinary, unremarkable quintet puppet mice's bodies turned sparkling and translucent, as if they were turning into crystals too. Yue Yang was extremely bewildered. Puppets couldn't level up, but could these quintet golden puppet mice that was created by Yu Gong actually level up automatically? Could it be that this crystal pillar with a hole was actually one of the 3 hidden treasures? The 5 little mice might need more time to finish filling up their energies. Yue Yang decided to look for the other hidden treasures first. The palace hall was extremely big. The ceiling was dome-shaped, and rows of pillars created many rows and columns of divided spaces. Each space was filled with different beasts. There were human-shaped puppet dolls and humanoid puppet beasts. There were even beast-shaped mechanical beasts. Here, the only type of puppet beast that wasn't present was the rock giant puppets and other puppets that did not require additional moving power. The inner palace was filled metal puppets of various types and shapes. As Yue Yang approached a silver-ranked level 5 storm soldier, Yue Yang picked up the bottle that was placed at its legs. He then gently poured out a smooth, polished crystal ball inside the bottle. That crystal ball was the size of a ping-pong ball and was filled with plenty of energy. The crystal ball was inscribed with the heaven rune Wind Eagle. Yue Yang experimented and placed the Wind Eagle crystal ball into the hole on the storm soldier's forehead. The mechanical doll's eyes suddenly flashed with blue light. It gave off the feeling as if it had just woken up from its sleep. Its eyes shone with a blue light as it scanned through Yue Yang's body. Faster than a lightning, the storm soldier pulled out the long sword attached at its waist and slashed it towards Yue Yang. Fortunately, Yue Yang was already on guard when he saw its eyes flashing with light just now. He immediately disappeared and flew in the sky, dodging the storm soldier's attack. That storm soldier then jumped twice and tried to attack Yue Yang. However, seeing that it was still unable to do so, it immediately changed its appearance. Yue Yang was dumbstruck. What the hell? Ghost genius Yu Gong was indeed an extraordinary person. He could even make a metal puppet that could change its shape. That storm soldier quickly transformed into a mechanical wind eagle. When it flapped its giant wings, it immediately soared to the sky, slashing its claws at Yue Yang's body. If it was another person, seeing such a strange phenomenon and receiving this kind of attack, he would have definitely died on the spot. Would a silver-ranked level 5 puppet beast pose as a threat to Yue Yang? Even if it could change its shape, Yue Yang could finish it in one move. Yue Yang expertly avoided the attack, and in the instant that he moved, he reached out and took out the small crystal ball embedded on the Wind Eagle's forehead. The mechanical Wind Eagle immediately fell to the ground and quickly reverted back to its original storm soldier's appearance. The blue light in its eyes dissipated and it became quiet once again. Of course, it was not standing at its original position anymore. Instead, it was standing at one corner of the palace hall, about 10 meters from its original position. If Yue Yang had not seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that Yu Gong could make such an extraordinary metal puppet that could transform. Its only weakness was that it was uncontrollable, it was unable to distinguish its friends or foes. This was rather problematic. How good would it be if there was a way to control this mechanical puppet? Yue Yang searched through the palace hall for a long time before finally finding a wrist guard that had a slot that could be embedded by the crystal ball. This was definitely a master distinguishing equipment. When Yue Yang equipped it and tried to operate the storm soldier again, as expected, it didn't try to attack him again. Yue Yang tried to lead the storm soldier with his will, and it obediently walked towards its original position. It didn't even resist when Yue Yang took out the crystal ball again. Wow, I never thought that Yu Gong would really solve the problem of controlling these transforming puppets. Yue Yang respected Yu Gong deeply. He had also created a puppet beast before, so he knew how difficult it was to make one. Being able to make a puppet that can move was already very good. However, Yu Gong's creations were not only able to use combat skills, they were also able to transform and adapt to various kinds of battlefield. Compared to Yue Yang, who was a jack of all trades, Yu Gong was way more knowledgeable. Even though Yue Yang revived the pitiful guy's knowledge inheritance and had studied the puppet encyclopedia that Yu Gong left behind, with regards to making puppet beasts, he couldn't even be compared to Yu Gong. In the hall, there was a bottle at the leg of every puppet beasts. Those was their cores. Silver ranked level 5 puppet beasts like the Storm Soldier just now only had slots on their forehead. The silver ranked level 6 and above had their slot inside their heart so that their cores would not be exposed. Puppets which were gold ranked level 5 and below, for example the gold mammoth, had their core slots on their skulls. Seems like they wouldn't be able to stop unless their skull was crushed open. Moreover, the skulls of this kind of beasts had the highest defense. Puppets which were gold ranked level 5 and above such as Gold Titan, these kind of giant puppets, had 2 core slots on their heart and skull respectively. If either of one was destroyed, it would still be able to move. The strangest thing was that for these kind of Titan puppets, if they lost their limbs, they were still able to exchange their head and arms. The moment they lost their battle power, they would automatically start the recovery process. If they had spare parts, they would immediately exchange and used it. If they didn't have any spare parts, they could also exchange the destroyed part with their comrades. Yue Yang couldn't understand the ghost genius Yu Gong's design at all. How did he design the puppets to be able to do these? It was practically artificial intelligence. He was indeed the ghost genius. That fellow was really extraordinary, there's no arguing that. My time, there's not much of it left. However, my research has only started to make progress. I really wished that I could live for another 100 years, even 10 years is also good enough. It's a pity that my body has reached its limits. Heaven runes are really good stuff. Learning it feels like I have become a toddler, who is able to learn something new every day. This kind of feeling is the best. It's a pity that I couldn't tell anyone about this, there's no one I could share it with. The heaven runes combination feels like human's language, but it is much more complex and perfect, just like a human's poem. No, it's more like a summoning method. It is actually some kind of special summoning technique. As long as one could learn this summoning technique, he would be able to solve difficult arrangement problems easily. My research has just started. God has given me a thinker brain, but he didn't give me a long life. Sigh, this is all heaven's will, the real puppet encyclopedia. Yue Yang realized that the treasure that Yu Gong had left behind was a puppet encyclopedia that was similar to Yue Yang's lich ring. When he turned over the pages of this puppet encyclopedia, he realized that the knowledge recorded inside was too complex, making him dizzy. Compared to the puppet encyclopedia he had in his ring, it was like it was a primary school textbook. Inside this real puppet encyclopedia, there were no basic knowledge at all. Everything that was recorded was the crystallization of the ghost genius Yu Gong's last research. It contained the research and manufacturing process of each and every puppet beast, the arrangement of runes, the distribution of power, the transformation design, battle capabilities and combat skills etc. Yue Yang was very excited when he read it. With this puppet encyclopedia, he would not need to worry about lacking in puppet beasts. Inside the puppet encyclopedia, Yu Gong recorded his regrets at the end. In my whole life, I have created countless puppet beasts, but none of them is a successful product. Each of them contains different regrets, they are all failed products in certain aspects. I wanted to create a perfect puppet beast. If I have another 10 years, or even 3 years, I could have walked a few more steps away from this regret. Right now, I am only filled with regrets, I will never rest in peace. If my future descendant ever saw this book, I hope that you could continue my research and create a perfect puppet beast. I hope that in another 1,000 years or 10,000 years, a talented younger generation will appear and complete my wish of creating a puppet that could speak, learn, and feel emotions. If you could create this kind of human-like puppet beast, bring it to my crystal coffin, and tell me this piece of good news, I would be smiling even in the underworld. After reading that, Yue Yang muttered to himself for a long time. In the end, he slowly nodded, although I think that your wish is a mission impossible, I will try my best to fulfill it. Before keeping the puppet encyclopedia into his lich ring, Yue Yang discovered another conspicuous rune diagram. If one didn't have the ability to recognize heaven rune, they wouldn't know its uses at all. However, Yue Yang recognized this heaven rune, and its meaning was secret door. When Yue Yang discovered its existence, his heartbeat quickened. Could it be that there was still another secret door? Yue Yang pressed his hand onto the heaven rune and channeled innate qi. The heaven rune shone and at the same time, behind the crystal pillar, on a wall, a secret door was suddenly revealed. It opened and showed the secret room inside. Other than the power source crystal pillar and the real puppet encyclopedia, the third treasure was inside this secret room. When Yue Yang entered the secret room and saw clearly what the third treasure was, he was completely shocked, speechless. Yue Yang then vowed sincerely with a sincerity that he never had before, Elder Yu Gong, I take back the words I said just now. Your will, I will definitely complete it for you. I will not only try, but I will complete it for sure. No matter if I have to spend 1,000 years or 10,000 years, I will definitely help you realize your goal. Coming out from the puppet palace, Yue Yang returned to the little flower garden. When he was telling the girls about what he found, he told her about the power source crystal pillar and the real puppet encyclopedia. However, he didn't mention the third treasure to them. The girls had no problem with that. They knew that if they needed to know, he would definitely tell them. Ghost genius Yu Gong's will was definitely related to the third treasure. This was Yu Gong's secret. Yue Yang must protect his secret on his behalf. Until he realized Yu Gong's will. After he finished exploring the puppet palace, Yue Yang felt that no matter it was in his knowledge and experience or his mental state, he had grown a lot faintly. He could sense that he would be able to break through the sixth layer of innate invisible sword chi soon. Would he be able to do it before attacking the prison Emperor Divine Palace? Yue Yang hoped for the best. After all, every additional strength he gained would increase their chances of winning. The promised day with the old dragon turtle approached slowly day by day. Yue Yang improved every day, but the more anxious he was, the harder it was for him to break through the sixth level of innate invisible sword chi. Breaking through the sixth level didn't only need an improvement in abilities, the most important thing was improvement in mental state. This required a deep understanding on the heaven and earth. Phoenix Fairy Beauty, who had finished her preparation, had also returned. She personally trained Yue Yang for 2 days. In the end, Yue Yang felt that he was only a breadth away from his breakthrough, yet he was always unable to step over to it. This made him feel extremely regretful. Breaking through required the right timing, one couldn't simply rely on diligent training. Otherwise, the old fox wouldn't be trapped for decades when he was only an inch away from innate. Anxiety is a warrior's greatest stumbling block. Be more relaxed. Shui Wuxia comforted Yue Yang, which was very rare for her to do. Xiao-san, even if you don't have a breakthrough, we will definitely be able to succeed. Yu, the second sister, had prepared sumptuous meals in order to support her brother. She had even planted many vegetables and fruits in the grimoire world. Under Yu Bing's green light tree Demoness Green Rush ability, vegetables and fruits will grow very quickly. Yu thought that if Yue Yang really couldn't beat the prison Emperor Divine Palace, he could bring everyone along and hide inside the grimoire world. After recovering from his injuries and had a good rest, he could battle his enemies again. Yu hoped that even if he had to live inside the grimoire world and train for a few months or even a few years, he must defeat the prison Emperor Divine Palace without losing anything. No one must lose their lives in completing this quest, not even one. Luohua City Mistress, who especially loved to grow flowers, was especially supportive towards Yu's idea. She had also planted many flowers and herbs in the grimoire world. If her time was not limited, she had even wanted to move her flower garden in the 4th level of Tongtian Tower to the grimoire world. If they really couldn't beat their strong enemies in the prison Emperor Divine Palace, those who participated in the battle could hide inside the grimoire world, recovering as they fight. This was an extremely good idea. In any case, if they kill the strong enemies in the prison Emperor Divine Palace one by one, they would be able to fight a war of attrition with them. Of course, this was the worst scenario. If the Kylan girl and the Phoenix sisters were willing to lend them a helping hand when they were attacking the prison Emperor Divine Palace, all the problems would have been solved. It was just that the Kylan girl had not come out anymore after that last time. It seemed like she had no interest in attacking the prison Emperor Divine Palace at all. Yue Yang reckoned that unless his life was in danger, the Kylan girl and Phoenix sisters would not help him fight his battle at all. Could the Heavenly Sword Goddess ordered them to do so secretly? Yue Yang would sometimes thought of that. Although the difficulty was very difficult for Yue Yang, he viewed it as an opportunity to train and level up. If the Heavenly Sword Goddess was willing to fight, Yue Yang believed she would be able to sweep across the whole Soaring Dragon Continent, unrivaled at all. However, she never did that, and she had also never joined in Yue Yang's battles before. She had left everything to Yue Yang. She only forced Yue Yang to train and improve in the Dream Realm. All of Yue Yang's weaknesses and areas that needed to be improved would be pointed out by the big loli that the Heavenly Sword Goddess created with her sword chi. She would force Yue Yang to fix them. The Heavenly Sword Goddess, could she come out from the Dream Realm? With regards to this fact, Yue Yang had always been suspicious about it. The reason why the Phoenix sisters would not care about Yue Yang's battles, other than the fact that they were peaceful and kind beasts that would never initiate an attack, could it be because they were listening to the Heavenly Sword Goddess orders? Why would the Phoenix sisters come out at the Demon Palace? Why would they reveal their appearance, pushed the 3 great demon kings and 2 lich kings back and made them afraid to pursue Yue Yang? Recalling that moment, Yue Yang was indeed at a precarious situation then. A moment of carelessness would end up with him being killed in an instant by the 3 great demon kings. Hence, the Phoenix sisters had to appear, otherwise Yue Yang would not be able to leave the Demon Palace. He would not be able to leave even with help of the Kylan girl and Phoenix Fairy Beauty who had recovered. Heavenly Sword Goddess, Phoenix sisters, and even the airhead, disoriented Kylan girl had all stopped caring about him, but they still helped him in secret. At normal times, they would not care about the battles in his life, but the moment his life was in danger, they would immediately make their move. I'm not going to rush my level up anymore. Anxiousness will just lead to failure. Breaking through requires a turning point, this is something that can't be rushed. Yue Yang put down the big burden in his heart and didn't force himself to rush his level up anymore. Instead, he helped Princess Xian and Luohua City Mistress to become innates. Why don't you train with Sister Luohua? Princess Xian pulled Yue Yang to one side and said, Wu Xia and I had decided to become innate during our battle in the prison Emperor Divine Palace. What? Yue Yang was shocked by their way of thinking. Actually, I am very close to leveling. With you there would be no problem for me to level up and become an innate. On the other hand, Sister Luohua is still way behind. If you spend all of your effort helping me to become innate, she wouldn't make it for sure. How about I slow down a little, so you can first help Sister Luohua become an innate? I will work very hard these few days, there would definitely be no problems. Princess Xian's face suddenly blushed a little. By the way, what my old man said to you, I'm not going to care at all. You definitely can't treat me like how you treat Sister Wu Hen. I still haven't agreed to anything yet. Little rogue, for the time being, I can only give you a chance to pursue me. Without my approval, even if you force me, you can forget about me treating you nicely like Sister Wu Hen. In the end, this tigress girl who always say things she didn't mean waved her fist at Yue Yang, showing that she was not easily bullied. Yue Yang laughed. He really want to watch how long this tigress girl will last. Having a personality on her own is a good thing, he could just teach her slowly. Wouldn't he feel more sense of accomplishment that way? Princess Xian realized that Yue Yang's laughter sounded a little wrong and her heart faltered. She felt her body weakening, so she quickly escaped. Shui Wuxia, who was quietly reading a book in the corridor, closed her book slowly and disappeared. Shui Wuxia had telepathical mutual understanding with Yue Yang. Even though they did not speak, they would know each other's thoughts. Furthermore, Yue Yang, Yinan, Yu Bing and her had shared the heart mirror that they received as a reward for clearing the Virgo temple. If they really focused their minds on each other, they would be able to share each other's minds and link their hearts. The strength of this heart mirror ability depended on the physical distance and the level of mutual understanding between them. The feeling that was transmitted was also fuzzy, there was no way it could be translated into words. However, one would be able to understand the main gist of the telepathy. For example, before Shui Wuxia closed her book and left, she sent a message push her down boldly, secretly signaling to Yue Yang the way to help Luohua City Mistress reach innate rank. Even though it would require him forcing her own, he needed to do it. Although Luohua City Mistress did not have good combat abilities, the power of her aurora light was extremely strong. Furthermore, her attack was the nemesis of darkness, undead, ghost-type enemies. It would definitely be useful in Prison Emperor Divine Palace, even more so than Princess Xian. Hence, Yue Yang had to make his move boldly, he shouldn't let Luohua off. There was not much time left, only 3 days. Although Luohua City Mistress improved quickly, if they did not complete the last step, which was using body fusion in a married couple's way, they would really not make it in time. Maybe because of this, Princess Xian said that she would level up at Prison Emperor Divine Palace instead, and told Yue Yang to help Luohua City Mistress first. Little friend, do you want me to teach you some moves? Phoenix Fairy Beauty suddenly appeared behind Yue Yang, her red lips whispering at Yue Yang's ears. She lightly kissed his ears and blew him an enticing, fragrant breath. Tisk, who will be the one teaching? Yue Yang immediately laughed out loud. As a virgin, how was she going to teach him moves to push down others? What a joke! You are not modest at all. Phoenix Fairy Beauty shrugged her shoulders slowly, making her breasts bounce, and turned around, walking away slowly, shaking her sexy butt. Yue Yang's eyes almost dropped, ogling at her. If it weren't for the fact that she was stronger than him by so much, Yue Yang would have pushed this seductive Phoenix Fairy Beauty down long ago. It was not like he had never seen a G-cup before, he just never seen a perfect one like hers. Forget about Jizun's, Yue Yang had not seen hers very clearly. Hers was not like Phoenix Fairy Beauty's, who was on full display. Such beautiful breasts. Even if he choked to death burying his head inside them, he wouldn't have regrets. Yue Yang slowly gulped down his saliva. Forget it, Phoenix Fairy Beauty would be his sooner or later. He shouldn't be anxious right now, she wouldn't run away anyway. After dinner, Shui Wuze and the others entered the grimoire world early to rest, leaving the shy Luohua City Mistress alone. Of course, she understood what the others had meant, but she was completely embarrassed. Furthermore, being with Yue Yang alone, just the two of them, was also her wish for a very long time. Luohua City Mistress tried to calm her wildly beating heart and tried to act cool and composed. This city mistress has not patrolled her castle for quite a long time, so I shall order you, the incompetent bodyguard, to lead in the front as I patrol the vicinity. Otherwise, I'll cut your salary. Recalling how he met Yue Yang for the first time, Luohua City Mistress couldn't help but to laugh. Who would know that they would have such a fate with that first meeting? Could it be that there were really red threads of fate binding them together in secret? This fate, was it really decided by the heavens? Yue Yang was extremely quick-witted. With one move, he carried Luo Hua City Mistress, just like how he had carried her down from the mountains when they went to the sky pavilions. Luo Hua City Mistress twisted her body slightly, not used with the feeling at the start. However, she calmed down very quickly as she also remembered when she passed out after their battle and was carried on his back down the mountain. It was also then she found the beautiful demonic flower seed that she had wished for so long. Little scoundrel, that time, did you touch me? Luo Hua City Mistress faintly remembered that his hands were not very polite at that time. What do you mean? I'm such a polite boy, I would not touch even when I see. Yue Yang immediately denied. Who are you kidding? Luo Hua City Mistress would have believed his words last time, but right now, she knew that he was a scoundrel. He carried her all the way down the mountain, how could he be so obedient, not touching her even once? That's impossible. Luo Hua City Mistress blushed a little, but she thought that sooner or later he would probably take advantage of her, so touching a little didn't matter much at all. She had almost gotten used to being taken advantage of during their practices. However, no matter how she felt in her heart, she must deny it with her mouth. However, his dishonest hands continued to creep up slowly. They slowly circled Luo Hua City Mistress' luxurious, plump butt, testing her reaction, getting more restless with each second. As a sensitive girl, Luo Hua City Mistress obviously understood this scoundrel's tricks. She started to swat his mischievous hands away lightly, but before 2 seconds passed, those mischievous hands had already returned back, leaving her with no other way. In the end, Luo Hua City Mistress decided to use her ultimate weapon, her sharp, white, shiny teeth and bit Yue Yang's ear. As she lightly bit on Yue Yang's ear, she released her hot breath, I'll allow you to be bad, I'll allow you to pretend that you are an obedient boy. I want to punish you, follow me to my sky garden. You are not allowed to rest on the way. With a beauty carried on his back, Yue Yang would not be so foolish and rest. He immediately agreed, I'll do as you will, Your Highness the city mistress. I will definitely listen to your orders and flatter you. Meanwhile, his naughty hands continued to rub on her butt, making her moan. Yue Yang teleported out of the little flower garden and carried Luo Hua City Mistress all the way to Tongtian Tower. His goal was the sky garden in the 4th floor of Tongtian Tower. Of course, his other goal was to push down Luo Hua. Crossing over Shangwu Camp, Yue Yang and Luo Hua City Mistress teleport to the Tongtian Tower. Carrying a beauty on his back, Yue Yang felt extremely proud. Luo Hua City Mistress on the other hand, afraid that there would be people who could recognize her, quickly struggled to get herself down. She unnaturally looked around her surrounding, different from her usual easygoing, outspoken personality. Looking at her right now, she really looked like a lover on a rendezvous. When Yue Yang and Luo Hua teleported inside, a silver-armored guard scratched his head in confusion, isn't Luo Hua City Mistress engaged to the 3rd young master of Yue Clan? Why is she walking so closely with that titan? The silver-armored guard captain that was in charge of guarding the Tongtian Tower immediately slapped his subordinate's face, who are you to talk about your superior's business? Furthermore, are you blind? That person is the Yue Clan 3rd young master, did you really think he was her personal bodyguard? Titan is the Yue Clan 3rd young master's alias in Tongtian Tower. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. Someone with a loose mouth is hated, do you know that? The slap made the silver-armored guard tremble in fright. He immediately smiled awkwardly, head, I was wrong. Don't be angry. Is that person really the Yue Clan 3rd young master? I was scared to death. In the Tongtian Tower 4th floor. This was the first time Yue Yang came to the 4th floor. Luo Hua City Mistress had also brought him when he came to the 2nd and 3rd floor. There were procedures involved every time they go to another level. Without Luo Hua City Mistress, a well-known person, as the guide, according to the strict adventurer's rules, Yue Yang would have to waste time to complete about 100 adventurer's quest to pass through each level. Although the difficulty wasn't high for him, it was extremely tedious. The Sky Garden was located in the 4th floor of Tongtian Tower. This Tongtian Tower was extremely weird. The space of the Tongtian Tower would be 10 times bigger every level up. After the 3rd floor, the demons from Demon Abyss and the warriors from the Soaring Dragon Continent shared the same space. And thus, the two races' deathly war started. The two sides were fighting over the precious resources in Tongtian Tower. It had always been that way since thousands of years ago. It's just that thousands of years ago, mankind had the dominance. Right now, mankind was losing. There were a few continents in the 4th and 5th floor of Tongtian Tower, such as the Strange Orchid Continent, Wit Clouds Continent, Desolate Barbarian Continent and the others. With regards to these continents, the warriors from the Soaring Dragon Continent called them the Outer Realms. The 6th floor of Tongtian Tower was an even wider space. There were many other outer realms there. Legends said that there was Dragon Island, Secret Fairy Realm, Dwarf Continent and even the Eastern Goblin Tribe. Of course, the battles fought in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower almost have nothing to do with the Soaring Dragon Continent at all. That place was for innates and lesser innates to live. If a level 6 elder from the Soaring Dragon Continent went there, they would more or less be at the level of normal adventurers in the first floor of Tongtian Tower. It would be very difficult for them to live. Other than young elders with a lot of potential who went there to train, older elders would mostly train below the 6th floor. Luo Hua City Mistress had a sky garden in Tongtian Tower level 4. With her abilities last time, it was actually quite difficult for her to stay there for a long time. A lot of warriors from the Demon Abyss and continents would actually covet for her land. However, this sky garden was Night Empress residence last time. Only fools such as low-leveled warriors or demons from the Demon Abyss who had not stayed for a long time and did not know what was going on would have ideas about this place. After being beaten half to death by Luo Hua City Mistress, they had become fearful of this place. At the same time, as Luo Hua City Mistress fame started to grow, low-leveled warriors did not dare to have any ideas about the sky garden anymore. It was the same with the warriors from the Demon Abyss. Demon marshals, demon kings and other strong existences did not visit the lower levels at all, and demon generals wasn't a match for Luo Hua City Mistress. At that time, only demon commanders were able to fight against Luo Hua. Since attacking the Sky Garden would anger Night Empress easily, the Demon Abyss warriors would never do such troublesome thing. Night Empress protection was famous throughout Tongtian Tower. Since Luo Hua City Mistress was her descendant, those who coveted the Sky Garden gave up their thoughts of forcing an attack on it. If they killed Luo Hua City Mistress, Night Empress would definitely not let them go. This was the same when Yue Yang went to the Demon Palace to stir up trouble. If it weren't for the fact that the appearance of the Phoenix Sisters that put pressure on Baruth, Haxian, Gulun, and others, they would definitely not let Yue Yang go, even with Phoenix Fairy Beauty's protection. This was because attacking the Demon Palace was equivalent to slapping their face. As a Demon King, they would definitely not put up with it. Of course, the Phoenix Sisters was extremely strong. Since they were afraid that they would get killed in an instant, they let Yue Yang go. They almost arrived at the Sky Garden. Yue Yang remembered about the beautiful demonic flower seed and asked, "The beautiful demonic flower that we got last time, have they flowered?" "You can't smell it, it's not meant for guys to smell." Luo Hua City Mistress immediately scolded him, telling him not to act recklessly. Haha. Yue Yang, who was well versed with the herbs encyclopedia, obviously understood what the effects of the beautiful demonic flower was. It was a miracle flower used by humans to evolve fox beasts, but when a man smelled its scent, they will lose their sexual desire if they smelled too long. If they eat them, they would become impotent. If it was mixed with other herbs and given to a man, he would even become a transvestite. It was truly frightening. 5,000 years ago, a queen discovered the effects of this plant. As she was hateful with her unfortunate marriage, she placed a vase of blooming beautiful demonic flower by the king's window. The king loved it very much, so much that he would water and smell the flowers every day. He even turned the flower petals into tea. In the end, his life became completely miserable. However, the most miserable one was the kingdom's princes. Because the current crown prince was not the birth son of the queen who was a master in using the herb turned it into a medicine and secretly made the crown prince eat it. In the end, all of the princes, other than the queen's own son, became transvestites. However, she had gone too far, and soon after, her deeds were found out by the imperial doctors. The queen was then killed by the furious king, but even after 5,000 years, this story was still passed down to the next generation. The beautiful demonic flower's fame was not any less than the starlight serene indigo grass. It had always been feared amongst men. However, no matter how deadly a herb was, it would definitely have a special use. 3,000 years ago, an expert doctor called Jing Bo discovered another use for the beautiful demonic flower. And that was to cultivate fox-type beast. If it was in Yue Yang's words, the herb was used to cultivate a vixen/fox spirit. Shiro, I'm using vixen/fox spirit because the Ross has double meaning. Fox spirit in the sense that fox-type beasts will turn humanoid when they evolve, so they sort of become a gumiho that loves to seduce men. However, the herb was not effective for all fox-type beasts. The beautiful demonic flower was only effective to spirit foxes or devil foxes that had the potential to evolve into a humanoid form. It was said that spirit foxes and devil foxes that absorbed the beautiful demonic flower's energy would turn into an unrivaled beauty once it evolved into its humanoid version. Furthermore, its body would emit a scent that would make males sexually aroused, which was so powerful that it could even make an impotent man healthy again. In these 3,000 years, many kingdoms tried to cultivate that kind of beautiful fox spirit, but as the expert Dr. Jing Bo refused to divulge the secret to cultivating it, no one in the world succeeded in creating a beautiful vixen. Moreover, the number of spirit foxes and devil foxes that had the potential of evolving into a humanoid was extremely few. However, Luo Hua City Mistress was an exception. The secret of cultivating the fox was given to her by the Night Empress. The Tian Luo Kingdom was the only one who controlled the secret of cultivation. It had never been revealed to anyone other than the royal family members. To other people, the beautiful demonic flower was a harmful herb, which was especially poisonous to men. Luo Hua city mistress who understood its full effects had obviously acquired it to cultivate her three-tailed snow fox, so that it could evolve into a humanoid and become a holy beast soon. Although she knew that Yue Yang was an expert in the herb encyclopedia, she still warned him repeatedly. She didn't want the beautiful demonic flower to have any effect on Yue Yang's body. In reality, if Yue Yang did not smell the flower for long period of time or eat it, a slight smell of beautiful demonic flower would not harm his body at all. Furthermore, Yue Yang possessed such an abnormal body. Why would he be afraid of the flower's poison? Yue Yang understood that Luo Hua was worried about him. He turned around and pinched at her nose, laughing out loud. You are not allowed to laugh. Annoying. Luo Hua city mistress glared at Yue Yang angrily. Remembering that time when they went to the Sky Pavilion to acquire the beautiful demonic flower but unluckily met the demon commander Ma Liang instead, if it weren't for Yue Yang, Luo Hua city mistress would have suffered great losses. After the big battle, the mountains were split, and his miserable figure trying to escape while carrying her on his back were vividly etched on her mind. She couldn't help but to laugh too, laughing to the point that her whole body shook. Yue Yang finally saw Luo Hua city mistress' free-spirited laughter again. He couldn't help but to feel moved. Luo Hua laughter was simply too sexy. Yue Yang really liked the way Luo Hua city mistress was right then. He immediately reached out his hand and pulled her into his embrace. Bending his head, he kissed her deeply. Luo Hua city mistress struggled a little, but when his hot tongue caressed her lips, she felt like a bolt of lightning had just struck her body. She felt weak and soft all over as she shyly closed her eyes, giving in to the scoundrel's philandering. When he pried open her cherry lips and took the kiss deeper, Luo Hua city mistress felt like she was about to lose her consciousness. It was as if she had entered a hazy, dreamy world. It was not the first time that he kissed her, but this kiss felt especially different from before. Maybe it was because she had accepted this fellow and had put down all the reservations in her heart, hence she was able to relax herself and feel wonderful. Her pair of smooth hands had already twined themselves around Yue Yang's head without her realizing it. Under his merciless sucking, she clumsily tried to respond to him, nibbling at his tongue. Then, her instincts took over as she reached out her tongue and intertwined it with his. When Luo Hua city mistress finally came back to her senses, she realized her lips had already become swollen. It was even a little painful. She raised her fists and lightly punched him. That brat had kissed her for too long without stopping. What if she suffocate from his kiss? Yue Yang's mischievous hands slid inside her clothes and slowly kneaded at her stomach and waist, making Luo Hua city mistress feel relaxed. Yue Yang knew that if he had boldly explored her woman's peaks, touching or pinching her snow-white mountains and red plums, she would definitely pull his hand out. However, she felt extremely comfortable with his hands massaging her stomach and back right now. It gave her an indescribable feeling of gentleness and comfort. She didn't refuse him, and was even loving the way he was flirting with her, sneaking here and there. She liked him this way the most. She didn't like him peeling off his clothes anxiously and touching her sensitive parts immediately. This was because although she loves him, she was still a girl, she would feel embarrassed. She was very happy that Yue Yang did not hurry in taking her, instead, he carefully loved her body. This made her feel relaxed and safe. Scoundrel, let's go, I'm feeling a little sleepy now. Luo Hua city mistress was not sleepy, but she wanted to hug Yue Yang and sleep within his embrace. As for whether his hands would take advantage of the opportunity, she had long accepted whatever that would happen. The Sky Garden, which was located in midair, was considered to be a type of sky island. There were mountain peaks that looked a bit like the Flying Mountain. However, the mountain peaks were linked together, forming a mountainous range of different heights. Furthermore, they were also bigger in size compared to the Flying Mountain. On the precipice of the mountain, there were more than 10 waterfalls of different sizes that looked like white silk hanging from the mountain's sides. Between the mountains was a valley. In the valley, there was a garden where hundreds of flowers bloomed and butterflies fluttered about. Normally no one lives here, but every so often, the Night Empress servants would come down from the 6th floor of the Tongtian Tower. They would tidy up the place and safeguard it well as if Night Empress was living there. Other than that, the flowers and plants in the garden were personally planted by Luo Hua city mistress. Yue Yang and Luo Hua city mistress were not in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery. Holding hands, they both flew up the sky island, passing through the beautiful garden and entering into the house. Just as they both set foot on the floor, they impatiently hugged and kissed each other, demanding more of the other's sweet affection. After a long while, their lips parted. Luo Hua city mistress became embarrassed and lightly hit Yue Yang. This brat is too impatient, immediately playing tricks on her after arriving. Her eyes became aroused as if intoxicated from rich and fine wine. Yue Yang knew that her emotions were stirred. Very tenderly, Yue Yang softened his movements, gently laying Luo Hua on the bed. He did not pervertedly pounce and press down on her. Instead, he sat on the bedside and softly hugged her. Then, he softly kissed her. Sure enough, this technique greatly removed Luo Hua's vigilance and shyness. With this move acting as a buffer, she did not resist his tricks anymore. So much that, she was totally unaware as to when he had quietly laid on the bed and hugged her. Her entire mind and body was engrossed in his kiss. Their lips and tongue touching. The sweet, sweet kiss melted her body, making her as soft as silk. His naughty hands lightly entered her clothes. Her body trembled from nervousness and expectation. Very softly he reached her womanly peaks. She bit his lips as she produced an extremely alluring yet suppressed moan from her throat. The sounds seemed to be full of pleasure, discomfort, resistance, endurance, pain, and happiness. Just as he bent his head down, she gasped continuously and powerlessly pushed him, trying to resist his next demand. However, she was unable to stop his slow and unstoppable kiss landing on her sensitive flower bud. Yet, she still tightly embraced him and emotionally wrapped him in her bosom. She had already forgotten about everything else, not even the current year or month. Bastard, bastard, you big bastard. Don't do that again, it's too painful. Enough, you greedy bastard, you cannot bite it, it hurts, and too embarrassing, you are too aggressive. The beauty's clothes were half removed, and she gasped for breath. That bright gown was ruffled from his hand's invasion. Her rushed breathing, burning red cheeks, warm breath, intoxicated eyes, and soft body, all of these show the beauty's stirred up emotions. His hands explored her body, overbearingly holding her twin peaks and proclaiming this virgin ground under his name. When his hands were mischievously making her body tremble, her small hands were sliding on his back, at a loss of what to do. She didn't know if she should pull him closer or loosen a bit to allow his movements to become smoother. It was the first time she had flirted like lovers with someone. She simply did not know how to react properly. His kiss, oppressively robbing and sucking kiss, made her felt suffocated. Practicing many times with Wu Hen's body, Yue Yang's flirting techniques was now definitely at the Grand Master rank. Forget about Luohua City Mistress, who was still an unknowledgeable virgin, even the sickly beauty, Wu Hen, who had been pleasured by him many times now, could not resist it. Stop, I can't breathe. Luohua City Mistress felt a kind of fire igniting inside her body. Her body was reacting peculiarly, as if something was quickly accumulating inside her, a pleasing and strange feeling. Especially when his naughty hands rubbed the two round meat on her chest, she felt an indescribable mind-numbing feeling as if her body was thirsting for his oppression. She felt that the more his hands moved down, the more the strange feeling inside her body became stronger. She almost opened her mouth and begged him to quickly play his tricks on her so that she may break away from this situation that she made her feel edgy and restless. However, just as Yue Yang's hands begun invading her lower abdomen, her virgin's sensitivity immediately made her body trembled slightly. She felt her own legs convulsing softly, from her thighs to her toes. Subconsciously, Luohua City Mistress sandwiched his warm hands with her legs tightly, preventing him from advancing. Luohua City Mistress looked at Yue Yang and knew that her most important moment had arrived. Resisting the blushing shame in her heart, she lightly kissed him. Scoundrel, you should take a bath first. I am a bit scared, let me recover a bit. Yue Yang quickly withdrew his hands and gently kissed her, until she shook her head and said that she was all right. Maybe she truly needed to relax a bit. Being too anxious for quick results was not good, it might leave a shadow in her heart. Yue Yang decided to leave for a while, giving Luohua City Mistress time to first untie the knots in her heart. After all, this was a true union and not just kissing and hugging like before. Moreover, when a virgin offers her chastity, they would definitely have worries in their hearts. Even if it was their beloved person, she would still worry about her own body, whether it would hurt or not, whether it would be injured or not. She can only overcome these fears all by herself. After Yue Yang finished taking a bath and returned, he discovered that Luohua City Mistress had tidied up the entire bed as if it was new. On the window hung a lucky red silk. Even the silver hooks in front of the canopy was tied with a red rope. A wedding dress was placed on the headboard. Also, a few brilliant red flowers were placed on the table in front, just at the right time when the flowers were in full bloom. It's a pity there is no wine. Otherwise, I would have been able to share a nuptial cup with you. Even though this is not a wedding, Luohua City Mistress had a bit of regret. In fact, she had a little longing for a marriage that was bustling with noise and excitement. Sickly Beauty and the others were indifferent towards this. In any case, marriage was simply held to fulfill their elders' wishes and to complete a social tradition. From the bride's and groom's point of view, most would say that it was a foolish waste of money. Looking at Princess Qian's attitude, she hated marriage the most, because the royal family's marriage was extremely troublesome. From childhood to now, she had witnessed her brothers' and sisters' marriages and noticed that complete etiquette was necessary. As for those sister-in-laws that had married into her family, although they looked well off from the outside, they secretly complained to her and felt that there were too many rules. It was truly too tormenting. Only the youngest of them, Yinan, and the tender and virtuous Yu were longing for marriage. Yinan longed that she would be able to sit on a big marriage sedan following Yue Yang, who was riding a big horse, and happily go to their new home with him. She would marry into the Yu clan. After paying respects to the heavens and the earth, Paying respects to each other, they would enter the bridal room and in the end she would become his new wife, his small lovable wife. On the other hand, Yu was a pure and traditional woman. She felt that marriage was one of life's major events. It was not right if it was not grand. Luohua city mistress does not place importance in marriage ceremonies. She only thought that during her marriage ceremony, her father would be present, drinking wine with his friends or possibly picking a fight with someone. Never mind that kind of big banquet to entertain everybody for a marriage ceremony. Luohua city mistress felt that the most important thing was to complete the ceremony between husband and wife with her beloved. Unfortunately she did not prepare in advance. Otherwise, she would have wished to exchange cups with him and share a nuptial cup of wine with him. Who said there's no wine? Look. Yue Yang brought out wine, cups, and other things from inside the lich ring. Luohua city mistress was so happy that she kissed him. At this moment, cuddling in her beloved's arms, sharing a nuptial cup of wine with him, mutually blessing each other and promising to stay together forever, Luohua city mistress felt so happy, as if happiness were gushing out from the depths of her heart. She raised her tearful eyes and shyly looked at her beloved. She noticed that he was especially heroic today. His handsome face glowed with a distinct radiance, making others' hearts unable to endure trembling. Above all, his electrifying eyes made others' heartbeat thump. Looking at him face to face made her heart race, pounding fiercely within her chest. In Yue Yang's eyes, his lover had also become the most beautiful woman in the world. Luohua, in his arms, was as beautiful as a dream. Her snow-white face glowed and her cheeks flushed red. It was as if she could not bear the strength of the alcohol and was filled to the brim with happiness. Yue Yang bent his head and kissed her everywhere. Regardless of whether it was that glossy and fair forehead, her long eyebrows, small exquisite nose, scarlet cheeks, or swollen lips, they were all branded with a hot kiss from his deep love. In the end, he carried the shy beauty who was covering her face and did not dare to look at him. Arriving at the bath side with scattered petals, he lightly took off her dress and underwear exposing her snow-white body. He lightly poured fresh water on her, gently washing her delicate and powerless body. He washed away her worries, her fears, and also her shyness and reservation. Luohua city mistress trembled slightly. She closed her eyes tightly and did not dare look at him. Her snow-white body complied with his movements, granting him control. Yue Yang carried the clean and flawless beauty up and used a silk towel to lightly wipe off the water droplets from her body. His heart sighed at her perfect, snow-white body. This was truly the convergence of spirit energy from the heavens and earth, truly one of nature's most finely crafted masterpiece. The beauty had reached a perfect realm, not too thin nor too fat. Her entire body can be compared to the most pure of gold. Yue Yang couldn't help bending his head and kissed the snow-white beauty's delicate skin, marking it and announcing that she would always belong to him. At the same time, he was leaving a new mark on her life. After today, she would change and possess a new identity as his wife. Luohua city mistress was both proud and embarrassed. She loved to see his infatuated and foolish expression, loved to feel his gentle kiss and his attentive care. Scoundrel, be gentler. Just as she was about to be put down on the bed by Yue Yang, she knew that her most important time had arrived. Although she had long ago prepared her heart, she was still nervous. Good girl, don't be afraid. Yue Yang had first used the snow-white quilt and lightly covered her nervously trembling body. Afterwards, he slowly crawled inside together with her, reached out his hands and lightly embraced her. As she felt their heartbeat simultaneously, her nervous heart calmed down. His hands, burning hot like flames, gently explored her body, spreading the flames of desire everywhere. Her nervous body began to gradually relax and grow softer, slowly burning up. Yue Yang kissed her cherry lips for a long time. And continued to kiss downwards. He kissed her sensitive earlobes, kissed her ticklish neck, kissed her smooth and round shoulders, kissed her shallow collarbone, kissed her snow-white skin, kissed her most beautiful jade peaks, kissed her white and tender flower bud. Luohua city mistress could only gasp in short breaths and did not know how to do anything else. Even her reasoning had disappeared. She completely soaked in the pleasure that Yue Yang brought to her. Yue Yang continued downwards and kissed her abdomen. When he moved to her cute navel, he mischievously explored it with his tongue, making Luohua city mistress tremble from head to toe. In the middle of her stirred-up emotions and bashful expectations, Yue Yang had softly opened her legs. He left warm kisses on both of her slender thighs. Her body trembled every time he kissed her. Until he naughtily kissed her most sensitive, most beautiful petal. Her flower was already flooded. When he kissed it, Luohua city mistress 10 fingers passed through his black hair as if resisting yet detaining him. The pleasure she had accumulated to the brim had now overflowed, along with an unsuppressible cry. This kind of climax was unfamiliar to her yet also unimaginably wonderful. She had never imagined her lover's tricks would bring about this big wave of comfortable pleasure. It was truly unspeakably pleasing. At this instant, her mind had become blank and she had lost all reasoning. It was as if her soul had followed the huge explosion from her climax and flew out of her body. As she continued to rise beyond the clouds, she became so elated that she did not know whether the world still existed or not. Even after the tide had retreated, just as the remnant of her pleasure was slowly disappearing, she noticed that he was playing his tricks again, quickly bringing her another tide of pleasure. At the moment before the tide had completely disappeared, another new tide quickly formed. Her soul, which almost returned once more, flew up higher, and farther. This scoundrel was too evil and simply wanted her life. She would certainly die. After Luohua City Mistress' second tide ended, some reason had returned to her. She hurriedly strived to pull up her beloved scoundrel, and did not allow him to continue his tricks. Otherwise she would definitely die, and happily suffocate. Despite the fact that his mouth was full of her nectar, Luohua City Mistress still kissed him emotionally. She gave him her small sweet tongue, showing that she was truly happy, giving him this satisfying reward. Not knowing when, many rune symbols floated up from their bodies. The more intimate and more happily indifferent they were, the more the runes assemble abundantly and mysteriously. Yue Yang's innate chi came out from his mouth and entered Luohua City Mistress' cherry lips. The runes circulated inside her body as they simultaneously performed double body fusion. Luohua City Mistress was totally unaware of this and only cared about wrapping her body around him. She was unaware that her own body's blood channels were being linked up. Her female private parts that Yue Yang couldn't touch before, did not pose as a cultivation hindrance now that Yue Yang could pour innate chi from there. Now, she was about to become his little wife, her body and mind had completely been released, no matter what he tells her to do, she wouldn't mind at all. Luohua City Mistress did not feel the slight pain from linking up her blood channels at all, on the contrary, the innate chi had stimulated her pleasure even further. His naughty hands also triggered her lust, making her feel restless. A kind of thirst, a kind of natural instinct, emerged from her heart. It was an instinct that every mature living being, who thirsts for their other half, feels. Yue Yang knew what the beauty's heart thirsted for. In fact, he also similarly thirsted for her. Their union formally begun at this moment. His high-spirited, burning hot and big lance proudly raised up high. As the knight's charging signal echoed, it pointed towards that mysterious castle gate. The knight begun to advance and no force in this world could stop it. Her life gate was as frail as flower petals. In the midst of the virgin's cry of pain, she finally welcomed her new owner. Red drops spilled out, witnessing the new owner's subjugation. Despite Yue Yang's gentle movements, Luohua City Mistress still felt it hard to bear. Because his naughty thing was truly too big. Also her soft and delicate place was truly too small. At the moment he forcefully broke the barrier protecting her chastity, she could not endure it, and couldn't help shouting that it hurts. 2 crystal clear teardrops seeped out and slid down her face. Her lips couldn't help but search for his comfort and kissed him. Although the pain was difficult to endure, she had long knew that she would have to go through this once. Only by saying goodbye to her girlhood, saying goodbye to her chastity, could she truly link with him, truly become his inseparable partner and become his wife. Bastard! It's so painful. She weakly complained and acted like a spoiled child. She had the complete qualifications to do so because she had completely offered to her beloved her most precious thing. She belonged to him, body and mind, past, present, and future. Don't cry, good girl, don't cry. Yue Yang gently kissed her tears, greatly comforting her pain of saying goodbye to her virginity. After completing the fusion, Luohua City Mistress' blood channels completely linked up with the help of his innate chi. Just as the innate chi returned to his body, Luohua City Mistress' grimoire suddenly appeared. A brilliant light cast itself onto her body, momentarily aroused her hidden potential. In an instant, the amassed energy burst out, and continuously leveled up with the assistance from Yue Yang's innate chi. Rapidly breaking through innate rank. Bang! A golden pillar dozen of meters high shot up straight up the sky from her grimoire. Luohua City Mistress finally successfully reached innate rank with the assistance of double body fusion. Her guardian beast also shone and leveled up. The 3-tailed snow fox also bathed under the golden light pillar and continuously absorbed the energy. Its body gradually transformed. It looked like a human form, like a holy beast, rapidly changed. Lambda Alpha Sigma Tau afterthought, being a 21-year-old virgin without a girlfriend in my entire life, I regret translating this chapter and never gonna translate sex chapters again, I'll leave it to Shiro instead. Raijuis should just die. Shiro's afterthought, BTW, for those people who thinks that Yue Yang would steal Hui Tai Lang's girlfriend, it's not possible because she's Luohua's guardian beast. Despair Abyss. When Yue Yang stood in front of the old dragon turtle again, the one that accompanied him by his side was not Yu Bing and Yi Nan. Instead, it was Phoenix Fairy Beauty. The old dragon turtle obviously recognized Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Phoenix Fairy Beauty also recognized it, but she didn't greet it, as if it didn't even exist in her eyes. Yue Yang felt that there must be some kind of old grudge between Phoenix Fairy Beauty and the old dragon turtle, maybe they had fought in the higher levels of Tongtian Tower. In any case, they were definitely not friends. The old dragon turtles asked in his ancient voice, "Young man, have you truly decided on attacking the prison Emperor Divine Palace?" Yue Yang only rolled his eyes in response. If he hadn't decided on attacking the prison Emperor Divine Palace, why would he come to this damned place? Did he truly have nothing to do? Of course, he could also hear that the old dragon turtle was worrying about him. Even with Phoenix Fairy Beauty's help, this old dragon turtle still thought that he was not capable enough. It was warning him not to be reckless, so it was giving him a chance to back out. Looks like simply Phoenix Fairy Beauty alone wasn't enough. However, the more difficult it was, the more interested Yue Yang was in the prison Emperor Divine Palace. The only thing Yue Yang was not afraid of is battling. If the enemy was simply too strong, at the most, he would do what Yu said, hide inside the grimoire world to recover when he was injured, then continue to fight. If his life was in danger, the Phoenix Sisters and Kylan girl would definitely save him. With this battle, he should be able to break through the 6th level of innate invisible sword chi. How could he pass on with such an opportunity, such a battle? A black light flashed. The old dragon turtle was fully bathed in the black light. Its body slowly transformed. After a long time, it finally transformed into an old man carrying a turtle shell on his back. However, it didn't look like a turtle immortal at all, it didn't have any vitality. Instead, it was weak and tired, as if it was very old and was about to die. The old dragon turtle who had become an old man had a white, long beard and hair. His face was filled with spots, even his body was emitting a dying scent. "Let's go." The old dragon turtle supported himself with a dragon-headed staff as he slowly leaned forward with trembling steps. "You can't be fighting with us too, right?" Yue Yang was speechless. If the old fellow wanted to attack the prison Emperor Divine Palace together, wouldn't he be a huge burden? "I will try my best to help you through the first palace hall. You would have to depend on your own strength for the other 2 palace halls," the old dragon turtle mumbled. Although his whole body was injured, it seemed like he was still full of confidence. On a huge stone, the old dragon turtle drew a mysterious runic circle with his hands. At the same time, he rotated it continuously with his spirit chi. The runic circle shone with a bright light, and a strange-looking teleportation gate appeared in front of Yue Yang. There was a seal on the runic circle on top of the teleportation gate. Outsiders couldn't enter, but it could be opened from the inside. The old dragon turtle squeezed his weak body into the teleportation gate, step by step, before finally teleporting and disappeared. Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty quickly followed him. Behind the dark light of the teleportation gate, Yue Yang found himself inside a dark world. It was pitch black, there was a deathly stillness everywhere. With his night vision, Yue Yang could see that at a far distance, there were a few pillars that soared up high to the sky. The pillars were big, tall beyond imagination, every pillar was at least 100 meters in radius. Other than Tongtian Tower, Yue Yang had really never seen pillars that were bigger than this. Furthermore, these pillars were perfectly round, it had the same width from top to bottom. It was obvious that these pillars were man-made. In the sky, there was a huge island which was supported by 4 pillars. It looked like a sky island, but Yue Yang realized that this island was at least 10 times bigger than Luohua City Mistress Sky Garden. On top of a small mountain, there was a road that looked like heaven's stairway, coiling like a snake, zigzagging upwards towards the sky island. That was the only passageway. This was originally the prison Emperor's palace. There are 3 levels in total, and is around 1 kilometer tall. In order to seal the Heaven Realm's warriors, the prison Emperor turned the most magnificent, most beautiful palace in the world into his enemy's grave. The old dragon turtle sighed proudly, but became a little sad in the end, as if coming back to this place made him remember a lot of memories. Are the enemies waiting up there? Yue Yang didn't have time to bother with the old dragon turtle's sentimental time, he wanted to pay more attention to the enemy's movements. The number of broken ceiling tablet outside would show how many enemies had struggled free from their sleeping seal. The old dragon turtle didn't need to say it, Yue Yang could somewhat guess it. Fortunately, the number of broken ceiling tablet was not much, only around 20. As long as he was not suddenly swarmed by 20 over Heaven Realm warriors' spirit, he would have a chance to break through. Yue Yang guessed that the 2 big shots of Heaven Realm should have been able to struggle free from the seal, but they were still affected by the prison Emperor's seal and was unable to move freely, trapped in the 3rd level. "This battle will be hard," Phoenix Fairy Beauty nodded with a serious expression, "I don't have a good feeling." At least half of the spirits had woken up from their sleep, it's not the same number as the number of destroyed tablets. Haha, there's a reason for that. In order to hide it from the outer world, we purposely continue to pretend to be sealed. Hee, look at our guests, there is an old fart and 2 young sprouts. A voice suddenly descended from the island in the sky. Following that, 3 figures whose body was illuminated in golden light flew down, gracefully landing in front of Yue Yang, Phoenix Fairy Beauty and the old dragon turtle. They were headed by a birdman with long wings and a golden hair like a lion's mane. He wore a royal head ornament and looked extremely majestic. His body was covered in a silver armor, and there was a treasure sword hanging at his golden belt. The other two people were different from the first one. One looked like human, but he had horns on his head and wings like a bat's. When he opened his mouth, it was filled with sharp teeth, terrifying others. The other figure didn't have horns on its head, but it wore a beetle shell-like helmet. Its arms were thick with muscles like a bear's, and it had a sharp claws that was shaped like hooks. His face and body was covered in golden leopard spots-like pattern. There was even a long tail on his butt that was continuously lashing around. Yue Yang was immediately bewildered when he saw this. Weren't they sealed for 6,000 years? Even if they didn't die of old age, wouldn't they die of starvation already? These people who didn't have any chance to live at all, who didn't have anything to eat, how could they live for 6,000 years? When Phoenix Fairy Beauty saw them, her expression immediately changed. She showed a spiteful look on her eyes, as if she was looking at the most shameless person in the world. Her words to them were also ruthless as she said, "You guys are worse than beasts." The old dragon turtle's staff trembled as he looked both angry and sad facing this strange situation. What's happening? How could these people have a physical body? Aren't they supposed to be spirits? Yue Yang felt that something was really wrong. The things that they had prepared were prepared to fight against spirits and souls. Now it seemed like they wouldn't be able to use them. Their enemies were not only not souls, they were living beasts to boot. They were not even zombies or undead who had been sleeping for thousands of years. Little boy, do you think I'm a spirit? Look at me, what part of me looks like a spirit? In the sky, another 3 enemies appeared. These 3 enemies were all women. They wore nothing at all, and their appearances were completely different from each other. The left one had horse hooves, goat horns, and lion's tail. The middle one had fish scales, bird's wings, and cat claws, while the right one had beetle's horns, rabbit ears, and snake's body. It's not that Yue Yang had never seen monsters before, but he really never saw monsters that looked so strange. When he saw these enemies who looked both like monsters and humans, he couldn't help but to be gravely shocked. What kind of crazy scientist had the horrible idea of creating these weird crossbreeds? Phoenix Fairy Beauty seemed to know the reason. Her black brows stirred slightly as she said in a cold tone, "Rubbish." Hearing her words, the 3 enemies who looked like women on the outside immediately became like cats whose tail was on fire. They were so angry that they started to scream out. "Ah! I hate whores like you who deserves death the most. Whore, we'll tear you to shreds. Bitch, no matter how pretty you look, you are still a bitch that is saddled by everyone. Let's eat this prostitute and split her meat." Amongst the curses, the last monster girl suggested the idea. With regards to the enemy's angry curses, Phoenix Fairy Beauty didn't seem to mind at all. She only cursed back full of contempt, "Trash, you guys are not even worth it for me to kill you. You have to be grateful to me for bestowing you the favor of looking at your lowly skin and flesh for a few minutes." Those 3 monster girls went completely berserk, charging forward to attack immediately. Without waiting for Phoenix Fairy Beauty to make her move, Yue Yang decided to attack them first, so that he could show off in front of the Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Of course, this was also one of their tactics of attack that they had already planned before coming. Phoenix Fairy Beauty must save her strength, because she would be fighting the last bosses, the 2 big shots of the Heaven Realm. That would be the time when she would give it her all. The 2 big shots of Heaven Realm, they were definitely the ones who ordered these few soldiers to test their strength. To these Heaven Realm warriors who have been sealed for more than 6,000 years, they definitely understood one point. If there was someone coming to attack them, they would definitely be confident enough of their power to do so. Furthermore, they were sealed under the prison Emperor's seal. They might not even be able to successfully leave the 3rd floor of the palace. If they could move freely, they would have laid an ambush at the entrance, so that they could injure their enemies critically. The fact that they didn't do that proved that they were trying to test out their attackers' strength first. Secondly, it also proved that they were not be able to move freely. Yue Yang took out his crescent moon and waved a gush of cold air. He didn't care how these women became crossbreed monsters. Yue Yang would never pity his enemy, nor would he have mercy on them. Towards his enemies, Yue Yang's kindness was mostly equivalent to 0. The 3 monster girls didn't seem to be afraid of the coldness, they only flew back a little. And then they started to attack. Their mouths were even assailing Yue Yang with curses. "Little boy, you don't have what it takes to beat us, don't attack us recklessly like a blockhead. Why don't you join us instead? Sister will make you feel really comfortable, we guarantee that we are much better than that whore beside you." One of the monster girls, the one with beetle horns, rabbit ears, and snake body had even shamelessly opened up her thighs, sending a stream of smelly water towards Yue Yang. The 3 monster guys in the sky observed the old dragon turtle intently. At this moment, their face showed an expression saying that this brat would definitely die. Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty hid their true abilities, making it seem that they were not an innate ranker. Other than the 2 big shots of Heaven Realm, who might be powerful enough to see through them hiding their abilities, ordinary Heaven Realm warriors would definitely not know that Phoenix Fairy Beauty was actually a terrifying warrior of innate level 10. Of course, they would also not know that Yue Yang, who had the counterfeit inherent skill, was also a terrifying enemy that was not any weaker than the Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Possessing the counterfeit inherent skill, even the two big shots of the Heaven Realm would not be able to see through Yue Yang's true abilities. The three monster guys and monster girls had all mistakenly thought that Yue Yang and the Phoenix Fairy Beauty were lesser innates. They thought that the old dragon turtle they were familiar with was their true, strong enemy. When the three monster girls surrounded Yue Yang, the three monster guys all thought that they would be enough to kill Yue Yang, the young human. Especially when Yue Yang hid his abilities when he waved the first slash using his crescent moon, the enemies were all full of confidence. No wonder that monster girl with beetle's horn, rabbit's ear, and snake body would be so arrogant and peed on Yue Yang. They all thought that Yue Yang had already become their trapped prey. The stream of smelly water suddenly spread out like a spider net, turning into a cage and trapping Yue Yang in the middle. Yue Yang didn't know what ability that was, but it was extremely weird. It's a pity that her opponent was Yue Yang. First slash, depriving mountains and rivers. Purple flames engulfed Yue Yang's body and rose up to the sky as Yue Yang whipped up his Hwei Jin magic blade. Under Yue Yang's powerful purple flames, the spider net cage immediately burned into nothingness. His Hwei Jin magic blade had also turned into a dragon-shaped purple flame that shot forward fiercely as if it was a living thing towards the monster girl who peed, with a speed that was 10 times faster than her. That monster girl cried miserably as her lower body turned into ashes. Her two ignited legs fell down to the ground as her upper body escaped in fright. However, in the sky, Yue Yang's first slash, depriving mountains and rivers was silently waiting for her. She was slashed into half. Instant kill. Please do not host these chapters elsewhere without permission. When Yue Yang killed the monster girl with beetle horn, rabbit ears, and snake body in one move, the enemies on the other side immediately became dumbstruck. Especially the three monster guys who thought that the old dragon turtle was the strongest enemy. They were completely speechless and in shock. They knew their comrade's abilities, they never thought that she would be killed by a young human in an instant. Did this boy possess a godly weapon? The three monster guys didn't have time to come to rescue when Yue Yang suddenly shot towards the remaining two monster girls. The monster girl with horse hooves, goat's horns, and lion's tail immediately escaped. On the other hand, the monster girl with fish scales, bird wings, and cat claws, who was nearer to Yue Yang, suddenly felt that her body was completely bound by her enemy, unable to move at all. She, who realized that she couldn't escape in time, became fierce instead, brandishing her claws ruthlessly. She slashed at Yue Yang's head with her swift claws, emitting a fishy smell that make others want to vomit. It looked like her cat claws, which were bluecock-colored with a tint of green, were infused with poison, which was why it was emitting a fishy smell. Her claws slashed down on Yue Yang's head. However, Yue Yang disappeared, and the monster girl's claws slashed empty air. The rocks beneath Yue Yang just now were slashed hard, leaving a deep engraving on them. I'll send you back to hell. Yue Yang appeared behind the monster girl's back, his new crescent moon blade cutting through her head like it was cutting through tofu. With the momentum from the cat claws monster girl trying to attack watching her comrades being killed instantly one by one, the lion-tailed monster girl screamed in fright, as if her soul had flown out of her body. She hurriedly flew towards her monster guy's friends, hoping that she would obtain their protection. Her three friends had also swooped down quickly to help. However, a big sword beam appeared in front of their eyes, like a huge tidal wave. They could almost touch their comrade, almost saved her successfully, but in that instant, the sword beam split the air and engulfed her whole body. When those sword beam disappeared, the three monster guys saw that their comrade had been cut into countless pieces of flesh. Grr, kill, I'm going to kill you. One of the monster guys with arms like a bear's turned red in fury as he charged towards Yue Yang like a madman. He wanted to tear Yue Yang into shreds. The other monster guy who looked like a vampire held him back tightly. He had seen it clearly now, the human boy with this huge killing intent was not someone they could take lightly. Even if they want to attack him, they should only do it in a certain situation. Being impulsive would only make everything worse. The monster guy leader with golden hair like lion, bird wings, and a treasure sword on his waist gave Yue Yang a deathly stare. He looked at his face intently. He slowly observed Yue Yang's slaughtering hands, and at the same time, he observed the Hwei Jin magic blade and crescent moon blade in his hands. With regards to Yue Yang killing the three monster girls in an instant, forget about the enemies, even the old dragon turtle was surprised. Possessing abilities and being able to insta-kill enemies were two separate matters. Under the state where he didn't unseal his innate powers, this brat could actually kill his opponent so easily. Furthermore, he insta-killed 3 enemies in a row. This was not merely the problem with his power. He was also full of killing intent. The old dragon turtle didn't know how many strong enemies Yue Yang had killed to have such a strong confidence and cold killing intent. Immediately, the old dragon turtle's evaluation of Yue Yang increased. In his heart, even the prison emperor was not as strong as this brat when he was 20 years old. The prison emperor was not just an ordinary talented warrior, he was an existence that had always been the #1, unrivaled genius in the old dragon turtle's heart, for 6,000 years. Who else could fight against 3 heaven realms big shots and sealed 2 of them, other than him? Hence, in the old dragon turtle's heart, there was no one else other than the prison emperor. With regards to Yue Yang's ruthlessness and efficient insta-kill, the old dragon turtle greatly admired him secretly. If this boy didn't die today, seems like he would be able to chase after the prison emperor's footsteps in the future, becoming a dominating existence. This was because he was the same as the prison emperor, he had a true warrior's heart. A real warrior would strive for self-improvement relentlessly. He would kill all of his enemies without mercy and rule over everyone. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you killed some crossbreed monsters. Boy, you are still a young un. That monster guy with golden hair like lions glared at Yue Yang as he laughed coldly. What actually happened here? Isn't this supposed to be a graveyard? Yue Yang asked the Phoenix Fairy Beauty bewilderedly. He couldn't understand why these strange-looking monster people would be here. The real Heaven Realm warriors would have all died out, only their souls would have been left. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to be sealed in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace at that time. Prison Emperor exchanged his life and used his utmost willpower to destroy all lives in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. Regardless of whether they were the enemies or himself, as long as they were within the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, they would definitely die. The old dragon turtle coughed a little and continued, "These monster people in front of us has blood and flesh, looks like they were monsters that they created using their secret arts. Then, they made use of possessing art or parasitic skills to transfer their soul into these bodies. Hence, you would be fighting against living monster people, not their souls. So these were only some mixed breeds." When Yue Yang said this, the 3 monster guys immediately turned red in anger. They are not truly Heaven Realm warriors. Looks like they were the offsprings of the Heaven Realm warriors with some beasts after they took possession of some other beasts' bodies. Otherwise, their abilities would have been entranced and above. Also, I would have been able to recognize them. The old dragon turtle coughed as he spoke. Yue Yang felt that these fellows were too weak. A real Heaven Realm warrior wouldn't be insta-killed by him so easily, right? Parasitic skill, possessing art, reincarnating in corpses, these are all despicable skills that would not only reduce the original user's powers by a lot, they would also inflict a curse on the user. There were some people in the Thousand Goblins sect and Demonic Palace that tested out these skills, but they discovered that the failure rate, resulting in death, was extremely high. There was also a high chance that they would lose all their memories and were brainwashed into beasts. Even if they were originally Heaven Realm warriors, they have probably forgotten the past and had become half human, half beasts monsters. They seem to be living quite well, what am I seeing? Haha, they really looked like fat maggots who are happily twisting their bodies inside a dung. Phoenix Fairy Beauty really detested these monsters. In reality, the act of possessing body or parasitic skill were extremely despicable. It had been a taboo since the ancient times. The moment a master tried to possess its beasts' bodies, they would immediately be cursed. Other than death from failure, loss of memories, turning into beasts, reduced powers and getting cursed, there was also the curse from the contract. No matter if it were beasts that were possessed or parasitic, they would never be able to become contracted beasts in the future. Even the grimoire's guardian beast was not an exception. In the sky, a strong pressure suddenly appeared. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain. Even Yue Yang felt a suffocating presence. This presence was able to pressurize him even at such a far distance. Could this presence be one of the 2 big shots in Heaven Realm? Yue Yang's heart trembled a little, thinking that the 2 big shots of Heaven Realm were really not easy to deal with. A ray of light that looked like meteor streak split through the dark sky, descending down from high up in the sky. Before the presence even arrived, his chi charged down like a gust of storm. The gust of chi threw the 3 monster guys who were close to become innates more than 10 meters away, making them look extremely miserable. Other than Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty who didn't move from their spot, even the old and weak old dragon turtle couldn't stand straight on his trembling feet. He looked like he could fall anytime. That streak of meteor arrived in a blink of an eye, landing right in front of the old dragon turtle. He stopped in an instant, sending shock waves all around the surrounding, making the ground shake as if there was an earthquake. However, the movements of the person who came was soft and gentle, calm and unperturbed as he floated 2 meters away from the ground in front of the old dragon turtle. From his high position, he looked down upon the old dragon turtle. He was an extremely beautiful man, and his appearance looked like the birdman that Yue Yang killed in the Sky Hall. Similarly, he also wore a green hat made from bay leaves. The only difference was that the beautiful birdman's wings were gold-colored. The gold color shone brightly. Faintly, there was an invisible pressure that made others feel pressurized, that even made their willpower weaker. The pressure made others have the urge to bow and worship that pressure. Of course, this kind of pressurizing chi was nothing much to Yue Yang. Other than feeling that this fellow was pretentious, Yue Yang didn't feel any bit inferior to him. How could a chosen guy from another world not compare to a mere birdman? What a joke! Yuan Long, my dearest friend, long time no see. Please forgive this child for not being sensible, there's nothing we can do about it, because there hadn't been any guests in our house for a long time. That's why my children acted a little recklessly. Actually, I should introduce you guys. This one is Nge, he is my old friend last time, it's just that his memories are a little problematic. The beautiful birdman courteously bowed the innate greeting towards the old dragon turtle and pointed towards the monster guy leader, explaining that they were all old friends. In the end, he had even smiled towards Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty. He looked at Phoenix Fairy Beauty's face especially long, as a kind of greedy desire appeared in his pupils. However, he quickly hid it under his smile. You are actually alive. Seeing the visitor, the old dragon turtle was shocked. This person is not a crossbreed between human and beast, how could he stay alive? Yue Yang was also slightly surprised. Little friend, if you know that there is this thing called the resurrection crystal stone in the heaven realm, you wouldn't be that surprised. I admit that the prison emperor's spatial destruction at that time was extremely scary, but I didn't die immediately. I escaped into my grimoire space with my destroyed body, and after a long period of recovery, with the help of the power of the resurrection crystal, my wounds were finally completely healed. Furthermore, I had also improved. It's a pity that the prison emperor's godly weapons restriction was still present, the spatial destruction and his willpower still continued to injure my body. I am really sorry, Yuan Long, although I am greeting my old friend, I can't stay in the prison emperor divine palace for long. Furthermore, I dislike this damned place. In order to show my greeting, I will give some presents to you. The beautiful birdman released a blinding light like a sun's brilliance as his grimoire shone and summoned countless illusions that looked exactly like him. The illusions moved as one as they attacked Yue Yang, Phoenix Fairy Beauty and the old dragon turtle at the same time. Yue Yang and the Phoenix Fairy Beauty chose to dodge the attacks. They immediately disappeared by teleporting 30 meters away, dodging the onslaught of swords. The old dragon turtle leaned on his staff and mumbled to himself, and a black light shone from his body. The black light spread out rapidly and turned into a gigantic turtle-shaped cage of light. Mysterious runes appeared on the cage of light. Yue Yang reionized those heaven runes as defense, seems like the old dragon turtle was preparing to receive the Illusion's attacks head-on. The illusions raised their swords and slashed down with all of their strength, attacking the turtle-shaped protective shield head-on. Boom! A huge sound resounded. The whole of heaven and earth shook. Most of the sword slashes were deflected by the turtle-shaped protective shield to the sky above. A small number of sword slashes were deflected into the ground, destroying rocks and turning muds into ashes. However, the old dragon turtle's turtle-shaped protective shield did not move an inch. Under the powerful barrage of attack that was capable of shaking the whole heaven and earth, the old dragon turtle's withered, tottering, weakly body was not injured at all. Yue Yang secretly praised him. It was no wonder that this fellow was an old dragon turtle that had lived for 6,000 years. His defense was really powerful. Yue Yang felt that this turtle-shaped protective shield was stronger than his gold grimoire protective shield. This was the old dragon turtle's protective shield that he created after getting heavily injured. If he had summoned his protective shield at his peak condition, other than Phoenix Fairy Beauty, an exceptional innate ranker, no other innates would be able to fight against him. Yuan Long, your turtle shell is still as hard as ever. I thought you won't be able to receive my simple attack anymore after turning old and frail. I kind of feel a little disappointed. I never thought that my old friend is still the same. Although you are about to die, your turtle shell is still very hard, haha. The beautiful birdman swept a glance at Phoenix Fairy Beauty and Yue Yang again. Little friend, aren't you a fast runner? All we have is time, I'll play with you once you get into the first hall. I'll let Nge entertain you guys now, my time's up. Apologies, I need to rest now. The golden light shining from the beautiful birdman's body slowly dissipated. Where the golden light protection was the weakest in his legs, it was turning a little black. Seems like the prison emperor's willpower ceiling and destructive ability were still effective. Yue Yang prepared to intercept and kill this arrogant fellow on the spot, but the Phoenix Fairy Beauty actually shot him a glance, signaling that he should let this fellow go so that he could report to his bosses. They would be able to confuse more Heaven Realm warriors that way. If they killed him on the spot, their enemies would probably mobilize all their forces to kill them. There were unforeseen circumstances in the prison Emperor Divine Palace. Since they weren't clear about them yet, it wasn't convenient for them to reveal their true strengths. The old dragon turtle coughed slowly. He didn't say anything, but his expression showed that he agreed with the Phoenix Fairy Beauty's plan. 6,000 years have passed. There were changes in the prison Emperor Divine Palace that even the old dragon turtle didn't know about. He didn't know if the prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Seal was still effective. If both of them had lost their effectiveness, the two big shots of the Heaven Realm would be able to move about freely. Then, their ambush would be 10 times harder than they had originally expected. Although he didn't see Phoenix Fairy Beauty as his comrade, he still agreed with her plan of hiding their abilities at the moment, because it was necessary to do that. Even the old dragon turtle himself did not display his full power just now. The beautiful birdman courteously bowed at the old dragon turtle and turned into a golden light, flying back to the sky island above. At the same time, around 10 over silver stars fell to the ground. All of them were human-beast crossbreeds. With Yue Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision, he could see that none of these human-beast hybrids were Heaven Realm warriors who were hiding their strengths. The strongest one was the monster guy leader Nji, who had golden hair like a lion's mane. Other than the monster guy leader and Zhen who possessed an innate level 1 strength, none of the other monster people were innates. The weakest monster girls were even only as strong as level 6 elders at the most. Facing against a bunch of human-beast crossbreeds whose strength were only level 7 overlords, Yue Yang really have no interest in fighting them. Phoenix Fairy Beauty also shook her head slightly. She was too lazy to attack them. Old turtle, take your time fighting them alone. We'll be going to the first hall to look around. Yue Yang actually wanted to let Luohua City Mistress or Princess Xian gain fighting experience for a while, but the unforeseen circumstances in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace had piqued his curiosity. He wanted to know what truly happened. Are the two big shots of Heaven Realm still alive? Have they broken free of the seals? Are the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Seal still effective to them? The most important point was whether this Prison Emperor Divine Palace still had the ability to seal their enemies. 6,000 years have passed, maybe their enemies had found a way out. Originally, according to the old dragon turtle's words, this place should be a graveyard of sealed beings. Other than Akururig the Prison Emperor's Divine Staff or Divine Seal and break the seal, the two big shots of Heaveen Realm would never acquire freedom. According to the original plan, as long as they could clear those Heaven Realm warriors who had managed to break the seal, there was still a high possibility in acquiring the Prison Emperor Divine Staff. However, the change in situation right now was also beyond the old dragon turtle's expectation. In the case that the Prison Emperor's Divine Staff and Divine Seal had lost their effectiveness, the two big shots of Heaven Realm would be able to move freely. That would at least increase the difficulty of this quest by 10 times. Phoenix Fairy Beauty whispered a few words to Yue Yang. Then, she turned into a flash of light and flew straight to the sky. Her speed was too quick, the human-beast crossbreeds were unable to stop her at all. Yue Yang was different from her. He decided to move forward slowly and steadily through the little pathway on the mountain, which was a natural stronghold against flying enemies. 5 human-beast crossbreeds quickly pursued Yue Yang, but his avoiding skills were far too powerful and mysterious. Although the 5 human-beast crossbreeds tried to stop him with all their might, they couldn't touch even the hem of Yue Yang's clothes. Don't chase him, he will die sooner that way. The golden-haired monster guy leader Nji waved his hand and signaled his 5 subordinates to return. Let's tear this old dragon turtle to shreds. Roar. All of the human-beast crossbreeds exerted all of their power, sharp claws, giant punch, iron palm, snake tail, wolf teeth, beetle horn and other kinds of attack to attack the protective shield. The old dragon turtle stayed silent as he mumbled to himself, maintaining the power of the protective shield. He was defending all the way, not attacking at all. Although he was attacked by more than 10 human-beast crossbreeds, the protective shield's defense was simply too powerful. The human-beast crossbreeds attacked until they were exhausted, gasping for breath, but the power of the protective shield had not diminished at all. The golden-haired monster guy leader Nji continued to observe the old dragon turtle, and realized that his body was trembling harder and harder as time passed by, as if he was about to fall to the ground any time. Nji immediately recovered his confidence and shouted loudly, "This fellow won't last much longer, continue the attack." Yue Yang, who was not hindered much, ran through the pathway and straight towards the Sky Island. In the Sky Island, similarly, 4 pillars rose up high to the sky, supporting the second smaller Sky Island. Seems like the second and third hall were located above. Between the pillars, there was an enormous, majestic, grand palace hall. 6,000 years had passed. Although the lighting had completely broken down, the fences were still there. Amongst dying plantations in complete darkness, the atmosphere was extremely sorrowful and dismal. It was really amazing thinking about how a hero called the Prison Emperor had built this palace. He was respected by everyone in the world, and even managed to bury Heaven Realm warriors at this place. However, 6,000 years had passed, and no one in the world knew about the great battle between the Prison Emperor and the 3 big shots of Heaven Realm. There was not even a trace of them in historical books. Right now, walking into this incomparably majestic Prison Emperor Divine Palace, Yue Yang felt extremely thankful. In reality, time is the biggest enemy to strong warriors. Other than immortals, no one could escape death from the force of time. No matter how strong an existence was, with the passing time, they would be rendered meaningless. If he was not an immortal, who would remember him 6,000 years later? In an instant, Yue Yang had a thought that he had never thought of before, and that was to pursue immortality. No matter if it was 100 years, 1,000 years or 10,000 years, time is valuable. Although the excitement of life comes from the process, not the results, if he could possess immortality and had an unlimited life, wouldn't he be able to experience more excitement in his life? If there was the possibility of it, he would definitely pursue immortality. Furthermore, he would not only pursue immortality for himself. He would also give it to his beloved, so that they may be together forever. He would never allow time to get the better of him, he would definitely not let his descendants pay respects to him in his graveyard. Just like how he was paying respect to the prison emperor who was buried in this prison emperor divine palace. He would definitely not let that happen. Yue Yang was lost in the midst of his tide of thoughts. Two figures suddenly appeared on his left and right side. One of them chuckled with a hoarse voice. Xia Fei returned and said that there are two strange man and woman who make him feel unsafe. Turns out that he's an airhead. Look at him, this brat is too frightened to move. He is actually daydreaming when his enemy is right in front of him. Had I known earlier, I would have gone to kill the woman first. That woman seemed to be quite good, she would make a nice plaything. So that birdman just now was called Xia Fei. Sigh, forget it, his name is not important. Yue Yang took out his white jade beetle, and immediately, the palace was filled with a clear light. Slowly, the light illuminated the whole palace hall that was originally dark. I hate light. A few figures twisted their bodies. One of the figures who possessed a disgusting body had even groaned in pain. Although we can't absorb this kind of light couldn't be immediately, if we modify it a little, it would be useful to heal our bodies. That's a good stuff, I want it. The figure with a hoarse voice appeared. His upper body looked similar to a demon king, but Yue Yang had seen many types of demon kings before. This fellow had a concentrated amount of power in his body, and his body was only 2 meters tall. His upper body looked like flesh and blood but his waist and below was thick smoke. He had not become flesh and blood completely. Even though he had lost his original body, the new body he created from scratch was still incomplete and his power had been greatly reduced. This demon still possessed the strength of innate level 5. When he appeared, inside the great hall, the rune on a crystal pillar-shaped tombstone immediately lighted up. The runic pattern on the tombstone flashed quickly. Slowly, that runic circle revolved as if it was a living thing. The demon with a hoarse voice howled in pain as the thick smoke below his waist dissipated into air, as if it were pulled by an invisible force. Yue Yang confirmed that the prison emperor divine palace's seal was still effective. Moreover, its strength was still as strong as before. Although these heaven realm warriors used various kind of secret methods to wake up from their eternal slumber and escape the seal, they could only hide their bodies usually and deceive the prison emperor's seal. However, the moment their bodies were revealed, they would immediately be restricted by the seal's power. This news was a very good one to Yue Yang who was launching an attack on the prison emperor divine palace. Still can't do it, damn that prison emperor's will and seal. It's really disgusting, I hate humans. Human, don't be arrogant. Although I only have 3 minutes, I only need 10 seconds to slaughter you, airhead idiot. Go and die. The hoarse-voiced demon arrogantly pointed at Yue Yang as he coldly ridiculed him and released his chi. His exploding chi shook the whole of prison emperor divine palace. Hey, don't be too excited. We don't want to be implicated because of you, don't move the ceiling circles too much, a few shadows protested one by one. Don't worry, I will end this battle with one move. The hoarse-voiced demon was full of confidence. You think you are Ultraman? In 3 minutes, other than proving that you are incompetent, could you even amount to anything else? Yue Yang shamelessly shrugged his shoulders. Die. The hoarse-voiced demon was enraged. His sharp claws pierced the air and slashed straight towards Yue Yang's head. Even the space seemed to be torn apart by his claws. When the demon's comrades saw this, they started laughing at Yue Yang evilly. They believed with full confidence that this lesser innate, little human boy would definitely die. How could he survive an innate level 5's attack? The answer was he definitely couldn't. A loud exploding sound resounded. 5 deep, 10-meter-long claw marks appeared on the stone slate on the ground of the prison emperor divine palace, as crushed rock scattered around the surrounding. 6,000-year-old limestone scattered all over the air, filling the prison emperor divine palace. It didn't settle down for a long time. That's enough. Guye, how long are you going to pose until? Seeing that their comrade didn't move from his ending pose after slashing his claws, those few shadows all felt that this fellow loved to show off too much. He only killed a little lesser innate human, why do he need to show off about that? Is it because you haven't killed human for a long time, that's why you want to enjoy the excitement after killing humans? Are you high? The figure that looked disgusting started laughing at his comrade. Boom, the hoarse-voiced demon didn't reply, he simply dropped to the ground suddenly. His head rolled 10 meters away like a ball. And rolled towards a person's leg. Yue Yang, smiling brightly like a sun, stepped on the demon's head, whose eyes were still with remaining grievance. The shadows could hardly believe what they were seeing. How did this little human survive, and killed their comrade instead? This was impossible. Although their comrade had not recovered his true strength yet, he was already innate level 5 right now. How could he be instantly killed by a lesser innate human? Who would believe this outcome? Just now, what actually happened? What kind of force killed their comrade? Without allowing the shadows to figure out what happened, the rune circles on the crystal pillar started to shine even more brightly. A flash of light shot out and turned into a white vortex of light. The demon's head and body was sucked into the white vortex of light and turned into a black smoke, being absorbed into the crystal pillar. In 30 seconds, other than the black pearl that Yue Yang stepped on below his feet, it was as if the hoarse-voiced demon never existed before. His comrades, those few shadows, started to panic. That disgusting shadow's voice was filled with fright as he screamed, "We're doomed, that is not being sealed, that is a real death. Damn it, this fucking human has a soul-destroying ability. Guya's soul has been destroyed, did you guys see it? This won't do, I will not fight against an enemy who possesses soul-destroying ability. I don't want, I had just escaped from the seal after much difficulty. I don't want to be killed, calm down, what happened here?" The beautiful birdman called Xia Fei spread out his golden wings and floated down from the sky above. "It's all because of you, Xia Fei. There's a mistake in your report. This human boy possesses soul-destroying ability. He's as terrifying as the judge that is responsible for soul trials in Heaven Realm. You caused Guya to die, he was killed in an instant." The disgusting shadow howled furiously and terrifyingly. "What?" That beautiful birdman called Xia Fei stared at Yue Yang with unbelieving eyes. How could a lesser innate killed an innate level 5 in an instant? The real good show is just starting right now. Yue Yang picked up the black pearl below his foot and stored it inside his lich ring. His face revealed a smile as warm as spring. However, when his enemies saw it, they couldn't help feeling as cold as winter. "Xia Fei, you have a body, fight this battle. I hate fighting against an enemy with soul-destroying ability. Even if the chances of losing is only 1 in 10,000, I will not fight him. Everyone, I will go back to sleep. Do whatever you want, but don't disturb me." The disgusting shadow suddenly started to disappear slowly. His frightened voice echoed throughout the prison Emperor Divine Palace for a long time. The rest of the shadows seemed to be hesitant, but they didn't disappear and go back to sleep. "Hehe, what a coward. You will be a failure for the rest of your lives." The beautiful birdman Xia Fei smirked at his comrade, but did not stop him from escaping. This fight was indeed started by you, Xia Fei. Furthermore, it is your turn to guard the first hall for 100 years. As the hall guardian, you have the responsibility to capture our enemies. Furthermore, you have a complete body, different from us. We could only appear for 5 minutes at the most, we can't even leave the first hall. Regardless of time or freedom of movement, you are better than us. So, Xia Fei, you should go and fight, we will help you from the sides. This young human is not an easy enemy, you shouldn't look down on him. Aldhawk, we don't know how he killed Guye, the fact that he had killed him is indisputable. A big and tall shadow appeared and spoke out. "I understand. I only have one sentence, you guys are all cowards. Just a while ago, Lude, you were the bravest warrior in the Heaven Realm. Who would have thought that after you lose your physical body, you become a timid warrior who is afraid of death? It's really shocking." Xia Fei chuckled lightly. "Those are two different matters. If I were the hall guardian, I would fight the enemy without a second word." The big and tall shadow harumphed coldly, but didn't refute too much. This human is good in hiding his abilities. But even if he could hide his abilities, he would probably be innate level 3 at the most. Guya died probably because he looked down on the enemy, and his enemy had used a godly weapon or some kind of treasure artifact. Do you think that he could continue using a godly weapon or treasure artifact that could kill an innate level 5 instantly continuously? With his mere level, the godly weapon would definitely rebound. The stronger the godly weapon, the stronger its rebound would be. The prison emperor was the perfect example of that. Xia Fei swept a glance to Yue Yang as he flapped the golden wings at his back. His body suddenly shone with millions of light rays, as brilliant and blazing as the sun. The first hall became as bright as day. The light was dazzling, even if one was to block it with their hands, they wouldn't be able to open their eyes. It was impossible to see anything. And burning heat spread out in the first hall quickly. In the end, it engulfed the whole place like a sun rays storm. Xia Fei, who was in the middle of the sun rays storm, spoke out with an arrogant voice, "If you think I'll be afraid of you because you killed Guye, you are completely wrong." Yue Yang chuckled and summoned his gold grimoire. He erected his protective shield. He also started charging his energy, his yin and yang ability span inside his body, just like water storage that was filled to the brim, just waiting to explode. Save me. A frightened cry came from outside the palace halls. Starting from the golden-haired monster guy leader and Ge, several blood-drenched human-beast crossbreeds rushed into the great hall as if they were being hunted down by someone. Each of their faces were panic-stricken. Except for the golden-haired monster guy leader and Ge, whose body was not damaged, the rest of the human-beast crossbreeds were drenched in blood. 2 of them were already on the brink of dying and required the support of their comrade to escape. Seeing this, Xia Fei's gaze flashed. He reached out his left hand into an empty space and countless arrows of light shot forth. Momentarily, those human-beast crossbreeds were killed on the spot. The burning hot sun rays storm easily burnt their corpses to ashes, and in the end nothing remained. Apart from the golden-haired monster guy leader and Ji, who quickly hid behind a large pillar, all the retreating human-beast crossbreeds were vaporized before they even let out a scream. The golden-haired monster guy leader and Ji was scared to the point that his face lost all color and his entire body trembled. And Ji, do not worry. Although you have already become a crossbreed from parasitizing a beast, you are trash to begin with, without one good point nor use. However, I will spare you because of our friendship from those years ago. Xia Fei's arrogant voice echoed inside the first hall. Hearing this, An Ji's entire body trembled. His lips seemed to have something to say, but nothing came out. Cough, cough, inside the main hall, the old dragon turtle leaned on his staff and hunched his body like an old senile man. His walked inside with unstable footsteps. He walked very slowly as if he could stop breathing anytime and fall to his death. That's one page including Yue Yang. No one thought that the old fellow would finish his battle so quickly. He had even pursued the human-beast crossbreeds all the way here, scaring them until they pissed their pants. But Yue Yang felt that the old fellow shouldn't be arrogant just because of this thing. He would definitely make a mistake the moment he become arrogant. A flash of killing intent crossed Xia Fei's eyes, but a gentle smile decorated his lips. Lu Di, Du Di and Bao Wen, look who has come. Look at him, it's our old friend Yue, and long 6,000 years has passed, yet the prison emperor's old general is still alive. He's still powerful as ever, doesn't he deserve our applause? Especially when an old friend tried to come for revenge although he is heavily injured. Shouldn't we fulfill his wish and let him die here, so that he may serve the prison emperor he respected the most forever? We welcome you, my dear friend. How would you like to die? I guarantee that we will make your wish come true. The old dragon turtle coughed a little and looked at Yue Yang, mumbling as if he had dementia. I'm already old and useless, if I could die here, my life is also worth something. This old fellow is already so old, so what if I die? I won't lose anything. Yue Yang quickly waved his hand. Old turtle, it's not yet time for you to die as a hero. You should go to the side, now is the young people's time to show off their skills, you shouldn't enter into fights blindly. Although I'm old and useless, I can still kill one or two if I stake my life. The old dragon turtle didn't listen to Yue Yang's advice. He leaned on his staff and walked towards Xia Fei with unsteady footsteps. With regards to this stubborn old man, Yue Yang simply could not do anything. He thought of bashing the old fellow's head with a brick a few times, so that he would faint, and Yue Yang could drag him outside. This old dragon turtle was not only old, he was also heavily injured. Who is he showing off to? He didn't rely on him, the younger one, when there was a problem. Could it be that he wanted him to rely on him, the old turtle? In the end, looking at his determined figure, Yue Yang couldn't bear to stop him. He calmly watched him fight against Xia Fei. In any case, there would be no problems if he couldn't defeat Xia Fei. This old fellow's turtle shell was extremely hard, there shouldn't be any problem for him to stay alive. Seeing that the old dragon turtle dared to challenge him, Xia Fei laughed coldly. He reached out his right hand to the front just like a while ago, and released countless arrows of light. His sun rays storm was 10 times stronger than just now. The overpowering arrows of light flooded towards the old dragon turtle. The whole palace hall became bright as day again. It only vanished gradually after a long time. When the first hall returned to normal, Xia Fei's gaze turned cold. That was because he discovered that his ultimate move, the solar arrow, had not injured the old dragon turtle at all. At this time, on the old dragon turtle's body, his dragon turtle protective shield had become very small, only big enough to cover his short and frail body. The outer form of the turtle-shaped protective shield had been smashed to pieces after receiving the powerful attack, and it was on the verge of crumbling down. However, as long as the protective shield exists, the old dragon turtle would be alright. Yuan Long, don't think I can't do anything to you. Seeing that the turtle-shaped protective shield was about to break apart, Xia Fei put down the feeling of anger in his heart and charged a gigantic energy ball in his hands. He then threw the energy ball, which was as hot as a sun, to the old dragon turtle, preparing to kill him in one move. Boom! A loud explosion that could shake the heaven and earth shook the whole palace hall. Even though Yue Yang had summoned his gold grimoire and erected his shield, he could still feel the powerful blast from the impact of the collision seeping into his shield, pressurizing him. He felt uncomfortable although he only received a little of the impact and the aftershock from the attack. When the shock waves of the big explosion subsided, the light rays also dissipated. The old dragon turtle, who was as dried up as a tree, his frail body which was trembling, was actually still standing on his original spot. This old fellow's defense was simply too powerful. Although he was suffering from a grievous injury, he was still able to endure such a terrifying attack. He was really an old turtle who was worthy of the legendary title Ultimate Defense. Yue Yang couldn't even compare his defense against the old dragon turtles. One more time. When Xia Fei saw this, his eyes twitched a little as he humphed coldly. He discovered that the old dragon turtle's turtle-shaped protective shield had completely shattered. Only his old, frail, and heavily injured body was left. Would he still be able to receive his third attack? He would definitely be able to kill this old turtle in one move with his third attack, definitely. That big and tall shadow called Liu suddenly stood up and stopped the fight. Stop. When Xia Fei heard him, he furiously retorted, "My dear friend, my dear upright, courageous Mr. Liu, what now? Is your kindness getting the better of you again? You want to protect your enemy because you are moved by his stubbornness, loyalty and determination, is that it? My dear friend, please allow me, before I explode in anger, to remind you again. This is our enemy, our common enemy. 6,000 years ago, he had slaughtered our soldiers and even murdered our comrades. Your younger cousin died by his hands, have you forgotten it because it was too long ago? Do you want me to list down more names to jolt your memory?" That Liu shook his hand, "Don't let your anger cloud your brain. Xia Fei, I stopped you not because I wanted to help our enemy, I wanted to help you. Haven't you realized what Yue Long's ultimate goal is? He wants you to use up all of your strength. In this prison Emperor Divine Palace, it's difficult to get energy. The moment you use it all up, you won't be able to restore your energy in a short period of time. Even if you don't kill Yue Long now, he will not live much longer. However, you have already wasted a lot of energy on him." "What?" Of course, Xia Fei was not an idiot. He immediately reacted when he heard his comrade's explanation. Was this old fellow trying to play tricks on him? "I could only do this much. I'll leave the rest to you, boy." The old dragon turtle vomited out blood, falling down to the ground weakly. His breathing was extremely weak, as if he was about to stop breathing completely. However, he was still alive. "Bullshit, even if you don't receive a few attacks from me, I will still be able to defeat him." Yue Yang shoved the white jade beetle into the old dragon turtle's hand and scolded him, "If you are injured, you should have stayed at home and recover. You are already so old, yet you run around everywhere recklessly and love to stick out for others. Did you think you are still the all-powerful boss last time? There are many ways to kill your enemy, yours is the dumbest method, do you know that? However, since you wanted to stay honorable until the end, I will leave you some credits after I win the battle. I'm only lending you this white jade beetle for now, return me after you have finished healing your wounds. Don't lose it. Stop talking nonsense, quickly attack him, now is the time when his power is the weakest. You are such a slowpoke, do you want to frustrate me to death?" Seeing Yue Yang's careless attitude, the old dragon turtle almost wanted to beat him up with his staff. "Be careful, Xia Fei, this young human is really a little strange." Seeing Yue Yang's smiling yet unsmiling expression, Liu hurriedly warned his comrade. "Humph." Of course, Xia Fei also felt some kind of bad premonition, but he really couldn't believe that a mere innate level 3 human could defeat him. "Your real strength is around innate level 6, hey? You won't be easy to instant kill." Yue Yang sighed slowly. He suddenly disappeared as he teleported right behind Xia Fei, whose body was covered with bright sun-like rays of light. He reached out one of his hand. A world-exterminating wheel promptly appeared on his hand. Xia Fei had only turned around and was preparing to release his biggest sun rays storm shock wave to instantly kill his enemy on the spot, but when he saw the terrifying world-exterminating wheel only inches apart from him, his face immediately lost color in fright. He wanted to escape, but a little Lamia Loli suddenly appeared. Her eyes that seemed to be able to speak was glaring at him powerfully. "Binding? He's done for." Xia Fei discovered that his body couldn't move at all. The shadow of death was hanging right above his head. A thought suddenly flashed in his head. He finally found out how Guya was instantly killed, he was killed by this world-exterminating wheel and binding attack combo. However, must the tragedy that happened 10 minutes ago repeat itself again on him? Again on him? Xia Fei howled and summoned his platinum grimoire quickly, eroding his protective shield. The platinum grimoire protective shield that could withstand attacks of innate level 5 was as weak as paper in front of the world-exterminating wheel. The world-exterminating wheel slashed through the protective shield and straight towards Xia Fei's head soundlessly. If the world-exterminating wheel reached Xia Fei, it would really be the end for him. Xia Fei discovered that the binding on him had loosened, and his comrades were rushing to him from the sky to save him. Liu De, Du Di and Bao Wen released their strongest attack all at the same time. They brought forth their stake-it-all attitude and attacked this terrifying young human enemy with their strongest attacks. The little Lamia Loli had turned around and shifted her binding eyes to Xia Fei's 3 comrades instead, thus breaking the binding on him. This made Xia Fei really happy, he was finally free from the binding. In a tenth of a second, Xia Fei almost broke his neck, bending his head to the extreme right in order to avoid the trajectory of the world-exterminating wheel. He never felt so close to death before. If his comrades had saved him a second later, he would probably be already instant killed. Yue Yang understood that he still needed more improvement to control the world exterminating wheel. Previously, when he attacked the great emperor of Jiwei Shuntian and the great demon king Baruth, he had allowed his enemies to avoid the attack easily. With regards to Xia Fei dodging his attack, Yue Yang had already expected it. He tried to force his control and crooked the trajectory of the world exterminating wheel a little, letting it continue to pursue Xia Fei's head, which was swerving to the right. Xia Fei was alarmed and immediately twisted his head onto another direction, successfully avoiding the world exterminating wheel the second time. However, Yue Yang had already prepared his real killing move, the sword chi. Yue Yang, whose finger was pressing against Xia Fei's protective shield, released a shot of innate invisible sword chi. With a hiss, the innate invisible sword chi shot through the protective shield, creating a small hole, and shot straight towards Xia Fei's forehead. It was another similarly deadly attack. Xia Fei desperately tried to live by reaching out his right hand, however, the sword chi pierced through his palm and his arm effortlessly, continuing to fly straight to Xia Fei's forehead. Xia Fei kicked the platinum grimoire in front of him and used the momentum to retreat backwards. The world exterminating wheel and the innate invisible sword chi immediately pursued him from the right and left, surrounding Xia Fei. Xia Fei could only howl in pain before collapsed on the ground, splashing fresh blood all over the air. Yue Yang's ambush had succeeded. In that instant, he also summoned his grimoire and used his protective shield to defend against Liu Di, Du Di and Bao Wen's joint attack. Their attack shook the whole protective shield and produced an exploding shock-wave impact that shook the whole palace hall. The old dragon turtle was still alright, he didn't move while using his staff as support. The monster guy leader Ji, who was only innate level 1, was immediately blown away by the shock-wave produced from the collision impact and fell outside the palace hall. It was unknown whether he survived the fall. Pity, Yue Yang realized that Xia Fei, who was attacked with 2 deadly attacks, was actually still alive. He tried to stand up drenched in blood. Xia Fei's right arm had been split open by the world exterminating wheel, half of his upper arm had been rendered useless, hanging down lifelessly. Fresh blood smeared his whole body, a river of blood was even flowing from his arm down to the ground. The golden wings on his back had been torn down by the world exterminating wheel, its golden feathers scattered all over the ground. There was a small hole left by the sword chi on the left side of his forehead, making a hole straight through to the back of his head. Blood gushed out from the wound, making Xia Fei's beautiful face look extremely terrifying instead. Xia Fei was completely crippled. He had suffered a grievous injury from the world exterminating wheel and the innate invisible sword chi. However, he was still alive. Yue Yang felt regretful in his heart. If Xia Fei's 3 comrades had come half a second later, Xia Fei would have been dead. It was a pity, it was only half a second. Xia Wen Li, who had used her binding inherent skill to stop the 3 strong enemies in the air, tried to protect Yue Yang, who was ambushing Xia Fei with all her might. Although it was only for a second, it put a huge strain on her mental strength. Her face was pale, and she was gasping for breath. Yue Yang rubbed her little head. He had tried his best, she had also tried her best. Although they didn't succeed in instant killing their enemy, it wasn't because they didn't plan it well or did not have enough abilities to do so, it was because Xia Fei was too lucky. Xia Fei's first luck was having 3 comrades who would risk their lives to help him. If it wasn't because they gave it their all attacking him, Xia Wen Li would not need to cover for Yue Yang. With her binding, Xia Fei would still die even if he had 10 lives. The second luck was that when Xia Fei was slashed by the world exterminating wheel, his body had twitched momentarily in pain by reflex, making his forehead move by an inch. That was how he managed to avoid getting mortally wounded by the innate invisible sword chi. Originally, Yue Yang had aimed at the middle of his soul pearl. However, with the slight deviation in trajectory, he didn't manage to hit the pearl. Although the sword chi had bored a hole into Xia Fei's head, it wasn't enough to kill him. Xia Fei was not a human, although the wound was deep, he could still survive. Previously, when Yue Yang and Marquis of Xijin was fighting against each other, he had also shot him through his forehead. As a prince of the demon abyss, Marquis of Xijin had also managed to survive. Let's kill him together. The Heaven Realm warrior Shadow called Liu Di revealed his true self. He had a human-like body that was 3 meters tall. His waist below was smoke, but the rest of his body was complete. His body was illuminated in a golden light, looking extremely majestic and powerful. In the instant before he made his appearance, a crystal tablet lighted up as the heaven rune circle on it started to activate. It showed exactly the same signs as the tablet beforehand when it absorbed Guya just now. There's no need to talk nonsense, I only have 3 minutes. Everyone attack, we'll go on full offense. Another Heaven Realm warrior called Du Di shouted out. Xia Fei, move back and heal your wounds first, quick. The third Heaven Realm warrior called Bao Wen threw out a ball of light filled with energy towards Xia Fei, who was wounded grievously, as if wanting to help him to recover as quickly as possible. After all, Xia Fei, who possessed a full body, was the only one who could move freely. Their bodies were half spirit half flesh and blood, and they were still under the crystal tablet's seal. Even Liu Di, who was the strongest amongst them, could only stay outside for 5 minutes. Die. How could Yue Yang give Xia Fei the opportunity to move back and heal his wounds? When he saw Xia Fei receiving the energy ball, Yue Yang immediately teleported and appeared in front of Xia Fei. He swung his Hui Jin magic blade furiously. Xia Fei desperately flapped his wings and flew high to avoid the attack. Liu Di, Du Di and Bao Wen, the three Heaven Realm warriors immediately attacked Yue Yang altogether, helping their comrade to escape the battlefield. Yue Yang summoned his grimoire and first trapped the energy ball inside his protective shield. Then, he used his world beast which was in domain state to absorb the energy. Afterwards, he jumped high up to the sky, and used his crescent moon and Hui Jin magic blade in both of his hands to receive the incoming attacks from Liu Di and Bao Wen. As for Du Di who was coming at him from above, he left it to Xia Wen Li who was tightly hugging onto Yue Yang's waist. Her eyes flashed as she activated her binding inherent skill. In the instant when Du Di descended from the sky and almost reached Yue Yang, he suddenly stopped in midair, unable to move even an inch. Boom! Yue Yang was just waiting for this chance. His Nirvana flame pillar rose up high to the sky and erupted right at Du Di's fist, face and body. Liu Di and Bao Wen didn't care about the Nirvana flame and hurriedly pulled their comrade back. However, the explosion of Yue Yang's Nirvana flame pillar had shot Du Di up towards the ceiling of the palace hall. Du Di cried out endlessly. Amongst the four people, his body was the least recovered, hence his power was the weakest. His body which was made of smoke waste and below, after enduring the Nirvana flame attack, had almost melted and turned into smoke completely. With the addition of the absorption from the crystal tablet rune circle, he howled out in pain endlessly. His mournful voice echoed throughout the palace hall. Without waiting for him to slowly die, Yue Yang pierced his Hui Jin magic blade through his flesh. Yue Yang left the blade stuck inside his body and activated his sword chi again. A shot of innate invisible sword chi immediately pierced through Du Di's forehead, boring a hole through and through as blood splattered all over the air. Du Di desperately tried to punch Yue Yang, but Xia Wen Li's dual icicle blade had ruthlessly pierced into his back in that instant. The old dragon turtle who was about to breathe his last just now suddenly shot forward like a meteor. His hard turtle back knocked onto Du Di's chest with a meteor-like force, making Du Di collide into the palace hall dome-shaped ceiling the second time. With a loud boom, a spider net-shaped crack appeared on the surface of the dome-shaped ceiling which was made of stone plates. Dust rained down on the palace hall continuously. Just as Du Di tried to struggle, the old dragon turtle opened his arms and restrained his waist tightly while he pushed his head on Du Di's chin. Du Di was unable to break free no matter how much he struggled or attack. The old dragon turtle restrained his enemy while he shouted out to Yue Yang, "What are you waiting for? Continue using the Nirvana flame." Liu Di and Bao Wen watched as Yue Yang ignited Nirvana flames in both of his hands. They couldn't help but to feel a shiver down their spine. This time, they did not come forward to save Du Di anymore. This was because other than discovering that there was no hope to save their comrade, they were also frightened to the core by this young human boy with a terrifying ability. World Exterminating Wheel, Nirvana Flame, and a sword chi which was able to kill his enemies instantly. Not any one of these attacks were easy to deal with. The moment they got hit with one of them, Xia Fei and Du Di were perfect examples of what would happen to them. Also, another example was Guya who was instantly killed just now. Yue Yang pressed his hand on Du Di's head. Under the Nirvana Flame, Du Di very quickly met his death. His body turned into black smoke and he was absorbed back into the crystal tablet runic circle, disappearing into nothingness. The only thing left of him was his soul pearl. Du Di's pearl had been refined by the Nirvana Flame, his soul had completely disappeared. Furthermore, the black-colored soul pearl had turned into a slightly scarlet-red-colored pearl. Watching this scene, Liu Di and Bao Wen immediately looked at each other. They suddenly thought that returning back to their crystal tablet seal and enter their deep slumber once again was not a bad idea. At least, they wouldn't truly die. Just as they were about to escape and return to their slumber, outside the palace, a figure suddenly crashed down like a meteor. A loud boom exploded. The whole prison Emperor Divine Palace was shaking non-stop. What was happening? Could it be that the Phoenix Fairy Beauty had met a strong foe? A bad premonition suddenly crossed Yue Yang's heart. He quickly charged towards the palace hall entrance and discovered that Phoenix Fairy Beauty was indeed there. Her fall had destroyed the stone plates on the palace hall entrance into rubbles, creating a huge crater, as if a hammer weighing 1,000,000 tons had smashed the surface. She, who was innate level 10, was actually shot down from the third hall. Cough cough, Phoenix Fairy Beauty stood up with a trembling and looked at Yue Yang a little miserably. Blood dripped down from the corner of her mouth as she revealed a wry smile. "You always see my miserable state. What happened?" Yue Yang couldn't imagine what kind of enemy it was that even the innate level 10 Phoenix Fairy Beauty wasn't able to defeat them. "I didn't see the two big shots of Heaven Realm, looks like they were still sealed. On top, there are 5 Heaven Realm warriors guarding the place, I was discovered by them accidentally. Cough cough, I took advantage of it and succeeded in ambushing them. I managed to kill one, but amongst the remaining 4, 2 have more or less the same strength as me, one is an innate level 9 while the other is innate level 8. I couldn't defeat them. This prison Emperor Divine Palace, which is a place filled with sealed Heaven Realm warriors, is definitely not an easy one. I'm tired, let me rest for a while. Phoenix Fairy Beauty staggered a little as she approached Yue Yang, blood continuing to trickle down the corner of her mouth. This showed that she had suffered a serious internal injury. You still have things to do, so rest up for now. Yue Yang hurriedly supported her and channeled his innate chi into her without sparing anything. He looked and spoke relaxedly on the surface, but in his heart, he was greatly alarmed. These Heaven Realm warriors had been sealed for 6,000 years, and their abilities had been reduced to 1/10 of their original strength. They were not even the two big shots of Heaven Realm, but they possessed a power that could injure Phoenix Fairy Beauty so seriously. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it at all. Among the remaining four, two were innate level 10, one was innate level 9 while the other was innate level 8. How was he supposed to fight the next battle? These four fellows were not even the two big shots of the Heaven Realm. If the two big shots of Heaven Realm awakened, what kind of terrifying existence would they be? When Yue Yang thought this way, he suddenly felt numb. The old dragon turtle's worries were not unfounded. Phoenix Fairy Beauty's help alone was not enough to defeat this Chow leg. Fortunately, the enemies didn't pursue Phoenix Fairy Beauty. This proved that they were not able to leave the third hall, that they were still in sealed state. Yue Yang decided that no matter what, he would let Phoenix Fairy Beauty recover from her wounds first. She was their strongest force, it won't be possible without her. Careful! The old dragon turtle suddenly flew over and knocked Yue Yang, who was carrying Phoenix Fairy Beauty dozens of meters away. A golden giant palm suddenly crashed down from the sky, ruthlessly smashing the place where Yue Yang was originally at. The old dragon turtle tried to defend with his turtle-shaped protective shield, but it immediately shattered. The giant palm smashed half of the old dragon turtle's body into the ground, making him spurt out blood for his mouth. So there are still rats here, die, all of you. From the sky, a 10-meter tall golden giant who was emitting blazing light from his body descended slowly. He pointed with his finger, and a sun ray beam shot out, splitting the air. With a loud piercing sound, it pierced through the old dragon turtle's shoulders. The old dragon turtle had dodged very quickly and managed to save his life. Otherwise, the shot would have bored a hole through his heart. Yue Yang saw the old dragon turtle's impregnable turtle back was also pierced through by the sun ray beam. He immediately felt a shiver through his heart. This damned beam was even more powerful than his innate invisible sword chi. Furthermore, it could travel through a far distance. This battle would be difficult to fight. This fellow was innate level 9. If Phoenix Fairy Beauty was not injured all over, there wouldn't be any problem if he fight him together with Phoenix Fairy Beauty. However, Phoenix Fairy Beauty was unconscious right now, she didn't have any strength to fight. Yue Yang looked at the golden giant who was shining like the sun, then looked at Xia Fei, Yuda and Fei Wen. He even looked at the monster guy leader and Ji who was watching them from afar. In the end, Yue Yang shook his head. Strong enemies everywhere. This battle, he really had no confidence at all. Don't look anymore, go back into the grimoire world quickly. The old dragon turtle exasperatedly waved his staff at Yue Yang and croaked out in his hoarse voice. Old turtle, let's return together. We'll fight again after we recover. Yue Yang felt that abandoning the old turtle here and returning to the grimoire world alone was simply too disloyal. Nonsense, if I hadn't blocked the attack for you, do you think you can escape into the grimoire world so easily? Furthermore, the moment you escape inside, the location coordinates and traces of this place would be erased by the enemy. How will you come back out? When you come out, the enemies will surround you in a trap. Under the prison emperor's will, my turtle shell wouldn't be destroyed completely. No matter how much the enemies try to destroy, it would still exist. You can use it as the teleportation point. The old dragon turtle's frail, ancient body tottered towards Yue Yang. His wrinkled, old face revealed a wry smile. Although you are rude and annoying, I'm very happy to have met you, boy. It was like I was seeing the young prison emperor once again. Go, this old man has really had enough of life. If you are overly sensitive, you might ruin our plan. So touching. That golden giant humphed coldly, if you dare to hide inside your grimoire world, I will torture this old turtle for 100 years and make him want to die. Try me. Try your ass. Aren't you just an innate level 9? It's not like I've never fight against one before. Yue Yang stormed towards him in fury. Fury. Xia Wen Li took Phoenix Fairy Beauty back into the grimoire world. Yue Yang ignited Nirvana flame all over his body as he revolved his hands, charging his Yang ability to the maximum. Insignificant insect. The golden giant didn't care about Yue Yang's explosion of energy at all. He threw out an energy stream and healed Xia Fei, who was heavily injured and was about to die in an instant. Although Xia Fei's abilities was greatly reduced, he wouldn't have a problem fighting against the old dragon turtle. Furthermore, there were still Yuda, Fei Wen and the other two Heaven Realm warriors watching the old dragon turtle like he was a prey. Yue Yang charged towards the golden giant furiously, like a fire dragon. Previously, Yue Yang had also fought with strong enemies with gigantic figures, such as the great Demon King Baruth, Demon King Xian and the others. Enemies with gigantic figures had a huge advantage over him in terms of power and overwhelming abilities. If they were the same level, a human ranker would need to surpass his giant enemy in terms of agility and battle power by a far margin. This would render the enemy's brute power useless and foil their plans. Only then would he have a chance of victory. If the enemy was on par with him in terms of speed, agility, and battle power, there would be no chance of winning at all. Yue Yang felt that he had challenged the great Demon King Baruth, Demon King Xian and the others a little too early. However, there was no other choice but to fight the battle in the Demon Palace at that time. Of course, having to fight this innate level 9 Golden Giant, Yue Yang was also left with no other choice. Yue Yang had no information about the Golden Giant at all. He didn't think that a fellow who could escape from the prison Emperor's seal without losing anything was an ordinary being. The most important thing was that Yue Yang had also felt a kind of feeling in his heart, some kind of premonition that made his skin crawl. Since being transported to this world, Yue Yang had only felt that kind of feeling 3 times. The first time was when he met Demon King Xian. At that time, he had almost been instantly killed. Yue Yang would break out in cold sweat whenever he remembered the incident. The second time was when he fought against Marquis of Xia. At that time, his ability was lacking. Fortunately, the Marquis of Xia was in an exhausted state after fighting against Grandma Qi, and Yue Yang also had the help from Shui Wuxia who had risked her life to save him. Only then could Yue Yang defeat Marquis of Xia. It was a battle surrounded with perils, a battle he would never forget his whole life. The third time he felt this feeling was today, when he was about to challenge this golden giant from the heaven realm. Previously, Yue Yang had actually fought with the great emperor of Xia, Shuntian, for a bit. He had even fought against the great Demon King Baruth, Demon King Xian and was surrounded by many other strong Demon Abyss warriors. However, he never felt so threatened as he did today. This heaven realm warrior who had been sealed for 6,000 years was definitely not someone to be provoked. Yue Yang felt that the battle this time shouldn't be a fight where he go all out, but a battle to test out their strength. In the chance that his abilities were not strong enough to defeat the enemy, they must quickly retreat back into the grimoire world. They couldn't throw away their lives just like that. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was unconscious. It would be difficult for him to win the battle alone. With regards to this battle, the most important thing was to scout the enemy. He would lure the enemy to use his ultimate move, then return to the grimoire world. While waiting for Phoenix Fairy Beauty to recover, they will analyze his weakness and think of a way to kill their enemy. You want to battle in terms of skills? I can do that too. The golden giant drew a circle with his arm and sent a punch towards Yue Yang's body. When Yue Yang agilely avoided the punch, the golden giant did a backflip nimbly and turned his body upside down. He swung his legs down, like sharp, long, terrifying axes slashing down towards Yue Yang from the sky. Yue Yang broke out in sweat and felt a chill down his spine. A 10-meter-tall giant could actually perform agile and flexible movement on par as him. How could he fight this battle? Yue Yang teleported in an instant. Away from the battlefield, escaping tens of meters away. The golden giant pressed both of his hands onto the ground, and his body disappeared without a trace. Was he a shadow? Yue Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision was unable to see the trace of movement from the enemy. Hence, Yue Yang could only leap forward, relying only the instinct in his heart and his own abilities. Behind him, a gold-colored giant fist suddenly appeared and bashed Yue Yang's spine hard. The golden giant had suddenly revealed his body as he pursued and attacked Yue Yang with his punch. He laughed maniacally, "You have quite a good reaction speed, but you are still too slow." The punch was extremely powerful, causing Yue Yang's internal organs to break into pieces. Fortunately he had protected his body with innate qi and neutralized the damage. Otherwise, Yue Yang would have been instantly killed by the golden giant's punch. Using his mysterious 3 styles elegant sword dance, Yue Yang avoided the golden giant's pursuit. Fortunately Yue Yang had cultivated his innate invisible sword qi and possessed the purest of innate qi. Furthermore, he had also learnt the extremely difficult innate battle skills through the heavenly sword goddess help. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. This golden giant was an innate level 9, but the strength he showed was definitely not as simple as an innate level 9. Even worse, his sealed abilities would definitely surpass innate level 9. Be it in terms of realm of power, vision, sense, and skills, he was far superior to Yue Yang. Yue Yang had only just realized something. With regards to this golden giant who was originally a whole realm stronger than him, even his remaining innate level 9 power was enough to defeat him easily. Especially because this golden giant was an expert in battle skills. Judgment. When the golden giant saw that Yue Yang had escaped far away using his mysterious 3 styles skills, his gaze turned cold and unleashed a powerful attack with his fists. Countless of giant fists appeared, charged with his energy as they cut through the air and flew straight towards Yue Yang's back. Yue Yang hurriedly activated his flame shield and increased his defenses. Nirvana shield could indeed burn through every object, but it couldn't immediately burn through all the giant fists that the golden giant had unleashed. It needed time to burn. The golden giant's heaven rune collided with Yue Yang's heaven rune and both shattered to pieces, causing a world-shaking blast of shock wave. In the midst of the shock wave, those golden giant fists were burnt into streams of light the size of ping-pong streams, but they penetrated through Yue Yang's flame shield, and collided with Yue Yang's body. Yue Yang pushed both of his arms forward and released the second wave of Nirvana flame shield powerfully out of his body. As he resisted the streams of light, he also defended against the shock wave from the explosion. This was already Yue Yang's limit. He successfully released the second Nirvana flame shield in time, but he couldn't avoid getting a few ribs broken from the impact of the streams of light. If it wasn't for the flame shield that saved his life, this golden giant's punches that turned into streams of light would have penetrated through his body. An unstoppable giant punch suddenly descended down amongst the huge shockwave explosion. Its target was Yue Yang's head. The golden giant had actually recklessly entered the center of the shockwave, to forcefully kill Yue Yang. Under the situation where Yue Yang couldn't defend himself, he suddenly remembered the royal dragon sword that the big loli used in the dream realm. Normally, he couldn't use it. However, in a life or death situation, in that instant, Yue Yang succeeded in unleashing the attack. Yue Yang shot to the sky like a rotating bullet. As he avoided the enemy's powerful punch, Yue Yang flew high with his two legs stepping on air, ferocious like a dragon. A ray of innate sword chi shot out from his legs, counter-attacking at the golden giant's head. That golden giant didn't retreat, but threw out his other hand punch instead. Unleashing two punches back to back, he prepared to destroy Yue Yang's body forcibly and foil Yue Yang's counter-attack plan. Yue Yang's innate sword chi pierced deep into the golden giant's palm, but it was unable to pierce through the back of his hand and continue to inflict damage on the golden giant. If the big loli was to unleash the royal dragon sword instead, it wouldn't be effective too. Although Yue Yang had just learnt the skill and did not use enough power, this counter-attack was not effective enough. Before the giant's punch reached Yue Yang's body, Xia Wen Li appeared and unleashed her binding inherent skill. The punch was stopped only for an instant, only a tenth of a second. However, it was already more than enough for Yue Yang to prepare another counter-attack. Jumping over the giant's punch, Yue Yang ignited Nirvana flame in both of his hands and punched the golden giant's face. The golden giant still did not retreat and continued to advance instead. He gave a headbutt to Yue Yang and sent him flying. In the air, he then turned his body and tried to sweep Yue Yang's side with his arm. Yue Yang avoided the dangerous situation, but the golden giant started spraying a light beam from his mouth that was as intense as a sun across the air. Yue Yang was left with no escape, he could only teleport away. However, his teleportation target was instantly read by the golden giant. Before Yue Yang could even turn around, he was immediately knocked down from behind. The giant had barbarically punched Yue Yang's body, sending him flying away. Boom! Yue Yang's body shot forward like a cannon, smashing right into the flight of stairs in the first hall. Die! In the next second, the golden giant had caught up with Yue Yang again. His right punch shot towards the pile of crushed stones that Yue Yang was in with an incredible force. A rune suddenly flashed. World Exterminating Wheel suddenly shot out from the pile of stones, cutting through the golden giant's arms, flying straight towards his face. The golden giant immediately took back his hand and avoided the attack. On his face, a thin smile suddenly appeared. This 7,000 years, other than the prison emperor, you are the only human warrior to hurt my face. There was a burnt mark from the Nirvana flame on the left side of his face. On his right, there was a wound from the World Exterminating Wheel. His left palm was injured from Yue Yang's innate sword chi. Other than those, Yue Yang, who had not spared any effort attacking him, didn't make any more damages towards him. A golden light flashes and the golden giant's wounds were healed in an instant. On the other hand, in front of him, Yue Yang, who was crawling out from the pieces of stone rebels, looked extremely miserable and wounded. Yue Yang couldn't stop his cough as fresh blood spurted out from his mouth. His internal organs had bled from taking the damages just now, and the blood was expelled out of Yue Yang's body with his innate chi. If Yue Yang had not learnt the mysterious innate chi healing method from the big loli, he would have died from all the serious injuries he suffered. Admit defeat. The golden giant glared at Yue Yang. I have killed countless human warriors. Today, I shall give you a chance. Under Master Ming Ri Wu's interlinked domain of power, you can forget about escaping. Even if you escape into your grimoire world, Master Ming Ri Wu will be able to chase after you and kill you immediately. The laws of the grimoire will not be able to protect you. Admit defeat immediately and kneel in front of the master. Even without Xia Fei's threat, Yue Yang had long realized that this golden giant called Master Ming Ri Wu possessed a special kind of domain of power. It was like bounded chains and ribbon knots, tying across his body invisibly and preventing him to return to the grimoire world smoothly. He was forced to fight against him to the end. This, I'm afraid I can only disappoint you with my answer. Yue Yang slowly congealed Nirvana flame and turned it into a flaming armor. At the same time, he chanted heaven runes and continued to increase his status and buffs, his strength and agility. Even when fighting against a strong enemy, Yue Yang had never given up his battles. He never admitted defeat before. The phrase admitting defeat did not exist in Yue Yang's dictionary. He would rather die in his battle than admit defeat. Maybe he could have stayed alive by admitting defeat, but a man of character, if he kneeled, begged for pity, and exchanged his dignity for his life, wouldn't it be better to die honorably in battles instead? Yue Yang looked down on traitors who admit defeat quickly the most. Before he was transported to this world, he really despised those people who could only talk, and would run at first sign of danger even though they acted honorably on the outside. There was a famous saying, Confucian scholars fight each other to side with the enemy, widows remain faithful and pursue justice. This could be used to describe hypocrites. Instead of living as a coward his whole life, Yue Yang would rather be a hero, even though it would only last a few minutes. If he must choose, Yue Yang would choose to escape. Because escaping was merely avoiding the enemy's sword, it's not completely giving up the battle. It's not admitting defeat. That kind of abandoning all dignity to kneel and beg for mercy, Yue Yang would never choose to do it even if he die. Due to the existence of the Golden Giant, Ming Ri Wu's interlinked domain of power, he gave up thinking about escaping into the grimoire world. Instead, he steeled his determination to fight to the end. If you don't admit defeat, you'll die immediately. The Golden Giant was different from Xia Fei. Although he had the upper hand, he was still cautious towards Yue Yang. He even had the feeling that if this boy did not die, when he grew in the future, he would become the terrifying new generation of prison emperor. Human warriors grew at a fast speed. He would definitely not let this young human escape the prison emperor divine palace alive. The old dragon turtle shook his head with all his might as he watched Yue Yang. Yue Yang. That golden giant realized that not only the brat in front of him did not lose his confidence, he was even releasing an increasing amount of power from his body. A crazy amount of fighting spirit mixed together with blazing flames, soundlessly creating a mountain of flames. The enemy which was inferior to him just now had gradually made him feel that he was catching up to him. The worst thing was that the boy's face was illuminated in light. He was showing signs of breaking through to a new realm. He must definitely not let the boy continue to level up. He must kill him before he grew stronger. The golden giant crossed his arms on his chest and let out a loud shout, releasing a shockwave that was hotter than sun exploding through the surrounding. Even Xia Fei, who was completely healed from his wounds, frantically escaped when he saw the attack. Liu Bei, Bao Wen who were still on their half-human half-spirit state had also quickly taken cover, afraid to be exposed to the destructive power directly. In this instant, the golden giant's strength exploded 10 times more powerful. Behind him, a giant totem of heaven rune appeared, bathed in a brilliant light like the sun. A gold-colored tiger suddenly appeared in the middle. It let out a soundless roar that shook the whole ground. The golden giant then waved his fist. His meteor-like fist aimed straight towards Yue Yang. The old dragon turtle risked his life and erected his turtle-shaped protective shield, blocking right in front of Yue Yang. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. The turtle-shaped protective shield was destroyed immediately by the golden giant's punch. Not only that, even the old dragon turtle's turtle back that was extremely hard had also broke from the punch, leaving a gaping hole. The golden giant's fist emerged from the old dragon turtle's chest, grazed Yue Yang's face, and left a deep mark on one of the stone pillars 10 meters away. You are seeking death. The golden giant Ming Ri Wu turned around and kicked the old dragon turtle who was spouting blood from his mouth continuously away. The old dragon turtle's body smashed into piles of rubbles, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The fist that had grazed Yue Yang's face carved a shallow wound. Fresh blood oozed out unstoppably. The second punch followed through immediately. The golden giant Ming Ri Wu would definitely not let Yue Yang have the chance to catch his breath. He must definitely kill this young human who gave him a bad feeling inside. No matter what, he would not let the human race gain a second prison emperor. Roar! Yue Yang who had been silent the whole time amidst the storm suddenly released an earth-shattering cry. His eyes turned red like a demon. When the golden giant who was coming at him with a destructive punch appeared in front of him, Yue Yang didn't avoid him, but chose to attack him back with his punch. The two punches, which was unlike a normal punch be it in terms of strength or size, knocked hard against each other. After 2 seconds of clash, the golden giant Ming Ri Wu's punch finally succeeded in defeating Yue Yang's punch, blowing Yue Yang away. Yue Yang who had been blown away from the shock impact of the punch shot inside the first hall like a meteor. After flying for 100 meters and smashing into a big pillar, Yue Yang still had not stopped. In the end, he smashed into the walls of the palace hall and was buried deep inside. The whole first hall shook turbulently as the terrifying sound of smash echoed throughout the whole place. The super-strong golden giant Ming Ri Wu, on the other hand, was pushed a step back by Yue Yang's attack. This was really astonishing for him. How could an innate level 3 human warrior be able to push an innate level 9 back? You guys, kill him immediately. Ming Ri Wu flexed his punch a little. After exchanging blows with Yue Yang just now, it seemed that his hand was feeling a little uncomfortable. Fortunately that brat had not grown stronger yet, otherwise, he would definitely be on par with the prison emperor. Master Ming Ri Wu, is that boy still alive? Xia Fei was astounded. How could an innate level 3 human warrior survive such a terrifying punch? Ming Ri Wu's face that was glimmering in golden light was unreadable. However, a turbulent wave was brewing in his heart. One more time. From far away, an angry cry resounded. With more than 10 times the speed of a meteor, Yue Yang shot forward. Xia Fei, who was innate level 6, could not even see the figure of the person flying straight towards them. The golden giant Ming Ri Wu could react on time, but he was unable to avoid the speed of this attack. Relying on his extremely strong battle sense, he placed his left hand over his face and counter-attacked with his right. A punch blazing with nirvana flame smashed onto his left palm ruthlessly. If he did not block in time, that punch would have ruthlessly smashed onto Ming Ri Wu's left eyes. Ming Ri Wu felt a shiver in his heart. However, his punch had blasted his enemy back to the rebels with a flying speed that was faster than before. Xia Fei only managed to react at this time. He cried out in shock, that boy is really still alive. He didn't die. Ming Ri Wu humphed, rubbish. His left hand was ablaze in nirvana flame which did not extinguish for a long time. This was something that Yue Yang couldn't do before. Although Yue Yang could control nirvana flame, it was limited when used against an enemy who was much stronger than him. However, in the punch this time, his nirvana flame seemed to be able to show its true power. Even Ming Ri Wu's hand was burnt continuously, unlike the superficial burn that he had last time. This nirvana flame, which was so powerful and unstoppable, could only be used by the Phoenix Sisters. Could the Phoenix Sisters have come out to help him? Inside the first palace hall, amongst bits of rubbles and stones, a blood-soaked young man with tattered clothes stood up. It was Yue Yang. He tore out his clothes which had been completely destroyed and spit out the blood in his mouth. On his body, dark golden ancient runes appeared. Gold-colored and silver-colored heaven runes surrounded his body in a circle, forming a new rune circle. A rune armor faintly formed on Yue Yang's body. The most formidable thing was, of course, the nirvana flame that was burning on both of Yue Yang's arms. Those nirvana flame looked like it had just been reborn, becoming even redder and more powerful. Raging powerfully in Yue Yang's body, it burned from the inside to the outside, completely becoming one body with Yue Yang. Seeing that his opponent did not die but realized the true power of the nirvana flame during the battle instead, Ming Ri Wu's expression immediately changed. This kind of opponent was the kind that he thirsted yet hated. As a warrior, he thirsted for a formidable opponent. A formidable opponent could spur him on, making him grow stronger in battles. However, an enemy with growth potential that was much stronger than him was the most hateful one. One more time. The nirvana flame on Yue Yang's body exploded once again, making his body look like a fiery Kylan as he charged towards his enemy. He learnt this from the Kylan girl. Yue Yang didn't know if this would be effective. Right now, he was only fighting relying on his instinct and the unyielding determination in his heart. The golden giant Ming Ri Wu didn't dare to block against his enemy's attack with his left hand again, which had just extinguished the nirvana flame burning on it. The wound from the nirvana flame had not healed yet. He reached out his right hand and blocked Yue Yang's punch. His leg then sinisterly kicked forward, sending Yue Yang flying away the third time. Xia Fei was really dumbstruck watching the whole battle. A human that did not die after so many attacks? He really never saw one before. If it was another human warrior instead, forget about innate level 3, even an innate level 6 or an innate level 7 would have died instantly if they received one of Master Ming Ri Wu's attacks. This brat could retaliate time and again. When Xia Fei saw the nirvana flame that was burning unstoppably on Ming Ri Wu's hand, he couldn't help but to shiver in fright. Could it be that even Master Ming Ri Wu couldn't resist the damage from the nirvana flame? You are really a hateful human being. The golden giant Ming Ri Wu realized that from within the first hall, Yue Yang, whose body was burning in nirvana flame, had walked out step by step once again. His critical injuries had been healed from the nirvana flame's rebirth power. He knew that this boy had just mastered nirvana's heart and had completely become one with nirvana flame. It was obvious that his body was in nirvana state. Before his power had been completely exhausted, physical attacks would never kill him, because he had now possessed the rebirth ability of the pure flame. The golden giant Ming Ri Wu turned around and was about to leave. Xia Fei was shocked when he saw this. Master, are you returning to the third palace hall to sleep again? Ming Ri Wu humphed coldly. Physical attacks will not be effective on his current state. Continuing this fight is a waste of energy. However, it will not be easy to maintain the nirvana state, where his body become one with the nirvana flame. He is only persisting on because of his fighting spirit and anger, and because his body has just synchronized with the nirvana flame. When he released his nirvana state, you can kill him easily. Without me, his target, to spur on his fight, his fighting spirit and anger will disappear. I shall leave him to you. His body started to flash with a light that was even more blinding than the sun. The giant rune totem flickered under his feet. Yue Yang shot towards him like a meteor, his fist that was burning in nirvana flame turned into a long fire dragon, aiming straight towards Ming Ri Wu's head. Whoosh! His punch landed on empty air. Ming Ri Wu had disappeared. A second later, he reappeared at the third palace hall that was high up in the sky. With a flash of light, he then disappeared. It was indeed just as he said. After losing his attack target, fighting spirit, and anger, Yue Yang was unable to maintain his nirvana state. His overexhausted mind was unable to support his similarly exhausted body. He fell to the ground with a loud thud. When Xia Fei saw Yue Yang, he suddenly gulped his saliva. It was his chance right now. Kill the boy? Achieving the magnificent feat that even Master Ming Ri Wu was unable to complete? If Yue Yang wasn't unconscious, Xia Fei would not dare to provoke him so easily. After all, even Ming Ri Wu was unable to defeat him. However, the current Yue Yang was completely defenseless. He had completely fell unconscious after an arduous battle. Xia Fei clenched his fist. This kind of chance, it won't happen a second time. I suggest you take back the idea of attacking him. The old dragon turtle suddenly sat down on the ground. He was actually still alive. With just the likes of an old dragon turtle. Xia Fei was shocked at first, but he immediately laughed out loud. If you haven't heard of physical and spiritual self-detonation before, you can give it a try. The old dragon turtle wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. Leaning on his staff for support, his trembling body stood up once again. If Yue Yang wasn't unconscious, he would have shouted at the old dragon turtle, "Your Chinese zodiac must be cockroach, right?" Otherwise, he would say, "This fellow is not a dragon turtle, he is a cockroach. He really is a cockroach." Of course, Xia Fei had heard about physical and spiritual self-detonation before. That terrifying self-detonating art was a taboo skill in the heaven realm. Physical and spiritual self-detonation was a skill that sacrificed one's body and soul to release an explosion to an enemy with a power that was 100 times more powerful than one's strength. During the process, external force would not be able to stop it. Even if the self-detonator's body was completely destroyed, it would not be able to stop the self-detonating process. The most terrifying point was that the moment this self-detonating process succeeded, both the self-detonator and his detonation target would completely disappear from the world, unable to resurrect through any method. They would not even be able to sleep and recover in a spirit state. This kind of self-detonation would bring forth eternal destruction. It had the same killing power as world-exterminating wheel and nirvana flame. However, it would need someone to sacrifice himself to self-detonate. Xia Fei didn't think that he possessed the ability to resist the old dragon turtle's self-detonation power. However, he was a little suspicious. How could this old dragoon turtle, who had never gone to the heaven realm before, knew about this kind of heaven realm taboo skill? The old dragon turtle's expression was, however, completely unquestionable. "I have said before, I have lived long enough." When Xia Fei saw the old fellow's hands starting to draw the physical and spiritual self-detonation rune circle, he immediately flew to the sky with a record speed to escape. Physical and spiritual self-detonation? Only fools would accompany him in his self-detonation. At the most, the two big shots would break the prison emperor's divine seal in another 100 years and return to the heaven realm. Who would risk his life with a self-detonator at this kind of time? The old dragon turtle did not truly execute physical and spiritual self-detonation. Instead, he reverted to his original body, turning into a huge dragon turtle. He pulled back his head and 4 limbs inside his shell and turned quiet, not making a single movement. That runic circle that would start the physical and spiritual self-detonation was still faintly shining on his back. As the old dragon turtle entered into his rest, the runic circle also faded and disappeared slowly. Xia Fei looked down from the sky and really wanted to throw an energy ball at the old dragon turtle to roast him alive, but in the end, thinking that the physical and spiritual self-detonation would activate because of that, he changed his mind and quickly flew to the second palace hall, maintaining his distance away from the suicidal old dragon turtle. In any case, the two great leaders would break the prison emperor's divine seal in another 100 years at the most. They would be able to return to the heaven realm peacefully afterwards, so why should he risk his life here? They had already endured for 6,000 years, wouldn't they be able to wait for another 100 years? Yue Yang, who had collapsed on the ground, had been brought back inside the grimoire world by Xia Wen Li. When the girls saw that he had returned safely, they heaved sighs of relief. Previously, Phoenix Fairy Beauty had returned defeated and unconscious. The girls were extremely nervous because of that. However, Yue Yang refused to let them come out to battle. Yu Bing had almost cried from fright. Her eyes were red as she tried hard not to cry, afraid that crying would bring bad luck to them. Shui Wuxia, Princess Xian and Luo Hua City Mistress were forcing themselves to stay calm as they comforted Yu Bing. Right now, seeing that Yue Yang had returned safely, even the strong Shui Wuxia was secretly wiping away the tears that had fallen down her cheeks. Since his return to the grimoire world, Yue Yang continued to sleep. At first, the girls thought that he was just mentally drained. It was only when the Phoenix Fairy Beauty woke up that they found out that he was actually in the midst of nirvana state meditation. They did not know when he would wake up from this nirvana state and become reborn. Inside the dream realm, the big loli was sitting right in front of Yue Yang. This was her first time sitting quietly with Yue Yang, instead of forcing him to train. The big loli seemed to want to comfort Yue Yang, but it also seemed that she wanted to teach him, hinting that doing this would result in something. Just like that, she quietly sat in front of him, not speaking at all. Yue Yang felt a little strange. What was the big loli trying to hint at him? Was it the way to enlighten himself on the 6th level of innate invisible sword chi? Or did she want to teach him a new skill? However, the big loli didn't say anything. She only sat quietly, so Yue Yang also couldn't do anything about it. He could only sit and looked at her, forcing his urgency down and quietly observing her movements. After sitting quietly for a long time, when Yue Yang's mental state had turned from chaos to quiet, the big loli nodded at him. Yue Yang was legitly dazed. What did the big loli mean? Suddenly, 1,000 rays of light flashed. The heavenly sword goddess had appeared. Her appearance was really surprising for Yue Yang. It was a fact that the sword goddess rarely made her appearance, and even when she did, she would never speak. She would only appear for a moment and disappear in the next. With a move of the sword goddess' hand, a cry resounded from the sky. A bright, colorful phoenix shining in golden light suddenly appeared in the dream world. A nirvana flame pillar rose high up to the sky, scattering countless droplets of fire, before condensing together to form a huge fire phoenix that descended upon the ground. The colorful phoenix flew in spiral before it flew down towards the fire phoenix that came from the nirvana flame pillar. Slowly, the two phoenixes turned into two cute, lovable little girls, who looked even younger than Yu Shuang. There were little bells on their left and right snow-white hands respectively. They were wearing a bright red dudu hung on their neck. There was even a phoenix embroidered on the dudus. Shiro, dudu is an undergarment covering the chest and abdomen commonly used by toddlers in ancient China. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/dudu. The little phoenix sisters' barefooted feet floated in the air. They were extremely well behaved, just like adults as they bowed towards the sword goddess respectfully. Yue Yang came into realization when he saw this. Indeed, the phoenix sisters knew the sword goddess. Maybe there really were phoenix eggs inside the universal pouch, and the sword goddess had hatched them using some kind of way. Looking at it this way, there must be other treasures inside the universal pouch. It was a pity that he still couldn't use it. The sword goddess pointed her finger at Yue Yang, and a colorful light beam shot towards him. Yue Yang couldn't react at all, and was hit straight by the colorful light beam. Although he couldn't move his body, his mind was completely awake. He realized that the two phoenix sisters were riding on a fire phoenix, and did not enter into his body. In the next moment, a new kind of nirvana realization surfaced in his mind. Not knowing how much time passed, Yue Yang finally came to full realization in his nirvana state. His body felt like it was reborn, like a cocoon breaking out from its larva. His body felt completely relaxed and refreshed. Yue Yang finally understood what he did wrong. He had always thought that he should train himself to be stronger in order to pursue a higher realm. However, after his new realization, he understood that his knowledge was severely lacking. This way was no different than normal warriors. A true expert would start from the bottom and work his way to the top, start small and grew big. He would be omnipotent, learning everything and having control of everything. If one forgot the things he learnt before because he was pursuing a higher and stronger realm, it would be equivalent to him abandoning the foundation that he had built painstakingly. Just like a giant who only looked at the far distance, but did not look below his feet. A true expert should be a giant when he wanted to see into the far distance, and be a normal person when he wanted to see below his feet. If he wanted to see even smaller, he could become an ant or an even smaller existence. Only then would he be able to control everything. Yue Yang realized his inadequacy, and felt really small. Compared to the old Daoist Priest and the heavenly sword goddess, he was such an insignificant existence. However, both the old Daoist Priest and the sword goddess had not neglected him all this while. Instead, they put themselves in the same level as him, spoke to him, exchanged ideas with him and even guide his improvement. This was how a true expert would act. When he became as strong as the old Daoist Priest and the sword goddess, would he be able to do this too? If he couldn't, then did he really reach the kind of realm that the old Daoist Priest did? Obviously, that is impossible. It was precisely because the old Daoist Priest's mind was omnipotent, he was able to retain everything from low to high, small to big, weak to strong. Everything, including the whole world, was within his grasp. This was the kind of special existence that the old Daoist Priest had. Only when he reached that point would he reach the realm of the old Daoist Priest. Thank you, I understand now. I will train from the beginning in the future. Yue Yang bowed respectfully towards the sword goddess who had guided him. This was the first time he bowed to her. It was also the first time that he felt a kind of reverence towards someone. The sword goddess seemed to reveal a smile but did not speak at all. However, her expression looked like a happy child as she quietly disappeared. The big loli and the phoenix sisters bowed neatly. Yue Yang also bowed towards the three big and small Lolas. After waiting for them to return, Yue Yang changed his posture and slowly trained the first level of his innate invisible sword qi. Right now, as he retrained the first level, Yue Yang felt some kind of a completely new revelation. The revelation from retraining was like opening a new door. Yue Yang felt like he had stepped outside of his house. Before, he felt like he was trapped inside his house looking at the garden outside the window. Although he had seen a lot of scenery, it was different from going outside himself. Walking out to the garden and to the road outside, he was able to see completely different things. The big loli had then appeared and practiced together with Yue Yang. The Phoenix sisters had also appeared, riding on a big fire phoenix as they flew in circles around Yue Yang. First level, second level, third level. The more Yue Yang trained, the more he felt that the innate invisible sword qi technique was simply too mysterious and profound. He would discover new revelations from time to time. The sword qi that he cultivated started to change qualitatively. The power stayed the same, but in the end, after Yue Yang's revelation, the whole sword qi was granted a new nirvana rebirth. Slowly, Yue Yang had also managed to use the colorful sword qi that the big loli used. The golden-colored sword qi became even richer in color, turning fiery red, emerald green, and ocean blue. In the end, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo and violet, all kinds of colors were present at Yue Yang's wish. As the sword qi style and energy changed, the color of the sword qi had also changed. The sword qi of different colors had different amount of energy. Yue Yang, who could only created a 1 meter long sword qi at the most, could produce a 2 meter long sword qi now. He even still had strength left after doing that. Yue Yang could even control the shape of the sword qi extending from his body to curve-shaped, snake-shaped and spiral-shaped. When he cultivated the 5th level again, he could shape it in any shape he wanted. The big loli didn't seem to have the desire to help Yue Yang break through the 6th level immediately. After Yue Yang finished retraining the 5th level, she slowly stopped and bowed towards Yue Yang, then disappeared. The Phoenix sisters riding on the big fire phoenix had also descended down and entered Yue Yang's body, returning to their home. Inside the grimoire world, Yue Yang who had slept for 3 days and nights started to shine brightly with a multitude of colors. After the girls understood that Yue Yang was in the midst of breakthrough and would wake up shortly after, they did not feel anxious at all, they only waited patiently. Then, Yu Bing discovered that a nirvana flame pillar suddenly ignited on her brother's body. A cry that sounded like nature resounded, shaking the whole grimoire world. Only then did Yu Bing realize that Yue Yang had just completed his nirvana state cultivation, and was about to wake up. Before Yu Bing even cried out, the girls had all burst into the room. When Yue Yang opened his eyes, the whole grimoire world was shaking violently. Following its masters leveling up to a new realm, the grimoire world started to change continuously. The sky seemed to become higher and wider, while the earth seemed to become bigger. There was no much difference to the mountain range, but the surface of the earth such as the flowers, herbs and trees, had all started to grow at a surprising speed. The ground which was previously bare without grass was covered with lush green grass. Unknown wild flowers also sprouted out at record speed. The plants that had been planted grew even more lavishly, some had even sprouted flowers and bore fruits. The girls were too busy to pay attention to these changes. All of them surrounded Yue Yang and watched him intently, looking at the most important man in their lives. When Yue Yang opened his eyes, they were colorful like a kaleidoscope. His eyes stayed that way for a long time. A dreamlike ray of light shone out and absorbed the colors in his eyes. In the end, he finally recovered the original colors of his eyes. It was clear like last time. However, the girls all felt that the current Yue Yang had changed a lot compared to last time. The current Yue Yang gave out the feeling that he was someone that could be relied upon. Even the Phoenix Fairy Beauty felt this kind of feeling in her heart. Fortunately Yue Yang didn't maintain this state for too long, it quickly vanished. Yue Yang's eyes reverted to the original. He looked at the features of the girls as he tried to focus his fuzzy vision. Then, he asked a little embarrassedly, how long have I slept? My whole body feels numb, as if I slept for a few years. I couldn't have slept for years, right? Of course not, it has only been 3 days. Princess Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Has your body completed the nirvana rebirth? Phoenix Fairy Beauty had good eyes, she could immediately tell that Yue Yang had completely changed. I only slept for a while. Yue Yang would obviously not tell them about the sword goddess. He felt a little uncomfortable because he had slept for so long. He felt some kind of soreness as if he had just overexerted himself, and wanted to move his bones and muscles. However, when he stood up, his whole body suddenly shot up to the sky, bursting through the roof and jumping over tens of meters high. When he thought that he wanted to descend, his body immediately shot down to the ground like a meteor, crushing the obsidian floor that the girls had built painstakingly. The girls were speechless. Had this madman turned into a crazy bull after waking up from his sleep? Phoenix Fairy Beauty frowned her brows. She felt that Yue Yang's change was not that simple, because he looked like he was losing control just like when he first become innate level 1. The current him was already used to the power of innate level 1. So what does this mean? Did he retrain the innate realm again? Did he reverted back to innate level 1? Try to punch me once. Phoenix Fairy Beauty decided to test out the hunch in her mind. Real punch. Yue Yang condensed his power like he usually did last time and sent a punch towards Phoenix Fairy Beauty. A loud boom resounded. Phoenix Fairy Beauty, who originally could receive Yue Yang's all-out punch easily single-handedly, was actually sent flying even after receiving his punch with both hands in a defensive stance. Phoenix Fairy Beauty simply couldn't believe this. She raised her 2 hands and found out to her surprise that the fingers on her left hand had been broken by the impact of Yue Yang's punch. The strength of an innate level 1 would definitely not be able to do this to her. Even an innate level 6 warrior would not be able to break her fingers if he did not attack her with all of his strength. Furthermore, she was not innate level 9 anymore. She had become an innate level 10. How could an innate level 10 be injured by an innate level 1? If this goes out, no one in this world would believe it. But this was the truth. Could it be that Yue Yang's innate level 1 after Nirvana rebirth was equivalent to a normal person's innate level 6? When he level up in the future and reached his original innate level 3, wouldn't he be as strong as an innate level 9, or even herself, an innate level 10? Did you get injured? Yue Yang's reaction was even more unbelieving than Phoenix Fairy Beauty's. Did he really injure the Phoenix Fairy Beauty? If he used innate sword chi, Nirvana flame, or world exterminating wheel, it would still make sense, but he merely used his strength just now, and he managed to break the bones of her fingers. Could it be that after being taught by the sword goddess, he had reached an abnormal realm in his cultivation? If that was so, when he meet Ming Riwu that fellow and fought with him again, the result would be completely different, no? Phoenix Fairy Beauty didn't care about her injury. She reached out, quick as lightning, and held Yue Yang's arms. She glared at him with fierce eyes. Tell me what revelations you have discovered right now. I want to learn. She suddenly realized that ranks and levels are all superficial. Only when she could become like Yue Yang, possessing a strength that far surpassed the others, would she be able to call herself a true expert. Just think about it, if she could be as strong as an innate level 6 at innate level 1, or as strong as an innate level 9 at innate level 3. When she reached innate level 9, innate level 10, what kind of strength would she had? Even if she couldn't be as strong as Yue Yang the abnormal brat, she would still be a terrifying existence if she was just a little bit weaker than him. Phoenix Fairy Beauty felt that Yue Yang's attack power had been different from others since long ago, but she never thought that after going through Nirvana rebirth, he would ascend into such a terrifying realm. If this continues, he would catch up to her easily, or even surpass her. Rubbish, why would I tell you? Yue Yang was happy because the Phoenix Fairy Beauty was finally shaken by him. However, he put on an act as if he was saying that I'm not that close to you. Just wait and see. Phoenix Fairy Beauty obviously understood that this brat was trying to take advantage of her. If Shui Wuxia, Yu Bing and the others were not there, she would have used her charm inherent skill and all kinds of schemes of a beauty to take down the brat. However, Shui Wuxia and all the others were all present, so Phoenix Fairy Beauty decided to wait for the moment. In any case, this brat won't be able to escape from her palm. Just look at that perverted face, how could she not be able to defeat him? I'm not dreaming, am I? Princess Xian still couldn't believe that Yue Yang could send Phoenix Fairy Beauty flying with a punch. We have heard about the situation in the prison Emperor Divine Palace. Right now, the thing that we need to do is to train ourselves. Shui Wuxia saw that after Yue Yang went through Nirvana rebirth, his vitality and strength had greatly increased. He was completely different from before. Shui Wuxia couldn't help but to feel hopeful in her heart. Seems like they still had hope to clear the prison Emperor Divine Palace. The only problem was trying to get the prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Seal before the 2 great leaders of Heaven Realm woke up. Although Phoenix Fairy Beauty did not find a trace of the 2 great leaders, Shui Wuxia believed that they would definitely make their move in near time. If they were still sealed, they would be able to awaken shortly. What Yue Yang and the others should do right now was to race against time with time. Right now, Yue Yang, who had went through Nirvana rebirth and improved in terms of body, mental state and strength, would he be able to stop the awakening of the 2 great leaders of Heaven Realm? When Shui Wuxia saw Yue Yang's glowing face, her confidence increased by 100-fold. He would definitely be able to do it. Because he was Yue Yang, the abnormal brat. Shui Wuxia and the others had diligently trained inside the grimoire world for a month. Each of them had upgraded to different levels. However, the person who reaped the most benefits was none other than Phoenix Fairy Beauty. She was originally an innate level 10, but with Yue Yang's body fusion, she had actually dropped to innate level 9 mystically. When she downgraded, her strength did not decrease at all. Instead, it increased. This meant that if she leveled up to innate level 10 once again, she would have reached a whole new realm. Although they only did body fusion for a short while and Phoenix Fairy Beauty was still far away from the strength that she hoped for, if other innates knew about this, they would probably be jealous of Phoenix Fairy Beauty to death. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was also secretly very happy. She thought that it would be better if she downgraded to innate level 8, or even innate level 7. Then she would become a more terrifying existence once she leveled up again. Of course, recultivation was not something that could be done overnight. If Yue Yang did not help her, her recultivation would never be as effective as Nirvana Rebirth. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was originally strong and had understood more knowledge than the others. Hence, she derived the most benefit from the body fusion training with Yue Yang. Furthermore, other than the sickly beauty and Luohua City mistress, she was also one of the most compatible partners for body fusion with Yue Yang. During their training, other than the very last step, she had tried all kind of positions and methods with Yue Yang. They were practically husband and wife. If the girls had not monitored them secretly, Yue Yang would probably have no problem pushing her down forcefully. It was a pity that Shui Wuxia, Princess Xian and the others were all there. Yue Yang obviously pretended to be a good child on the outside and tampered down the lust in his heart. He didn't try to play any tricks, but he would extend his perverted hands and take advantage of Phoenix Fairy Beauty's sexy body most of the time, pretending not to know anything. With regards to this point, if they were in the midst of training, Phoenix Fairy Beauty would pretend not to know. However, if they were not training, she would purposely moan seductively. Yue Yang was thick-skinned, so he wouldn't feel guilty because of this. Even when Princess Xian and the others purposely watched them intently, Yue Yang wouldn't take his hand back that easily. Of course, his face would still be decorated with a sincere expression of "I'm a perfect gentleman that will not take advantage of others." Actually, not only Phoenix Fairy Beauty, the other girls had all gotten accustomed to Yue Yang's perverted ways. Only Yu, who cared about her position as his sister, did not allow Yue Yang to touch her. She had already known from the start that body fusion was a skill that only lovers or married couples would be able to train for, so she didn't really reject it at first, simply acting as if she didn't know anything. However, as Phoenix Fairy Beauty would frequently ask Yue Yang to train in public and had almost done everything, she slowly started to disallow Yue Yang to touch her hands, let alone her body. Because of this, Yu had the slowest progress compared to other girls. Yu Bing was different from the others. She did not have other thoughts in her mind at all. She also didn't feel that there was something wrong with the way she and her brother trained. On the contrary, she felt that it was quite normal since everyone trained with her brother that way. She didn't know anything about the relationship between men and women, and had never thought of his brother in that way before. Hence, she became one of the most compatible partners when she trained with Yue Yang. She was naturally inclined to be the most compatible with her brother, because when they trained, she would completely surrender her body to her brother. She merely moved along in a daze with the flow of innate qi, not thinking about anything else. Other than being obedient, Yu Bing was also the person that Yue Yang spent the most effort to cultivate. She was always his priority no matter what they did. At first, Yue Yang wanted to help her become an innate as fast as he could, but after listening to the Sword Goddess guidance, Yue Yang had realized the true meaning of innate. Hence, he was not in a hurry to rush Yu Bing to the innate realm. He decided to build her foundation slowly and steadily. The deeper he built her foundation, the better it would be for her growth in the future. Shui Wuxia and Princess Xian was also the same. They could have reached innate any time, but they recultivated instead. They were not in a hurry to reach innate at all. Luohua City Mistress, who was about to reach innate level 2, also continued to train at innate level 1. The girls did not level up, but their strength soared to the sky. Phoenix Fairy Beauty were quite surprised at the speed of their growth. If this continues, the human race would probably have low-leveled but super strong innates in less than 10 years. This kind of complete, fundamental change of their strength far surpassed other methods of training. Furthermore, the fundamental change and improvement that body fusion brought about was 100 times faster than other people's. Phoenix Fairy Beauty felt that the lower levels of Tongtian Tower or the innate alliance on the Tongtian Tower level 6 and above would not be strong enough for Yue Yang, this abnormal boy, to train in. Only a place with higher skies and wider world would be enough for him. Other than Yu Bing, Yinan had also improved quickly. Previously, Yue Yang wasn't able to help her much in terms of her mental state. However, Yue Yang, who had mastered the true meaning of innate after Nirvana rebirth, understood much more in terms of mental state. Hence, Yinan had also received a lot of enlightenment. She didn't even need to take things slowly, she could simply follow Yue Yang's footprints and train. One day, after Shui Wuxia finished training, she asked Princess Xian and Luohua City Mistress whether they should continue to fight against the prison Emperor Divine Palace. Yue Yang was also calmly thinking about it. He felt that the current him would be strong enough to go out and fight against Ming Ri Wu. Phoenix Fairy Beauty gladly agreed. She even thought of a combo attack with Yue Yang to ambush their enemy. Their target was Ming Ri Wu, because the person who had wounded her that day was Ming Ri Wu. Prison Emperor Divine Palace. We finally come back out. After coming out of the grimoire world, Yue Yang discovered that the old dragon turtle had gone into hibernation. There was a heaven rune glowing slightly on top of his turtle back. When Yue Yang observed it closely, he jumped in shock. Fortunately the old dragon turtle didn't truly self-detonate. Otherwise he would really owe him his life. Yue Yang returned to the first hall and discovered that the crystal tablets that the Heaven Realm warriors were sealed in was glowing in a dark light. Some had even disappeared. Just what had happened here? Just as he was wondering what had happened, suddenly, a golden star descended from the sky. The person who arrived relaxedly stopped in front of Yue Yang. He was the 10-meter-tall golden giant, Ming Ri Wu. It's good that you came. Let's fight again. Yue Yang, who had gone through Nirvana rebirth, now had the confidence to pick a fight with Ming Ri Wu. Maybe he would still not be able to defeat him, but he wouldn't be defeated so miserably like that day again. There was also Phoenix Fairy Beauty who could ambush him in secret. Maybe this fellow could really be defeated. If he didn't have any friends to help him, they might even be able to kill him on the spot. Wait a minute, however, Ming Ri Wu shook his hand. I don't want to fight with you. Yue Yang was bewildered. He didn't want to fight? Does it mean that he wanted to admit defeat? There's no meaning to us fighting against each other. You are not the Prison Emperor's descendant, nor his inheritor. As for me, I have no grudges against Prison Emperor, I was just tricked by my comrade. I thought that the human race were preparing to invade the Heaven Realm, so I agreed to descend the Heaven Realm to annihilate the enemy. I was simply too young at that time. Possessing a huge amount of power, I have too much righteousness in my bones. When I came down from the Heaven Realm and fought with the Prison Emperor, I fought to the death even when I didn't know him at all. Now that I think about it, I was really foolish at that time. These 6,000 years, I have thought about it a lot, especially after I met you. I have been thinking, why should I continue the mistake I made 6,000 years ago? If the human race never thought of invading the Heaven Realm at all, why should I fight against them? Ming Ri Wu's words astounded Yue Yang. Did this fellow eat the wrong medicine? You mean you are not fighting anymore? Are you allowing us to acquire the Prison Emperor Divine Staff just like that? Don't say that you didn't know we came here for the Prison Emperor Divine Staff. Yue Yang thought that he would definitely find out what this fellow was scheming. Of course I know. However, if you want to acquire the Prison Emperor Divine Staff, it will be very difficult. Firstly, once you get it, it will not be of any use to you, because you are not the descendant of the Prison Emperor, so you will not be able to inherit his treasure. Secondly, you know that the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and Prison Emperor Divine Seal are used to seal the two great leaders of the Heaven Realm, right? The moment you touch it, they would immediately come out. Even if they did not come out, there are still two innate level 10 warriors, Feng Shenxi and Lei Shenxi. How are you going to pass through the third hall? Ming Ri Wu shook his head slightly. Shiro, Feng Shenxi means Wind God Envoy while Lei Shenxi means Thunder God Envoy. If you think we couldn't do it, why did you look for us? Yue Yang didn't think that this fellow came to him because he had nothing better to do. Offering a collaboration. Ming Ri Wu's answer was very simple. Collaboration? I didn't hear wrongly, did I? Yue Yang's expression was extremely shaken. Would a collaboration between a human and a tiger work well to solve their problems? Bullshit, unless the human is dumb, only fools would believe the tiger. The fact that Ming Ri Wu suggested collaboration was really beyond Yue Yang's expectation. However, Yue Yang didn't reject him immediately. Instead, he decided to listen to what this man-eating tiger had to say. Yue Yang was 100% sure that no matter what Ming Ri Wu said, he would never believe him. However, his curiosity got the better of him. He wanted to hear this fellow's reason for offering his help. With regards to persuading Yue Yang, Ming Ri Wu seemed to be full of confidence. Before you came, the two great leaders would only need 100 years before they can break their seal. Because we came from 3 different factions, other than their own people, people like myself who came from the third faction would probably be used as sacrifice for them to recover their strength. Yue Yang heard it and nodded. All right, please allow me to represent the human race to extend our sympathy and condolences for the unfortunate things that will happen to you guys in the future. Ming Ri Wu was almost struck speechless by Yue Yang's words. Fortunately, he was calm enough as he continued with his explanation. Actually, not only us, you guys are also facing this predicament. When you came here, the two great leaders felt threatened because of your appearances. Amidst their slumber, they ordered Feng Shenxi and Lei Shenxi to move all the heaven warriors who couldn't defend themselves because they were still in their slumber to the third hall. Then, they absorbed all of their energy with soul-sucking pearl. Haven't you realized that many Heaven Realm warriors have died in the short span of 1 month? Look, there are a lot of crystal tablet seals that are not glowing anymore. This shows that the sealed being inside the tablets have disappeared. Yue Yang nodded again, and said in a sincere tone, with regards to the two great leaders' barbaric actions, we humans express our strong disapproval and protest. Ming Ri Wu almost smashed his head on the ground. His head ached as he shook his hand. Can you be more serious? If the two great leaders awaken, I might be fine, but you guys will definitely die. Even if you hide inside the grimoire world and the prison Emperor Divine Palace is destroyed, you guys will still be sealed inside, unable to escape from here forever. Since you are going to be fine, why are you worried about our lives then? Yue Yang asked curiously. No, because I have a sister. Ming Ri Wu's expression became slightly dark. She is still sleeping. Although she has not been absorbed yet, she would probably not last a month before she disappear completely. Is your sister called Ming Ri Hua? Yue Yang was shocked. He thought that having been transported to another world, could it be possible that he would meet a familiar face here? Shiro, Ming Ri Hua is the Chinese name for Kirara Asuka, and JAV actress. She is called Ming Ri Guang. Ming Ri Wu could tell by looking at this brat's expression that the name Ming Ri Hua must not mean a good thing. However, no matter how clever he was, he would never think that Ming Ri Hua was an outstanding porn actress from some island somewhere. Other than knowing Maria Ozawa, Yu Aoi, Kaed Matsushima and other famous actresses, Yue Yang would obviously know about Ming Ri Hua, the ferocious F-Cup female warrior. Alright then, since a precious F-Cup female warrior is in trouble, as a gentleman, I will obviously not just sit still and watch. Yue Yang had decided to work together with Ming Ri Wu, all for the sake of the legendary Ming Ri Hua, no, Ming Ri Guang. With regards to Feng Shenxi and Lei Shenxi, I can only fight against one of them. I'll leave the other one to you guys. You guys should prepare yourself first. Tomorrow at this time, I will wait for you guys here and tell you guys the weaknesses of Feng Shenxi and Lei Shenxi. If we are successful, my sister and I, and the rest of the Heaven Realm warriors will leave this place forever and will never start a war against the human race anymore. Furthermore, we will also help you guys to renew the seal of the two great leaders. Only my sister knew how to do that, because she is the sealing heavenly girl from Heaven Realm. After he finished speaking, Ming Ri Wu didn't give Yue Yang a chance to reject him. He immediately turned into a golden star and shot straight to the sky. In the end, he disappeared without a trace. Yue Yang's expression turned dark the moment he left. This situation was practically beyond his expectations. What should they do next? Should they really work together with Ming Ri Wu? They might even end up being eaten alive until not a single of their bones were left by this fellow who was even scarier than a man-eating tiger. However, working together with that fellow would really be a good opportunity. When Yue Yang was thinking about it strenuously, a shadow suddenly appeared in the first hall. It quietly inched closer. Sir. Yue Yang turned around to look. He discovered that the fellow that was approaching him was actually that monster guy leader Nge. Right now, he was not as mighty as before. Nge appeared in quite a sorry state. His back was badly damaged and only a few of his feathers remained. His golden hair was scorched and his once mighty face was filled with ghastly scars. The most significant change was his drop in level. His strength was originally at innate rank 1, but now his strength had dropped far from the innate realm. From human standards, Nge was currently a rank 7 overlord. Only a month had passed, yet this fellow had become like this. When Yue Yang saw him, he couldn't help feeling slightly astonished. Since the person that arrived was an enemy, Yue Yang naturally raised his hands. Whether he was innate rank 1 or rank 7 overlord, Yue Yang would still kill his enemies regardless of level. Don't kill me. I'm called Nge. I have already recovered my memories. Believe me. My information will be beneficial to you, monster guy leader Nge introduced himself fearfully. He was clear what kind of person Yue Yang was. He was a ruthless killing machine who never blinks when killing. Afterwards, he said something that shook Yue Yang secretly. Nge's information was truly too astonishing. Yue Yang appeared to be indifferent. However, his heart received a big shock. To Yue Yang, Nge's information was very timely. With this information, he could turn around his passive position in his collaboration with Ming Ri Hao into an active one. Monster guy leader Nge's wish was to rely on Yue Yang, this enemy, before the battle. Right now there was no more guarantee on his life. In the end, an ant like him could only become a sacrifice in order for the two great leaders to recover their true bodies. Nge naturally did not want to become a sacrifice. Above all, after he recovered his memories, he longed to return to Heaven Realm. However, other than Yue Yang, this enemy, he did not have a second option. Monster guy leader Nge secretly asking for help was extremely likely to be part of the enemy's plot and trap. However, Yue Yang's heart reacted mysteriously. He felt that this was all true. This kind of mysterious sixth sense had originally existed previously, but it was very weak. After experiencing Nirvana rebirth, this mysterious sixth sense was greatly strengthened. As a result, even though he did not have the 6 records inherent skill, the mysterious sixth sense could easily determine that Nge's words were undoubtedly true. Having no other alternative, Nge's move was to ask for help just before the battle. Because, inside the prison Emperor's divine palace, he was like a small shrimp. Let alone the big fishes, even small fishes could eat him up. If Nge wanted to defend himself, he must choose between the powerhouses. However, regardless of how he chose, he might still die in the end. Nge wished to live, as a result he made a decision that no one could have imagined. He chose to rely on the enemy, Yue Yang. Having no other choices, this way of thinking was extremely bold, yet it was sufficiently clever. Regarding Nge secretly asking for help, Yue Yang did not suspect his hidden agenda very much. This was because Nge's only demand was to survive and return to Heaven Realm. However, the intelligence information that he offered was something that Yue Yang needed right now. In any case, even if this bastard was a spy sent by the two great leaders, Yue Yang did not care because it was impossible for Nge to succeed and he would definitely not trust Nge. HS Peace. This was how Yue Yang treated Nge. If the situation is like what you said, then I will believe you for now. From your information, I will create several plans. You should return first and calmly wait for my news. Yue Yang faintly muttered. Yue Yang did not ignore the monster guy leader Nge's existence just because his strength had fallen from innate rank 1 to rank 7 overlord. Inside the prison Emperor's divine palace, Nge was indeed an insignificant existence. However, no matter how low his status was, he still had his uses. Even if he was useless right now, after Yue Yang advanced to Heaven Realm, maybe he would become a good chess piece. From Yue Yang's viewpoint, it would be best if he could maximize Nge's use. Returning to the grimoire world, Yue Yang told the girls about Ming Ri House and Nge's words. At first the girls were startled and did not believe it. In the end, Princess Xian happily laughed out loud. Hearing this, Luohua City Mistress also kept shaking her head. It seems that Heaven Realm and Soaring Dragon Continent are similarly filled with war everywhere. This is truly a good news. I approve of collaborating with Ming Ri Hao to first seal off the two great leaders. As for other things, we can slowly talk about them. Only when the prison Emperor's divine staff and divine seal are at hand can we be in a dominant position. Princess Xian positively clapped her hands. With Nge's information, then we can rest at ease. It's good that the situation did not exceed our predictions too much. Xuan Yuxia pondered for a bit and in the end nodded her head. Phoenix Fairy Beauty, on the other hand, did not give any objections. She was like a robot. If it was some other matter, Phoenix Fairy Beauty would definitely join in planning. However, inside Yue Yang's grimoire world, she seemed to not give any suggestions and steal the other's spotlight. She continuously sat there silently. With Nge's information, Yue Yang and the girls revised their plans. Now, with the collaboration with Ming Ri Hao, that man-eating tiger, Yue Yang became more confident. On the second day, Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty had appeared inside the prison Emperor's divine palace. When Ming Ri Hao saw them, he looked at Phoenix Fairy Beauty astonishedly. He felt that she had become stronger but her level went down. This mystified him. In the end, he guessed that she must have been heavily injured and had just recovered from leveling down, as a result be in this kind of situation. He suppressed the doubts in his heart and explained to Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty, in the third hall, there is a small sealed space. The sealed space was the place where the prison emperor was laid to eternal rest and also the place where the two great leaders are sealed. Aside from the two level 10 innates Feng Shenxi and Lei Shenxi, only the level 8 innate Huang Sha could enter that sealed space. I will try to enter it and offer a sacrifice to the prison emperor's staff and seal. This would reactivate their seals. Because of this, the two great leaders would order Feng Shenxi and Lei Shenxi to enter and stop my sacrificial offering. At this moment you must quickly kill Huang Sha and then come in to assist me. Yue Yang nodded, showing that he understood. Afterwards, he asked, what are their weaknesses? Ming Ri Hao lowered his voice. Huang Sha's weakness is water. Aside from water nothing else could kill him. Feng Shenxi and Lei Shenxi do not have a clear weakness. Their bodies could completely transform and could only be injured by attacking their nucleus. Their nucleus would continuously move around inside their bodies without a fixed position. Attacking their nucleus is extremely hard. Hearing this, Phoenix Fairy Beauty sneered, if I were to choose an opponent, I would rather choose from the other two and not you. Ming Ri Hao's expression changed slightly before he started to speak frankly, I understand your wariness towards me. In fact, if it was me, I will not trust my enemy easily. However, we must work together in the current situation, otherwise, we will be reduced to sacrifices that will help the enemy to escape. If you want to know my weakness, I am not afraid to tell you, because you are my ally. At the very least, we are currently allies. My energy attribute is light. In places where there is light you would not be able to truly kill me. In the darkness of the prison Emperor's divine palace, I am extremely weak. My original strength had already reached Heaven Level 3. This Heaven Level 3 is how the Heaven Realm classify levels. In the Soaring Dragon Continent, you guys called it the Supreme Innate Level 3. The two of them are actually the same. In Yue Yang's heart, a trace of understanding appeared. Soon after, he understood the bigger picture. Ming Ri Hao was an expert with the light attribute, he would be as fierce as the sun and unkillable in places with light. If it was like this, then the other expert, the dark golden spectre hiding inside the mysterious pearl. That bastard must have a dark attribute. He could also be an expert from the Heaven Realm who had been sealed inside the white jade beetle's body. These Heaven Realm experts were all very strong. However, they were not immortal. It's just that humans have not found the way to defeat them. If a dark attribute was used on Ming Ri Hao or a light attribute was used on the dark golden spectre, how could they not lose? For the same reason, if water was used on Huang Shat, if vacuum was used on Feng Shen Shi, if insulation was used on Lei Shen Shi, how could they not lose? As for the two great leaders from Heaven Realm, Yue Yang felt that he would temporarily not think about attacking them. With the prison emperor's staff and seal sealing them here, it was already good enough. We will use all our strength to surround and kill Huang Shat. How much time can you give us? Yue Yang recovered from his reflective state and asked. At most half an hour. If it was more than that, then I would also be sealed inside. Without my calling, my sister Ming Ri Guang wouldn't be able to wake up. Without her, the two great leaders would be able to come out. At that time our lives would be forfeit. Ming Ri Hao earnestly looked at Yue Yang and emphasized, within 20 minutes, you must kill off Huang Shat and his numerous assistants. Afterwards, within 10 minutes, destroy the prison emperor's divine pillars in the second hall in order to free my little sister Ming Ri Guang. The prison emperor's divine pillar, although it is not a divine weapon, it is said that it was used by the prison emperor ever since he was a kid to train martial arts. It is extremely hard and durable. Are you saying that we have to destroy the pillars? Hearing this, Yue Yang became stupefied. All of these pillars were hundreds of meters thick. How were they going to destroy them? It isn't a foundation pillar. Inside the palace hall, there are many special practicing pillars, a total of 9. My little sister originally prepared to seal the prison emperor inside them. However, seeing the prison emperor's wife and daughter risking their lives to protect him, she could not bear it and gave up her sealing actions. The heaven runes in the seal recoiled and sealed her inside. Ming Ri Hao did not wait for Yue Yang to talk. He suddenly turned into light rays and disappeared to the sky. Just before disappearing, he made hand signs to signal start the attack immediately. At this moment, dozens of Heaven Realm experts flew down towards them like meteors. However, they were not Yue Yang's enemy. They only surrounded Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty pretending to attack. After a while, a furious thunder-like howl came from the third hall. The howl shook the entire prison emperor's divine palace continuously. There were dozens of Heaven Realm experts from the second and third hall flying over. Some of them had corporeal forms while others had spirit forms. Every one of them was different. The leader was a man whose body was shining in silver light. There were 2 pairs of blue-colored wings on his back. In his hands, there was a strange-shaped blade. He pointed at Xia Fei and angrily berated him, Xia Fei, attack the enemy right now. If not, I will assume that all of you guys from the Sun Moon sect have betrayed the Heaven Realm and put you to death. Niguo, giving me orders is useless. I only listen to Master Ming Ri Hao's orders. If you have any complaints, please find Master Ming Ri Hao and tell him. Xia Fei refinedly and courteously bowed and slightly smiled, we have received Master Ming Ri Hao's orders. We are to only surround them and wait for his return. You have no authority to command us. Since it's like this, then die. The one called Niguo, the blue-colored winged demon, shot towards dozens of Heaven Realm experts. Since you want to fight, we will accompany you to the end. Xia Fei waved his hand and everyone flew up to counterattack. Only Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty remained standing there like bystanders watching a good show. No one understood for a long time. Yue Yang had wished to make his move and even kill a few. However, Phoenix Fairy Beauty reached out and pulled him along to the third hall, searching for Huang Sha straight away. Although the innate ranked 8 Huang Sha fall short of Phoenix Fairy Beauty, killing him within 20 minutes would still be very hard, unless his weak point is targeted. Water was capable of restraining Huang Sha, but the question was how much water was necessary. A cup of water? A bucket of water? Or does it need to be a river or a lake? Before Phoenix Fairy Beauty and Yue Yang managed to enter the third hall, they suddenly discovered that not only Huang Sha, the innate level 10 Lei Shen Shi were also standing by the door waiting for them. Seeing this, Yue Yang suddenly felt his mouth dried. Even without thinking, it can be understood that Ming Ri Hao's plans have been leaked. However, it was not known who the traitor was. Within 20 minutes, how were they going to put down the innate rank 10 Lei Shen Shi and the innate ranked 8 Huang Sha? There's no other way, let's take one each. Phoenix Fairy Beauty clung onto Yue Yang giggling, that electric guy is mine. Yue Yang was speechless. She was really optimistic, wasn't she? Phoenix Fairy Beauty chose to fight against Lei Shen Shi. Although defeating him will be difficult, it wouldn't be difficult for them to fight as equal. On the other hand, how could Yue Yang defeat the innate level 8 Huang Sha, in only 20 minutes? Yue Yang looked at the battle location. The battle was located in high grounds, so there was no water flow at all. It was a battle that was advantageous to Huangsha but not advantageous to him at all. If there was an ocean or a lake below the prison Emperor Divine Palace, it would still be okay, but there was only hard ground and soil below them. Furthermore, this was the third hall that was located hundreds of meters in the sky. It wouldn't be easy to beat Huangsha down to the ground. Lei Shenxi looked like a humanoid electric storm on the outside. He was around 15 meters tall, and his whole body was pitch black. The crackling sound of electricity resounded. He was Phoenix Fairy Beauty's opponent, so Yue Yang didn't observe him for too long. He focused his attention to Huangsha, who was standing in front of Yue Yang. He was around 8 meters tall. He looked like a giant made out of sand from the outside. He looked like a human guy on the outside, but it was obvious that his body, even his armor, were all made from sand particles. This Huangsha crooked his mouth, making a soundless smile when he saw Yue Yang looking at him. He took out 2 black-colored wooden rods from his back and held them in his hands. When he released his strength, the 2 rods immediately glowed with Heaven Rune's runic circle. Bathed in the silver light, they released a special kind of shock wave faintly, like a light breeze blowing through the forest. Shiro, Huangsha means yellow sand. When Yue Yang saw the 2 gigantic rods, his brows jumped. With his Heaven Eye's divine vision, these pitch-black wooden rods were not mere ordinary weapons. They were made of the undying desert poplar. According to the medicine encyclopedia records and the materials that the pitiful guy's mother left for him, Yue Yang knew that this undying desert poplar had a very strong water-absorbing abilities. It was also tough and durable, to the point that it was unimaginable. The medicine encyclopedia recorded that even if one put an undying desert poplar into fire and burn it for a year, it could still stay alive if one planted it on top of moist sand. The medicine encyclopedia recorded that this undying desert poplar was a required ingredient to cure a special kind of illness called insect edema. Other than having a strong water-absorbing ability and great vitality, undying desert poplar was also extremely hard and durable. It was as hard as diamond. When hitting a steel rod of the same size with an undying desert poplar, the steel rod would bend and even break apart. On the other hand, there wouldn't even be a scratch on the undying desert poplar. This was how hard the undying desert poplar was. Right now, Huangsha used these undying desert poplar as weapon. It was obvious that he understood what his weakness was, that's why he had especially used undying desert poplar as weapon. Yue Yang bides his time while Phoenix Fairy Beauty chased after Lei Shenxi and soared to the sky, charging her energy, preparing to attack him with her strongest strike. A terrifying thunderclap roared down, tearing the sky apart. Of course, Phoenix Fairy Beauty avoided the pillar of lightning. She had long disappeared from her initial location and escaped far away. Lei Shenxi hurriedly chased after her. Inside Lei Shenxi's heart, Huangsha, who did not have any weakness at all, would definitely be able to defeat a mere innate level 1 human warrior. Although this human boy possessed world exterminating wheel and nirvana flame, Huangsha's job was only to stall for time. He did not need to kill him completely. As long as he kept him busy and be careful of his enemy's world exterminating wheel, they would definitely win. Although this innate level 1 human boy possessed a terrifying killing ability, he was lacking in terms of abilities and realm of strength compared to Huangsha. He was too far behind. Possessing a powerful killing power was not everything that matters in battle. Especially when that human boy was facing against Huangsha, who had no weakness at all. Ming Ri Hao is only using you as a chess piece that can be thrown away after use, do you know that? He will not truly join hands together with you. In Heaven Realm, the Sun Moon Sect's name can be equated to a fox or a viper. I think you are a smart person, you should understand the meaning of my words. Huangsha didn't make his move immediately. He knew that the longer he stalled for time, the more advantageous it would be for his side. If this human boy in front of him didn't have world exterminating wheel and nirvana flame, he wouldn't need to waste time and try to drive a wedge between him and Ming Ri Hao. However, Guya and Du De had died in his hands. This caused Huangsha to be on alert. He would not be negligent facing against any kind of opponent. The human boy in front of him was extremely similar to the prison emperor, but he was still growing. Huangsha maintained the distance between him and Yue Yang carefully while maintaining the reach of his attack, and at the same time, observed this young opponent's reaction. Yue Yang raised his brows. You are saying that I should give up my collaboration with Ming Ri Hao? Huangshao's mouth split into smile. If I were you, I'd do that. I'm not you. Yue Yang rejected him and took out his Huijin magic blade and crescent blade slowly, injecting his qi into them relentlessly, preparing to battle. There are many choices in a person's life, but if one makes the wrong mistake once, it could not be reverted anymore. Are you sure you don't want to think about it again? Huangsha advised patiently. He was acting like a senior watching his junior walking down the wrong path. What you said made sense. Ming Ri Hao might really be treating me as a pawn and plan to cast me aside after using me, but that's my business, not yours. Secondly, why should I believe an enemy's words? No matter what you say, your identity would never change. You are still my enemy. Yue Yang laughed coldly as he quickly charged his yin ability in his hand. In an instant, energy gathered and shone as brightly as the Sunday Fool. Huangsha humped lightly. Even though Yue Yang was charging his yin ability, Huangsha didn't do anything. Maybe, to him, the yin ability that Yue Yang was charging would be useless against him. It would not cause him any damage. Hence, Huangsha only floated in the sky without moving at all, gazing at Yue Yang with an expression that seemed to be saying, "What a worthless, self-destructing brat." The more he stared at Yue Yang, the colder his gaze became. First slash, earth-splitting slash. Yue Yang's move was the normal attack that he normally used. This move was more or less like the 5 Bronze Saints' signature moves, for example the Pegasus Meteor Fist, Rising Dragon Punch, Diamond Dust, Nebula Chain and Phoenix's Wings Rise. Of course, the difference was that the 5 Bronze Saints didn't know many moves, they would always use the same old moves in any situation. Furthermore, they would mostly fail after making their move. Only after being beaten halfway to death by their enemies, they would then be able to release the Cosmo. Yue Yang was different, the number of attack moves that he knew was simply uncountable. First slash, earth-splitting slash was merely one of them. If he was truly fighting against the enemy, he could attack them for many hours not using the same move twice. Shiro, all info taken from http://saintseiya.wikia.com. Any of you guys read Saint Seiya at all? The author is ancient, the 5 saints' moves were monotonous, they would always defeat their enemies with these few moves. It could be said that their strongest move was also their weakest move. If it weren't for their Cosmo, the 5 saints were simply trash amongst trash. Yue Yang didn't have Cosmo, but other than having innate invisible sword chi in his arsenal, he still had Emperor's sword chi, Armageddon slash, steel chopping technique, crushing stone hammer technique and others. He was proficient in every single one of them. He even knew the great totem pole battle technique. Furthermore, Yue Yang's strongest feature was not battle skills, it was his summons. Forget about the Phoenix Sisters and Kylan Girl, with Xia Wen Li, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, Bloody Queen, Barbarian Cow Shadow, Spirit of Flame and Smoke, Reaper Mantis, Quintet Golden Puppet Mice, Little Golden Beast and all other beasts' help, Yue Yang had become a terrifying existence who could instantly kill any enemy he met. After entering the prison Emperor Divine Palace, Yue Yang had hidden his true abilities. He had even only allowed Xia Wen Li to use her Binding Chain's inherent skill and not reveal her other abilities. Yue Yang's crescent blade was sharp beyond compare. With a slash, a wind blade that was meters long immediately flew over towards Huangsha's head, severing his head from his neck. Huangsha's severed head that fell to the ground suddenly smiled eerily and said, "No matter what kind of method you use, you won't be able to kill me. Doing this is just a waste of energy." Yue Yang didn't answer, but immediately appeared on top of that head. He stomped on the head hard, flattening Huangsha's severed head that was still alive to the ground. However, the current Huangsha didn't show any special movement or reaction, until Yue Yang started to leave and flew to a place far away, coldly observing him from the side. Huangsha turned his body into a pile of sand and turned into a sandstorm along with the rising wind, quickly gathering together in one point. In the end, he reverted his original body, completely similar. He shrugged his shoulders at Yue Yang and said with a hint of regret, "I said before, any kind of attack towards me is useless." Yue Yang took out a bottle of clear water and showed it to him, asking, "Really? Then I'll treat you to a drink." Seeing the bottle of water, Huangsha's expression immediately changed, becoming unnatural. Holding the undying desert poplar twin rods in his hands tightly, Huangsha immediately flew towards Yue Yang on attacking mode. Since the enemy had started using his counter weakness, the water, Huangsha would definitely not assume the general idea. A hard rod smashed down at the position where Yue Yang was at seconds ago. If he had been a second later, Yue Yang would have been beaten by the super strong smash, turning into a meat paste. Bang! Huangsha didn't manage to hit Yue Yang, but he did manage to shatter a bottle into pieces, splashing water everywhere. Huangsha's face immediately changed when he saw this. When water splashed in front of Huangsha's face, Yue Yang immediately attacked Huangsha's face, pushing him a few steps back. Yue Yang's Huijin magic blade shone. Ignited in a purple flame, it swung down mercilessly. The edge of the blade split Huangsha's gigantic body into half. "Good idea, it's a pity that there's too little water, you won't be able to kill me." Huangsha, who was split into half, still had the humor to praise Yue Yang at this time. His body, which was split in two, immediately drew close to each other and started to heal. Furthermore, the two parts of bodies that was slashed in half didn't leak out a single drop of blood at all. At this time, Huangsha's body was made entirely out of sand. Yue Yang didn't wait for Huangsha's body to join together again. He suddenly took out a bucket. He poured a bucket full of water onto Huangsha's head. When Huangsha was writhing in pain from this mbush, Yue Yang's punch arrived again. This time, he had not only pushed Huangsha back a few steps, he had even smacked him down to the ground. 5 seconds later, Huang She, who was shaking his head from dizziness, stood back up. He said the same phrase again, useless. The face that Yue Yang had bashed in had recovered its original experience before 30 seconds even passed. It was as if he was not injured at all. Since it's like that, I shall cut you to 18 parts. Let's see if you can still recover your body with a completely dismembered corpse. Yue Yang had never believed that there was an unkillable person in the world. If there really was, that could only prove on point, and that was he did not have enough skill to kill his enemies yet. Yue Yang didn't think that Huang Sha possessed an immortal body. The thing that frustrated Yue Yang was the time limit. 20 minutes, how to defeat this fellow in 20 minutes. If only he could throw him into a big ocean. There was not a single drop of water in the prison Emperor Divine Palace. Where could he find a big ocean to drown Huang Sha? Using a bottle of water and a bucket of water were both useless. The undying desert poplar rods in Huang Sha's hands could absorb water very quickly. Furthermore, a small amount of water wouldn't have any effect on the 8-meter-tall Huang Sha even without the undying desert poplar absorbing the water. What should he do exactly, in order to kill Huang Sha? Yue Yang had not thought of a good way yet when he was suddenly sent flying by Huang Sha's punch. Huang Sha was not some kind of newbie in battle, he was an innate level 8 warrior. He was only trying to attack Yue Yang's morale just now, purposely receiving Yue Yang's attack without retaliating at all. Right now, at the moment he made his move, Yue Yang immediately realized that this fellow's punch, who possessed the strength of an innate level 8, was really quite painful to endure. Although it's good if you are powerful, being powerful doesn't mean that you are the boss. Yue Yang's body was as light as the wind. No matter how Huang Sha attacked, he would be able to avoid it easily. Furthermore, Yue Yang would gain an advantage every time he avoided Huang Sha's attack, frustrating Huang Sha even further. Sand drill. Huang Sha stomped both of his feet into the ground. A large amount of sand appeared from the ground, forming mountains of sand of different sizes. When Yue Yang took a step forward, those sand mountains would shoot out sharp sand drills of different sizes. It was similar to Yu Bing's tree thorns, but much bigger and higher in number. When Yue Yang saw that it was impossible to move inland, he decided to fly instead. After reaching Innate, although one couldn't fly in the sky for long period like the birdman, one would still able to fly for a short period of time. To Yue Yang, the abnormal guy from another world, flying was as easy as eating. Huang Sha was furious. He brandished the undying desert poplar rods in his hand. Long sand whips shot towards Yue Yang furiously under his control, beating on Yue Yang's body. A strong gush of wind made the sand whips dance around. There were even sharp bloaties of sand cutting towards Yue Yang relentlessly. It's no use. Yue Yang decided not to avoid anymore and summoned his grimoire. He wanted to summon his grimoire so that it could gain some battle experience and level up. This grimoire was still gold ranked. Yue Yang felt that if he didn't level it up to platinum ranked after he defeated the prison Emperor Divine Palace, it would be a waste of experience. A strong enemy wouldn't appear whenever he wanted to after all. Are we going to play with beasts? Huang Sha started to summon too. The thing that surprised Yue Yang was that Huang Sha actually did not have any summoning grimoire. Huang Sha, who had reached innate level 8, possessed a powerful domain of power and an immortal body, was actually not a grimoire owner. If he said this to other people, they would probably not believe him. But this was the reality. Huang Sha didn't have a grimoire, didn't have a guardian beast, and could only summon 3 beasts. However, all the 3 beasts in his possession were extremely strong. He had a platinum-ranked level 8 giant pollution beast, platinum-ranked level 8 radiation mecha beast and platinum-ranked level 10 sand drill demon worm. However, none of the 3 beasts were holy beasts. They were only high-leveled in numbers. They were powerful, but their intelligence were limited only for battle capabilities. This was the second time that Yue Yang felt bewildered. Huang Sha was an innate level 8, without a holy beast's help, how did he reach that kind of high level? If he were a human warrior, that was definitely impossible. Could it be that there was some secret method in the heaven realm that they allow warriors to reach innate without contracting a grimoire? Or maybe, the people in heaven realm were all innates? The Kylan girl even said that a demon king was only as strong as ordinary adventurers in the heaven realm. However, Yue Yang believed that it was only the Kylan girl's wrong estimation. The adventurers that she noticed must not be ordinary adventurers, furthermore, there were both strong and weak adventurers. Amongst human warriors, the strongest ones would be the chief adventurers, who would usually be level 6 Elder S. They would usually dominate in one area and became adventurer city master, leading thousands of people under them. Of course the average level of human adventurers would normally be level 2 bravemen. There were very few heroes around, and one could hardly see level 4, 5, or 6 adventurers. After all, those who became powerful enough would be recruited to serve their country instead. There would probably be countless strong experts in the heaven realm, but looking at the strength of Ming Ri Hao and the 2 great leaders, Yue Yang reckoned that the situation in heaven realm would probably not be so ridiculous as what the Kylan girl had said. But he should probably go to the heaven realm to look at the situation himself first. Huang Sha's beasts in front of Yue Yang, who had already reached platinum rank level 8 and even platinum rank level 10, were of no threat to Yue Yang at all. He even thought they were weak. Previously, when he fought against Makai Su Ling, he possessed a gold rank level 9 beast king of black light, even though he was only innate level 5. As for Emperor of Jiwei Shuntian, he was even more terrifying, as his guardian beast was actually diamond rank level 9 golden emperor. Right now, the fact that this heaven realm warrior Huang Sha possessed 3 platinum ranked beasts were definitely not surprising at all. Yue Yang was even slightly disappointed. Seems like without a grimoire, even a heaven realm warrior would only have beasts of this level at the most. Compared to the diamond ranked level 9 golden emperor, Yue Yang really couldn't take this platinum ranked level 8 giant pollution beast very seriously. The giant pollution beast looked a little like the small monsters that Ultraman usually fought against. It was huge, more than 50 meters tall. Its green-colored body were extremely huge, and on its head, its ugly long tube-like nose stuck out, releasing breaths of smelly liquid periodically. Yue Yang only glanced at it once and ignored it completely afterwards. He understood why Huang Sha would want to contract and summon such a useless and ugly giant pollution beast. This beast's only helpful ability was absorbing water. The giant pollution beast would be useless to other people, because it had slow speed, low intelligence, and its attack could only be used once. It was practically an inconvenience. However, to Huang Sha, it was different. Possessing that beast was equivalent to having water pump. To Huang Sha, who was extremely weak against water, the giant pollution beast was an excellent that couldn't be replaced with anything else. From Yue Yang's perspective, amongst the 3 beasts, the strongest one was not the platinum ranked level 10 sand drill demon worm, but that radiation mecha beast. This radiation mecha beast was not the kind of puppet beast that Yu Gong would usually make. This radiation mecha beast was alive. Strictly speaking, this fellow was the same as Optimus Prime and Megatron from the movies. They were all silicon-based life forms. Looking at that silicon-based life forms, Yue Yang suddenly thought that Yu Gong's wish of giving puppet beasts life, intelligence, feeling, soul, and personality could actually be realized. Of course, the metal life form in front of Yue Yang right now, the radiation mecha beast, didn't have high intelligence. It was no different from an animal, it might even had lower intelligence than them. It could change the shape of its body, but it couldn't turn into cars nor could it speak. Under Huang Sha's orders, it turned into a gigantic lion lake mecha beast. It looked extremely ugly, but it could form sharp teeth and claws. Looking at this, Yue Yang was slightly shaken. The golden beast in his wrist, the golden beast that was called a Tongtian beast by the others, could it actually be a silicon-based life form? Could it actually even be a metal life form with intelligence, feelings, and soul? He wouldn't be able to get any information on this right now, but Yue Yang believed that as long as he continued to work hard, he would definitely be able to fulfill Yu Gong's wish. Brat, are you scared silly now? Seeing that Yue Yang was standing still and keeping quiet, Huang Sha even thought that his beasts had scared his enemy silly. Boom, 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 boom. The radiation mecha beast that had turned into a lion boomed towards Yue Yang with slow steps. As it walked on the ground, the water puddles underneath it were quickly turned black, polluted by the radiation that it was emitting. The sand drill demon worm was also avoiding the radiation mecha beast far away, hiding underground. That giant pollution beast, however, didn't seem to mind at all. Instead, it happily absorbed the water that had been polluted by the radiation mecha beast with its tube-like nose. It was as if it became stronger the more polluted water it absorbed. When the radiation mecha beast approached closer to Yue Yang, he felt some kind of burning sensation on his skin. Turns out that its strong radiation power could penetrate through the layer of qi protecting Yue Yang's whole body, damaging his skin. Fortunately, Yue Yang had an idea on how to counter against this kind of radiation. Otherwise, he would really have a headache. Crystal armor started to appear on Yue Yang's arms, protecting and covering his whole body. This was the sickly beauty's speciality. After his wife's tutoring and body fusion training, Yue Yang managed to learn this move too. The golden beast on his wrist separated itself from Yue Yang's body and returned to its original body, a winged dragon little beast. Although its body was small, it had big guts. It immediately charged towards the gigantic radiation mecha beast, baring its teeth and claws. Needless to say, this greedy little fellow had taken a fancy on the radiation mecha beast's nucleus. When Yue Yang saw it, he shook his hand. All right, it's yours. Don't destroy it too much, I want to keep its body and research it later. When the golden beast heard it, it immediately flew towards the radiation mecha beast. No matter what kind of body size, weight, strength, radiation ability, and all that, to the golden beast, it was all nothing. Other than its master Yue Yang, it was not afraid of anything else. The golden beast didn't have any prejudice towards energy crystals. It didn't matter if it was a life form or a machine, as long as it had a magic crystal or a nucleus, it loved them all. Forget about the platinum ranked level 8 radiation mecha beast, it had even wanted to eat the diamond ranked level 9 golden emperor. It was a pity that it was not yet strong enough to eat that kind of strong holy beast at that time. What a joke! Huang Xia didn't recognize the little golden beast as a Tongtian beast. He even thought that the little thing was a trash beast. Yue Yang was bewildered. Could it be that there was no Tongtian beast in the heaven realm? Did this little golden beast only exist at lower levels of Tongtian Tower? Or maybe, it was a unique existence? The radiation mecha beast swung its claws towards the little golden beast, which it easily avoided as it continued to fly forward. That radiation mecha beast opened its mouth, and ate it whole straight away. Ha ha ha! Huang Xia laughed confidently. He felt that competing in terms of beast, this human warrior would never compare to him at all. He was practically a little kid picking a fight with an adult. They were completely in a different level. There's not much time left, let's see if I can finish this battle quickly. Yue Yang felt that he had analyzed his enemy enough, and started to fight more seriously. The second beast that he summoned was the Spirit of Flame and Smoke. Right now, the Spirit of Flame and Smoke was gold ranked level 5. However, she, who had been absorbing the Storm King's core, had almost evolved. The flames on her body was blazing thick and fierce. With regards to Yue Yang's order, she was a little confused. She was not as intelligent as Bloody Queen, nor was she as obedient as Barbarian Cow Shadow who always execute her master's orders without question. She looked at the giant pollution beast a little hesitatingly and turned her gaze at the sand drill demon worm. When Yue Yang pointed at the giant pollution beast and ordered her to attack, she chose to reject his order. Instead, it flew to the sky and charged towards the sand drill demon worm. You can't even control your own beast, ha ha ha. Pitiful worm, other than having a pretty face, what else do you have? At this point in time, Huang Xia was already certain that the human boy in front of him was definitely depending on that strong woman in order to reach innate level 1. If he didn't have Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel, he was simply no better than trash. Huang Xia, who originally had maintained his guard on Yue Yang, became relaxed when he saw all these. This brat's combat skills were quite powerful, but his beasts were simply trash. Possessing an immortal body, the thing he didn't need to worry of was physical attacks. Other than needing to be careful about his Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel, he didn't need to be afraid of this human boy for anything else. Huang Xia even thought that he should just use his ultimate move and kill this boy instantly. Yue Yang didn't bother to care about the Spirit of Flame and Smoke. He summoned the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen instead and ordered her to fight against the giant pollution beast. Looks like fighting against the little monster which was Ultraman's enemy would be much easier, much more suitable for her. Die. Huang Xia didn't recognize the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, he didn't even think that a living beast would be able to inflict damage on him. He roared out and jumped several meters high. His legs slowly disappeared and turned into giant sandstorms that whirled quickly, covering the whole sky with sand. His gigantic human head opened his giant mouth and ferociously swallowed Yue Yang whole. This was his domain of power, sandstorm. The moment his enemies were swallowed into the eye of his sandstorm, no matter what kind of life form it was, they would die from dehydration and turn into sand in the end, becoming a part of him. Yue Yang immediately teleported away and appeared hundreds of meters from there. Huang Xia chased after him with his sandstorm once again. Yue Yang's body flew down vertically, just like a swallow diving down to the ground from high up in the sky. He flew down towards the second hall, quickly and swiftly. Thinking of saving someone? Dream on. Huang Xia's gigantic head on top of the sandstorm released a thunder-like voice as he chased after Yue Yang, flying down at an even quicker speed than him. If he looked at their speed, he could probably reach the second hall before Yue Yang and swallow him whole. However, Yue Yang had the teleportation ability. After learning how to teleport from the Marquis of Xiaijin, no enemies had managed to catch up to Yue Yang before. Compared to Shuntian, Baruth, Ming Rihao and the other expert warriors, Yue Yang's speed might not be as fast. However, his dodging abilities were definitely one of the most complex ones. Even if his enemy managed to catch up to him, they would not be able to injure him fatally, because Yue Yang possessed the mysterious three styles skill. The giant head on Huang Xia's sandstorm tried to swallow Yue Yang repeatedly, but Yue Yang always teleported at the last minute and avoided him. This truly enraged Huang Xia. Seeing Yue Yang escaping to the second hall, Huang Xia continued to chase after him. He smashed the ground and turned the whole second hall into a sandstorm world, spreading sand everywhere. It didn't matter if it was the entrance or the exit, Huang Xia had turned them all into walls of sand, tightly sealing the whole place. If Yue Yang wanted to leave, he had to do it with his permission. Right now, you can speak your last words. Huang Xia didn't think that in this kind of situation, his enemy would still manage to stay alive. Even if he didn't attack him directly, he could simply kill him slowly by burying him in his sand. This young human boy definitely didn't have a chance of living. Although Nirvana Flame could burn through everything, and the World Exterminating Wheel could cut through anything, how would he be able to destroy a hill of sand that was dozens of meters, no, hundreds of meters tall? Furthermore, Huang Xia could create this kind of sand hill endlessly without effort. The second hall became a huge cage. Huang Xia had already arranged a sand hill trap here earlier, it was just waiting for the enemy to be taken in. If his enemy had escaped to the third hall, Huang Xia wouldn't be able to use this kind of method to bury his enemy alive, because the crystal tablet that he was sealed in was at the third hall. Moreover, he had already predicted that this young human boy would need to set Ming Ri Guang free before his comrade was defeated. Right now, how much time did this boy had left? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? Huang Xia laughed sinisterly at Yue Yang, who was resisting and defending himself against the sandstorm with his qi. An ocean of sand piled up at the second hall, slowly burying the whole place up. The level of sand rose from Yue Yang's ankles up to his knees, then thighs. The same thing was happening from above. Sand particles continued pressing down against the barrier of qi that Yue Yang had erected, closely inching towards Yue Yang's head, from 10 meters away, to 5 meters, then 1 meter. In the end, it was only a hair's breadth away from Yue Yang's head. It would bury Yue Yang alive in the next second. Other than Yue Yang's body, there were only sand everywhere around. The whole of second floor had now turned into Huang Xia's stomach. Other than dying from suffocation, dehydration, and turning into sand, there wouldn't be a second ending for Yue Yang. Yue Yang twitched his lips and did not speak. He suddenly summoned his grimoire protective shield and dispersed Huang Xia's sand. At the same time, Huang Xia also heard a mysterious sound of horn, as if it was the blowing sound from an ocean conch. Huang Xia froze as he realized that beside Yue Yang, a mermaid had appeared without him realizing. Furthermore, the mermaid was holding a snow-white sea conch that had a tinge of red in her hands, and was blowing it loudly at a high tone. Prison Emperor Divine Palace. The sky above the second hall were filled with thick, black clouds. With a streak of lightning, a rainstorm exploded all of a sudden. Millions drops of rain fell down like arrows, first forming a water curtain, and then turning into a water wall. Drip drip drip, the rain became heavier and heavier with time. At the end, it was like a waterfall. Under the storm conch's summon, the black clouds gathered more and more as rainstorm fell onto the second hall that was completely sealed in sand. The dry sand immediately became damp as it collected water. Unable to absorb the water quickly enough, the water level inside the second hall started to rise rapidly. A 10-meter-tall water giant suddenly stood up from the flooding water and started charging towards the wall of sand covering the second hall, trying to penetrate through it as hard as possible. At first, there were only 2 water giants, but as the rainstorm continued to fall, the number of water giants increased one by one. Under the pressure of the waterfall of rain from the outside and the water giant's attack from the inside, the wall of sand started to collapse rapidly as chunks of sand fell to the ground. Is this storm mermaid? Of course Huang Xia knew about his nemesis beast. However, he never thought in his life that he would be done in so miserably by a storm mermaid at this height in the sky. If Huang Xia was at an ocean surface, and not high up in the sky, he reckoned that he would probably be injured seriously at least, if he did not die. Although his undying desert poplar could absorb water, it would be useless against such a large body of water. Huang Xia was extremely shocked. He hurriedly utilized his sandstorm special power and sealed the second hall entrance and exit tightly with sand. Compressing millions of sand particles together, he formed a waterproof sandstone to block the water from entering. With his innate level 8 power and his unique sandstorm skill, he would probably still be able to last an hour under the water giant's attacks. In 1 hour, he would kill the owner of that storm mermaid who was blowing her storm conch. As long as there was no water inside the hall, his power would not decrease so much. Although he had hardened millions of sand particles into sandstone to stop the water giant's attack, Huang Xia was still cautious and summoned his giant pollution beast from the third hall to absorb the water. He also summoned the radiation mecha beast hurriedly. Its job was to destroy those water giants. As for the sand drill demon worm, its weakness was also water, hence Huang Xia left it outside in order to prevent sudden ambush from the enemy. Boom! The giant pollution beast appeared. However, it didn't appear because of its master's summons, it was thrown down to the ground by the thorny flower giant that Yue Yang's golden crown thorny flower queen summoned. It was smashed down like a watermelon, the smelly insides of its body spilling all over the ground. Yue Yang thought that turns out it wasn't like the little monsters that Ultraman fought at all, they could at least struggle and release their ultimate move before dying. In front of the golden crown thorny flower queen, the radiation mecha beast didn't even have the chance to groan in pain. Countless thorny flowers drilled out from the underground, devouring the corpse of the giant pollution beast ferociously. A thorny flower giant smashed the giant pollution beast's heart to pieces and scattered it to the countless thorny flowers to eat. The thorny flowers who swallowed the pieces of flesh like pythons leveled up continuously. Huang Xia was shocked. How could his platinum-ranked level 8 giant pollution beast be so easily killed? Unfortunately, his shock did not end there. His radiation mecha beast was also smashed to the ground, its parts scattering all over the ground as the static electricity flashed all over its mechanical parts. Although it was slower in defeating its enemy, the little golden beast had successfully gnawed through the radiation mecha beast's mouth to its brain, energetically devouring its nucleus. The golden-crowned Thorny Flower Queen pointed her finger. Countless thorny flowers drilled into the radiation mecha beast's body, tightly binding its body which was losing control onto the ground. At first, those thorny flowers were slightly swaying in pain from the radiation effect, some had even shrunk back into the ground weakly. Some of them were on the verge of withering, but the thorny flowers who had finished devouring the giant pollution beast quickly joined in. These few thorny flowers were not affected by the radiation at all. After devouring the giant pollution beast's heart and leveling up, these thorny flowers easily pinned the radiation mecha beast onto the ground and bound it tightly. They were even raising it up high. If the golden-crowned Thorny Flower Queen had not interfered, the thorny flowers would probably have already dismantled the radiation mecha beast's body or smash it to the ground into pieces. You guys are really fools. You must keep this mecha beast's body intact, you are not allowed to break it apart. The golden-crowned Thorny Flower Queen was extremely dissatisfied with her subordinates who did not possess intelligence and only had brute strength. The sand drill demon worm possessed a little bit of intelligence. When it saw the scene before it, it was completely frightened to death. The spirit of flame and smoke charged towards the sand drill demon worm which had been shocked silly. She was really annoyed at herself because she still couldn't defeat a platinum ranked level 10 enemy even with her current strength. Furthermore, this cunning enemy could even drill underground, making her unable to fully display her true strength. Suddenly, a flash of thought crossed the spirit of flame and smoke's mind. Had Yue Yang actually foreseen this weakness of hers? The spirit of flame and smoke still did not have enough intelligence to think deeply, however, in her attempt to think, she succeeded in increasing her intelligence a little. The more she thought, the smarter the spirit of flame and smoke become. As her intelligence increased, she became closer and closer to becoming a holy beast. This learning process was something that unintelligent life forms would never be able to do in their lives. Huang She realized that his giant pollution beast and radiation mecha beast had both died. Furthermore, his sand drill demon worm was forced to hide underground, afraid to come out and fight. It wouldn't be quite possible to ask it to come out and save him. Great job. You are the first human who has forced me into this kind of miserable situation, Huang Shi was furious. The feeling of being cheated by his enemy surfaced in his heart. You should get used to that. Yue Yang put on the appearance of it is obvious that I will defeat you, it is preposterous if I lost to you. Outside, in the eye of the rainstorm, behind the water giants, an ice serpent demon had appeared. Shiro, for those who didn't know, ice serpent demon is Xia Wen Li's fourth and strongest beast, she ferociously stabbed her dual blades into the sandstone. The sandstones, which had been drenched by the rain from the outside rapidly turned into ice, continuously spreading all over the sandstone. In the end, it turned into a thick wall of ice. On the opposite side, Shui Wuxia was doing the same action. At first, Huang Shi didn't realize what was happening, but as the ice wall was formed, he finally realized an extremely important point. He had been sealed inside the second hall by his enemy. There were water everywhere outside, wall of ice and sandstone in the middle, and in his belly, there was a mermaid who could summon rainstorm and an extremely terrifying, powerful human boy who was the mastermind behind all of this mess. Huang Shi didn't have a chance to explode in fury before he realized that another girl had appeared in front of Yue Yang. This human girl who looked as gentle as a water suddenly summoned a beast that Huang Shi hated the most in his life. It was an existence that was as terrifying as the water giants, a storm wave. Shiro, storm waves is Yu's beast. From chapter 267 3 days passed, and Yu's silver ranked level 2 flying waterfall had leveled up to become gold ranked level 3 storm waves. When the storm waves appeared, it immediately released a huge volume of water, engulfing the whole of second hall. In just 30 seconds, the whole of second hall was drowned in water. Waves of water emerged from storm waves, spiraling out wave by wave into the surrounding, smashing against the surrounding sand walls. The sand pillars and pikes that Huang Shi created were immediately destroyed, breaking away from Huang Shi's control as they sunk to the bottom of the water, increasing the water level even higher. Huang Shi strive hard to compress his sand into sandstone, making the wall of sand separating the outside from the inside be as hard as iron. If the rainstorm that the storm mermaid summoned or the wall of ice that the ice serpent demon made linked together with the flood that the storm waves summoned, it would be the end of him. Fortunately, these water-controlling beasts were not very strong, otherwise he would truly meet his tragic end. Huang Shi was both shocked and furious. There had never been a human warrior who was able to force him into this kind of predicament before. There had also never been any beasts who were able to make him feel the threat of death. Even the prison emperor at that time did not make him feel this miserable. Huang Shi returned to his original appearance and appeared in front of Yue Yang, furiously roaring and pointing at him, "You! Do you think that by doing this, you will be able to kill me? Let me tell you, you are wrong. I, Huang Shi, will never die because of water." Yue Yang did not reply, he merely looked at Huang Shi quietly. The water level in the second hall continued to rise. Storm waves continued to summon water and purposely smashed huge tidal waves against the wall of sand blocking the entrance and exit of the second hall, shaking the whole building violently. You don't even know the secret of Heaven Realm warriors. We are completely different from humans, we possess 2 or even 3 different forms. Even if I give up my immortal sandstorm form, I could still kill you easily in my second form. This is because I am an innate level 8 warrior while you are just an innate level 1. Thinking of killing me with such a big difference in levels? Thinking of using your Nirvana flame and world exterminating wheel in this hall flooded with water? Let me tell you, you are still too young and inexperienced for that. The sand particles on Huangsha's body continued to trickle down to the water surface. His body, which was suspended in air, slowly disappeared. 10 seconds later, his body turned solid, becoming an ugly predator-like monster or possibly even uglier. Shiro, search Google for Predator Monster, I think it's a movie. Huangsha revealed his second form, which had 4 arms and a long cone-shaped tail. This body was completely made of flesh and blood, it was not made of sand. Huangsha jumped onto the ground that was covered in water and stood proudly as he was submerged inside the water that he was so afraid of just now. He provoked Yue Yang arrogantly with his hand gesture, telling him that the real battle had only just started. Yue Yang smiled lightly. A huge wind blade slashed from Yue Yang's Huaijin magic blade, streaking through several meters of distance and slid through Huangsha's body. Huangsha didn't defend himself at all as he allowed his chest to be cut open by that sharp wind blade. However, there wasn't a single drop of blood that flowed out. On the contrary, at the location of the incision, countless number of worms started to crawl out from the surface of Huangsha's exposed flesh. They linked together and healed the wound completely. Within 5 seconds, the huge gash of wound had already been healed completely. My second form is also invulnerable to physical attacks. Moreover, it is also invulnerable to water. Huangsha's ugly face revealed a smug smile. Do you still have a third form? Yue Yang suddenly asked. What? Huangsha's eyes showed a shocked expression. What did this boy mean? Could it be that he truly believed that all Heaven Realm warriors had 2 different forms? Don't even think about a third form. He only managed to get his second form after meditating for 5,000 years. He also only managed to learn it because he was guided by Feng Shenxi and Lei Shenxi. Did that boy think changing forms was an easy feat to do? Did he think that it would be so easy to master? Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders. If you don't, it's time to send you on your way. Huangsha was completely enraged. With his innate level 8 power, his powerful strength and 10 times the strength of his jumping power, his sharp, powerful fist ferociously charged towards Yue Yang's head. Even with the protection of the grimoire protective shield, Huangsha believed that his enemy would not be able to defend against his punch. His enemy would definitely meet his dead end. How dare an innate level 1 overestimate his own abilities and pick a fight with an innate level 8? Nirvana flame shield appeared on Yue Yang's hands, blocking in front of his grimoire protective shield. Yue Yang was not afraid at all. He held the Nirvana flame shield on one hand while he condensed his star explosion domain of power in his other hand, preparing to attack. Even faster than Yue Yang, Xia Wen Li appeared behind him, opening both of her eyes wide. Binding inherent skill was immediately activated. Huangsha was only restricted for half a second. However, his fist continued to drive forward, penetrating through the Nirvana flame shield unstoppably. Before the Nirvana flame managed to completely burn off his arms, his terrifying strength had broken through Yue Yang's grimoire protective shield as his fist continued charging straight towards Yue Yang's head. This was an innate level 8's full power attack. Get lost! Yue Yang charged the star explosion in his fist and added 100 times of the strength of his giant phantom shadow, then ferociously smashed his fist against Huangsha's fist. Yue Yang placed everything at stake, not retreating even a step back. In the sky, Princess Xian jumped out. Her white tiger power and Emperor Sword Chi combo slashed hard upon Huangsha's head. Huangsha had just pushed Yue Yang back with his punch when Princess Xian's attack fell hard on his head. He screamed out in pain. Huangsha took out the great sword that had slashed through his head and smashed it into pieces. He whipped his long tail, attacking his enemy back. Princess Xian curled into a ball and protect her body with her hands. She was sent flying by the immense strength like a bomb from a cannon, smashing against the sandstone wall. Princess Xian tried to lessen the impact of the attack on the sandstone. Although it was painful as hell, she immediately stood back up and counter-attacked. Leaping with her legs, she flew with a speed faster than a free fall towards Huangsha, who was fighting Yue Yang at close quarters. The image of White Tiger appeared above her head, roaring soundlessly and menacingly. The layer of qi protecting Huangsha's body were dispersed by the White Tiger image, and Princess Xian slashed down the second time with another sword in her hand. A long blade of sword tear across the air. A pair of sword qi crossed in the shape of an X slashed down. It shallowly cut an X-shaped wound on Huangsha's head, who had just healed the wound on his skull. With his forearms, Huangsha used 2 of his arms to block Princess Xian's attack and the other 2 to fight with Yue Yang. Although as an innate level 8, he was surrounded and badly injured by enemies way below his league, he still maintained his calm and composure. Die! Yue Yang's eyes gleamed as he released all the strength that he had been hiding until now. It was his first time using all of his strength to fight his enemy, with the support of 100 layers of giant phantom shadows. As he thrust his fists forward, he released a world-exterminating wheel from his right leg. It directly hit Huangsha's left ankle. The world-exterminating wheel slashed across soundlessly, slicing Huangsha's left ankle easily. Huangsha, who was fighting with all of his strength, lost his balance as his body tipped to the left. His two arms, who were ready to resist Princess Qian's attack just now, were not able to stop her sword qi anymore. Princess Qian's sword qi hacked deep into Huangsha's body through the gap of his arms, destroying one of Huangsha's eyes. The arm which had not been healed from the Nirvana flame just now were gripped tightly by Yue Yang. With a shoulder flip, Huangsha, who had lost his left foot, was slammed down hard onto the ground by Yue Yang. Huangsha was submerged in water. He immediately struggled frantically, trying to get up. It wasn't that he was not afraid of water at all, it's just that this second body form of his wouldn't be broken apart by water that easily. However, if he really fell into water, he would definitely drown like a non-swimmer. In the sky, dozens of lightning suddenly flashed. One by one, they thundered towards Huangsha's head. Still clamping onto Huangsha's injured arm, which had not finished healing, Yue Yang turned his body and released innate invisible sword qi from his feet, slicing through Huangsha's chest. A golden arrow shot towards them soundlessly, shooting straight towards the wound on Huangsha's chest that Yue Yang had slashed with his innate invisible sword qi. Huangsha raised his head and saw that without him knowing, there were more beasts attacking him, a thunder naga that was continuously summoning lightning and thunder, and a stone element Medusa who was holding a bow in her hand. Ah! A scream as sharp as a dagger resonated in Huangsha's ears. Huangsha was shocked by the scream and his brain became blank. His heart was similarly shocked, as if he had been poisoned, half of his body felt numb. When he finally returned to his senses from the scream, he realized that a pair of eyes was looking straight at him. It was the little Lamia Xia Wen Li. It was the second time that Xia Wen Li activated her binding chain's inherent skill. This time, it did not bind for merely half a second like last time. That time, Yue Yang was purposely limiting the binding power so that his enemy would misunderstand his fighting power. Huangsha tried to fight it off for more than 2 seconds, but he discovered that he was still unable to move. His head was hit the third time again by Princess Qian's white tiger power. On his back, the bloody Queen Red had stabbed him deep with the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger and silver-ranked Eyes Destroyer dagger. Barbarian Cow Shadow, a man who had also been powered up by Giant Phantom Shadow, released her maximum power and smashed Huangsha's leg, making him fall forward. A pair of lovely hands that had been charging her aurora from a while ago suddenly unleashed its terrifying power, under the support of Yue Yang's innate qi. Luohua City Mistress unleashed her aurora at arm's reach from Huangsha's face. The spiral aurora beam easily bored a hole on Huangsha's face. Blinding white light blasted throughout the surrounding. The whole second hall was engulfed in the blinding white light. It took a while before it returned to normal. Huangsha, who had received countless serious injuries, fell into the water, but he was still alive. However, he had no more strength to fly in the air anymore. His chest was gradually turning into stone, bit by bit, from his wound, then spreading to the surrounding. His head, eyes and nose had been destroyed by the aurora beam. There was a big hole that penetrated through right to the back of his head. Brain matter flowed out from his head. With such a heavy injury, not even Huangsha, who possessed a second form, would be able to recover. His nucleus is here. Yue Yang found the location of Huangsha's nucleus with his Heaven Eyes divine vision. In the end, after burning through Huangsha's left arm and ribs with his nirvana flame, Yue Yang managed to dig out an energy nucleus that was shining brightly. Above, a heaven rune flickered. The energy nucleus that was originally Huangsha's was brightly burning in Yue Yang's nirvana's flame. Huangsha's will, mind and spirit that still resided inside the nucleus was completely purified by the nirvana flame, disappearing into nothingness. The huge energy source had been completely refined by the nirvana flame. The moment Huangsha's spirit disappeared, without the support of his spirit, Huangsha's body couldn't endure it anymore. His head, which was heavily injured from Princess Qian's sword qi and burnt to crisp by the Thunder Naga's thunder, broke down to piece while his chest rapidly petrified. Yue Yang and Barbarian Cow Shadow punched Huangsha's body from both sides, destroying his corpse into pieces that sunk into the water. The golden tiger shark that had been summoned by the stone element Medusa was opening its bloody mouth wide, prepared to eat the sumptuous meal that came once in a blue moon. After perfect planning and timely ambush, they finally succeeded in killing their enemy. Huangsha, who was innate level 8, was finally killed by Yue Yang and the girls after changing to his second form. The moment Huangsha died, the sandstone walls crumbled down. Floods of water rushed out from the second hall, forming a huge waterfall down towards the first hall. Shuewuxia and the ice serpent demon who had just removed the wall of ice joined the golden crown Thorny Flower Queen and the little golden beast who had eaten until its stomach was about to burst and hurriedly gathered towards Yue Yang. The spirit of flame and smoke hesitated when she saw the second hall flooded with water, hence she remained outside instead of going in. On the ground, the sand drill demon worm who had hurriedly abandoned its master before its master died peeked out from the ground. It looked at the second hall and felt that Huang Xia had truly died. Its eyes that looked a little intelligent showed fear and horror. Without waiting for the spirit of flame and smoke to find it and attack, it immediately dug deep underground. The sand drill demon worm, who had been scared witless, had no intention to fight the spirit of flame and smoke at all. There are only 2 minutes left, we won't be able to destroy the 7-star pillars that Prison Emperor used to train with. Princess Xian's shoulder was fractured and she was also suffering from a few broken ribs. Yu summoned a healing water ball to heal her, but Princess Xian didn't seem to care about her injuries at all. Think of a way, quick. Ming Ri Hao would probably not be able to last longer. Shui Wuxia quickly flew over. How's the situation outside? Luohua City Mistress was more worried about the fight between Xia Fei and Ni Guo. The moment Xia Fei and the rest was defeated, Ni Guo would definitely come over to stop them. Although their strength was nothing to fear of, they would definitely be able to delay them and waste their time. Lei Shenxi was still fighting with Phoenix Fairy Beauty, so he would probably be occupied. However, would Ming Ri Hao be able to stop Feng Shenxi? It's not optimistic. Shui Wuxia shook her head. Xia Fei and the others were completely inferior to Ni Guo and the others in terms of strength and numbers. Hoping for their victory was a tall order. Their only use was to buy them time. In the sky, the sound of thunder crackled. A pillar of lightning boomed onto the second hall roof ominously. Lei Shenxi seemed to have realized that Huang Xia had died. He shot a lightning pillar angrily, shocking the whole of second hall. If not for Phoenix Fairy Beauty stopping him, he would probably have come down to kill them all. At the back of the second hall, there were 7 pillars that seemed to be invulnerable to physical damage. These were the 7-star Prison Emperor pillars that the Prison Emperor used to train his skills. Not only was it protected by numerous heaven rune circles, it was still protected by the Prison Emperor's will even now. Yue Yang tried to slash them with his world exterminating wheel, but discovered that it could only leave a shallow scratch before it was reflected back. Looking at this rate, they wouldn't even be able to destroy a pillar by hitting it with world exterminating wheel for one whole day and night. Furthermore, would Feng Shenxi and Lei Shenxi, the 2 Heaven Realm warriors, be willing to give them so much time? Most importantly, the 2 great leaders of Heaven Realm who were still sleeping was about to awaken any time. If they awaken, they would definitely not be able to fight this battle anymore. You guys, move away from there. I have an idea. The old dragon turtle suddenly appeared at the hall. He had woken up from his hibernation without anyone realizing it. He trembled as he leaned on his staff, enduring his violent coughing as he shouted out towards Yue Yang and the girls. Old geezer, if you didn't die, you should scram away from here, the further the better. Yue Yang knew the method that the old dragon turtle was going to use. This old geezer definitely wanted to use his self-detonation. You guys would definitely not be able to defeat the seal. This place is protected by the Prison Emperor's will. Amongst the 3 halls, the seal here is the strongest, second only to the Prison Emperor's coffin. The old dragon turtle's wrinkled face was completely calm. I am really tired of living. I have lived alone for 6,000 years, my life has lost its meaning since long ago. Go away. Yue Yang sent a flying kick and kicked the old dragon turtle out. The girls were speechless. Shui Wuxia calmed down and observed the heaven rune circles on the Prison Emperor's 7-star pillars, hoping that she could find some kind of method to unseal it. If they have time to slowly research, they would probably be able to find the unsealing formula. However, right now, time was not on their side. Princess Xian and Luohua City Mistress looked at Yue Yang one after another. In the end, Luohua City Mistress spoke out, let's return to the grimoire world and let the 2 great leaders of Heaven Realm go. We can think of methods to leave the Prison Emperor Divine Palace when we have gathered enough strength. Ming Ri Hao was obviously taking advantage of us. We don't have to keep our side of deal at the meantime. Furthermore, even if we succeeded in unsealing this Prison Emperor's 7-star pillars, it may not be a good thing for us in the end. Yu Yu's face was also filled with pleas. She really didn't want anything to happen to her precious brother. He was not only their clan's hope, he was everyone's life. Without him, everyone would collapse. Just like the old dragon turtle and his master the Prison Emperor, without Yue Yang, everyone wouldn't have any reason for living. Looking at the old dragon turtle's self-sacrificing spirit, Yu was really worried that something would happen to Yue Yang and she would end up like that old dragon turtle, old and lonely. No, if he died, she wouldn't want to live either. Yu thought about how the old dragon turtle had lived for 6,000 years alone and felt a shiver down her spine. Give me a little more time. Yue Yang took a deep breath and took out a pearl. He once thought that this pearl was the trashiest thing in the world. It was the artifact that he was the most dissatisfied with ever since he came to this world. However, right now, he had entrusted all of his hope to this pearl. This pearl was called Groundbreaking Pearl. Groundbreaking Pearl, fake the holder can cause a powerful earthquake within the range of 100 meters and destroy all constructions on the surface. Limited to one-time use only. This imitation ground-breaking pearl was the reward he had gotten from the sky, earth, human, 3-world shrines quest. Yue Yang had always thought that the 3 pearls he acquired were the trashiest object, the most useless thing in the world. Right now, Yue Yang had realized one thing: there are only foolish people who don't know how to use artifacts, but there are no useless artifacts in the world. When Yue Yang imbued innate qi into it, the ground-breaking pearl that could only be used once immediately shone with a bright light. The light was so bright and radiant, it was like a sun. The ground-breaking pearl in Yue Yang's hand continuously absorbed innate qi like an endless black hole. When it had almost sucked in all of Yue Yang's innate qi dry, it suddenly exploded, sending a sphere-shaped shockwave blast towards all 6 directions. That kind of explosion was enough to destroy heaven and earth. However, that kind of unbelievable, explosive shockwave blast did not cause damage to the human body at all. Yue Yang, Princess Xian, Luohua City Mistress Yu, and the others were standing right in the middle of the explosion, but they did not feel anything at all. Other than feeling slightly blinded by the light, they didn't feel any shockwave, they didn't even feel a breeze. The shockwave slowly dispersed to the surrounding, gaining speed with every moment. When the shockwave sphere had reached a radius of 100 meters, it exploded into countless rays of light. The whole second hall was engulfed in radiance. Even the space outside of the second hall was illuminated in shining light as the light spread out all over the prison Emperor Divine Palace. 1 minute later, when the light disappeared, the Great Hall returned to normal. On the surface, nothing had changed. However, Yue Yang and the girls realized one thing, and that was other than the prison Emperor's 7-star pillars which was not damaged at all, the buildings and structures in the surrounding 100 meters radius had all disappeared. The only thing left was a mirage of the prison Emperor Divine Palace that only existed with the support of the prison Emperor's will. In the middle of the prison Emperor's 7-star pillars, a small gate of light appeared. That was the entrance to the sealed space within the prison Emperor Divine Palace. Yue Yang took the lead and entered the sealed space inside the prison Emperor's 7-star pillar. There was a transparent passage inside with no physical ground, but Yue Yang and the others were free to move about and walk forward as if they were on the ground. Other than the spirit of flame and smoke who refused to enter the second hall and was waiting outside, all the other beasts followed Yue Yang inside. The spirit of flame and smoke hesitated a little and decided to stay behind in the end, glaring like a tiger watching its prey at the sand drill demon worm who would sometimes peek out from underground to check the situation above. Inside the sealed space, there were no crystal tablets or coffins that Yue Yang had originally imagined. The whole sealed space was more or less as big as a soccer field. In the middle, there was a giant cauldron. In the middle of the giant cauldron, a mysterious-looking great sword that was faintly exuding golden light was embedded inside. The blade of the great sword was as wide as an axe. It was mysteriously long and thick. A saber was like a piece of paper compared to this sword. There was an ancient rune on top of the blade, surrounded by 9 different heaven runes that formed a mysterious-looking rune circle. Yue Yang recognized the ancient rune as immortal. Seems like this was the name of the sword or something that denotes the nature of the sword. The divine sword was dark in color, simple and unadorned with jewels. From the outside, it didn't look impressive at all. However, Yue Yang who possessed Heaven Eye's divine vision could see that it was emitting a faint golden light that ordinary person would not be able to see. That light was extremely pure and condensed with energy. The old dragon turtle didn't agree with Yue Yang acquiring the prison Emperor Excalibur at first. The reason was because the conditions of using this sword was even more restrictive than the prison Emperor Divine Staff and prison Emperor Divine Seal. Only people who had an emperor's bloodline would be able to use this sword. He didn't think that such a shameless guy like Yue Yang who was not even a member of the royal family would be able to use the prison Emperor Excalibur. However, due to Ming Ri Hao's betrayal and the change of situation in the prison Emperor Divine Palace that had exceeded all of his expectations, the old dragon turtle had no choice but to support Yue Yang's decision to acquire the sword. If Yue Yang didn't have enough strength or a divine weapon to help him, this battle would be very dangerous to fight. Rather than sit and watch the prison Emperor Divine Palace collapsing and the 2 great leaders of Heaven Realm escaping, the old dragon turtle would rather allow Yue Yang to try pulling the sword out. Even if there was only 1 in a million chance of that happening, he wanted Yue Yang to give it a try. Only people who has been recognized by the prison Emperor Excalibur will be able to pull out the sword. The old dragon turtle coughed a little. He didn't want to disappoint Yue Yang too much. Forget about being the descendant of the prison emperor, the old dragon turtle was certain that Yue Yang didn't have a trace of royal blood in his veins. Isn't it only a piece of worn-out sword? Yue Yang was a little annoyed. Although it was a divine weapon, it was simply too arrogant. Its master had already died, why can't it just accept the next person as its master? Give it a try then. Speaking from his heart, the old dragon turtle didn't think too favorably on Yue Yang. Xiao-san, I support you. You can definitely do it. Yu was full of confidence for Yue Yang. In her heart, nothing is impossible for Yue Yang. Yue Yang looked arrogant on the outside, but he was actually feeling a little cowardly on the inside. This was because he knew that he was someone from another world, so he definitely did not have the bloodline of some ancient emperor. If he wanted to acquire the prison Emperor Excalibur's recognition, the chances of it happening was probably as low as meat pies falling from the sky. Of course, with Yue Yang's shameless character, he would definitely not try to pull the sword out fair and square. He would definitely cheat in the end. Yue Yang first walked towards the side of the giant cauldron and leaped into the air. He reached out and grabbed onto the great sword that was twice the size of Hero Yangguo's heavy iron sword, then pulled with all of his strength. Shiro, Yangguo is the protagonist of a popular Chinese classic novel, Return of the Condor Heroes. He had a heavy iron sword that a martial arts expert, Dugu Chubai, had left behind. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/yang_guo, only the prison Emperor Excalibur was stuck inside the cauldron. There was nothing else inside the cauldron. Originally with Yue Yang's strength, forget about pulling the prison Emperor Excalibur once. Even if he pulled 100 times, he would still be able to pull it out easily. However, strangely, the sword didn't even move an inch. It was as if the great sword was connected with the cauldron, it couldn't be pulled out no matter how much force was exerted. When the old dragon turtle saw this, his heart was completely crushed. The divine weapon chose its master, this fact couldn't be denied indeed. When the prison emperor pulled out the prison Emperor Excalibur at that time, he had to communicate with it for 10 years before he succeeded in pulling it out. Yue Yang didn't manage to pull it out even an inch, it's hopeless to even think about it. Seems like even if he were to communicate with the sword for 100 years, he still wouldn't succeed in the end. However, Yue Yang was not discouraged when he failed to pull it out. He turned around and signaled to Princess Xian and Luohua City Mistress, "You guys, come try it out too." The old dragon turtle almost twisted his nose in anger when he heard that. This prison Emperor Excalibur could only be used by men. Furthermore, recklessly giving the Excalibur that the prison Emperor had used before to a girl, what kind of logic was that? Did this brat actually think of the prison Emperor Excalibur as a normal thing in his possession? Just as he was about to stop them, Yue Yang sent him a glare. The old dragon turtle could only endure his misgivings and kept quiet. He reckoned that Yue Yang, this brat who had no respect for his predecessors at all, would probably send him a flying kick if he spoke out to stop his absurd idea. After living for thousands of years, he had really never met such a disrespectful human before. Yue Yang ignored the old dragon turtle's furious expression and pulled Princess Xian and Luohua City Mistress over, signaling to them to pull out the sword. If he couldn't use the sword for himself, his beloved girls could use it instead. Princess Xian was a little hesitant. Her upbringing was slightly more traditional, she didn't dare to do a blasphemous action such as acquiring the Excalibur instead of Yue Yang. Luohua City Mistress was different, she didn't feel any hesitation at all. Furthermore, as Yue Yang's wife, she would definitely listen to his words. When Luohua City Mistress grabbed the sword hilt, the prison Emperor Excalibur suddenly shone with a dazzling light, slightly moving from its spot. The old dragon turtle almost vomited blood. This indication was similar to when the prison Emperor was pulling out the sword last time. Could it be that this girl who looked delicate and fragile was destined to use the Excalibur that only the prison Emperor could use last time? Aya! Shiro, similar to ouch in Chinese, Luohua City Mistress suddenly screamed out in pain and let go of her hand. She could only touch the prison Emperor Excalibur for 3 seconds before she was blasted away by the resisting force of the sword. The old dragon turtle was greatly relieved when he saw this. Girls couldn't use the prison Emperor Excalibur after all. Fortunately the sword rejected her, otherwise the prison Emperor's most divine weapon would be used by a girl of the later generation. This would greatly disrespect the prison Emperor. Yu quickly healed Luohua City Mistress while Yue Yang pulled her hands and checked them thoroughly. There was definitely a reaction just now, but why would it reject Luohua City Mistress afterwards? When Princess Xian saw Luohua City Mistress' failure, she felt angry instead. Even if it was a divine weapon only for men's use, did it have to injure Sister Luohua's hand when she tried to pull it out? She covered her hands with white tiger chi and grabbed the prison Emperor Excalibur, then gave it a strong yank. This time, the movement in the prison Emperor Excalibur was more obvious. Princess Xian had managed to pull a few inches out, but the sword's resisting force became even bigger and also blasted her away. This can't be happening, the old dragon turtle was completely shocked. Could it be that the little lady was actually the descendant of the prison emperor? Could it be that she truly had the bearings of an emperor? But from the feeling that he get from her blood, he couldn't be sure whether she was truly the prison emperor's descendant. Shui Wuxia also tried once. The divine sword shook slightly, but the reaction was similar to Luohua City Mistress. "One more time, lend me a helping hand. I don't believe I can't pull it out." Princess Xian was burning with excitement with the prison Emperor Excalibur once again. With the help of Yue Yang's innate chi, Princess Xian once again activated her white tiger chi and shouted loudly as she tried to pull the prison Emperor Excalibur out from the cauldron. She succeeded pulling out half a meter before the resisting force of the sword crackled and electrocuted her until her body felt numb. She was in extreme pain, but Princess Xian continued to grab onto the sword hilt and refused to let go. She was determined to pull out the prison Emperor Excalibur no matter what. Is this even possible? The old dragon turtle felt like the sky had collapsed. Even the prison Emperor at that time wasn't able to pull out the sword forcefully. Could it be that the divine weapon would really fall onto a girl's hand? Furthermore, this girl was not even an innate. How could she possibly possess the power to control the prison Emperor Excalibur? The prison Emperor Excalibur released a powerful blast of shockwave, blasting Princess Xian's hands away. The extremely strong resisting force caused Princess Xian to vomit blood on the spot. The blood spurted out from her mouth splattered on the prison Emperor Excalibur. The old dragon turtle shook his head. Without the prison Emperor's bloodline and the bearing of an emperor, a divine weapon such as this prison Emperor Excalibur would never submit to others. No matter if it was a man or woman, the most basic condition was to possess the bearing of an emperor. Maybe this stubborn girl was born in one of the 3 royal families. Maybe she was the daughter to a country's emperor. But the Excalibur would only recognize emperors, not princesses. The prison Emperor Excalibur is a king's sword. Whoever wields it in their hand must be an emperor. This kind of stubborn will and requirement was not something that could be easily changed. The old dragon turtle slightly sighed in his heart. He was quite divided in this matter. On one hand, he didn't want Yue Yang and these girls to use the treasure sword that had recognized prison emperor as its master before. On the other hand, he also hoped that Yue Yang could pull the prison Emperor Excalibur out and use the divine sword's power to kill off their strong enemies. Only then would they be able to fulfill the prison Emperor's wish of sealing the Heaven Realm warriors in the prison Emperor Divine Palace forever. If I can't use it, I must as well destroy it completely. Yue Yang's bad thoughts was that if he can't have something, he would destroy it so that others can't have it too. No, please don't destroy the Excalibur. The old dragon turtle was really afraid that Yue Yang would damage the prison Emperor Excalibur. He quickly shook his hands in fright. In reality, Yue Yang was only saying it, he didn't really intend to destroy the sword. He felt that it wouldn't be easy to gain the recognition of the prison Emperor Excalibur, this treasure sword which seemed to have its own will. However, even if it was impossible right now, it doesn't mean that it would be impossible forever. As long as they spend more time and effort to try it again and again, they should be able to take it down. Especially for Princess Xian who was born of the royal family. With the blood of an emperor in her veins, there was a high chance for her to be able to succeed. Most importantly, Yue Yang still had another treasure. If he used it, maybe it would be effective. Of course, because this treasure was a consumable item, before he studied it thoroughly, Yue Yang couldn't use it so easily. Otherwise, he might lose a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Human King's Pearl, fake the user would be able to use the Human King's power for 10 seconds upon use. Limited to one-time use only. This Human King's Pearl that he acquired from the 3 Worlds Shrine, would it be effective? Yue Yang was still contemplating in his mind when the old dragon turtle suddenly charged towards him, spreading his arms in front of the giant cauldron, afraid that Yue Yang would really use his world-exterminating will and destroy the sword in a fit of anger. Towards this old geezer, Yue Yang immediately sent him flying with a kick irritatedly. Then, he took out the Human King's Pearl. Success or failure, it all depends on this imitation pearl. Shiro, changing Prison Emperor Excalibur to Prison Emperor Divine Sword. Previous chapter has also been changed accordingly. Brilliant rays of light flashed. The Human King's Pearl emitted blinding rays of light with the power of Yue Yang's innate chi. A huge image of an emperor rose to the sky, covering over Yue Yang's body. The image of emperor in the sky followed Yue Yang's movements as he moved his hand. Yue Yang reached out and grabbed the sword, and the giant emperor image also reached out to help Yue Yang, pulling the sword at the same time. The prison emperor divine sword inside the cauldron shook slightly. Although it was an imitation Human King's Pearl, it seemed to really be effective. Yue Yang was secretly happy, and at the same time, his confidence increased. Come out right now. Yue Yang exerted his maximum power and shouted loudly as he pulled the prison emperor divine sword from the giant cauldron in one shot. Yue Yang then raised it high to the sky, and in that moment, no other view in the world was more majestic than Yue Yang. The prison emperor divine sword in Yue Yang's hands crackled with static electricity as the energy that was sealed exploded out suddenly. A powerful shockwave of chi blasted through the surrounding, pushing Princess Xian and the others several steps backwards. The power of the divine sword merged together with Yue Yang. As an intelligent treasure, a divine weapon that chose its master, although Yue Yang had shamelessly played a trick to acquire it, the prison emperor divine sword still recognized him as its new master. However, just as the girls were about to cheer for Yue Yang slammed the prison emperor divine sword fiercely downwards. Could this sword actually be fake? The old dragon turtle was shocked. It was obviously the real prison emperor divine sword. Then why would that brat smash the sword downwards? The old dragon turtle was completely confused, he simply couldn't understand Yue Yang's crazy antics. Since the prison emperor divine sword had chosen him as its master, he should be happy, shouldn't he? Why would he fiercely smash the sword downwards immediately? However, the Prison Emperor Divine Sword didn't smash on the ground. Instead, it floated in the air automatically. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a big and tall man wearing an armor all over his body. He looked strong, bold, heroic, and powerful. He had a pair of thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a full beard that was slightly blue-colored. His short mustache didn't give off a bad impression, instead, it made others feel that he was especially mature and wise. His calmness gave off the impression that he had went through millions of hardships and years of loneliness, perfectly blended into one. His deep gaze would involuntarily cause others to sigh and be ashamed of their inferiority. This was because the light in his eyes were deep like ocean. Yue Yang and the others really couldn't imagine what kind of experience he had gone through to amass such wisdom and essence. Prison Emperor? You are real, the old dragon turtle immediately burst into tears, unable to contain his anguish when he saw this person. He was separated for 6,000 years before he could see his master again. Although this was only the remnant of the Prison Emperor's conscience and will on the sword, the old dragon turtle was still wrought with emotions, unable to restrain himself. 6,000 years worth of longing burst like a dam of water, as tears rolled down his cheeks unstoppably. Yue Yang was secretly speechless. This fellow was the Prison Emperor? Isn't he too big and tall? He simply didn't look like a human. Could it be that humans 6,000 years ago were all this big and tall? The figure of Prison Emperor in front of Yue Yang didn't seem to be a magnified version, it looked like it was a 1-to-1 scale. However, the Prison Emperor was over 2.5 meters tall, he was much taller than Yue Yang. Yue Yang looked like a kid standing next to the Prison Emperor's figure. Seems like he was the avatar version of Yao Ming, another world edition. Shiro, Yao Ming is the super tall basketball player, no wonder the Prison Emperor Divine Sword was so big. If it were the size of a normal sword instead, it would be like a dagger for the Prison Emperor. That would really not be appropriate. My child, although I have no way of knowing who you are, since you can awaken my conscience that is sealed inside this sword with just your blood, that proves that you are my descendant without a doubt. Don't be afraid, what you are seeing now is the remnant of my conscience that I sealed 6,000 years ago. Before I disappear, I want to give you a present. The Prison Emperor figure started to speak. Although there were no voice spoken out loud, his message was transmitted directly through everyone's minds through a thought wave. Everyone present on the location was able to hear the Prison Emperor clearly. Ah, you are the descendant of the Prison Emperor. The old dragon turtle looked at Yue Yang in shock. Have you become senile? Yue Yang was speechless. He was someone from another world, he wouldn't even have a single drop of the Prison Emperor's blood. How could he be his descendant? The descendant that Prison Emperor mentioned is probably Xian. Shui Wuxia reacted the quickest. She saw Princess Xian spurting out blood onto the divine sword because she was injured from its resisting force before. Although the blood splattered on the blade just now, it had completely disappeared now. It was obvious that the blood was absorbed by the divine sword. From this, it could be concluded that indeed, Princess Xian's blood had awoken the Prison Emperor's remaining conscience sealed within the sword. Impossible. Princess Xian was shocked when she heard Shui Wuxia. Just now, the divine sword had resisted her, so how could she possibly be the descendant of the Prison Emperor? What is happening actually? Luohua City Mistress felt extremely confused and disoriented, unable to comprehend the situation that was unfolding before her. The figure of the Prison Emperor slowly closed his hands as a huge amount of energy started to gather in his palm. His thought wave was transmitted to the rest of the people's minds. My child, although your current strength is still inadequate to wield the Prison Emperor Divine Sword, don't give up, I will also give you a little bit of help. I hope that you will cherish this Divine Sword and don't disappoint my decision to pass this sword on to you. As Princess Xian continued to be in the state of shock and disbelief, the Prison Emperor gathered his energy and synchronized it with the Divine Sword's power. In the end, the Prison Emperor's remaining conscience seemed to disappear as the two mass of energy conformed together, forming a ball of light that flew straight towards Princess Xian. A deafening tiger's roar shook throughout the whole Prison Emperor Divine Palace. Princess Xian's guardian beast, the white tiger, appeared immediately, and started to evolve into a giant beast who was several meters long from its head to its tail. It opened its mouth and immediately swallowed the ball of light that was filled with energy. The beast then immediately turned into a pillar of light that shot up to the sky, flying to a high altitude before it came back down towards Princess Xian again. After absorbing the energy from the spirit's remnant and the divine sword, the white tiger's body shone with an incomparably bright golden light. Princess Xian, who had been holding back and wasn't willing to level up to the innate realm, couldn't resist the huge amount of energy that the white tiger had ingested anymore. She shouted out as her whole body shot up to the sky and floated in the air motionlessly at a height of 10 meters high. Her summoning grimoire appeared spontaneously and a pillar of golden light enveloped her whole body, extending almost 100 meters high to the sky. The pillar of golden light seemed to connect the heaven to the earth. Numerous ancient runes and heaven runes arranged themselves into a rune pattern that slowly expanded bigger, faintly forming a gigantic, ferocious-looking figure of a tiger. On the other side, the prison emperor divine sword spontaneously flew towards the pillar of light, bathing in the golden light together with the tiger-shaped rune pattern and Princess Xian's summoning grimoire. It was unknown how much time passed before this shocking spectacle of leveling up to the innate realm finally ended. The blinding golden light slowly dissipated. Princess Xian, who had been promoted to the innate realm, was holding the prison emperor divine sword, which was ablaze with golden light. She slashed down once. The slash of the sword flashed once and quickly disappeared. However, soundlessly, a huge rift appeared from within the sealed space to the second hall outside, as if the dimension had been ripped apart. Forget about the others, even Princess Xian never imagined that her one slash would be so powerful. Thank God, turns out the prison emperor has descendants. The old dragon turtle was both crying and laughing at the same time. With regards to Princess Xian, who had received the recognition and divine sword inheritance from the prison emperor's remaining conscience personally, he had no more doubts or qualms. He only felt touched and a deep sense of gratefulness. All along, he believed that all of the prison emperor's descendants had died out. He never thought that this heroic, beautiful little girl was actually the descendant of one of the prison emperor's children who managed to escape from everything. Yue Yang was speechless. Through the human king's pearl cheat, he managed to trick the prison emperor divine sword to recognize him as its master. Originally, he could have used the prison emperor divine sword. However, because of the interference of that prison emperor's remaining conscience who only allowed his own descendants to wield the prison emperor divine sword, Yue Yang was left empty-handed. Prison emperor might have done it out of goodwill. He probably never thought that the one who pulled out the divine sword was not his descendant, but a boy from another world who had cheated by using the human king's pearl. Hence, the moment he stepped in to help, Yue Yang was fated to be miserable. Prison emperor divine sword had now recognized him as its master, but Yue Yang wouldn't be able to use it. The only one who could use it was the prison emperor's descendant. Not its rightful, perfectly legitimate master, but the descendant that the prison emperor had recognized himself, Princess Xian. Fortunately, Princess Xian was the one who get to use the prison emperor divine sword. If it was another person instead, Yue Yang would really fall into depression and hang himself. At the same time, Princess Xian also did not feel good about this. Although the prison emperor divine sword had followed the prison emperor's wishes, it rejected her because she was a girl and not an emperor. Hence, their compatibility couldn't reach 100%. After getting this divine sword, not only was she unable to utilize her full power, she had also acquired an additional title of the descendant of the prison emperor. Could it be that her ancestor was truly the prison emperor? She didn't dare to ask Junwu Yu about this. It's not right to assume their ancestors recklessly. If Yue Yang had acquired the prison emperor divine sword instead, his power would definitely be greatly increased. Of all things that could happen, after wasting the human king's pearl to successfully contract the divine sword, he just couldn't use it in the end. Forget it, not all things goes the way we want. Yue Yang pretended not to care about it at all, but he was actually a little bit jealous inside. It's all that old prison emperor's fault for being a busybody. I think you look way cooler when you use Huijin magic blade to fight. This prison emperor divine sword looked like an iron panel. It's so ugly, it can't even be compared with your crescent moon blade. Luohua city mistress hurriedly comforted him. On the other hand, Yu, his second sister, was actually laughing in secret. She knew that her precious brother was a lucky star. Putting the fact that he was useless last time aside, ever since he stormed into the Yu clan castle with his sister and fourth mother, Yu had never seen him falling into a miserable situation before. Who would know that the prison emperor's remaining conscience would do Yue Yang in this time? Maybe it's a good thing. Shui Wuxia truly think that this was a blessing in disguise. UNN. The obedient Xia Wen Li nodded in agreement. Princess Xian really didn't know how to pacify Yue Yang. In the end, she changed her aloof demeanor that she always showed him normally and gave him a hug, counting it as a compensation for him. Right now, there were too many people around, otherwise she would probably comforted him more. However, other than the girls, there was the old dragon turtle too, who was an outsider. She couldn't let go of her honor. Since he didn't manage to acquire the prison emperor divine sword, Yue Yang shifted his attention to the giant cauldron. This kind of giant cauldron, Yue Yang had seen it once before. He had seen it at the Aries temple of the 12 zodiac temples, a cauldron that can store items. Shiro, refer to chapter 52, it's a cauldron that throws out items of previous Aries temple challengers whenever Yue Yang throw one gold coin into it. At that time, Yue Yang had thrown in gold coins inside the cauldron and acquired a myriad of things, including a secret treasure map in Death Canyon. Could it be that this cauldron is also good stuff? Yue Yang took out a few gold coins and was about to throw it inside the cauldron. The old dragon turtle was speechless when he saw this. He almost died from speechlessness. The cauldron in Ares temple can store items in exchange for gold. Of course the old dragon turtle knew about it. However, he could guarantee that this cauldron and that cauldron were two completely different things. Even if one throw in money into the cauldron, one would definitely not be able to exchange it for anything, because this cauldron is a sealing cauldron. A dazzling, bright white light shot out from within the cauldron. Without waiting for the others' reactions, numerous balls of light floated out one after another from the cauldron, as if they were fish from a fish farm escaping from a hole that had suddenly broken out. What is happening here now? Here now. The drops of white light floated out of the sealed space like a school of fish. Almost instantly, they disappeared without a trace. In the end, there were only clusters of light left. Within the cluster of light, there was a girl. She looked like a moon elf with her golden hair, pointed ears, silver feet, and bright eyes. Could it be that this was Ming Ri Hao's sister, Ming Yu Guang? Yue Yang couldn't help getting shocked. If it was based on appearance, this Ming Yu Guang looked as different as heaven and earth with her brother Ming Ri Hao. Ming Yu Guang was a graceful, delicate female elf that was smooth as flowing water while her brother was a 10-meter-tall giant. The thing that Yue Yang was curious about was if the two of them were brothers and sisters, then what kind of parents do they have, to be able to produce such a distinct son and daughter? Ming Yu Guang, who was shrouded in clusters of light, slowly opened her eyes and looked at Yue Yang. She then bowed, giving Yue Yang the unique greeting between innates. If it was based on body types, she definitely couldn't be Ming Ri Hao's sister. However, if it was based on power, Ming Yu Guang, who was still weak because she had just been released from her seal, seemed to have power that was even stronger than Ming Ri Hao. Although Yue Yang had enough mental preparation, he couldn't help but feel slightly regretful when he saw Ming Yu Guang. If he knew that Ming Yu Guang still possessed such a huge amount of power even after being sealed for 6,000 years, he wouldn't release her so easily just for the sake of acquiring the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. Of course, even if Yue Yang didn't pull out the sword, with Ming Yu Guang's power, she would probably be able to break free from the seal before long. Although I have been sleeping this entire time, I have received the message that my older brother has passed on to me. He mentioned about the deal he had with you. With regards to making peace with the human race, that is also my heart's wish. Originally, I have no grudge or qualms with the human race, everything was just a misunderstanding. I thank you for releasing me, I hope we can be amiable in the future. Ming Yu Guang didn't speak, she only nodded slightly, but it was like everyone was able to hear her voice. Her thought wave resounded inside everyone's minds. This thought wave was very similar to the Prison Emperor's thought wave just now. Her voice was even clearer and more distinct than the Prison Emperor's voice. What are you going to do next? Yue Yang asked. Leave the Prison Emperor Divine Palace and return to the Heaven Realm. I'm in a very weak state currently, I am unable to give you any substantial help. If one day you can visit the beautiful Heaven Realm, you can find me for help then. I am a member of the Sun Moon sect, it is very easy if you want to find me in the Heaven Realm. Ming Yu Guang's thought wave was not only transmitted to Yue Yang. Everyone could hear her voice very clearly, including the old dragon turtle. You guys killed General Nan and many other brave soldiers. You even attacked the Prison Emperor. If you want to leave, you must pass through me. The old dragon turtle was beyond furious. With regards to the past misunderstandings, I am deeply sorry. Ming Yu Guang slowly bowed towards the old dragon turtle. Then, she shook her head and hands, I don't want to fight with you. It was a mistake for the Sun Moon sect to fight against the human race, I will definitely not allow the mistake to happen again. Yuan Long, even without me saying it, I think you are also aware that you are not my opponent. Even if you fight me in your peak condition, you won't be able to hurt me in my current weakened state. In this 6,000 years, as I was imprisoned inside the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, I have always pondered on one question. Who was it actually that set up this trap and sowed discord between us, causing us to fight to death against each other? Yuan Long, you should know that there is some other preparator behind the scenes. In this kind of situation, don't tell me you are still determined to fight to the death with me, and allow the real preparator to continue getting away with his sins. The old dragon turtle suddenly discovered that she was right. He had too many enemies, but this Ming Yu Guang in front of him right now was simply too strong for him. He, who was currently seriously injured and was in the process of healing, would definitely be unable to defeat this enemy. Most importantly, the person that the old dragon turtle wanted to kill the most was the Prison Emperor Divine General. Before he succeeded in killing the traitor, the old dragon turtle wouldn't die that easily. Otherwise, he would die full of regrets. It had been a difficult journey to enter the Prison Emperor Divine Palace and came this far. As long as they acquire the Prison Emperor Divine Staff, they would be able to kill the traitor, Prison Emperor Divine General. The old dragon turtle really didn't want to miss this opportunity. As for killing Ming Yu Guang, forget about the fact that they didn't have the capability right now, even if they have, they must still kill the Prison Emperor Divine General first. That traitor had lived for 6,000 years without anyone's punishment. The old dragon turtle couldn't tolerate the fact that that traitor was roaming freely about anymore. Considering between the two of them, the old dragon turtle decided to let go of his smaller grudge towards Ming Yu Guang at the meantime and think of a way to kill the Prison Emperor Divine General. Towards this enemy who had been sleeping for 6,000 years, the old dragon turtle felt sorrowful because he couldn't stop her from leaving. He slowly walked out of the sealed space, unwilling to watch the sight of his enemy leaving this place safe and sound. Outside the sealed space, Ming Ri Hao, whose body had lost its usual splendor and was covered in cuts and bruises, brought along Xia Fei, who was similarly in a dire state, and 3 other Heaven Realm warriors, into the sealed space. When they brushed shoulders against the old dragon turtle, the two parties acted like they didn't see each other. They didn't say anything at all and only cared about moving forward to their respective destinations. When Ming Ri Hao, Xia Fei and the 3 other Heaven Realm warriors saw Ming Yu Guang, their expressions turned both emotional and respectful. They all knelt on the ground, bowing in respect to Ming Yu Guang. Afterwards, Ming Ri Hao formed a ball of light filled with energy and gave it to Ming Yu Guang. We have lost this battle. But we should be glad that we are all still alive. There would be hope as long as we live. Ming Yu Guang reached out towards that ball of light and quickly absorbed the energy. At the same time, she turned her lily-like hand and released several gentle drops of moonlight that floated towards Ming Ri Hao and Xia Fei, enveloping them and healing their wounds in an instant. I didn't manage to intercept Feng Shenxi, you didn't manage to release the seal on time too. Both of us didn't manage to finish our tasks perfectly. Before we leave, please allow me to give a word of advice as your ally. Ming Ri Hao raised his head and looked towards Yue Yang. The 2 great leaders would probably awaken in another hour. They would be able to break free from their sealed coffin. If you guys couldn't stop their awakening, leave this place right now. With our current strength, they are not someone that we can defeat. In another 100 years, you would probably be able to become the next prison emperor and become the strongest warrior amongst the human race. But right now, can you guys leave this place? Yue Yang was a little confused. Under the prison emperor's seal, could they even leave this place? He can't, but as the sealing heaven lady, I should be able to override the prison emperor's will. Ming Yu Guang bowed towards Yue Yang and the girls again as she summoned a grimoire shining in colorful light. Yue Yang raised his eyebrows when he saw it, because he discovered that it was actually a holy grimoire. There were only 100 holy grimoires in the whole world. This Ming Yu Guang actually possessed one of them. Although her holy grimoire was not as strong as Empress Fei Wen Li's holy grimoire, Ming Yu Guang still possessed the holy grimoire. Although Yue Yang had heard of her true identity from the monster guy leader and Ji, he couldn't help but to feel shocked. Possessing a platinum grimoire and diamond grimoire was already extraordinary, but she possessed a holy grimoire. Wouldn't this mean she was the strongest person in the world? Ming Yu Guang enveloped Ming Ri Hao, Xia Fei and the others with an extremely beautiful, gentle and special domain of power, moonlight, and brought them into her grimoire world. In the end, she waved at Yue Yang and looked as if she was about to leave. Suddenly, she stopped. She turned around and smiled a little, then asked with a heavenly voice, "Have you already realized that I am one of the 3 great leaders of the Western Heaven Realm?" "Oh, are you one of the 3 great leaders of the Heaven Realm?" Yue Yang had already known beforehand when the monster guy leader and Ge visited them at the last minute and told them all the secrets that he knew. Because of this information, Yue Yang and the girls decided to work together with Ming Ri Hao and pull out the Prison Emperor Divine Sword, releasing Ming Yu Guang at the same time. Although you are exaggerating your reaction, my senses tells me that you have already known my identity. Ming Yu Guang looked a little curious as she asked again, "Could you tell me why did you decided to pull out the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and release me from my seal? Aren't you afraid I will kill you the moment I was released?" "Don't doubt that I have the strength to do that, even though I'm very weak now, I can still kill a human warrior below innate level 10 easily. If I don't pull out the Prison Emperor Divine Sword, how much time would you need to release the seal on your own?" Yue Yang asked her back. 3 days at the most. Ming Yu Guang estimated for a while. "You can break free on your own, then why would Ming Ri Hao urgently seeks my cooperation?" Yue Yang asked again. "Because he didn't want me to awaken after the 2 other great leaders. You know, time is life." Ming Yu Guang answered. "When we released you, why didn't you take the opportunity to kill us? Didn't you say just now that you have the power to kill us all? Why didn't you do it?" The way Yue Yang asked was so relaxed, it was like he was asking her about what they should eat for dinner, not about the matter of his life and death. "You are younger than the Prison Emperor, so you are more terrifying than him. Forgive me, but I think the word terrifying is more appropriate to describe you." Ming Yu Guang turned around and her figure slowly disappeared in her moonlight domain of power. However, her last answer was transmitted to Yue Yang's mind through a thought wave. "Actually, I did think of killing you, but I immediately changed my mind when I opened my eyes. I wouldn't be so free as to try killing the descendant of the Eastern Immortal tribe who could resurrect with Nirvana flame every time he died. That's not a smart person's move, and it's definitely not something that I, who possessed the Moon Eye's true sight, would do. Goodbye now, young human who had the protection of the immortal beast. When you possess the strength of a prison emperor in the future, I don't mind sharing the Western Heaven Realm with you. This girl, she really has a big appetite." Yue Yang sighed secretly. He understood that Ming Yu Guang was offering to join hands with him to kill the other 2 great leaders of the Heaven Realm. There is still an hour left. Can we rush in time? Shui Wuxia frowned. I can bet that you guys won't be able to enter the third hall in an hour, let alone interfere with the restoration ceremony. In order to delay time, we have sacrificed a lot of comrades. If you guys had not come in here, we could have continued to sleep and leave this prison Emperor Divine Palace in another 100 years without sacrificing anything. The worst thing was that you guys even dared to join hands with Ming Ri Hao and release a frightening enemy that you guys would have never expected. That was actually one of the three great leaders, Ming Yu Guang, who was hiding her identity. She was unable to escape to the Heaven Realm and was sealed inside prison Emperor Divine Sword. You repulsive humans, you have completely foiled the plan that we have thought of since 5,000 years ago. Right now, I really can't endure my anger anymore, I must teach you guys a lesson. When you are reincarnated in your next life, remember one thing, don't ever provoke my anger. In the sealed space passage, there was a transparent giant with a voice like the roaring of gale and thunder. The moment he opened his mouth, he immediately charged forward towards Yue Yang and the others like a hurricane. Feng Shenxi. Yue Yang asked hesitantly. I don't want to waste my time talking with you. Go and die, annoying human. The transparent giant man charged forward like the wind, disappearing without a trace. Outside the passage, the old dragon turtle had been blown away by a great power, and was shot inside the sealed space again like a cannon. When Yue Yang caught him, the old dragon turtle who had always looked calm and unperturbed revealed a panic-stricken expression. He pointed towards the second hall outside the sealed space passage, his lips trembling slightly as he gulped down his saliva and said, Everyone, beware. There are 2 goblin beasts outside. These goblin beasts are probably from the Heaven Realm who had just awakened. They are extremely famished, you guys must not belittle them. Yue Yang was slightly dazed when he heard him, Goblin Beast. Goblin Beast. Goblin beasts were not from the Soaring Dragon Continent. They were monsters that only existed in the higher floors of Tongtian Tower. Goblin beasts in general lived within the Eastern Goblin tribes' lands, sharing the territory with them. Goblin beasts who possessed intelligence would evolve into a low-ranked Eastern Goblin tribesman after some period of time. For example, the Plum Leopard and the Xiang brothers that fought with Yue Yang during the tournament last time, they had evolved from Goblin beasts. Of course, not all Goblin beasts would have the chance to evolve into an Eastern Goblin tribesman. In order to evolve, the Goblin beast must fulfill a series of conditions. The difficulty of evolving into an Eastern Goblin tribesman was the same as a normal beast evolving into a Gold King beast. After inheriting the knowledge that the tragic guy's mother had passed on to him, Yue Yang had come to know of a secret. Those goblin beasts that even innate rankers fear were not the normal goblin beasts, but the goblin beasts that came from a higher realm, such as the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower or the Heaven Realm. Heaven Realm goblin beasts only existed in legends. According to the records from the tragic guy's mother's knowledge inheritance, these goblin beasts might never possess an intelligence equivalent to a human's, but Heaven Realm goblin beasts possess an extremely huge and strong body. They were not something that can be compared to a normal goblin beast or normal ranked demon beast. It was said that any Heaven Realm goblin beast had the ability to kill a low-leveled innate ranker. Heaven Realm goblin beasts were nightmare-like existences for innate rankers. Fortunately they only lived in the higher floors of Tongtian Tower, so they did not pose as any kind of threat towards the human race. The moment he heard the old dragon turtle mention goblin beast, Yue Yang immediately realized that these goblin beasts had been released by Feng Shenxi to obstruct him. Everyone, stay here, I'll go outside and take a look. Yue Yang took out his Huijin magic blade and flew out quickly from the sealed space. At the end of the passage in the sealed space was the second hall. When Yue Yang came out, to his extreme shock, he found 2 giant centipedes which were more than 100 meters long. They were ferociously attacking Ni Guo's subordinates. Other than Ni Guo, who was innate level 6 and 2 other Heaven Realm warriors which were innate level 5 who continued to fight desperately, over a dozen of them were slaughtered immediately without a chance to escape. The beasts that they summoned to fight the 2 giant centipedes were all killed instantly. No matter what, as long as something have a gigantic body, they would be terrifying. Ants are small and weak, but when they turn into fire-red giant ants, they became adventurers' nightmare. Normal centipedes were nothing much, they can be easily killed when a normal person stepped on them. However, with regards to centipede monsters, they were all extremely terrifying. The strongest centipede beast would probably be the red-headed domineering king centipede. It was the king of all myriapods, and was more than 30 meters long. Its outer shell was as hard as iron panels and couldn't be injured by sword blades. Their numerous legs were sharp like spears, and they had poison in their fangs which would kill their enemies instantly. Domineering king centipede could even kill flaming lion, battle kodo beast, giant mammoth and other strong beasts. However, it did not exist in the Soaring Dragon Continent. One would need to go to the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower at the very least in order to see them. Domineering king centipedes who have come of age would be one of the 5 great insect kings, including Reaper Mantis, Devil Spider, Great War Scorpion and Sky Demon Poison Bee. Among the 5 of them, the Domineering King Centipede and the Reaper Mantis were the strongest in terms of fighting. If the Reaper Mantis couldn't fly, the domineering king centipede might even be stronger than it. The domineering king centipede was only 30 meters long, yet it could survive in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. Right now, how frightening would this heaven realm giant centipede be, who was over 100 meters long, 3 times to even 5 times bigger than the domineering king centipede? Yue Yang realized that he couldn't see through the true strength of the centipedes even with his sharp senses. Although they were definitely not as strong as Ming Ri Hao or Huang Sha, compared to human-sized beings, these heaven realm centipedes' body were simply too overpowered. These 2 heaven realm centipedes not only have huge bodies, they were also very quick and agile, to the point that it was unreasonable. In the Great Hall, there was a forest boa. It had just been summoned by its master. Unfortunately, it hadn't even managed to attack before one of the heaven realm centipedes shot towards it and bit the forest boa's head swiftly. Injecting poison deep into its enemy's head, it used its sharp, poisonous legs to stab at the forest boa's body, which was over 30 meters long. The giant forest boa, which was a gold rank level 8, was attacked like a weak prey. Blood flowed out of the dozens of holes that were created on its body. The forest boa didn't even have the chance to struggle, it collapsed on the ground straight away. Before 10 seconds passed, the mighty forest boa who could kill everything on its path was instantly killed without any chance of struggling. Its tail could only wriggle a little before it died. As for that heaven realm centipede, it didn't care if there were enemies around who wanted to attack it, it immediately devoured the boa. The process was extremely bloody and cruel. Shui Wuxia and Prince Xian had followed Yue Yang outside. When they saw such a terrifying scene before them, their faces immediately turned pale. Seeing the 100-meter-long giant centipede devouring a forest boa not far from them, it was truly a terrifying scene that no ordinary human could handle. Surrounded by the 2 heaven realm centipede, with the sealed space as the center, there was an eye of a storm, a vortex of wind that was surrounding the whole of second hall. A wall of wind that was even colder than a tornado prevented anyone from leaving or entering. Everyone trapped within the vortex of wind would end up as the heaven realm centipede's food. This did not only apply to Yue Yang, but Ni Guo and his subordinates too. In order to prevent Yue Yang from leaving, Feng Shenxi had placed an artifact on the second hall. With the power of this artifact, he had summoned one of the most famous spells in Heaven Realm, the Howling Wind spell. All kinds of living beings would not be able to fly through the Howling Wind spell. Even if they try to walk, their movement speed would also be greatly decreased. Yue Yang had not managed to test out the power of the Howling Wind spell when Ni Guo's subordinates met their tragic ends. The Howling Wind spell coupled with the 2 goblin beasts would only result in tragic deaths. The Heaven Realm centipedes which were starving were slaughtering anything that comes within their view. What are centipedes most afraid of? Yue Yang thought that it would definitely be difficult to kill them by physical attack. They must find the centipede's weakness first and make use of it to inflict a mortal wound on them. Otherwise, even though these Heaven Realm centipedes didn't move at all, even if he was free to attack them all he want, he would probably need half a day at least just to kill one. Centipedes are afraid of chickens, Shui Wuxia replied with a proper answer. Then, seems like we should at least find a chicken that is at least 100 meters tall, otherwise it would not be able to eat these Heaven Realm centipedes. Yue Yang was speechless. Chicken eats centipedes, this he also knew. The problem was where to find a chicken that was 100 meters tall to eat the centipedes. Furthermore, this was a Heaven Realm centipede, a goblin beast. It might not even be afraid of chickens at all. They could just forget about using chickens to counter the centipedes. However, the thing that made Yue Yang troubled was not these Heaven Realm centipedes. Although they looked like they were starving, they would not pose as a threat to him. The real problem was how to leave the Howling Wind spell. The 2 great leaders of Heaven Realm would revive in just another hour. If they did not stop the resurrection ceremony, the consequences would be dire. How could he avoid these 2 Heaven Realm centipedes, pass through the wind wall of the Howling Wind spell and stop Feng Shenxi from resurrecting the 2 great leaders of the Heaven Realm? Just as Yue Yang was thinking over it, the Heaven Realm warriors who reached the second hall died from the battle. They had been turned into food. Ni Guo and 2 other strong comrades were pale as death. They had used an ancient invisibility spell and hid at a corner of the second hall. Even though their comrades were slaughtered one by one and continued to scream out in pain, they didn't dare to save them, afraid that they would be implicated themselves. The few remaining Heaven Realm warriors desperately clung to their lives. Some had fused their bodies with their beasts and turned into a 20-meter-tall giant monster. Of course, their gigantic body was nothing compared to the Heaven Realm centipedes. In front of the 100-meter-long centipede, their gigantic body was extremely small. Even if the Heaven Realm centipedes only knocked against them a little, they would definitely fall and roll on the ground from the impact. No one dared to fight head-on with these 2 terrifying goblin beasts. Some were shooting ball of lights from far away to distract the centipedes' attentions while some had summoned blazing flames to protect their bodies. There were also some who brandished their gigantic blades and attacked the goblin beast's body. However, this action proved to be a useless struggle. Any physical attacks on the bodies of these Heaven Realm centipedes would simply produce fire sparks. Forget about cutting open those outer shells, that was as hard as iron panels, even taking out one of their legs was extremely difficult. Fire, ice, and other elemental attacks did not show any kind of special effect on the Heaven Realm centipede. When Yue Yang saw this, he was secretly shocked. These two Heaven Realm centipedes' defense were simply too strong. Normal attacks were completely useless. Physical attacks to them were equivalent to ordinary adventurers trying to attack a Herculean rhinoceros beetle. The two Heaven Realm centipedes surrounded 10 over Heaven Realm warriors. If the Heaven Realm warriors did not escape quickly, they would immediately be killed. However, whenever someone tried to pass through the wind wall to leave the second hall, the centipedes would immediately use their quickest speed to chase after and kill the escapees, biting them to death, before they managed to leave. Even the 20-meter-tall Heaven Realm warrior who had fused his body with his summoned beast could not last a minute before he became food to those centipedes. Other than Niguo and 2 other comrades with strong abilities, all the other Heaven Realm warriors were unable to escape the centipede's pincer attack and the Howling Wind spell. The 2 Heaven Realm centipedes were extremely cunning. They first killed and swallowed the Heaven Realm warriors' summoned beasts, filling their stomach up. This had literally given a little hope to those Heaven Realm warriors. They make the Heaven Realm warriors felt that at some point, these goblin beasts might feel full and decide to let them go. However, from Yue Yang's point of view, forget about the few humans and beasts in front of these centipedes. Even if there were 100 over Heaven Realm warriors and summoned beasts, they would not stop devouring every single one of them. The 2 Heaven Realm centipedes in front of them were creatures with enough intelligence to hatch such a cunning plan. It was their inborn ability to pressurize their enemies, allowing their enemies to live longer, then devour them slowly after torturing and terrorizing them. Moreover, terrified preys would not be able to fight with 100% of their strength. Let's take the opportunity before those centipedes finished chewing that fellow. I think we should make our move, otherwise it will be too late. Princess Xian grabbed the Prison Emperor Divine Sword in her hands tightly. Although she had already leveled up to an innate and possessed the Prison Emperor Divine Sword in her hands, she couldn't be sure that she would be able to inflict damage on those 2 Heaven Realm centipedes. No, let's wait for a while. Yue Yang knew that if they joined hands with those trapped Heaven Realm warriors, their combined fighting strength would be far greater. However, he didn't think that they would be able to smoothly kill the 2 Heaven Realm centipedes just with a few more additional Heaven Realm warriors. If those 2 Heaven Realm centipedes could be easily killed, Feng Shenxi wouldn't have released them. Yue Yang thought over this point, and shook his head to reject Princess Xian's suggestion. He replied her in a serious tone, "You guys stay here, don't even take a step outside. I will stop the resurrection ceremony myself." Princess Xian immediately refused, "Definitely no. You can't abandon us. Furthermore, you won't be able to win fighting against Feng Shenxi alone." She knew that Yue Yang meant well, that he didn't want the others to risk their lives. From her 6 records inherent skill, she could faintly feel a bad feeling. She felt like Yue Yang would be in a grave danger if he went. However, she was unable to sense more clearly what the source of danger was. Would they really be able to stop the 2 great leaders' resurrection ceremony? Would they make it in time? Princess Xian's heart was a mess, she couldn't be certain about anything. Hence, she determinedly refused Yue Yang's idea of going alone. Even if they could not provide enough help for him, even if their help amounted to nothing, it would still be better than going there alone. Shui Wuxia, on the other hand, reacted opposite of Princess Xian. Normally, she would disagree with Yue Yang's opinion. However, at this critical juncture, she had actually showed an unconditional support. She knew that Yue Yang must have his own reason for doing this. Even though he never mentioned his reason, this must definitely be the best idea. If this was not the best choice, he would not choose to do so. Hence, Shui Wuxia decided to give him her full support. Moreover, she would help him to persuade the others to support his idea. What he needed right now was everyone's support. She suddenly reached out her hands and hugged Yue Yang. With a low voice, she whispered determinedly, "I understand, we will wait here for you." Howling Wind spell was the nemesis of all aerial beasts. It was not an inherent skill but a special kind of spell. It required a special artifact to be summoned forth. The wind walls created by the vortex of Howling Wind spell had a strong capability to counter flight. The higher the enemies could fly, the stronger the attraction force of the wind wall and the vortex would be. The wind walls were made from many tornadoes capable of cutting and crushing any object. The most important thing was its mysterious binding power, which was capable of stopping teleportation and transformation to escape. In short, once someone was trapped inside the Howling Wind spell, it would be hard to escape its restraints. Other than the owner who summoned it or someone with immunity to wind powers, everyone else would be affected. Its sole weakness was that this Howling Wind spell have time limits. After around 2 hours, it would gradually weaken and disappear. However, this information wasn't beneficial to Yue Yang. Yue Yang was in a hurry to go to the third palace hall's profound coffin room in order to stop the 2 great leaders from resurrecting. Naturally, he could not wait for the howling wind spell to disappear by itself. The power of wind, right? Previously, Yue Yang had already understood nature's heart. Additionally, he also cultivates the innate invisible sword chi, which was an innate martial art. With these two, he had a unique understanding and comprehension of life energy and elemental energy compared to other people. The big loli had also taught Yue Yang many things. However, he normally did not use wind and earth very much. Instead he used Yang fire ability and Yin water ability. Right now, the howling wind spell in front of him was the best challenge he could get. Despite Yue Yang not being an expert in the power of wind, he wished to experience the secret of subduing the howling wind spell. Hiss! The two heaven realm centipedes had discovered their prey, Yue Yang, who had just came out. Seeing this, Shui Wuxia was astounded. She had noticed a detail that she had not noticed before. The heaven realm centipedes could not find the sealed space just now, but after Yue Yang left the 7-star pillar, they immediately discovered Yue Yang's existence. Ni Guo and his two comrades, who were hiding on the corner of the second palace hall, had also noticed this. They immediately came this way and prepared to hide within the safety of the sealed space. Those few remaining heaven realm warriors also turned around and headed towards the 7-star pillars. One of the heaven realm centipedes quickly chased after them. Its 100-meter-long body was as fast as lightning. Its hundreds of legs formed unique rows of leg. Its target was actually the strongest of them, Ni Guo. Like a bullet, its speed increased by 10 times. Its mouth with poisonous fangs opened wide and wildly bite towards Ni Guo, who had blue-colored wings made of mercury yet could not fly. Essence. Ni Guo grunted. His entire body suddenly transformed into melted mercury and entered a liquid state. The poison attack became ineffective towards Ni Guo. The heaven realm centipede then opened its mouth and sucked. It wanted to suck Ni Guo into its stomach. However, at the same time Ni Guo's body had become similar to steel. His legs became thorns deeply penetrating the floor and rooting him in place. No matter how strong the heaven realm centipede's suction strength was, it was unable to move his body a single inch. After all, Ni Guo had the strength of an innate level 6. If the heaven realm centipede wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be easy. Very quickly, the heaven realm centipede changed its target. It immediately chose its second target. This target was not Ni Guo's two innate level 5 comrades but a victim who was barely an innate level 2. That person summoned a gold-ranked monitor lizard and merged with it. His body became more than 30 meters long. The gold-ranked monitor lizard's skin was like a shield protecting his entire body. His back, head, and 4 limbs all had sharp thorns protecting them. A pair of bags under his eyes secreted poisonous blood and stinky juice. If others smell it they would definitely vomit. However, all these protection methods could not protect his life. The heaven realm centipede's body jumped with the speed of a meteor. Its huge mouth angrily bit at the innate level 2 heaven realm warrior's huge head and injected venom inside. The victim howled in pain. Other than struggling with all his might, he also shot green poison and red juice on the heaven realm centipede's body hoping to drive it away. The poison and juice combined on the centipede's hard carapace producing hissing sounds. It had corroded a huge chunk of the carapace. However, this was not able to inflict any fatal injuries. Instead, it greatly angered the heaven realm centipede. Its numerous legs raised up like long pikes and deeply pierced his huge body. His hard scales were like tissue paper and were easily penetrated. In a flash, he had fallen on the ground. Before the poison killed him, the heaven realm centipede had forcefully ripped apart his body. While he was still alive, it had opened its mouth and devoured him. This was truly painful that one would rather die. The other heaven realm centipede chasing after Yue Yang had encountered a small problem. The heaven realm centipede, who was filled with confidence as it chased after Yue Yang, suddenly discovered that this human was extremely fast, much faster than its prediction. The strangest thing was that this human had actually disappeared in front of the wind wall, as if he wasn't affected by the howling wind spell at all. He completely went beyond its expectation. Ni Guo didn't care to check up on Yue Yang nor his comrades, he could only care about his own little life first. At his first chance, he immediately jumped into the sealed space. Even if there were Shui Wuxia and Princess Xian glaring at him like predators, they were much nicer than those two heaven realm centipedes which could never satisfy their hungers. Go out! Princess Xian knew that the enemy was an innate level 6 warrior, but she possessed the Prison Emperor Divine Sword now, hence she had enough confidence to defeat her opponent. With just the likes of an innate level 1 like you. Ni Guo snorted in disdain. However, he still gave her some measure because of the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. Without the Prison Emperor Divine Sword, he wouldn't even glance at Princess Xian. Innate level 1? To him, he could kill them any time, no matter if they are humans or monsters. In front of him, the innate level 6 expert, no innate level 1 would be an exception. There's still us, Shui Wuxia replied calmly. She pulled Princess Xian forward, instead of backwards. Just as Ni Guo was about to attack them and kill the on the spot, a ray of light beam flashed through the whole sealed space. Niguo spread his four wings and extended his tiger arms as he defended against the aurora light. He activated his chi protection to protect his body, just like Ayat. When the aurora light reached him, Niguo discovered that he had completely underestimated the power of this aurora light. On the surface, this aurora light didn't look special. However, when it fell on him, Niguo found to his surprise that the aurora light was 10 times denser than normal aurora light. Its power was way beyond his imagination. There was a silver-winged birdman beast that was suddenly summoned by Niguo. It carried a great sword in its hands and blocked the aurora light in front of Niguo, its master, using its body to receive the terrifying aurora light in place of its master. The aurora light quickly disappeared, and Niguo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately its duration was short. Otherwise he would really suffer a grave wound. He looked at his palm and discovered that his hands, which had the protection of an innate level 6 chi, had actually been seriously burnt. His palm was scorched black, his skin was split open to the point that his bones could be seen. He had received this damage after the silver-winged birdman's protection. Without its protection, his hands would probably be gone. Niguo looked up and checked on his beast, Silver Wings. He was shocked by what he saw. The current Silver Wings body was emitting smoke, its feathers had been completely burnt bald. Its whole body was black, just like a chicken that had been thrown into fire and was burnt half to death before it escaped from the fire. The great sword that it used to defend its body a little was originally a silver-ranked weapon, but it had been completely destroyed. I'll send you on your way. Princess Xian had stored a lot of power. The white tiger image appeared above her head. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword released a blinding flash of golden light that was incomparably bright like the sun. She slashed down. A terrifying power that could shake both heaven and earth. Niguo quickly avoided this attack that could easily kill in an instant. Prison Emperor Divine Sword was a mythical ranked weapon after all. Even if the wielder wasn't able to fully utilize its power, it was still not something that could be looked down on. Niguo had already avoided far away before the slash reached him. The sword chi from the sword slash was even faster than his prediction and closely brushed through his shoulders, creating a huge rift all along the passage inside the sealed space. If this slash had slashed through Niguo's body, he reckoned that even if he used his essence power to recover, he would probably need a long recovery time. During that recovery time, his enemy would probably have enough time to cut his body into millions of pieces. Although he possessed the power of essence, it didn't mean that he had an immortal body. Even if one possessed an immortal body, receiving a direct attack from a mythical ranked weapon would definitely cause instant death. Do you still have any more moves? Niguo snickered. With just these abilities, how could they possibly think of killing him, an innate level 6? Weren't they simply setting their bar too high? If they didn't have the Prison Emperor Divine Sword, these kinds of attacks were useless towards him. Actually, other than that human boy who possessed the world-exterminating will and Nirvana flame whom Niguo slightly feared, he didn't care about the others at all. That abnormal human boy had already left. Right now, there were only a few weak women left. What could they do? If there was no Prison Emperor Divine Sword, he could definitely slaughter his enemies, including that tenacious and stubborn old dragon turtle who simply couldn't die. Stormy waves. Yu summoned her stormy waves and unleashed a powerful flood. Are you trying to make me laugh to my death? Niguo felt that these women had gone crazy. Why are they trying to attack him with water? He wasn't Huangxiao, what use would water do to him? Noisy bastard. Shui Wuxia humphed coldly and raised her hands. Slowly, she formed an ancient rune circle. On her body, her freezing ice ability exploded. Behind her, an ice giant and an ice serpent demon that had appeared soundlessly joined together to create an even colder atmosphere, supporting Shui Wuxia's yin ability who was attacking Niguo. Sensing that something was going wrong, Niguo immediately flew towards Shui Wuxia. He was about to swing his fist forward with all of his strength. His motive was to kill Shui Wuxia in an instant with this punch. However, in that instant where his punch was about to reach Shui Wuxia, an incomparably strong, extreme yin ability froze Niguo's body in an instant mercilessly, turning him into an ice statue. This kind of extreme freezing ice power was not even something that Yue Yang could defeat with his Yang ability, let alone Niguo. In this world, other than Nirvana Flame which possessed the ultimate heat, no other power could defend against this extreme freezing ice power. Shui Wuxia, who had been hiding her power all along and was waiting for an opportunity to use them, finally made her move. The moment she made her move and showed her true strength, within an instant, she managed to take Niguo down and sealed him in ice, right on the spot. If Niguo had not underestimated these human girls who were not innates, he might not be defeated so quickly and so miserably. The extreme freezing ice ability made Shui Wuxia possess the strongest power to instantly kill any enemy. She retreated a few steps back and looked at Niguo who was sealed in ice. The ice serpent demon who was looking at Niguo like a predator watching its prey brandished her dual blades and slashed through the ice easily, cutting through Niguo's chest. Behind her, there was also Princess Xian who continued to release her white tiger strength. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword in her hands flashed brilliantly as it produced a sword chi blade that could split the heaven and earth. It seemed very fast, yet very slow at the same time. This was what flashed through Niguo's thoughts before he lost his vision. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword produced a sword move as beautiful as a meteor shower in the night sky. This beautiful scenery was what flashed through Niguo's eyes in his last moments. Niguo's last thoughts were definitely not appreciation towards the beautiful sword move. Instead, it was the surprise that the essence power in his body, which was invulnerable towards ice and fire, could actually be sealed in ice. Previously, no one had managed to seal his power in ice before. However, it was not because his power was invulnerable towards ice, it's just that he had not met someone who possessed the true power of freezing ice. Unfortunately, he knew the answer too late. On the entrance of the passage, his two innate level 5 comrades were staring dumbfounded. They could not believe their own eyes. This was simply more unimaginable than Feng Shenqi summoning 2 heaven realm centipedes to kill his own people. Niguo possessed the essence power and was only second to Huang Xia in having an unkillable body. However, he was actually easily killed by a human. Moreover, the one who killed his main force was actually a human female that had not yet reached innate rank. If Shui Wuxia did not possess the extreme freezing ice power, or if Princess Qian didn't have the Prison Emperor Divine Sword, it would be impossible to kill Niguo so easily. Of course, the most important point was that Niguo never expected to be killed by a few human girls who were not even innates. His essence power, which was invulnerable to fire and ice, made his body almost immortal. Never in his thoughts did Niguo ever imagine that his life would end so tragically. Sealed inside the block of ice, he was unable to showcase his strong abilities at all. He did not even manage to struggle at all before he was killed by the Prison Emperor Divine Sword, the mythical ranked weapon. His 2 innate level 5 comrades were panic-stricken. They were also unable to react in time due to their shock. Suddenly, they sensed an impending crisis. Instinctively, they looked up and to their surprise, they found a stone element Medusa aiming at them with her bow and arrow. Beside the stone element Medusa, there was also a storm mermaid, thunder naga, and ice serpent demon. All of them were saving up their powers and eyed them like predators watching their prey. Danger! These beasts were definitely not your normal beasts. If these beasts' sneak attack succeeded, they might even end up like Niguo. A Reaper Mantis was flying in the sky, prepared to attack anytime. However, in the eyes of these Heaven Realm warriors, the Reaper Mantis was the weakest one. The beast that made them felt really uneasy and nervous was that girl with fresh flower crown on her head. This kind of humanoid beast, although they didn't know if she could speak, her eyes showed intelligence. She was definitely a holy beast. The 2 Heaven Realm warriors didn't know what the humanoid beast was called, but they had accidentally seen how this flower girl who looked innocent on the outside had instantly killed a platinum ranked level 8 giant pollution beast with her terrifying strength. This girl who was as beautiful as fresh flowers was definitely not someone that was easy to deal with. Her strength was extremely powerful. Even the radiation mecha beast which had wreaked havoc everywhere it go could only die pitifully in her hands. Even the radiation mecha beast couldn't do anything to her. If they wanted to fight against her, they really didn't know what kind of beast to summon to counter her skills. It was the first time that the 2 Heaven Realm warriors stopped looking down on their enemies and keenly observed their opponent's skills. In their eyes, there was no need to fear the human girl who looked as gentle as water, the one who summoned the storm waves beast. She was the weakest person in this place. However, that human girl was standing beside another human girl who continued to charge an aurora light in her hands relentlessly. Hence, they have no choice but to avoid her. They would definitely die tragically if they were to be hit by the aurora light head-on. As for the 2 girls, the one with the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and the one with extreme freezing ice ability, they were definitely even more difficult to deal with. If they were not careful, the instant kill incident would probably happen again. They finally understood now why that other human boy with abnormal abilities could leave so easily, completely not worrying about the safety of his comrades. It was really beyond their expectations. Turns out they really couldn't belittle these girls. If they belittled the girls, the result would be very obvious. Niguo, whose body was still frozen on the ground, was a good example. Let's go. Those 2 Heaven Realm warriors would rather fight against those 2 goblin beast centipedes than have these girls as their enemy. Both beasts and humans all had the power to kill them instantly, it was really unwise to start a fight with them. Furthermore, within the sealed space, there was not enough room to fully utilize their abilities. The moment their enemies released the aurora light, they wouldn't even be able to avoid. They could only face the attack head-on, and that was how Niguo met his tragic end just now. Water attack. Shui Wuxia made a hand movement. If those 2 Heaven Realm warriors decided to fight them to death, even if their own side would probably win, they would require a lot of time to kill the 2 enemies. They have to revise their initial battle plan completely. Fortunately, their instant kill just now had intimidated those 2 Heaven Realm warriors. They decided not to initiate attack and return back to the second hall. This was the turning point of their battle. Since their enemies had decided to retreat, their next step would be very easy. The Storm Mermaid blew her storm conch once again and summoned a storm rain. Yu's beast, storm waves, added to the momentum and released a huge flood, creating a huge torrent that washed everything towards the second hall. It didn't matter if it was the Heaven Realm Centipede or the Heaven Realm Warriors, they would definitely die in this huge flood. Speaking about water fights, there were also the Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga, and Ice Serpent Demon who were experts in water. Even more, there was also Storm Waves and Shui Wuxia who possessed the extreme freezing ice power. Even the undying old dragon turtle with high vitality was an expert in water fights. Meanwhile, at the highest place of the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, the third hall. When Yue Yang entered, he discovered that there was a transparent giant waiting for him in the middle of the hall. That transparent giant seemed to be a little surprised when he saw Yue Yang walking in. The howling wind spell wasn't enough to stop you. Let's start the fight and stop talking nonsense. Yue Yang felt that there wasn't much time, he had to finish the fight quickly. Otherwise, when the two great leaders of the Heaven Realm resurrected, he would have to escape. Don't you just want to acquire the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Seal? If you have the ability to do so, just try it. I won't stop you. Feng Shenqi, whose body was completely transparent, suddenly smiled in a strange manner. He then continued, walk around 100 meters forward, then turn left and enter the inner hall. Walk another 10 meters, and under the Prison Emperor statue, there will be the entrance to the profound coffin room. The Prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Seal are all inside. Yue Yang's heart dropped a little as he listened. This Feng Shenqi sounded so confident. Could it be that the resurrection of the two great leaders were no longer avoidable? The thing that made Yue Yang had a bad feeling was that Phoenix Fairy Beauty who was fighting against Lei Shenqi had disappeared. Where was she now? Previously he could still hear the sounds of them fighting, but right now it was completely quiet. Was she defeated? What actually happened during this period of time? Although Lei Shenqi was strong, Phoenix Fairy Beauty was definitely not weak. Previously she possessed the strength of an innate level 10. After recultivation, Phoenix Fairy Beauty had ranked down to innate level 9, but she experienced a complete fundamental change that caused her powers to increase instead of decrease. Even if Feng Shenqi and Lei Shenqi joined hands and attacked her together, Phoenix Fairy Beauty wouldn't be defeated so easily. Could it be that the two great leaders of the Heaven Realm had already succeeded breaking free of the seal and resurrected? When Yue Yang thought about this, he immediately broke out in cold sweat. Ming Ri Hao said that there was still an hour, but Feng Shenqi and Lei Shenqi were not fools. Maybe they did something in order to hasten the resurrection of the two great leaders of the Heaven Realm. Of course, Yue Yang was not someone that could easily be intimidated. Yue Yang teleported and entered the inner hall straight away, rushing straight towards the profound coffin room. Inside the profound coffin room, brilliant light was shining all around. Phoenix Fairy Beauty, who was holding a pearl in her hand, was summoning sealing runes incessantly, attempting to fight against the two black figures in front of her. Lei Shenqi was nowhere to be found. Those two black figures were leaning out from crystal coffins, half of their bodies were still inside the crystal coffins. The black figure on the left reached out his hands and easily defended against Phoenix Fairy Beauty's sealing ability. If it wasn't for the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Seal holding them down with an incomparably powerful strength, the two black figures would probably already be free. Without the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Seal, the two black figures wouldn't even take the Phoenix Fairy Beauty's sealing into account. What is happening here? Yue Yang didn't understand at all. How could things end up this way? How did the two great leaders resurrect earlier? Feng Shenqi and Lei Shenqi sacrificed their strength to resurrect these two fellows earlier. I waited for such a long time for you. Why did you only arrive now? Phoenix Fairy Beauty was a little weak when she said this. It was obvious that she was fatigued. She had been holding on her own for far too long, every second was excruciatingly exhausting for her. But Feng Shenqi is still outside. Yue Yang was even more confused when he heard her. It's his soul. Feng Shenqi and Lei Shenqi only had their souls left, they have sacrificed their true bodies. Didn't you see that they are not attacking back? They have no more fighting power left, they only have their soul strength left. I can't hold on much longer, think of a way, quick. Phoenix Fairy Beauty threw the crisis over to Yue Yang. The two great leaders were about to break free, what could they do? The situation has already turned this bad, what do you mean think of a way? We should quickly escape this place. Yue Yang pulled Phoenix Fairy Beauty and hurriedly started running away. Forcing the battle would only result in their deaths. Maybe if they forced themselves, they could slightly delay the two great leaders from breaking free. But they had already awakened now, so whatever they did would be useless. Without Phoenix Fairy Beauty suppressing them, the two black figures whose faces weren't clear immediately won against the Prison Emperor's sealing power. They were quickly breaking free of the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Seal. Prison Emperor Divine Staff released a blinding burst of light, like a sun. However, the prison Emperor Divine Seal which was suppressing the crystal coffins from above was still being pushed away by the two black figures, slowly but steadily. The lids of the crystal coffins suddenly broke open and rolled on the ground. The prison Emperor Divine Seal's golden light turned darker as it continued to float in the air, but its suppressing power had been greatly decreased. The two black figures' seal had been decreased to the minimum. The prison Emperor Divine Staff started to shine even more brightly. White light shone out, as sharp as swords, attacking the two black figures, forcing them to join hands and protect each other, enduring the pain. When the white light shining out from the prison Emperor Divine Staff shone onto the two black figures' bodies, they started to melt. However, these were not mortal wounds. It could only obstruct and prevent the two black figures from breaking free. Sealed for 6,000 years. Prison Emperor, you are really a terrifying opponent. I will never forget the miserable defeat this time. The black figure on the left side with an immeasurable relief as he moved his left foot out of the crystal coffin. The black figure on the right didn't say anything. He only bowed respectfully towards the first black figure with the innate bow, showing his respect. There was another crystal coffin, which was supposed to be the prison Emperor's coffin. However, there was nothing inside the coffin. Prison Emperor's body and soul had already turned into sealing power and sealing will. He had already died 6,000 years ago. As Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty ran and escaped out of the third hall, they met Feng Shenxi whose body was completely transparent. He sneered coldly at them, before he respectfully kneeled on the ground. This was because right behind Yue Yang, the two black figures had already chased after them. The black figure on the left had shown his true appearance. He was a pretty boy with golden hair, blue eyes and skin as white as snow. He wore a white robe that looked as white as the clouds in the sky. There was a halo on his head that was spinning around slowly. There was a unique ancient rune on his forehead that showed his unique identity as one of the great leaders of the Heaven Realm. Countless white light shone from his back, spreading out just like a pair of wings. Slowly, it continued to spread outwards, emitting a pure and holy power that made others feel inferior from its strength. His hands that was even whiter than a girl's hand held an incomparably beautiful and majestic-looking divine trident. There were precious stones embedded on it. Numerous ancient runes and heaven runes were also engraved on it. They were shining brightly like stars. Below the white robes, the man was barefooted. However, his feet didn't get dirty even after stepping onto the third hall's grounds. When he walked a step forward, bright light would appear on the ground, completely cleansing the place where his feet was about to tread on. This great leader of the Heaven Realm who had just resurrected ignored his subordinates, Feng Shenxi's respectful welcome, and looked towards Yue Yang with a slightly smiling gaze instead. With an extremely beautiful, heavenly voice, he slowly spoke towards Yue Yang and the Phoenix Fairy Beauty, "Don't be afraid, young human warriors, I will not kill you. Although killing you are easier than stomping on a small ant, I don't have any intention of hurting weak lives. That way doesn't suit my status. Just answer 3 of my questions, and I will allow you to leave." "Look, this is my answer." Yue Yang raised his middle finger. This was his answer. "Is that a hand gesture to insult us? Wow, this is the first time I met someone who dared to resist and insult me. Interesting." That Heaven Realm great leader who wore a white robe wasn't angry, he smiled widely instead. "Even if they are enemies, I won't be angry because they have such a great dignity and personality." The black figure on the left revealed his appearance. He was like a black hole, he possessed a body that sucked in all the light all around him. He looked like a black whirlpool. He stood quietly on the right side. He did not say anything at all. Even when Yue Yang used his Heaven Eye's divine vision, he was unable to see through his true appearance and level. However, the sense of danger that he gave Yue Yang was not any less than that Heaven Realm great leader who wore a white robe and wielded a divine trident. His power might even be more than the great leader who wore a white robe. Ming Yu Guang is really clever. Did she leave already? I knew it, she will never let us awaken faster than herself. That Heaven Realm great leader who wielded a divine trident sighed. Feng Shenxi quickly replied him, "My lord, Ming Rihao has joined with the enemies and formed an alliance with this human boy in front of you. He strengthened your seals with blood sacrifice and asked this boy to pull out the prison Emperor divine sword at the same time. Ming Yu Guang has left half an hour ago. If it wasn't for Ming Rihao betraying us, Ming Yu Guang would never be the first to awaken. Although you and Lei Shenxi are a little stronger than Ming Rihao in terms of fighting skills, when it comes to strategies, Ming Rihao is still better than you guys. If it were others, would they even thought of the brilliant plan to join the enemies and pull out the sword?" The Heaven Realm great leader with the divine trident first praised Ming Rihao with a gentle voice. Then, he suddenly sighed in a low voice, "Although I don't get along well with Ming Yu Guang, and that we might even be after each other's necks, she was still one of the Heaven Realm 3 great leaders. You have to respect her. Only a true warrior would be able to respect their enemy who has more power and higher status than them. Listen well, I won't say these words twice. In the future, if I hear you insult Ming Yu Guang's name again, I will kill you immediately." "Yes." Feng Shenxi broke into cold sweat and trembled violently in fear. He hurriedly knelt deeply, prostrating himself. Yue Yang frowned. He suddenly had a thought that this Heaven Realm great leader with the divine trident was quite awesome. Possessing an extremely strong power, he was not only able to tolerate his enemies' provocation, he could also strictly manage his subordinates. He could even respect his enemies. This was definitely not an attitude of someone that was ordinary. Seems like this fellow had indeed lived up to his reputation as one of the three great leaders of the Heaven Realm. Phoenix Fairy Beauty pulled Yue Yang lightly to signal to him to stop watching them and start attacking instead. Otherwise, they could also escape quickly. It was not a good idea to simply stand still like this. Yue Yang nodded slightly, showing that he understood her. However, his next action was still quietly observing them. In reality, he was extremely anxious. The more time passed, the more the two great leaders would recover a part of their powers. After these two great leaders left the profound coffin room, they were actually quite similar to Ming Yu Guang. They were extremely weak because they had just come out for the sealed crystal coffin. Of course, this kind of weak was relative. Even if these two great leaders only possessed 1% of their true strength, they would not be opponents that Yue Yang could defeat at this stage. There was no use in becoming anxious. Yue Yang suppressed his wildly beating heart and observed his opponent's speech and behavior with a cold heart. Both running away and making a move was unwise. He must find his enemy's weaknesses. Otherwise, this battle would end in a meaningless defeat. You could pull out the Prison Emperor Divine Sword? You are strange indeed. Although Ming Yu Guang might not kill you, she will definitely take you captive. I believe her eyesight wouldn't be inferior to mine. How could she let such an interesting human like you go so easily? The Heaven Realm great leader with the divine trident looked at Yue Yang. He slightly frowned his brows, as if he was thinking about something. My lord, he has pulled the Prison Emperor Divine Sword indeed. Your servant has seen it with his own eyes. He used a strange-looking pearl and increased his Emperor's chi greatly, pulling the Prison Emperor Divine Sword that was originally resisting him smoothly afterwards. Feng Shenxi reported quickly. Did you use artifacts to increase your strength? Good idea. The Heaven Realm great leader who wore a white robe nodded towards Yue Yang and said, You are smarter than I thought. Let me guess you too. Yue Yang suddenly spoke out, I think you, who are extremely powerful, is unable to leave the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, that's why you are having ideas on us. Sorry to break your bubble, let me tell you the true answer, we are also unable to leave the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. After hearing this answer, as the great leader of the Heaven Realm, are you very disappointed? No, I have never worried about not being able to leave the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. The great leader of the Heaven Realm who wielded a divine trident laughed out, honestly, the thing I am most worried about is whether Ming Yu Guang would set up an ambush when I get back to the Heaven Realm. So, I must make a little preparation in advance. Does your preparation has anything to do with me? Yue Yang asked. No, but I'm a little curious. Why would Ming Yu Guang leave you alone? If she wanted to capture you, a human boy, it would be very easy. She is probably doing it on purpose to make me guess you out and waste my time. Or did you have some kind of tricks up your sleeve that makes her afraid to attack you? When the Heaven Realm great leader with the divine trident said this, Yue Yang's heart calmed down a lot. The Heaven Realm great leader was indeed powerful, although he was hiding his chi, his enemy was able to see something was not right. Most importantly, an enemy who liked to analyze others was the most troublesome. This kind of enemy was definitely the most formidable ones. As one of the three great leaders of the Heaven Realm, he possessed such an immense power, yet he was still cautious and sensitive to signs. He also analyzed his opponents repeatedly. It's not a good idea to provoke this fellow, they would just be a headache. If they had no other way, Yue Yang would never start a fight with this enemy. Especially when their enemy found out that Yue Yang had not fully grown yet. They would definitely be at a disadvantage the moment they start fighting. Yue Yang could definitely not reveal any weakness to these enemies. This Heaven Realm great leader with divine trident was extremely strong, but he didn't have moon eyes like Ming Yu Guang, so he must not be able to see through the strength that Yue Yang was hiding. He only had a brain that would continuously analyze, make inferences and a cautious personality. He would definitely analyze whatever reaction or expression that Yue Yang made. You are not our match. You are not even as strong as Feng Shenxi. However, you are fearless, this is definitely not because you are gutsy. Inside you, there is a special kind of ability that have the power to resist us. The Heaven Realm great leader with the divine trident concluded as such. Congratulations, you have assumed correctly. Yue Yang praised him greatly. Maybe I have guessed wrongly, but I don't think that I missed the mark by a huge margin. Young human, you have hidden your abilities very deeply. At your age, you shouldn't be able to possess so much power. This proved that you are some kind of special existence. Furthermore, that human female beside you who has almost reached the rank of Heaven Level 1 is actually listening to you, following your lead, who is merely an Earth Level 1. This must not be because of the Soaring Dragon Continent's tradition of women submitting to men, it must be because your hidden true abilities far surpassed hers. Hence, she, who had fully understood the depths of your power, followed you without question. When the Heaven Realm Great Leader said this, Phoenix Fairy Beauty's heart skipped a beat. This fellow was simply too clever. With just a simple observation, he was able to conclude so many things. Fortunately, he had awakened late. Had he awakened a little bit earlier and watched Yue Yang's fight, he might even manage to guess their final plan. Yue Yang held Phoenix Fairy Beauty's hand, smiling slightly. Their enemies were extremely strong and clever. However, this difficult challenge had actually spurred Yue Yang's fighting spirit. Although it looked impossible to defeat their enemies on the surface, so what? Although boss monsters were difficult to fight against, why do people fight over one another to challenge the boss monsters? The reason was because boss monsters were more challenging, more exciting, and more satisfying to fight than normal mobs. Only by defeating these kind of enemies would one feel satisfied. Yue Yang took a deep breath. The pressure that he originally kept feeling inside his heart was finally gone. After entering the prison Emperor Divine Palace, it was the first time he revealed a relaxed expression. He said, "Since I possess some kind of special power that you couldn't figure out, what do you plan to do? It's quite a difficult situation. Ming Yu Guang have left the difficult decision on what to do with you to me." The Heaven Realm Great Leader with Divine Trident frowned. "If I didn't try anything and let you go just like that, it felt kind of regretful. However, if I make my move recklessly, it may result in a result that is beyond my expectations. If that happened, I will really fall into Ming Yu Guang's trap. My lord, this young human possessed Nirvana Flames and World Exterminating Wheel. Ming Rihao decided to form an alliance with him because of those abilities." Feng Shenqi dutifully reported to the Heaven Realm Great Leader. "Is that so?" The Heaven Realm Great Leader nodded. "Possessing Nirvana Flames means you have an immortal body. As for the World Exterminating Wheel, what a great temptation. I have always longed to know the ancient rune for World Exterminating Wheel. Dangerous, under this circumstances, Ming Yu Guang had actually left you to me. Did she think I will die under Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel? I have to think about it carefully. Young one, I can't deny my wish to try and steal the World Exterminating Wheel ancient rune from you. If I didn't try at least, I won't rest easy. In the face of temptations, how can we not feel any desire or greed? If you don't want me to kill you, then prove to me that you are an outstanding warrior, someone who deserves to possess the World Exterminating Wheel. As for Nirvana Flame, that is not something that anyone can steal, hence I won't hope for it. Alright then, I am also thinking of fighting with you." Yue Yang suppressed the nervousness in his heart and squeezed Phoenix Fairy Beauty's hands a little, signaling her to stay back. Phoenix Fairy Beauty squeezed his hand too. Her hand was a little moist as she broke out in cold sweat. It was obvious that she was extremely worried for him. He was obviously not even Feng Shenqi's opponent, now he wanted to fight the Heaven Realm Great Leader who was 100 times stronger than Feng Shenqi. His opponent even had a divine weapon. If Phoenix Fairy Beauty said that she wasn't worried, it would be a blatant lie. However, she understood and respected Yue Yang's decision. This battle, she would not stop him. However, she would also not leave, she would use her utmost strength to protect him. Unless that Heaven Realm Great Leader who wielded a divine trident killed her altogether with Yue Yang. Otherwise, he can stop thinking that he will have his way. The second Heaven Realm Great Leader who had been standing on the right side quietly since before suddenly turned towards his comrade. It looked like he said something. Soundlessly, he interacted only with his comrade with thought waves. Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty was unable to hear anything. According to their reactions and expressions, Yue Yang could conclude that this Heaven Realm Great Leader who looked like a black hole and had not revealed his appearance seemed to disagree with starting the battle. However, after his comrade, the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident continued to insist repeatedly, he finally agreed. The black hole fellow looked towards Yue Yang. Yue Yang immediately felt as if he was being X-rayed. He hurriedly hid all of his abilities and quietly summoned his gold grimoire, pretending all I'm very weak please don't hit me, trying to trick his enemy. Showing all of your abilities before PKing with your enemy is the most foolish behavior. Yue Yang must be able to give a surprise attack in order to get a little bit of advantage. Forcing against the odds, forget about other people, even Yue Yang might not be successful. His opponent was one of the three great leaders of the Heaven Realm, forcing himself against the odds was simply equivalent to seeking death. Reveal your true strength. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with Divine Trident said calmly. Suddenly, he appeared in front of Yue Yang. Before Yue Yang could even react, he reached out his hand and went through Yue Yang's protective shield. He touched Yue Yang's face immediately and released his chi, sending Yue Yang flying 100 meters back. Yue Yang collided and broke through 3 giant pillars, smashing hard on the walls of the prison Emperor Divine Palace. Only then did the impact from the Heaven Realm Great Leader's attack finally stopped. Phoenix Fairy Beauty who was right beside Yue Yang previously, could only stare in shock. She simply couldn't believe their enemy's attack speed. This kind of speed is beyond logical. Even though she and Yue Yang was already prepared beforehand, they couldn't keep up with the Heaven Realm Great Leader at all. Heavens, this was actually still the weakened Heaven Realm Great Leader who had just broken free from his seal. If they were at their peak condition, wouldn't they be nightmares then? Then,